This film is purely fictional. Please do not imitate it. Your like and subscribe are the motivation for me to update. Chapter 854. When the security guards, arriving from Padstow, entered the battlefield in the eastern jungles of K Island, the Duergar bandits had already begun a massive rout. The blood beneath Commander Machio's body had barely dried when 30,000 Duergar bandits had already scattered and disappeared. Due to the brutality of the Dark Moon Elf assassins in the dense forests behind them, the Duergar bandits did not flee en masse to the eastern beach as Roy had anticipated. Instead, their escape path resembled fireworks bursting across the night sky. After a loud bang, all the Duergar bandits fled in all directions. This was exactly what Roy did not want to see. In terms of the number of combatants alone, the island's half-blood elf guards currently numbered only a little over 30,000, and that was even including the 10,000 reinforcements from Padstow. The Grey Dwarf bandits scattered and fled. The effectiveness of the Griffin cavalry flying over the jungle would be infinitely reduced. The Templar priests, due to a shortage of manpower, were unable to imbue the half-elf guards scattered throughout the jungle with blessing auras in a timely manner. Without the blessing aura, the half-elf guards would face a difficult battle against the Grey Dwarves on the battlefield. Although reinforcements from Padstow City quickly arrived at the eastern battlefield of the island, this pursuit was destined to be a difficult one. Roy sat next to Woods, who had just suffered some injuries in his fight with the second-level Grey Dwarf. Fortunately, he had transformed into a giant earth bear during the battle, a creature renowned for its remarkable resilience. By the time Woods transformed back into an elf, his injuries had almost fully healed. Roy cast a single holy light spell on Roy and stopped short. A group of priests left Roy's side, their holy light power almost fully restored. At this point, they naturally had to follow the half-elf guards in pursuit of the fleeing Grey Dwarf bandits. Wood sat leaning against a tree trunk, his pale green eyes slightly closed, his face covered in a layer of oily sweat, looking grubby. He wore no armor, only a loose robe. Woods asked Roy, aren't you worried that Grey Dwarf bandits might rush to the portal and wreak havoc? The battlefield was in chaos, with fleeing Grey Dwarf bandits everywhere. Roy shook his head and said, not to mention the difficulty they have in getting through the 3 lines of defense in the dense forest. Even if they manage to get through, there are still 5,000 half-elven guards stationed near the square and the docks, more than enough to accommodate them. Wood stared at his arm, his breathing becoming heavier. Roy, I finally understand. Understand what? Roy asked, puzzled. When he turned around, he saw Woods roll up his sleeves. The patterns that spread from his upper arms were wrapped around his hand. The pattern shone with magical light. Woods said to Roy with surprise, I've been stuck at level 15 for a long time. Over the years, I searched for many methods, but unfortunately, I couldn't break through the boundaries of my body. Now I understand that some things are learned through battle. As he spoke, his body suddenly became covered in turquoise runes, vine-like runes spreading across his entire form. Wood sat beneath the tree, staring blankly at his hands. Amidst the turquoise patterns, his hands transformed into sharp claws, and thick fur sprouted from his face. A row of fangs emerged from beside his lips, and his face transformed into that of a lion. Roy had thought Woods would completely transform into a lion, but just as the transfiguration was halfway complete, the magical aura began to fade, and the beast's form could no longer be maintained, transforming him back into a weak half-elf. Roy looked at Woods. Woods explained, somewhat awkwardly, I'm not very familiar with this transfiguration. Captain Jelloin dragged his exhausted body over to the two of them, found a dry spot to sit down, and leaned against the tree trunk, letting out a long breath. He was covered in mud and looked quite disheveled. This battle reminds me of a time long ago, in the Grim Empire's Durval province. We followed a group of Construct Knights, as they pursued a group of vicious sand bandits across the desolate desert. Those bandits could survive for days without food or water, and they rode camels to circumvent us. Later, the leader of the Construct Knights instructed us to constantly bless them with blessings of strength, restoring the Construct's strength. The Construct Knights transformed into a vengeful army, charging for 2 days and nights before finally slaying all the bandits. Captain Jerowin said, back then, the Construct Knights, with the full support of the priests, defeated that horde. It's been ages since anyone has unleashed divine magic so recklessly. Captain Tennyson emerged from behind a tree, stood before Roy, and asked, Boss, what are we going to do with those fleeing Grey Dwarves in the jungle? Roy understood what Captain Tennyson meant. He was asking if Roy wanted them alive or dead. Let's end this battle here as quickly as possible. I don't want to play hide-and-seek with those Grey Dwarf bandits. Roy frowned. Clearly, he didn't want any prisoners. Imprisoning these Grey Dwarf bandits would be far more troublesome than imprisoning the Highland headhunters. Yes, I go notify them right away. A Griffin cavalryman flew down from the sky through a gap in the dense forest, landing safely in the clearing. Captain Teprado flipped over and jumped off the Griffin's back. Roy said to Captain Tiprador, Captain Tiprador, have the Griffin cavalry expand their patrol area. Don't let the Grey Dwarves escape into the rocky area at the foot of the volcano. 2 Griffin cavalry squadrons are currently stationed at the southern edge of the dense forest. I guarantee we won't miss a single Grey Dwarf bandit, Captain Tiprador assured Roy. What happened to the barks? Roy heard that the Grey Dwarfs had successfully landed on the island by ramming the seawall with barks. He hadn't had time to look at the barks when he arrived at the battlefield. He had brought back so many levitation devices from the lost sea that any bark could be transformed into a magical airship. So he paid special attention to the barks. Several were severely damaged, but the remaining barks were relatively well preserved. Captain Teprado said, the Griffin riders have already captured those 3-masted galleons. It will likely be difficult for the Grey Dwarf bandits to leave K Island by boat. Captain Teprado then explained his intention. Boss, Tiffany is near the beach with a group of Naga sea folk. They seem to want to see you. Roy repeated with some regret, Naga sea folk? Yes. They emerged from the sea and have been waiting on the beach over there, Captain Teprado replied. Roy nodded and turned to Captain Tennyson. Tennyson, I leave this to you. Just focus on one thing, minimize casualties among the half-blood elf guards. Also, Captain Jelloin, your priests must cooperate with the half-blood elf guards throughout the battle. As you command. Roy brushed the dirt off his butt and headed towards the beach. Along the way, Roy kept seeing fleeing Grey Dwarf bandits. A group of half-elf guards armed with longbows followed behind, seemingly utilizing this dense forest to its full potential. The Grey Dwarf bandits were like fleeing prey, their magical arrows raining down upon them. Roy, relieved to see that the Grey Dwarf bandits had been unable to mount an effective resistance, descended upon the beach. The beach here was still a battlefield, the silver sand stained red with blood, and even the sea was a pale crimson. Many Highland headhunter captives had perished here, and a row of Grey Dwarf bandit corpses lay on the dunes, drying in the sun. Some Highland headhunters were still dragging Grey Dwarf corpses from the dense forest, leaving them to dry on the dunes. It was unclear how much they hated these Grey Dwarves. If the sun continued to linger like this, the bodies of these Grey Dwarves would gradually begin to stink, their internal organs producing gases that would cause their abdomens to swell, eventually exploding with a bang, spreading the disease. Roy stood at the edge of the dense forest, surveying the beach. The path Captain Teprado had pointed to was roughly this spot. Roy carefully searched for Miss Tiffany. Soon, Roy spotted her standing with a group of Naga Sea clan, about 500 meters from Roy's direction. There were also a number of Highland headhunter captives moving about freely. The arrival of the Grey Dwarf bandits on Kauai Island had actually aroused the Highland headhunter captives. Roy walked along the edge of the woods, spotting many Highland headhunters burying their companions. They showed little hostility when they saw Roy. Tiffany, where did you bring the Janussi clan back from? Roy asked Miss Tiffany in Elvish. Tiffany casually said, they're just outside the seawall. They want to retake K Island, and I persuaded them to come here. You can sit down and talk. There's really no need for violence. Roy nodded slightly. Then she turned to Chief Nozahak and said, this is the leader of the island's mine guards. He has the final say on all matters on K Island. Have a good talk with him. I hope we can live in peace. Roy walked up to Chief Nozahak. He was only as tall as his chest, so he had to look up to see his face clearly. Chief Nozahak bowed slightly, allowing Roy to be at eye level with him. Although his face was hideous, his mind was incredibly thoughtful, and he showed Roy great respect. Hello, I'm Roy. Roy extended a hand toward Chief Nozahak. Chief Nozahak hesitated, then shook Roy's hand with an awkward urge. Nozahak, Chief Nozahak said in Naga. Although Roy didn't speak Naga, he could still understand simple language. After all, he and Miss Tiffany had known each other for so long. It's too hot here, and the sea is drenched in blood. Why don't we go outside the seawall and talk? Considering that the Naga couldn't leave the sea for long, Roy took the initiative to choose the location for their conversation. Chief Nozahak stared at Roy with a hint of confusion in his eyes. He was puzzled as to how the leader of these half-elves could be a human. Roy ignored Chief Nozahak's puzzled gaze, and walked straight into the pale red sea. The shallow sea, stretching a kilometer in length, was stained red with blood. Roy spotted the crowded 3-masted sailing ships. Indeed, several had crashed into the seawall. The bows of 2 of the 3-masted ships practically rested on the shattered seawall, their hulls tilting. Roy entered the sea, and a group of Naga quickly followed. A group of Griffin cavalry hovered in the sky. Upon noticing Roy, they immediately converged. Another group of gray dwarf bandits burst from the jungle. Before they could reach the silvery sands, a hail of arrows rained down from behind, sending the gray dwarf bandits sprawling onto the green grass. A gray dwarf bandit's face was filled with pain. He struggled to climb forward, but his body was unable to rise. The Naga tribe watched this scene unfold. To them, the pitch-black forest looked like a gaping abyss that could devour all life. Roy reached the seawall. The Naga tribe followed him. The shallow waters near the island were a crimson, while the sea beyond the seawall was a clear, azure blue. Roy lowered his head in silence for a moment before looking up at Chief Nosahak and casually saying, "I had an idea about this sea area for a long time. The islands here belong to the half-elves. I can return this sea to you, and the Naga can live here. I also hope to allow merchant ships to travel through this sea area. Actually, being able to trade with merchant ships on K Island is beneficial to the Naga Sea people. I promise you, the Naga Sea people can trade at K Island's docks. What do you think of my proposal?" Before arriving, Chief Nosahak had vowed to the Naga warriors that they would seize the opportunity presented by the Grey Dwarf bandits to recapture K Island in one fell swoop. But after waiting on the beach for so long, all he saw was the Grey Dwarf bandits fleeing in all directions. Chief Nosahak knew clearly. If the Naga Sea people he brought with him rushed to the island to fight, they might not be a match for the half-elf guards. But he didn't want to agree so readily, as it would make him look like a clown. Chief Nosahak hesitated for a moment. The slaughter in the jungle continued, and a large number of griffin cavalry hovered in the sky. The beach where the Grey Dwarves had forcibly landed was a crimson red. When had the elves become so brutal? Standing alongside this boss Roy was a bit suffocating. "Okay, I agree with your proposal." Chief Nosahak said this, then slowly closed his eyes, calming his somewhat complicated emotions. May we live in peace forever. Roy had expected a lengthy exchange of heated words, but he hadn't expected the Naga chief to readily agree to his casual suggestion. Chapter 855. The Naga Empire of the Endless Sea was built by the combined efforts of thousands of Naga Sea tribes. The most powerful of these, the Abysfanger, boasts tens of millions of members. They are the ultimate rulers of the Endless Sea, known as the true royal family of the Naga Sea clan. Their rainbow-colored tails are magnificent, and they occupy the prosperous city of Karolslang in the heart of the Endless Sea. In addition, the Endless Sea contains 5 other Naga tribes with populations exceeding 10 million each, occupying Jonahagen, Hyperl, Eldorado, Lemuria, and Hesperides, respectively. Thousands of smaller tribes serve as vassals surrounding these 6 powerful sea tribes. And together, these Naga Sea tribes created the Endless Sea, the Naga Empire. The Naga tribe led by Nosahak, descended from the spine of raging waves, inhabits the vast seas over 1,000 miles west of Gomez City. This sea is home to numerous islands, the largest of which is the active volcanic island of K. Decades ago, Chief Nosahak's tribe boasted a population of 200,000 and 50,000 Naga warriors. During the war between the Naga Sea clan and the Silvermoon Elves for the Queen of Winnie Islands, all the Naga warriors of the tribe, led by the previous leader, bypassed Queen of Winnie Island to cut off the Silvermoon Elves' supply lines. Unexpectedly, they encountered the Dark Moon Elves' reinforcements arriving from Murayaki Harbor, and the tribe's Naga warriors were almost completely annihilated in that battle. Chief Nosahak's tribe suffered a crushing defeat after the war. 20 years ago, the Grey Dwarf fleet sailed north to capture K Island, leaving nearly 150,000 Grey Dwarves to live there. They were the original plunderers of this sea area. The Duergar dwarves soon discovered this hidden slave route and attempted to plunder elves. However, with the Silver Pegasus Legion stationed along the west coast of the Elven continent, plundering elven slaves was extremely risky, and some Duergar dwarf bandits set their sights on the Naga Sea clan. Left with no alternative, Chief Nosahak led his tribe to live in a trench outside Gomez City. Recently, Naga captured by the Duergar dwarves have been constantly escaping back to Gomez City. Thousands of Naga Sea clan members have been arriving, and they are spreading stories of their suffering throughout the city. This incident immediately caused panic among the Naga residents of Gomez City, and also attracted the attention of the Naga nobles. It was in this situation that the Lord of Gomez City approached Chief Nosahak and told him, since the Grey Dwarves are causing trouble in the area around Kui Island, even affecting the safety of the Naga Sea clan of Gomez City, and your tribe's territory is located there, your tribe has been recuperating in the suburbs of Gomez City for over a decade, and the younger generation has grown up. You must quickly resolve this trouble there. Chief Nosahak naturally did not dare to disobey the Lord of Gomez City's orders, so he led 50,000 young Naga warriors to the vicinity of Kui Island. After some reconnaissance, the Naga Sea clan warriors discovered that Kauai Island had been occupied by half-blood elves. The half-blood elves had driven out the Grey Dwarf bandits, and were a powerful force in this area. Before the Naga could make any move, they discovered another Grey Dwarf fleet heading straight for Kauai Island. These Naga warriors were quite happy. If they could defeat both the Grey Dwarves and the elves, they would not only be able to complete the task assigned by the city lord, but also take back their home. Unexpectedly, just as he arrived in the eastern waters of Kauai Island, preparing to launch a raid, he was blocked by a Naga mermaid. Her tricolored tail suggested she might possess even a hint of royal blood. Originally, Chief Nozahak simply sought to learn about Kauai Island from the mermaid. Unexpectedly, after a few words, the mermaid invited him to Kauai Island to observe the battle. Chief Nozahak considered the young warriors in his Naga army, many of whom were on their first battlefield, with little or no combat experience. He reasoned that while heading to Kauai Island's beaches might be dangerous, it was well worth it. At least it would allow him to investigate the strength of these Grey Dwarf bandits and half-elf warriors. So, he followed the mermaid over a wall and arrived at Kauai Island's beach, where he saw the sea stained red with blood. The bodies of the aliens and Grey Dwarf bandits lay on the beach. Then he saw a group of Grey Dwarves desperately escaping the dense forest. Those were a group of ruthless Grey Dwarves, being chased and killed by the elven warriors like a school of fish. At that moment, Chief Nozahak was truly terrified. As he stood on the beach, the island attack plan he had long devised was completely ineffective. And so, the last shred of hope for victory was completely drowned by the blood-red sea. While Chief Nozahak stood on the beach, he fully realized that waiting was the most agonizing form of suffering. When Roy emerged from the dense forest, he was initially surprised. He had never expected that the leader of this powerful half-elven army would be a human. He followed Roy onto the seawall. Standing on the seawall, his heart surged. On one side lay the blood-stained sea. A few dozen meters away, the beach connected to a tranquil forest that had swallowed countless lives. On the other side, the vast, misty blue sea stretched endlessly, boundless and boundless. In this vast sea, where couldn't his Naga tribe live? Why did they have to fight for Kauai Island, where countless lives had been buried? It was in this mood that Chief Nozahak felt when Roy proposed. The Naga would own all the seas, the elves all the land, and the elves and Naga could trade freely. He was silent for a moment, then readily agreed. Okay. I agree to your proposal. Roy hadn't expected this seemingly strong Naga chief to agree so directly, without a single objection. The two stood quietly on the seawall for a while. Chief Nozahak remembered a beautiful sea area near Kauai Island, where his Naga tribe had once lived, and he wanted to move his tribe there. Since the two sides had just met, and didn't know each other well, he thought he should say hello to the elven leader. Can we live in the Coral Sea over there? Roy suddenly thought of the sea area where he had fought the Grey Dwarves, and the many shipwrecks on the seawall there. He said awkwardly, of course, but the Coral Sea seems a bit messy right now, and there are a few shipwrecks. If you want to live there, you probably need to clean it up. Chief Nozahak knew that half-elves also loved to eat fish, so he felt that he should clarify the fishing issue with the elven leader to avoid future conflicts. These half-elves had beaten the Grey Dwarves to a pulp, so they should be no problem dealing with them. Can we fish around here? Chief Nozahak asked again. This question completely stunned Roy. He thought, isn't fishing in the sea a daily routine for you, Jana? Why are you asking me if you can? This sea originally belongs to you. Fishing is your right. We are outsiders, on the other hand. I hope you agree to let us live on this island. Seeing the Naga chief's politeness, Roy also spoke implicitly. Of course. You can stay as long as you want. Actually, we can trade. For example, you could bring some of your catch to the docks and trade us for whatever you need. Roy began to sell the Naga chief some of the goods that were sitting in stock in Padstow. The two were chatting happily when Vitas, covered in blood, arrived on the seawall and saluted Roy. Boss, we dealt with all the Grey Dwarf bandits who dared to resist in the dense forest. What should we do next? Roy glanced back at the beach. Surprisingly, many half-elf guards had flocked to the sand. Some sat on the beach to rest, while others removed their armor and stood in the sea to wash the blood off their bodies. Roy doubted that the mine guards could wipe out the 30,000 Grey Dwarf bandits on the island so quickly. At most, they had defeated all the Grey Dwarves who dared to resist. Vitas had so casually come to the seawall to report on the battle, probably just to confirm whether he had found any of the Naga Sea tribe's hostages. When he saw Roy, Vitas winked at him calmly, perhaps worried that he was being coerced. Roy didn't have time to deal with his chaotic gestures, so he said, have Tennyson and the others clean up the battlefield. The Padstow City security guard can withdraw from Kauai Island first. The mine guards will take turns to rest and regroup. Right now, we need to focus on treating the wounded. Roy then dismissed Vitas. Soon after, Chief Nozahak said goodbye to Roy and dove into the sea. His tail, exposed above the surface, swayed casually before disappearing. Seeing the battle situation stabilized, Roy considered leaving. On the eastern battlefield, Roy restored some holy light power for the priests, ensuring they could maintain the blessed aura on the half-elf guards during the upcoming search for the Grey Dwarf bandits. Then, Roy returned to the K-Island docks. Sabrina was responsible for security in the area surrounding the docks, where many half-elf guards were stationed. Currently, there are nearly 5,000 half-elf guards from the security guard regiment stationed here. The docks seem somewhat chaotic, with a new group of half-elves occasionally making their way along the beach, and smaller groups patrolling the square in the woods. Sabrina's biggest concern was that some Grey Dwarves would suddenly appear and sabotage the portal in the clearing. So, this was the area where she had placed her primary sentry posts. Although news of the victory had already reached this area, the portal continued to deliver a steady stream of supplies, flooding the entire square. Sabrina also dispatched a large number of Griffin cavalry to patrol the nearby sea, scouting for any Grey Dwarf bandits emerging from the sea. She also dispatched several squads of Griffin cavalry to the volcano to check the cliffs on the seaward side for any Grey Dwarf bandits lurking. Seeing everything was normal at the dock, Roy hurried back to the mine guards' barracks. The mine guards' camp was in disarray. Only a few injured elven guards remained. The remaining half-elven guards had been deployed by Mulan to the eastern battlefield of K-Island. These injured half-elven guards had been carried back from the front lines on stretchers by the elves. They had already been treated by the priests, and were currently being taken to the camp's wards to recuperate. Seeing the injured half-elven elves lined up in a long row heading into the camp, Roy went over to examine their injuries. Fighting against Grey Dwarves generally involves two types of wounds, those from axes and those from hammers, both of which easily injure bones. This time on the eastern battlefield of K-Island, the elven guards had a significant advantage. Therefore, casualties were high only in the early stages of the battle. As the Grey Dwarves began to flee, fewer half-elves were injured. When the wounded half-elves saw Roy, they were all very excited. Roy stood there, waiting for the stretchers to pass him by. Whenever he saw a wounded soldier, he would say, "Rest well and try to return to the battlefield as soon as possible." After the stretchers had cleared, Roy returned to the main tent. A group of clerks were standing inside, holding account books. Mulan was sitting at a desk, reviewing the accounts. Hearing footsteps, Mulan looked up and saw Roy entering. Mulan said to him, "This battle consumed quite a few magic arrows and short spears. We need to have the elven guards recover the arrows and short spears on the battlefield. Otherwise, the cost of each battle will be too high. I roughly calculated that each battle will cost at least 200,000 magic crystals worth of military supplies. Victory is fine, as much of the supplies can be recovered. But if we lose, I don't think we'd be able to sustain many more battles." Roy found a chair and sat down. He took the lemon tea his adjutant offered him, brought it to his lips, and took a sip before asking Mulan, "Have you tallied the gains from this battle?" "Yes, the largest bounty is 36 large chests of magic crystals recovered from 5 Imperial merchant ships. Each chest contains 50,000 magic crystals. So, these Imperial merchants have contributed the most substantial haul of this battle to you. 1,800,000 magic crystals." Puff. Roy spat out his second sip of tea. "How much?" 1,800,000 magic crystals. Mulan repeated, expressionless. "It seems they really want to buy some magical herbs from me." Roy asked, somewhat puzzled. "If they really want to do business with me, why are they colluding with those Grey Dwarves? I really don't understand their thinking. By the way, those Imperial merchants are still in prison on the island. What are you going to do with them?" Mulan asked casually. Chapter 856. Mulan told the clerks to place all the account books on the table, and told them not to wait in the tent. The clerks had to go to the square to count the newly arrived supplies, so they all left the tent. In a blink of an eye, the tent became deserted, with only 2 elven guards guarding the door. Roy leaned back in his chair and replied to Mulan, "I plan to have them stay and repair the seawall." "Are you going to let those Imperial merchants go to the seashore to dig rocks?" Mulan asked, staring at Roy with wide eyes. Roy nodded without further explanation. He then said to Mulan, "As for the Grey Dwarf captives, send them all to Plateau City. The capable ones to the forge, and the less capable ones to the mines. Since you be returning there in a few days, you can take them with you. I'm responsible for all this," Mulan said somewhat dissatisfiedly. Then, resting her hands on the table, she asked Roy, "Will this deter other Imperial merchants from trading with you?" Roy hesitated for a moment before calmly saying, "It might have some impact, but it won't deter all Imperial merchants from trading with us. After all, the magical herb market is currently a supplier's market. Besides, I don't want to do business with slave traders. Later, I might contact the Naga-Si clan of the Nozahak tribe to jointly crack down on slave ships in this area and strive to eliminate all slave traders operating in the Kauai Island area." Mullen wasn't surprised by Roy's resolute stance against slave traders. He had done the same thing on the Pagisto Plateau. Mullen knew Roy harbored a deep, obsessive hatred for these slave traders. She knew of Roy's encounter with Captain Ralph in Castletown Harbor, and how his two close friends had become enemies over the Duergar treasure. Perhaps it was because of those experiences that Roy's hatred for slave traders was even greater than that of most half-elves. After a busy day in the tent, Mullen stretched her aching arms, and said with regret, "I had planned to stay on K Island for a few more days, but I didn't expect to have to return to Padstow so soon." Roy glanced outside at the deserted camp. Almost all the available half-elf guards were in the jungle hunting the fleeing Duergar bandits. The island wasn't large, but it was definitely not small either. These Duergar bandits were scattered throughout the jungle, and capturing them all would likely be a difficult task. So he said, "We have to wait a few days. At least half the Grey Dwarf bandits are still playing hide-and-seek with us on the island. I estimate even if Captain Tennyson organizes a capture operation, it takes several days." Mullen curled her lips. She didn't want to say a word about that madman Tennyson. When he's calm, he's nothing but air. When he's mad, he's your shadow. At night, a large number of half-elves patrolled the docks of K Island. Several three-masted sailboats and magic airships moored at the harbor had dozens of lanterns hanging from their hulls, illuminating nearly every corner. Some crew members were also on night watch, and it seemed that security along the docks and river was even tighter at night. Over 7,000 Grey Dwarf prisoners gathered in the forest square. These Grey Dwarf prisoners were shackled, most still blood-stained. They stood wounded in formation, waiting to pass through the magnificent portal before them. The troops escorting them from Kauai Island to Padstow City were elven guards from the security guard. For the next few days, these Grey Dwarf prisoners would be held in a temporary prisoner-of-war camp outside Padstow. The security guard had also been gradually returning to Padstow. After all, they still had to maintain law and order. This forest city, with a half-elf population exceeding 1 million, was severely short of elven guards. The security guard had been recruiting elven guards, but due to various incidents, the Padstow City security guard had a poor reputation. Currently, the elven guards willing to join the security guard were all half-elf recent immigrants to Padstow. As soon as the situation on K Island stabilized, the elven guards from the security guard corps hurried back to Padstow City. The forest square was filled with onlookers. These half-elves had only just arrived on K Island and hadn't even fully understood it yet, so they were naturally curious about the world beyond the portal. It was rumored that the portal lay behind Partington. Many half-elves in the Silvermoon Elf Kingdom had heard rumors about the Partington Plain. Now, seeing the half-elf guards escorting the Grey Dwarf prisoners into Partington's plain, the crowd of onlookers was filled with longing. "Did you know? Partington is behind the portal. I heard the forest over there is full of magical herbs. Even the weeds along the roadside are hemostatic." "I know. Boss Roy started out in the magical herb business. It said he single-handedly monopolized the trade in low-grade magical herbs, and now he probably controls the entire magical herb trade in the Partington Plain. Have you met Boss Roy? I heard he's quite intimidating. Keep your voice down. There are elven guards everywhere here. If they hear you, your life will be over." A group of half-elves sat chatting under a tree. Roy walked alone through the quiet forest path. Not far away was a cluster of treehouses built around a forest square. Almost all of the half-elves he had brought back from Castletown Harbor, the elven slaves he had brought back from the Lost Sea, and the half-elves rescued from Imperial merchant ships were housed in those treehouses. These half-elves were curious about K Island and loved to discuss the rumors and anecdotes of the Partington Plain. Of course, Boss Roy was often the focus of these stories, and Roy even occasionally heard stories about his own romantic affairs. Lights shone from some of the treehouses, revealing the shadowy figures of elves within. Unlike the bustling forest square, the beach was still under martial law. Aside from the patrolling half-elf guards, it seemed deserted. The tide was low, revealing a vast expanse of sand. Although it was night, dark clouds could still be seen in the sky. The sea was a serene blue, with the occasional wave breaking, as if the Naga sea folk had come out for a nighttime swim. Those Naga mermaids had beautiful tails, graceful figures, innocent faces, and sweet voices. It was said that they loved to sit on the rocks, combing their hair and singing. The elves, seduced by their beautiful singing, were drawn to the sea. If they drank a cup of witch-brewed poison, their legs would turn into fish tails, forcing them to live their entire lives in the sea. This story was told to her by her mother when she was very young. For a time as a child, Wendy was terrified of the Naga sea people and the seashore. When she grew up, she was sold by slave traders to Plusterton Island in the Lost Sea. Seeing the Naga mermaids trapped in cages in the sea, she discovered that their lives were even more miserable than hers. It was already late, and Miss Sabrina hadn't returned, nor had Miss Moira, and neither had Boss Roy. The lemon tea she had brewed had gone cold, the bathtub was full of water, and the house was completely empty. Wendy felt a little uneasy. She sat on a small wooden block on the terrace, staring blankly at the dock. A cool breeze blew over, and she clasped her snow-white arms in her arms. Then footsteps sounded. Wendy didn't even see anyone before she saw a silver boot tossed onto the terrace, followed by another. Though washed by the sea, both boots carried a strong scent of blood. Sabrina, with her long legs, leaped over the terrace railing, landing barefoot on the ground. Wendy hurried over and helped her unbutton her heavy, full-body thorium armor. She clearly remembered how it had looked brand new that morning, but after just one day's absence, the breastplate was dented and pitted, and the trouser armor had a large tear on its left leg. After she had helped Sabrina remove all her armor, Wendy covered her mouth in shock. Sabrina's leather armor lining and the linen petticoat underneath were almost completely stained with brown blood, and her left leg was bandaged. However, Sabrina did not limp when she walked. She looked a little tired, and she slowly lay down on the rattan chair on the terrace, her left hand covering her ribs. She pointed to the two long swords lying outside the railing and said to Wendy, "Wendy, hang those two swords up in the room for me, and give me a cup of lemon tea." "Okay, I'd be right there." Wendy quickly picked up the two very heavy swords and ran into the room. She saw that the blood had stained the hilts a dark brown. Sabrina came out quickly with a cup of lemon tea. Sabrina was unbuttoning her lining. She lifted the leather armor and examined her left ribs. "The bath water is ready. Do you want a bath?" Sabrina pulled a finger-thick potion bottle from her magic waste bag. She poured the life-giving sap from the bottle into the lemon tea, then drank it all in one gulp. She felt like she was coming back to life. She walked back into the room, removing her blood-stained clothes. Once Sabrina was completely immersed in the bathtub, the warm water enveloping her, even her head submerged. Wendy stood aside, preparing to soak the blood-stained clothes in the tub, only to find the entire bathtub stained red. The clothes she was holding fell directly into the tub. Sabrina pulled her hands out of the tub, resting her arms on the edge, and slowly sat up. Her skin had finally regained its pearly sheen. Although there were no visible wounds on her body, there were several dark bruises on her chest and back, the most severe on her left rib cage. But she sat in the tub, unconcerned, her eyes closed. "Are you frightened?" Wendy shook her head quickly, lowering her head and whispering, "I know the elves on the island have been fighting the Grey Dwarves all day, and this time we're winning. Those Grey Dwarf bandits stormed our village, and the village elves were powerless to defeat them. I still can't forget the devastation we saw." Sabrina sat in the bathtub, staring at Wendy in a daze. "Hearing you say that makes me feel much better. I killed a lot of Grey Dwarves today. Every time I close my eyes, I feel like they're all crawling out of a pool of blood, seeking revenge." Sabrina reached for a ladle, scooped up a spoonful of clear water, and poured it over her head. The water flowed down her head. She took a sharp breath and opened her eyes again, her azure eyes bright again. "Now that I think about it, I probably killed too few Grey Dwarf bandits on the boat." She didn't stay in the tub for long. She stood up, and Wendy quickly handed her a bathrobe to cover her. "Haven't Roy and Moira come back yet?" "Yes," Wendy replied. When Roy returned to the cabin, Moira hadn't returned from the battlefield yet. She had been following Captain Tennyson in pursuit of the fleeing Grey Dwarf bandits, and there was a chance she wouldn't be able to return that night. Sabrina, wearing a bathrobe, sat on a recliner, wiping her wet hair. Her long, smooth legs peeked out from the slit, glowing like a piece of mutton-fat jade in the night. Wendy was cleaning Sabrina's armor with a brush, the water in the basin turning red. Once the blood had completely solidified in the seams of the armor, it would be difficult to clean it out. "How are your injuries?" Roy knew about the battle. Sabrina had been the first to rush into the hold, and had sustained severe injuries. Sabrina rolled up the sleeves of her bathrobe, revealing her smooth, white arms. She waved them before Roy's eyes, then said, "No matter how severe the injury, as long as a priest is with you, it will heal in a few breaths. When I was at Elf Academy, I always heard the instructor say that the Grim Empire's construct knights were the most powerful army. At the time, I thought they were exaggerating a bit. I felt that no matter how powerful those construct knights were, how could they compare to our Unicorn Legion and Silver Pegasus Legion? The instructors told me then that the Imperial Construct Knights also had a team of priests, and they were like killing machines on the battlefield. I couldn't understand it then, but now I finally understand. They are truly powerful. She hadn't finished her words when, seemingly a little too much, she touched a bruise, causing her to gasp in pain. Roy glanced at her, said nothing, and paused. He drew a divine rune on his chest with his hand and recited a prayer. A holy light fell upon Sabrina, and then she turned and walked into the living room, then straight into the bathroom. Soon, the sound of running water could be heard from the bathroom. Sabrina felt a strange fluctuation in the air around her. She pulled another bottle of life tree sap from her magic waist pouch, handed it to the slightly airy figure across from her, and asked, "Would you like some life tree sap to restore you?" Leah emerged from the shadows in the corner of the terrace. She was a few meters away from where Sabrina had pointed the bottle. She nodded slightly and said, "I haven't had much time to work all day, so I don't need this." "Thank you." With these words, she vanished into the shadows again. Wendy, who was washing her armor nearby, was stunned. Chapter 857. The Grey Dwarf bandits had been wreaking havoc on K Island for over 10 days. Captain Tennyson, accompanied by over 1,000 Dark Moon Elf assassins, had scoured nearly every inch of the dense forests of K Island, uncovering nearly every hidden Grey Dwarf. The number of Grey Dwarf bandits who landed on the island this time was approximately 30,000, and another 6,000 had appeared in the waters near K Island's docks aboard Imperial merchant ships. Of these numerous Grey Dwarf bandits, only a little over 15,000 were captured. The rest were buried beneath the trees of K Island's dense forests, becoming fertilizer for the forest. The number of Grey Dwarf prisoners could have been even greater, but unfortunately, Captain Tennyson was the commander of this search and capture mission. The half-elf guards from K Island's Mine Guard Regiment, who had recently entered the eastern forests to bury the bodies of the Grey Dwarves, were often seen vomiting as they did so. Upon emerging from the dense forests, each one looked as if their souls had been cleansed. Everyone had long heard of Captain Tennyson's reputation for brutality, but they rarely witnessed his true ruthlessness. This time, they finally saw it for real. It was said that Captain Tennyson had been sent to Parham Island prison because his killing of prisoners within the army had been exposed. The Dark Moon Elf Elder Council sentenced him to 400 years of imprisonment, serving his sentence on Parham Island prison in the Silver Moon Elf Kingdom. The Grey Dwarf prisoners, their hands bound with ropes, would pee in fear at the sight of Captain Tennyson passing them. In the dense woods of the forest square, a large number of half-blood elves stood watching. They watched the untied Grey Dwarf bandits march through the portal in a line, their faces blankly etched, just like when they first landed on Plusterton Island in the Lost Sea. "Where are they going?" A half-elf crouching behind the bushes whispered to a half-elf dressed as a gatherer. The gatherer replied, "To the prisoner of war camp in Plateau City." "Serve? How many years will they be held there?" "Once there, they be tried one after another. The number of penalty points varies depending on the crime. As long as they earn enough points in the camp, they be free." The half-elf craned his head to look at the dejected Grey Dwarf prisoners and asked, "If they never earn enough points, won't they be in the camp forever?" The gatherer shook his head and said, "I heard that many Grey Dwarf artisans refuse to leave even after they earned enough points. What's out there? What else can they do besides become bandits? But in the camp, they're just forges. They can drink after work every day, and life in the forge workshops is stable and secure." The half-elf narrowed his eyes, imagining what the legendary Plateau City would be like. This time, the half-elves on K Island bared their fangs and devoured the Grey Dwarves, who attempted to seize the island. This not only intimidated the Grey Dwarves on the surrounding islands, but also boosted the confidence of the half-elves, who had just arrived on K Island. They seemed to see a brighter future. So, the whereabouts of these Grey Dwarf prisoners became a topic of conversation after dinner. Newland had left 5 days ago. This time, she was escorting 10,000 Grey Dwarf prisoners back to Plateau City. Half a year ago, transporting 10,000 Grey Dwarf prisoners to Plateau City would have required a magic airship to make several repeated flights between Plateau City and Padstow. But now, 15 magic airships formed a long line, capable of transporting all the Grey Dwarf prisoners to Plateau City in one go. Upon hearing of the Mine Guard's victory on Kauai Island, the half-elves in Padstow were in high spirits, with many even holding celebrations in the city's squares. It's said that fruit wine sales in Padstow have surged, prompting many orchards in Padstow Forest to begin brewing the sweet and sour wine. Padstow has recently accumulated a large amount of magical herbs. The purchase price of these magical herbs is adjusted to the market price. Although only one magical herb trading house purchases them, Roy doesn't use this as an excuse to force the herb managers to lower the price. Instead, he deals in bulk at a 30% discount to the market price. A large amount of magical herbs arrives in Padstow's warehouses every day, and many potion collectors are making a profit. The abundant food resources in Padstow Forest ensure that the half-elves in the city have no worries about food and drink. The treehouses in Padstow are currently fully stocked, ensuring that the half-elves have no worries about food and clothing. The half-elves in Padstow are now more focused on healthy eating, occasionally gathering with friends for a few drinks at the tavern. In the night sky above Padstow, magical airships rose silently above the clouds. As Roy emerged from the portal, the half-elf guard standing by informed him that Archmage Grems was testing the magic cannon on the beach. Seeing the forest square piled high with various supplies shipped from Padstow, and a group of clerks still sorting and recording the items, Roy didn't care whether the supplies were for building more treehouses or expanding the docks on K Island. He had no time to dwell on these matters. After sending off the last batch of Grey Dwarf prisoners, Roy hurried back to K Island. Graves the Great Mage had recently been on the island researching magical artifacts of Hextech technology, and the magic cannons, so highly regarded by the dwarves, had naturally been prioritized for research. Unfortunately, these magic cannons consisted only of barrels. There was no elevation or recoil-absorbing mounts. Grems was about to test the magic cannon's power, but it was clearly a little early. Roy hurried to the beach, worried that he might be too slow to witness the first test firing of the magic cannons. Leah followed Roy closely, though few elves noticed her. Traveling along a clean forest path, as they passed the treehouse beneath the coconut trees, Roy couldn't help but glance at the terrace. The clothesline next to it was filled with clothes and sheets hanging out to dry. It must be said that since Wendy came to the treehouse to help with chores, the house has become noticeably cleaner and tidier. Wendy, wearing a long linen dress, was hanging some washed skirts on the clothesline. She stood on tiptoe, holding the laundry in her hands. The wood elves' slender figures accentuated their graceful demeanor, and the sea breeze only served to highlight their graceful contours. Roy hurried onto the beach and saw a group of elves gathered on the beach, east of the Trebuchet Matrix, near the reef. In the distance, he could even see a long cannon lying on the beach. Roy walked quickly toward them, and saw from a distance a dozen Highland headhunter captives lifting the heavy cannon barrel onto a wooden pedestal. This wooden base, constructed from oak, was joined at all joints with iron sheets and rivets, completely encasing the barrel. Grems, seeing Roy approach, smiled and said, "I thought I missed this test. To test this cannon, we built a very sturdy oak base. We also be using magic to temporarily reinforce the mount. Don't underestimate it. After I strengthen it, it won't be much different from an iron frame." Grems was clearly confident in the mount. The only problem was that once the barrel was in the mount, the angle of fire couldn't be adjusted, it could only fire flat. However, this time, Grand Mage Grems merely wanted to assess the power of this magic cannon. He wasn't actually interested in designing a suitable mount for it. With the help of several headhunters, the magic cannon was aimed at a large reef 200 meters away. Roy curiously asked Archmage Grems, "What do you think the effective range of this magic cannon is?" "I've seen some literature describing these cannons. It's said that when fully loaded, the effective range of this magic cannon is approximately 1,200 yards. Archmage Grems replied. "So far. Does this magic cannon have a special sight?" Roy stood beside the gun mount, carefully examining the runes engraved on the cannon. "I think so. But I don't have any information on the subject." "Should we ask some Grey Dwarves?" Roy asked. "Not for now. I get annoyed just by the sight of those Grey Dwarves." Grand Mage Grimes pulled 6 finely polished magic crystals from his pocket and carefully inserted them into the gemstone grooves. All the elves stepped back at Grand Mage Grimes' command. Roy stood among the elves, watching Grand Mage Grimes unfold one magic scroll after another and attach them to the wooden cannon base. As Grand Mage Grimes activated the magic cannon, the runes on the cannon barrel slowly began to illuminate. While the cannon wasn't activated, it didn't seem noticeable, but as magical light filled the cannon, the entire cannon suddenly became dazzling. Then, somehow, Grand Mage Grimes manipulated it, but a beam of light suddenly shot out from the cannon's muzzle, like a ball of flame exploding at the muzzle. Roy didn't even bother to see where the light had struck, as the immense recoil shattered the wooden base into countless splinters, and the nearly 4-meter-long barrel crashed directly into the sand, nearly burying it completely. The wooden gun mount had completely fallen apart, clearly impractical without a dedicated mount. The headhunters hiding in the distance immediately rushed over, using their hose to dig the magic cannon barrel out from the sand. Grams took the opportunity to examine the gemstone slot. Grand Mage Grams had inserted 6 magic crystals into the slot, and one had clearly shattered into pieces. "This thing won't burn a magic crystal every time it fires?" Roy asked in surprise, leaning forward. Graham said, somewhat speechlessly, "I only activated 1/6 of the magic cannon's power. If it fires at full capacity, it should burn 6 magic crystals." Roy immediately contemplated the power of this magic cannon. He looked up at the distant reef. 200 meters away, Roy couldn't clearly see the power of the magic cannon. On approaching, he discovered that approximately 2/3 of the reef had vanished. The remaining reef bore visible cracks and cuts, with no reef debris to be found nearby. From a distance, the reef didn't look large, but closer, the remaining portion alone measured over a meter. "It's incredibly powerful. If the magic cannon had fired at full capacity, it could probably have pierced the 3-masted sailboat." Grams, the great mage, rushed over from behind, observing the marks left on the reef. "It's a shame there's no gun mount. Has the Forge come up with a feasible solution?" he asked Roy. Roy said, "I don't have time to do that yet." The two of them stood on the beach and began discussing the magic cannon's mount. Grand Mage Grams even drew a simple diagram on the sand, then, feeling his explanation wasn't clear enough, constructed one out of sand. Roy frowned and said, "If this mount were forged from black iron, it would be incredibly heavy." While Roy and Grand Mage Grams were researching the magic cannon on Kuei Island, the Grey Dwarves on the surrounding islands had already heard of the Grey Dwarves' defeat. Though they hadn't participated in the battle, they were still deeply concerned that the half-elven guards on Kuei Island would come after them. The Grey Dwarves, no longer able to live on the island surrounding Kuei Island, fled to the boat storage area to the north of the island and set sail in their small wooden boats. When the Grey Dwarves on one island came out en masse, those on other islands immediately followed suit. In just 2 weeks, the Grey Dwarves on the island surrounding K Island had all fled. For the Naga Sea people, the waters surrounding K Island were a prime fishing ground. Not only were the fish resources abundant, but they were also said to be located on a migratory route. The Naga Sea people of the Nozahak tribe settled in the coral reef south of K Island and were not driven out by the elven guards. The waters of the Coral Sea are crystal clear. From the surface, you can almost see the bottom of the sea. Ships sailing out to sea often saw Naga Sea people swimming about. At first, the Naga Sea people were wary of the ships, but they gradually grew accustomed to them, ignoring them even from a distance. Both sides maintained a mutual wariness and made no attempt at contact. However, some half-elves on fishing boats would wave and greet the Naga Sea people in the sea, but these Naga Sea people would shyly retreat into the shadows of the coral reefs. The Nagas settled in the waters near Kuei Island. Their lives were simple, with each Naga occasionally finding a bed made of giant clams. They would build small nests within the coral reefs, and when hungry, they would swim out to fish. During the day, these Nagas preferred to sleep in their nests, only emerging at dusk. Chapter 858. Of course, some Naga seafolk prefer to lie on the rocks of islands rather than on the coral reefs at night. They keep their upper bodies above the surface, while their lower bodies remain submerged. The Naga of the Zanahak tribe belong to the spine of raging waves. Their tribe's heritage possesses the ability to harness storms and waves. Most Naga warriors possess dorsal fins as sharp as blades. They value force and often serve as the vanguard of the Naga army. This also results in the Zanahak tribe's Naga warriors suffering the highest battlefield casualties of all Naga tribes. They prefer shallow waters and have long resided around the island of Kuei. Due to their lifestyle, the scales on the upper bodies of Nagas who frequently live in shallow waters have largely eroded, revealing delicate, sweat gland-free skin. Compared to Nagas whose bodies are covered in scales, the Naga mermen of the Zanahak tribe more closely resemble the elves' aesthetic. Near a reef near the harbor, the Naga emerged from the water and took refuge within. The dazzling lights of the Kuei Island docks at night attracted a number of Naga. Knowing the half-elves held no ill will towards them, they bravely sneaked into the reef, planning to spend the night there. But these Naga had no idea that Grand Mage Grimus was preparing to test the magic cannon. Boom! A 3-meter-high reef suddenly exploded more than 20 meters from the Naga group, then vanished 2/3 in the destructive beam, leaving only its shattered base. Several Naga warriors from the Zanahak tribe, terrified, dived into the sea. Hiding on the seafloor, they peered out in terror. After waiting for a long time, they saw no sign of the elven guards approaching. After waiting a while longer, they saw a group of elves gathered around the reef, engaged in a ceaseless discussion. No elven guards were searching the reef area. The Naga Sea tribe hid beneath the surface, daring not to move. After the elves left, the Naga warriors quietly swam toward the coral reef. The waves crashed against the reef, erasing even the last trace of their presence. "Don't they want us to live on the island?" The young Naga warrior, Caps, hurriedly followed at the back of the group, whispered. The companion in front immediately said, "Of course." The chief and their leader agreed that all these islands belong to the half-elves, and the oceans here will be returned to us. They'd definitely be unhappy if we sneak onto the islands. Capes, puzzled, asked again, "But why didn't they rush over to capture us?" The companion immediately said, "They probably just wanted to give us a little warning. After all, we get along well with them." Another companion added, "Yes, these half-elves are a bit overbearing, but at least they're not like those vicious Grey Dwarf bandits." As they spoke, a stream of bubbles emanated from the three Naga. These Naga warriors swam back to the coral reef. Chief Zanahak was away these past few days. He led a group of Naga warriors back to Gomez City, intending to report the situation on Kue Island to the Gomez City Lord and bring all his tribesmen living near Gomez City. A group of Nagas spend the whole day in the coral reef doing nothing but basking in the sun in a sunny spot on the seabed. Caps joined the others, finding a soft, sandy beach. After chasing away the flounder and other fish hiding in the sand, they lay belly up on the seafloor, letting the sunlight filter through the surface. Watching schools of small fish swim overhead, Caps felt his stomach growl. Just as he was about to pluck a large bluefin bream from a crevice in the coral reef, he felt a huge shadow appear above him. A three-masted sailboat slid across the surface, a flock of seabirds trailing behind it. The Naga warriors on the seawall sat up. With a ship passing overhead, they had to be cautious. Splash! Caps spotted a half-elf sailor fall into the sea. Startled, he stood up, his tail waving. A stream of bubbles emerged, but the sailor hadn't surfaced. The elven sailor was completely stunned when he fell. While adjusting the mainsail, he untied the port cable. Before he could turn the capstan, the nearby safety line snapped. The broken flax rope had immense pulling force. The arm-thick end lashed his ribs, chest, and face, flinging it skyward. His body jerked backward, and he fell over the side of the ship into the sea. None of his companions had time to pull him back. His chest burned with pain. He fell into the sea, swallowing several large gulps of water. His eyes rolled back, and he passed out. His body sank uncontrollably to the bottom of the sea, a trail of bubbles rising to the surface. It was at this moment that Caps saw the elven sailor fall into the sea. Seeing the elven sailor sink into the sea, his limbs barely moving, Caps knew he might be in trouble. He swam towards the elven sailor, his tail swung, and soon appeared beneath him. With both hands, he lifted the elven sailor's sinking body and swam hard, pushing him out of the water. At this moment, the three-masted bark was still moving forward under the immense force of inertia. The elven crew members on board noticed their comrade had fallen overboard and first ran to the stern to check. Seeing their comrade emerge unconscious, with a Naga beside him, two elven crew members immediately jumped into the sea and swam towards Caps. Several elven crew members quickly jumped onto a small wooden boat near the side of the ship, and the other half-elven crew members on board worked together to lower the boat. By the time the boat reached them, the drowned elven sailor had regained consciousness. They all worked together to push him aboard, and the other half-elven crew members also climbed aboard. Then, they expressed their gratitude to Caps. Unfortunately, they couldn't speak the same language, so they could only speak with random gestures. A group of Naga warriors also emerged from behind Caps. The half-elf crewman who had fallen into the water, sitting in the small wooden boat, finally remembered that he had been pulled into the sea by the broken safety line. His companions told him that it was the Naga sea creature who had saved him, and immediately pulled him out of the water, otherwise he might have choked to death. The half-elf crewman who had fallen into the water quickly gave Caps a thumbs up, then fumbled in the bag at his waist, pulled out several wet apples, and without further ado, stuffed them into Caps' arms. Perhaps he felt that giving just a few apples was not enough to express his gratitude. He gestured repeatedly to indicate that he lived on K Island while unfastening the buckle on his thigh and thrusting an exquisite silver-sheathed dagger into Caps' hand. Because they were almost at K Island's dock, the bark didn't turn around to pick up the half-elf crew. Instead, they used flag signals to tell them to find a way back. So, the crew members grabbed two oars and paddled hard toward K Island's dock. Caps wanted to refuse the gifts, but the drowned sailor insisted, and the exquisite dagger's appearance pierced his heart. Although the Naga Sea tribe had a blacksmith shop in the underwater volcano, their metallurgy was far inferior to that of the elves and dwarves. Most Naga warriors carried tridents. That's because the cold forging technology mastered by the Naga Sea tribe was only capable of producing tridents. Although the Naga warriors were equipped with abalone knives, the thin pieces of iron hanging from their waists were hardly worthy of being called knives. To limit the rise of the Naga Empire in the Great Sea, neither the Grim Empire nor the Elves or Dwarf Kingdoms would sell high-quality weapons to the Naga Sea clan. So, seeing the exquisite dagger presented to him by the drowned elven sailor, Caps felt a touch of emotion. To thank the drowned sailor for this exquisite dagger, Caps decided to push their lifeboat to the dock. Though they couldn't speak the same language, Caps could clearly sense the kindness of the half-elf crew. When they arrived at the dock, the lifeboat immediately attracted a large crowd of half-elven onlookers. Upon hearing that these Naga Sea clan members had rescued a half-elf, they immediately became extremely enthusiastic. Regardless of whether the Naga Sea folk liked it or not, the half-elves simply presented Caps with a large pile of apples, and instructed the half-elves, who spoke Naga, to tell them, only apples from Kauai Island are the most delicious food. You can eat them raw, cook them into applesauce, or make wine. You always eat raw fish in the sea, so you should also have some fruit occasionally. Faced with the incredibly enthusiastic half-elves, Caps could only accept with a bewildered look. The Naga warriors discovered that the half-elves on the island were not as arrogant as other elves. The elves also found the Nagas friendly, not at all like the rumors that young Naga mermaids would float on the surface, their upper bodies exposed, to seduce young elves into living in the sea. This was how the initial trust between the elves and the Nagas was established. Soon, more Naga warriors rushed to the dock. Lacking language communication, their method was crude. They simply dumped tuna weighing dozens of pounds onto the wooden planks and waited for the half-elves to come and grab them. The half-elves would bring over a crate of apples, and if both sides agreed, they would complete the exchange. Most of the time, both sides would trade food. But some Naga Sea tribesmen would offer unique items, mostly found near shipwrecks. Some of these items could be exchanged for exquisite daggers from the half-elves. Although Roy knew that half-elves would occasionally trade silver-sheathed daggers with Naga warriors, he didn't prohibit them. Naga warriors who possessed these daggers almost always used them as table knives. As exchanges between the half-elves and the Naga Sea tribe increased, more and more Naga Sea tribesmen came to know Miss Tiffany, who lived aboard the Black Pearl. At dusk, Naga mermaids would always come to play with Miss Tiffany on the beach. When Moira wasn't on patrol, she would mingle with them, playing and frolicking with them on the rocks. In the evening, Roy emerged from the Black Pearl's deckhouse. Archmage Grimes had been in his room designing the base for the magic cannon for the past few days. But this thing was, after all, a magical artifact of Hextech technology. As a mage, Grimes wasn't proficient in metallurgy and forging, so he failed to complete several projects halfway through. In the past couple of days, Archmage Grimes had even considered visiting the forge in the Cassock Mountains himself. Roy also planned to visit Sun Island Bay. After all, a massive army of dark faceless ones lurked in the deep sea there, and Roy had to keep a close eye on them. Returning to the treehouse, Roy discovered that neither Moira nor Sabrina were there. He asked Wendy, who was pouring him tea, "Wendy, where's Moira? Didn't she skip her duty today?" Miss Moira and Miss Tiffany went to the beach. Wendy replied quietly. Moira had actually invited her, but she felt she couldn't leave the treehouse so easily, so she declined. Roy looked outside. The sun had already set below the sea, tinting the west a vibrant orange and the east a deep navy. The clouds in the sky also shifted between light and dark. The sea at this moment was indescribably magnificent. Roy took off his magic rune suit, changed into fresh clothes, and headed to the beach with Leah. They soon spotted a group of Naga mermaids near the reef. Some were still swimming in the sea, occasionally leaping from the surface. Their graceful figures were a delight to the eye. Seeing Roy approach, Miss Tiffany waved to him. These Naga mermaids had recently arrived in the waters of Kauai Island, and they had only become friends with Miss Tiffany in the past 2 days. Seeing Miss Tiffany invite a human over, they all looked at Roy curiously, a shy smile on their faces. Some shy Naga mermaids even hid themselves in the sea. Only a few Naga mermaids, intent on digging for oysters, didn't notice Roy. They pried the oysters off the reef with their daggers and piled them on the rocks. The Naga love oysters, and the reefs along Kauai Island are full of them. Miss Tiffany lay comfortably on a rock, and Moira leaned against her, watching the Naga mermaids digging for oysters. Roy walked over and saw Miss Tiffany prying open an oyster shell. He said, "This is best with lemon juice." He asked Leah to go to the treehouse and get some lemons. As they spoke, the other Naga mere people noticed Roy and hid behind the rocks. Miss Tiffany pointed at Roy and introduced him in Naga, "My friend Roy, a half-elf." "Don't be afraid." Leah quickly brought Roy a few lemons. Moira's eyes widened as she watched Roy pick up an oyster, squeeze lemon juice onto the milky white flesh, and then look at her. Moira shook her head in fear. She didn't want to eat such a soft shell. Roy handed the oyster to Miss Tiffany again, smiling, "Try it." Miss Tiffany sucked the oyster into her mouth, then closed her eyes and savored the sweetness. The surrounding Naga Mer people also came over. Chapter 859. The Naga mermen gathered around. They peeled their oyster shells, drizzled a few drops of lemon juice on them, and then slurped them up. The soft, glutinous oyster meat became incredibly rich, and the Naga mermen finally realized there was a way to eat oysters. In the past, they simply pried the oysters off the rocks, cracked the shells with their teeth, and swallowed the meat directly. Now, after prying the oysters open, a drizzle of lemon juice added a sense of ritual to the oyster experience, making the food even more delicious and sweet. Several Naga mermen huddled together, and quickly became familiar with each other. Moira knew Roy would occasionally grill a few shells for her, but she had never seen him eat oysters this way. Roy changed the topic to the Grey Dwarf Bandits, and the Naga mermen began to chat. "We know about those Grey Dwarf Bandits," a blonde, blue-eyed Naga mermaid nearby continued. "They came from the north by ship, initially just a few three-masted sailing ships. The Grey Dwarves landed on K Island and settled on the beach. At first, they set up simple tents. Back then, we would sell them any leftover fish, and they would give us a taste of their ale." Another Naga mermaid, lying behind her, chimed in. "Later, more and more Grey Dwarves arrived on K Island. They dug a massive underground castle there, and took over the surrounding islands. Since then, we noticed members of our tribe disappearing frequently. At first, we were just suspicious, until one day, we spotted a group of Grey Dwarf bandits sneaking into the reef area. They knocked our people unconscious with hammers, stuffed them into their sacks, and carried them off into the dense forest. From that time on, we knew the Grey Dwarves would often secretly capture Naga mermen. The Naga mermen's faces were filled with resentment. Because of this, Chief Zanahak led his people to confront the Grey Dwarf bandits, leading to a clash on Kui Island. The Grey Dwarf bandits must have been well prepared, and Chief Zanahak fled back to the sea with only a dozen Naga warriors. Roy listened to Miss Tiffany's translation before asking, "There's something I don't understand. You're Naga Sea tribe. How come you can't do anything to those Grey Dwarf bandits in the sea?" Several Naga mermaids blushed slightly. They hesitated for a moment, refusing to explain the reason. Only one Naga merman whispered they had harpoons. Roy saw that the Naga mermen refused to speak, perhaps because it touched upon some secret of their own, so he stopped asking. He changed the subject and asked another question. "Since the Naga Sea clan has had a feud with the Grey Dwarves for so long, why are the Grey Dwarf bandits still collaborating with the Naga Sea clan? I heard that a group of Grey Dwarf bandits once recruited a group of Naga Sea clan members and robbed a Grey Dwarf fleet. Did you know about this? The Endless Sea is vast, and the Naga Sea clan tribes are numerous. However, there are at least 200 Naga tribes near the border of the west coast of the Elven continent. Not every tribe has suffered from the Grey Dwarf bandits, so it's not surprising that some Naga tribes are willing to cooperate with the Grey Dwarf bandits." A Naga mermaid emerged from the sea, her golden eyes fixed on Roy. She spoke to Roy while wringing out her wet hair. "I happen to know some inside information about this matter." Roy saw infinite wisdom in the eyes of the Naga mermaid, and her green scales were rimmed with a faint golden edge. Her right ear, chest, arms, and shoulders were all engraved with magical runes. These runes were carved into her skin like tattoos. But her golden eyes seemed to have a certain magical power. She must be a weaver. "A Grey Dwarf bandit named Ralph found us. He told Chief Zanahak that if we did him a favor, he would stop capturing Naga sea creatures and return the waters of K Island to us." The Naga mermaid made room for her, letting her lean comfortably against the reef. Chief Zanahak didn't trust these Grey Dwarf bandits and didn't agree to their request. He had originally planned to lure them to the outskirts of Gomez, but the Grey Dwarf bandits were cunning and didn't fall for their tricks. Later, they approached a Naga tribe from the north and formed an alliance with them. The Naga tribe originated from the whirlpool scale. Their chief Naga elder possessed the power to summon tides and whirlpools. They teamed up with Ralph to ambush a Grey Dwarf fleet from the north. When they arrived at K Island, I came to take a look. The fleet. There were 18 three-masted galleons in total. They rested on Kui Island for 3 days before setting sail and continuing south. But at the time, they seemed panicked, as if they were afraid a fleet would overtake them. Their fleet seemed unfamiliar with the conditions around Kui Island. After leaving Kui Island, they sailed eastward. When they reached Puta Island, they ran headfirst into a whirlpool prepared by the Naga tribe. Mages aboard the galleons did their best to rescue them, but only 6 were caught in the whirlpool, and subsequently capsized by the huge waves. Roy quickly asked, "Were 6 three-masted galleons sunk?" The Naga merman nodded confidently, "Yes, 6. At the time, the Grey Dwarfs thought they were ambushed by the Naga army. Their fleet, afraid to fight, fled south in terror. Ralph, a Grey Dwarf, seized the opportunity and led a group of Grey Dwarfs to sally forth and seize 2 of the three-masted galleons that had fallen behind. I heard that the Naga warriors and the Grey Dwarf bandits had a disagreement over the division of the spoils, and a quarrel ensued on the ship. Later, the Naga warriors of that tribe were lured to Kauai Island by the Grey Dwarf bandits. Overnight, they were all enslaved, and Ralph sent them to the Lost Sea. I hear they were sold to the Grim Empire. Not only that, Ralph also sailed to the Naga warriors' homeland, captured all the Nagas, and transported them to the Lost Sea to be sold." "Are you sure those Naga sea creatures were sold to the Lost Sea?" Roy asked her. The Naga mermaid looked at Roy and said without hesitation. Tiffany quickly translated, "Of course I'm sure of this, because this was told to me by a sister from the tribe, who was trafficked to Plusterton Island. She even saw the group of Vortex Scale Naga slaves with her own eyes. Most of the Vortex Scale Naga mermaids controlled the power of water. After being sent to the island, they attracted great attention from slave traders. An imperial merchant ship happened to dock, and the captain, with his wealth, bought them all. In addition to the Nagas, there were also several hundred elves. After they were all on board, the imperial merchant ship left the Lost Sea." Roy noticed that Miss Tiffany was a little dazed, so he nudged her arm and asked, "Tiffany, are you okay?" Miss Tiffany shook her head, but her emerald eyes were filled with gloom. "What about the 6 ships that sank to the bottom of the ocean?" The Naga mermaid extended a golden arm, pointing toward the distant sea. She said confidently, "They're right over there. Just keep swimming in the direction I'm pointing. It'd take about half a day to reach them. The ships are over 100 meters deep, but the supplies inside have been transported to Gomez City. To transport these supplies, we initially called in many Naga from Gomez City. We thought there might be some valuable treasures inside, but when we opened the wooden boxes, we found they were just cast iron bases. These iron blocks are practically useless to Jana. Even if we wanted to melt them, we couldn't. We could only build a wall around Gomez City. Besides the bases, the ships also had some iron frames attached to them, which were also useless junk." Roy's eyes widened when he heard the Naga mermaid say this. At that moment, he suddenly realized that the missing pieces of the magic cannon were likely on the outskirts of Gomez. The Naga had built a useless wall around the city, using the bases of those cannons. He quickly said to the Naga mermaid, "Has Chief Nozahak returned? Could you please arrange a meeting? I'd like to meet him. Actually, I always thought the Naga and half-elves could establish a closer trade relationship. The Naga are skilled in fishing, and we half-elves also enjoy eating fish. I hope the Nagas can provide us with a daily supply of fresh fish. In exchange, we provide the Naga Sea tribe with magical potions and standard equipment to bolster their army's combat effectiveness." Roy casually said this, and the Naga merman's eyes lit up. "I go find Nozahak now. He should be sleeping over on the coral reef. I go wake him." With this, the Naga merman braved a wave and plunged directly into the sea. A group of Naga mermen followed the Naga merman, leaping into the sea and disappearing. In a matter of seconds, the bustling reef area suddenly became deserted. The sun had already set beneath the surface of the sea. In the dim light, Miss Tiffany sat blankly on the reef, gazing at the darkening sea in the distance. Her face was hidden in the shadows, and Roy couldn't see her expression. The perceptive Moira also noticed that something seemed amiss with Tiffany, although she occasionally displayed the ways of a Naga noble. But most of the time, she was lucid and wise. Miss Tiffany often guided Moira, whether it was in conversation or in some interesting pursuit. But now Miss Tiffany leaned against the reef, like a statue. Moira hurriedly asked, "Tiffany, what's wrong with you?" Roy stood behind Moira, patted her shoulder, and whispered to her, "The Naga tribe that the golden Naga merman just mentioned, the one that was utterly humiliated by the Grey Dwarfs, are they your people?" "Yes." Miss Tiffany lowered her head even lower. "At that time, I was freed from the sea wolf and returned home with my surviving tribe. There was nothing in that trench. My tribe had all disappeared. Only we, the Naga who had escaped the sea wolf, remained. We're worried that if we continue living here, we'd be captured and sold as slaves by the Grey Dwarfs. So, we're sending them to deeper waters to seek refuge with relatives in other tribes. Those without relatives can seek a living in Gomez City. It's actually quite easy for us Naga to survive in the sea. I just don't know where those people have gone. Shio has been tracking them down for years." Tiffany looked up with red eyes. "They say mermaids don't have tears, But when they cry, tiny pearls fall from the corners of their eyes, but Roy saw no pearls. Miss Tiffany rubbed her nose and said, a little choked up, Roy, I want to find them, even if it means crossing this endless sea to search for them in the Green Empire. Roy sighed softly. He knew Tiffany would say that. Miss Tiffany had heard the news about her tribe. This was the last bit of obsession she had held deep in her heart for years. Roy patted her smooth, white arm and soothed her, we help you, but please give me a little more time. Hearing Roy's words, Miss Tiffany looked up at him in confusion. Actually, I've been wanting to visit Roland Continent. After being promoted to battle priest, Captain Jarwin told me that to break free from the constraints of the third rank, one must find a path of light all their own. It's not something that can be achieved simply by increasing one's affinity with the holy light and constantly tempering the divine aura within one's body. But things on the Partington Plain haven't been completed yet. For example, I want all the half-elves on the Partington Plain to live a stable life. I plan to drive the Dark Faceless Legion from the depths of the Western Sea back to the abyss. I also want to eliminate the Grey Dwarf bandits who frequent these waters, at least to eliminate slave ships from the area around Kui Island. Also, I want to foster an alliance between the half-elves and the Naga Sea clan. Only then can the half-elves gain a foothold in the waters off the edge of the endless sea. Miss Tiffany and Moira looked at Roy speechlessly. Miss Tiffany had clearly calmed down after a brief moment of calm. She rolled her eyes at Roy rudely, then sarcastically said, although crossing the endless sea to Roland Continent alone wouldn't be very useful, if you insist on completing all these tasks, I'm afraid you might die of old age on the Black Pearl. Roy paid no heed to Miss Tiffany's sarcasm. He continued, actually, I know Captain Jarwin and the Templar priests also want to return to Roland Continent, but the Elven Continent is so far away that they've been embarrassed to bring it up. Once I settled matters here and completely eliminated the greatest threat to this sea area, the Grey Dwarf bandits, I attempt to hand over the Partington Plain. Roy stood on a reef, gazing at the sea before darkness descended, and spoke seriously. Chapter 860. Waves continuously crashed onto the beach, and several tidal crabs, each holding its giant claw, scurried across the smooth sand. Zanahak emerged from the sea. He didn't have many fond memories of this island. A stone wall now stood in front of the beach. For the Naga Sea clan, reclaiming the island from the half-elves would likely be much more costly. The Zanahak tribe currently lacked the means to do so. The tribe's return to the waters of K Island was a result of a negotiation with the leader of the half-elves. The sea water flowed down his muscular chest. He shook his wet hair and wiped the water from his face with his hand. He could clearly feel the gentle breeze on his body. The Naga Sea clan lacked sweat glands, so they were not accustomed to emerging from the sea during the heat of the day. But at dusk, being able to lie down on the rocks by the sea was a pleasant option for many of the Naga sea folk of raging spine. Zanahak was followed by a group of Naga warriors, and the Naga mermaid, whose skin glowed pale gold, was also among them. The lanterns on the nearby dock had been lit, and the once bustling dock had gradually quieted down. No foreign merchant ships had been docking recently. Moored at the dock were Roy's three-masted sailing ships, including those recovered from the Lost Sea and the Grey Dwarf bandits. Currently, there were over 30 of them moored around the dock. The half-elven crew had accumulated extensive experience in ship repair and modification at the Partington Island shipyard, so after the 20 sailing ships left behind by the Grey Dwarf bandits were towed back to the dock, they immediately began repairs. Every day, the repair yard west of the docks is crowded with half-elves. There are 5 docks here, all left behind by the Grey Dwarf bandits. While these docks aren't yet suitable for shipbuilding, they're very convenient for repairing ships. The Naga have recently been able to freely enter and exit the docks on K Island, but they can't approach the docks on the west side. Chief Nozahak had just woken up, and before he could spend a moment cuddling with his new lover on his giant clam bed, his daughter, Narnia, called him over. Although somewhat reluctant, he still brought his daughter to K Island. A few days ago, he had even asked his daughter, Narnia, to personally promise not to go to K Island to play. Apparently, she took his words lightly, and didn't keep her promise, which only made him even more upset. Although his daughter didn't have the tricolored fishtail that symbolized Naga nobility, her golden and blue scales indicated that her bloodline was constantly purifying. As a member of the Naga tribe descended from the spine of raging waves, Narnia possessed exceptional bloodline talent. Zanahak had always cultivated her as the heir to the tribe. Hearing his daughter excitedly speak of recent friends, Miss Tiffany and Miss Moira, Zanahak simply smiled gently. After emerging from the sea, his daughter Narnia fell silent. Seeing 2 women and 1 man sitting on the rocks, a half-elf, and a Naga merman, Nozahak approached them. Roy stood up and approached the leader of Zanahak. He was at least a meter shorter than Zanahak. Zanahak's muscular body exuded a powerful sense of intimidation. "I've been wanting to see you again for a while now. I've been so busy dealing with the mess left behind by the Duergar dwarves' attack on the island that I haven't finished yet. This has delayed our meeting. Please forgive me." Miss Tiffany stood beside Roy and translated everything to Chief Zanahak verbatim. Seeing the friendliness on Roy's face, Chief Zanahak laughed heartily. A hint of dominance etched across his ugly features. "Boss Roy, no matter what, it was I who initiated the meeting. After all, you reclaimed the waters of K Island from the Duergar dwarves and offered to share them with our Zanahak tribe. I always remember the friendship the half-blood elves have shown to the Zanahak Nada tribe." Chief Zanahak spoke politely, clearly not as rough and unrestrained as his appearance suggested. He was fully qualified as the leader of the Zanahak tribe. No wonder they were able to carve out a niche in Gomez City when the Zanahak tribe was at its weakest. You have to remember that the Naga Sea tribe is very territorial, especially among the Naga tribes, who are known to be relentless in their pursuit of territory. I invited you here to discuss further the trade between the half-elves and the Zanahak Naga tribe. I'm sure you're aware that the Zanahak Naga and the K-Island half-elves have been engaging in barter transactions near the K-Island docks lately, Roy said to the Zanahak leader. Zanahak nodded, indicating his knowledge of the matter. "I believe this trade will foster a deeper friendship between the Naga and the half-elves." Roy continued, "I also hope the Zanahak Naga can diversify their food preferences. I discovered that Naga also enjoy fruit. We're happy to provide them with common fruits like apples, lemons, and oranges. We also hope the Zanahak Naga Sea tribe can provide us with some deep-sea fish, like tuna and salmon." Upon hearing Roy's words, Chief Zanahak's smile gradually grew more natural, his body relaxed, and his last bit of guard vanished. "That's no problem. Actually, Boss Roy, you might not know this, but the waters off Kui Island are a fantastic natural fishing ground. Otherwise, our Zanahak tribe wouldn't have been so obsessed with this area. Every spring and autumn, tuna schools migrate here, and we're fully capable of providing you with the freshest fish." Chief Zanahak spoke excitedly. Talking about these topics, Chief Zanahak seemed even more enthusiastic. "Lately, I've been enjoying the apples and lemons that Narnia brought me. These fruits really do make the fish taste even better." As he spoke, Narnia, standing behind him, pried 2 oysters from the reef with her dagger, drizzled some lemon juice on them, and offered them to her father. After tasting the oysters, Zanahak became even happier. "So these oysters can be eaten this way." He devoured over 20 oysters in a row, looking as if he hadn't even finished dinner. His daughter, Nania, couldn't bear to watch him, so he finally stopped, still wanting more. Then he had the Naga warriors behind him dig up some oysters, drizzle some lemon juice on them, and try them. As expected, the Naga Sea tribe praised him unanimously. Roy pulled out several ordinary black iron daggers from his magic waist pouch. These daggers didn't even have scabbards, and the handles and blades were completely made of one piece. The handles were simply wrapped with linen to prevent scratching, making them look a bit crude, but the daggers were made of a solid material. These daggers were attached to a linen belt, 12 in a neat row. Seeing Chief Zanahak's puzzled expression, Roy immediately explained, "Actually, I didn't invite you to meet specifically to discuss the trade in fruits and fish. After all, the Naga and the elves are already conducting such transactions at the docks." He pointed at the daggers on his belt and continued, "I'm talking about these ordinary black iron daggers. I happen to have some channels that can help me acquire ordinary daggers and longswords made of this material. These daggers are made of the most ordinary black iron. They don't contain any magical metal, so they can't bear any magical runes. However, the surface is treated with an anti-corrosion agent, so even if used in the sea, it won't rust easily." As he spoke, Roy picked up a black iron dagger, swirled it between his fingers, and then grasped it with his backhand. Right before Chief Zanahak, he thrust his full might into the black reef. Roy's dagger, halfway embedded in the rock, left the other half exposed, emitting a humming sound. Chief Zanahak saw Roy signaling with his eyes, asking him to pull the black iron dagger from the reef. With a clang, the dagger emerged from the tiny crevice. Chief Zanahak instinctively glanced at the blade, surprised to find it lacking even a scratch. The dagger's edge was clearly incredibly hard, and there was no cracking at all, demonstrating its exceptional strength. I noticed that the Naga warriors of the Zanahak tribe are generally equipped with long-handled weapons, like tridents. These weapons are sufficient for combat, but they don't carry daggers like these. You can think of this dagger as a piece of cutlery. For example, when you need to handle large marine fish or pry open shells, this dagger will be extremely convenient." After Roy finished speaking, he worried that Chief Zanahak might not fully understand what he was saying. He had a lively yellow snapper placed on the reef. Then, with a deft dagger, he scraped off the scales and cut along the back. With a fluid motion, he easily severed 2 complete pieces of flesh from the yellow snapper, even removing the skin. Soon, 2 slices of crystal clear fish lay on the reef. He handed one to Chief Zanahak, signaling for a taste. Chief Zanahak had never before eaten fish prepared this way. Not only were the internal organs removed, but the skin and bones were also peeled and deboned, and even a pinch of sea salt was sprinkled on the flesh. Chief Zanahak and the Naga he had brought with him thought to themselves, so this is how the elves usually eat fish. Zanahak took the piece of fish Roy handed him and chewed it. Sure enough, the snapper tasted 10 times better this way than usual. Normally, the Naga don't even scrape the scales off fish when they eat them. They simply eat them raw. With a dagger like this, you can remove the flesh from any sea fish, making the food even more delicious. I can provide these black iron daggers to the Nagas of the Zanahak tribe, Roy said finally. Chief Zanahak was clearly very interested. He felt that after interacting with the elves for a while, the Nagas' daily lives might change. He wasn't one of the stubborn Naga sea tribes. He didn't mind if the Nagas changed for the better. I want to know what you need. What can we offer in exchange for these daggers? Chief Zanahak asked Roy. Tuna, Kohler shells, magic crystals, anything is fine. They're not expensive here. If you can gather 50 palm-sized Kohler shells, you can exchange them for a black iron dagger. If you have magic crystals, 1 magic crystal can buy 6 daggers. But if it's tuna, preferably one as big as me, to get 1 dagger like this. Roy stated the price of the black iron daggers. Simply put, it was 100 Kohler each, about 5 times higher than the market price in the Silvermoon Elf Kingdom. Yes, I'm more than willing to buy some. Chief Zanahak readily agreed. These black iron daggers were invaluable to him, and would significantly improve his melee combat effectiveness. He was thinking that a large number of tuna would pass by Kauai Island in the next few days, and he wanted to trade them for some black iron daggers. He was now liking Roy more and more. Also, I have a business deal I'd like to discuss with you, Roy continued. Zanahak muttered to himself. No wonder so many half-elves call you Boss Roy. As the leader of the half-elves, how come you always have so much business to discuss? I heard the Naga Sea clan found some metal bases in some gray dwarf shipwrecks. They're now lying outside Gomez City. Those metal bases are completely useless to the Naga Sea clan, but I'm very interested in them. I want to buy them from the Nagas, but I don't know who to contact. Chief Zanahak paused for a moment, then said to Roy, I know about those metal ingots outside Gomez City, but they don't belong to me. They belong to the Lord of Gomez. If you want that junk, you need his permission. Roy's eyes showed unconcealed disappointment. If you really want to buy that junk, I can talk to Lord Gomez first. If he's willing to sell it to you, that would be great, but if he's not, then I can't help you. Chief Zanahak paused before jokingly saying, After all, I'm just the leader of a remote tribe, and I can't influence him. Then I trouble you. Roy was delighted to see Chief Zanahak agree to help him. The group chatted late into the night in the area near the reef. The Nagas are night owls, many of whom sleep on the seabed during the day and only come out at night. Some Nagas noticed their leader chatting with the elves on this reef. Although they didn't come over, they were still active nearby. Chapter 861. On the west side of the K Island dock, 23 masted galleons, seized from the Grey Dwarf bandits, were lined up outside the dockyard. Elven crews inside the dockyard worked tirelessly, day and night, repairing these galleons. 2 other 3-masted galleons were also undergoing renovations. Having obtained a large quantity of buoyancy equipment from the Lost Sea, Roy decided to convert these 3-masted galleons into magical airships. Roy now possessed a considerable fleet, consisting of 34 magical airships and 20 3-masted galleons. Most of the magical airships were in service on the Partington Plain, and these 20 3-masted galleons would also be converted into magical airships after they were fully repaired. The half-elven sailors responsible for the magical airship renovations were brought over by Roy from the Partington Island shipyard. They possessed extensive experience in renovations. Roy, Moira, Woods, Tiffany, Sabrina, and their companions sat on the deck of the Black Pearl, gathered around a round table. On the round table lay a thick stack of nautical charts drawn by Abbott, nearly 200 in number. Roy planned to piece these together to create a detailed map of the endless sea. This map was so large that it occupied a large section of the Black Pearl's deck. For the first time, Roy and the others clearly realized that the endless sea was several times larger than they had imagined. For example, the area between Kauai Island and the Lost Sea, even extending eastward to the western outskirts of the Queen Uni Islands, was just a corner of one of Abbott's charts. The Naga Empire seas are far larger than the entire Elven continent. Grim Empire ships attempting to cross the Great Sea directly would be extremely risky. The Empire merchant Darwin's fleet has always sailed north along the west coast of the Elven continent, crossing the Mensa Plains and finding the boundary between the Frozen Sea and the Great Sea on the west coast of the Durag tundra. Durag is the home of the Grey Dwarves. This continent consists of a narrow tundra strip and vast mountain ranges. Further south, it borders the Mensa Plains, home to the Horde Orcs. If the fleet chooses to sail eastward along the northern coast of the Ladug tundra, it would take 2 months to reach the northeast corner of the eastern continent, and another 5 months to cross the Twin Seas and reach the Dwarven Kingdom. The Dwarven Kingdom is located in the northwest corner of the Roland continent, far from the Grim Empire. There are 2 routes from the Dwarven Kingdom to the Grim continent. First, the caravan will then travel overland. After passing through the Dwarven Kingdom, the caravan could continue eastward along the New Siachis Mountains. It would take approximately 18 months to exit the New Siachis Mountains. Traveling along the Starry Lake and the icy tundra to reach the city of Sloit would be dangerous, but it would be safer if they could take the route through the Pi Plateau. The second route would require the caravan to sail southwards by sea. After circumnavigating the entire Isha Alliance Kingdom and the Wild Swamp, they would reach Qian City, the southernmost tip of the Grim Empire. If the fleet sailed westwards along the boundary between the Frozen Sea and the Endless Sea instead of eastwards along the Durag tundra, they would be able to circumvent the Endless Sea. According to the Imperial merchant Darwin, this sea is approximately 300,000 nautical miles long, and it would take Imperial merchant ships approximately 30 months to reach Qian City. The Imperial merchant Darwin's explanation was somewhat vague. Roy had asked Darwin why the fleet, sailing westward along the border of the Frozen Sea, first arrived at Qian Port, the southernmost port of the Green Empire, near the Savage Swamp, instead of Shanghai Port in Qiluit Province, in the northern Green Empire. Darwin explained that reaching the northern Green Empire port might take several months longer than reaching Qian Port. Because the winds blow northwesterly almost year-round in the Endless Sea, sailing to Qiluit Province would be against the wind. But sailing to Qian Province would have been smooth sailing, and the supply island infrastructure along the way was relatively safe. After finally arranging the charts according to their actual locations, everyone gathered around a corner to rest, feeling like they had completed a giant puzzle. Roy stepped barefoot on the nautical chart. He placed a short spear on the surface, seemingly drawing a large arrow on the map, and then said to a few friends, "I want to lead the fleet directly through here." Woods immediately objected. Countless failed voyages have been attempted across the Endless Sea. Haven't all those lessons learned made it clear to you that this sea route is unworkable? Roy looked at Miss Tiffany and smiled. That's because they don't have any Naga Sea friends. But we do. Miss Tiffany didn't want to make such a promise and quickly waved her hand, saying, "How can I help you convince those stubborn Naga tribes?" "Don't be ridiculous. I don't even believe I can do it myself. I know this route might be dangerous, but if those slavers can get through, I think we should be able to too," Roy said. He then added, "I believe there must be a safe route. We just haven't found it yet." Sabrina suggested, "Why not ask those Grey Dwarves? They should know something." Roy walked to the bow and gazed toward the beach east of the dock. "I think those Imperial merchants might know more about this route." The night at the Kauai Island dock was unusually quiet. Waves crashed relentlessly against the seawall, stirring up foam that drifted into the cracks in the rock, creating patches of mottled white. The Imperial merchant Moses, shackled, stumbled down the steps of the seawall. Behind him followed a line of Imperial merchants and crew members, each dragging their exhausted bodies as they stumbled down the stone steps. Compared to the Imperial merchants, the Imperial crew members were in a much better position. Since they were all doing manual labor, their bodies could at least hold up. This group of Imperials numbered around 600, with only about 30 Imperial merchants among them. For the past few days, these Imperials had been on Kauai Island, chiseling stone, a toilsome experience. Many Imperial merchants' ankles were chafed by their shackles, dragging their rattling chains directly down the seawall. The wounds on their ankles were suddenly soaked in the sea, and the mere thought of the pain sent convulsions through the Imperial merchants' bodies. These Imperials spent their days chiseling stone in the rock pool near the foot of the active volcano. The crew members fared better, but the merchants, from the daily grind of hammers, had blisters on their palms and scars on their ankles. There were no half-elf overseers at the Shurtang quarry. There were only a few Highland headhunters working alongside them to dig. The headhunters, however, felt these humans were constantly slacking off, so whenever they stopped, they would be whipped. Over the course of a few days, The 600 or so grim Empire soldiers had lost a significant amount of weight, their eye sockets sunken, and their spirits languishing. Bearing the searing pain of the seawater on their ankles, a group of Imperials sat down on the beach to rest. Several half-elven men came over carrying buckets of fruit, and gave each of them 2 apples. The silver-haired Empire merchant looked at 2 green apples casually discarded on the beach, wiped his dry lips, and whispered to Empire merchant Moses, "Moses, if we keep going like this, we're all going to die here." Another Empire merchant, with a troubled look on his face, suggested, "Can you talk to Boss Roy and ask him to allow us to redeem ourselves? If we can write a letter home and ask them to send us money, we might be free again." He hung his head and murmured regretfully, "I was planning to call it quits after this trip, but who could have imagined we end up on Koi Island this time?" The other Empire merchants echoed, "We've been badly screwed by those Grey Dwarves this time. It's not like we're going to wage war against the half-elves. We're just here to do business with them. Why are these half-elves imprisoning us?" The protests were a bit loud, and Moses quickly said, "Everyone, shut up. Give me a moment to think of a solution." The silver-haired merchant turned to look at Moses, a pessimistic mood etched on his face. "Do you think we can still leave K Island alive?" he whispered to Moses. Moses was about to shake his head, when he heard a small group of half-elves running from the harbor. Footsteps soon followed, carrying a box of magical herbs, which they dropped onto the ground. These magical herbs were mostly for wound healing. The half-elves placed the herbs on the beach. One of the half-elf officers said to Moses, his face cold, "Boss Moses, please come out for a moment." Moses stood up from the group and walked over to the half-elf officer, looking at him with a puzzled expression. "Please come with me," the half-elf officer said politely. Although his legs were a little strained, he nodded and followed the half-elf officer, limping towards the dock. The chains on his feet clanked from time to time. Merchant Moses arrived at the docks, and walked a short distance until he came to a ship covered in foliage. Roy sat on a chair, holding a skewer of grilled fish. The aroma wafted far into the distance. Seeing Roy gesture for him to sit down, Moses sat silently on a lounge chair beneath the mast. Roy said to Merchant Moses, "In this battle, over 12,000 of our half-elf guards were wounded, and 1,800 perished. Some of this was entirely preventable, but it's clear you haven't made things right. Therefore, I'm confiscating all your property, including the 2 merchant ships." Roy stared at the Merchant Moses and said slowly, "I know these merchant ships are involved in the slave trade. You transport elves and dwarves to Roland Continent for sale, and you also bring lizardmen and orcs from Roland Continent to Durag. Of course, you also engage in other business. According to Elven law, you will remain in prison until you die. Of course, if you have the courage, you can sacrifice your lives to the sea or that volcano. I believe no elves will stop you," Roy said nonchalantly. A pained smile crossed the Merchant Moses' eyes. It was clear he did not want to die. But living in such agony wasn't what he wanted. Roy continued, "If you want to live, you must repent for your past crimes. You are now prisoners of the mine guards. I have some questions for you. You don't have to answer. I don't care if you truly don't know or simply don't want to. It doesn't matter. I don't care whether you answer or not, but you can't lie. If I believe you lied, I send you to the mines. Do you understand?" Miss Tiffany stood by and translated. The Imperial Merchant Moses nodded repeatedly. Roy sat back in his chair and waited for a long moment before asking the Imperial Merchant Moses, "Do you know the Lost Sea?" "Yes." The Imperial Merchant Moses immediately gave Roy an affirmative answer. Clearly, they had been there. Roy fell silent again. Merchant Moses waited for a long moment before Roy asked, "What route do you usually take when crossing the endless sea from the Elven Continent to the Roland Continent?" Merchant Moses opened his mouth, but no sound came out. Cold sweat streamed down Merchant Moses' cheeks. There was indeed a sea route connecting Roland Continent and the Elven Continent, the slave route Roy had mentioned. He hesitated over whether to tell or not. If information about this route were leaked, the slave ships would likely face severe attacks from Roy's fleet. That was why Imperial Merchant Moses was so torn. At that moment, Roy stared into his eyes and said, "You only have one chance. You can keep silent, and at most you'd be digging for stones in the rock pond. But if you dare lie, once proven wrong, you'd be forced to dig in the dark and dank mines. So what's your choice?" "I don't know. We're just an ordinary merchant ship." Even this time, transporting the Grey Dwarf bandits to the K Island dock was forced upon us by those Grey Dwarfs. Merchant Moses shouted this out almost in one breath. Roy nodded noncommittally, pointed to the tower behind him, and said to the half-elf guard, "Send him up there and wait. Don't let him make any noise." The half-elf guard escorted Moses to the roof of the tower. There was a flower bed there, and Moses stood there, completely invisible to the people on the deck. Soon, Moses noticed the Silver Empire merchant being led aboard by a half-elf officer. The silver-haired merchant looked at Roy with a pale face. Roy said the same thing to him, but he said nothing. Chapter 862. The young silver-haired Empire merchant spotted Moses standing in the rooftop nursery, his eyes just catching a glimpse of the scene on the deck through the gaps in the flower pots. He smiled and asked, "What's wrong, Moses? Are you testing us?" As he laughed, cold sweat dotted his forehead. Moses grinned at him, but at this moment, no matter how calm he tried, it was hard for him to smile. Having been captured, he was at the mercy of others. The elves were relatively civilized, and rarely tortured their prisoners. At least until now, these Empire men hadn't been subjected to any harsh treatment, aside from the daytime chiseling in the rock pond. Both Moses and the silver-haired merchant felt a heavy weight weighing on their hearts, making it difficult to breathe. They didn't know how many Empire merchants could withstand such interrogation. The half-elf officer called over another Empire merchant. Boss Roy, still sitting in a chair on the deck, asked the same questions as Moses and the silver-haired Empire merchant. Roy then ignored the Imperial merchant, as if his words didn't matter anymore. The answer he offered was merely to verify the previous merchants. "I know there's a coastline running from Murayaki Harbor to Castletown Harbor, and further south to Manasco Harbor. If the Duergar bandits want to capture Silvermoon Elf slaves, they have to lure the Silver Pegasus Knights off this coast, deploy their three-masted sailboats, and wait for an opportunity to poach them. They then sail around the Queen Uni Islands and return to K Island for rest and recuperation. The Duergar have always considered the Queen Uni Islands the greatest obstacle between K Island and the Elven continent. Every time they travel to the Elven continent to capture Silvermoon Elf slaves, they have to make a long detour at sea. That's why they've been trying to seize this island from the Silver Pegasus Knights in recent years." Roy looked at the Imperial merchant speechlessly and said, "You don't have to tell me this." The Imperial merchant quickly shut up, wiped the sweat from his forehead with a handkerchief, and glanced out of the corner of his eye at the approaching half-elf guard. Terrified, he bent to his knees, waving his hands repeatedly, and said, "I tell you." He walked to the deck covered with nautical charts, looked at the detailed map of the Great Sea, and sat down on the ground in fear. Imperial merchant ships didn't carry such detailed nautical charts. Even the Imperial merchants themselves didn't know the exact conditions in many sea areas. "Is this a chart of the Endless Sea?" the Imperial merchant muttered to himself, wiping the sweat from his palms. He first glanced at the Elven continent, then followed the coastline to Castletown Harbor, Partington Island, the Queen Uni Islands, and Kui Island. This is the starting point of the slave trade route. Generally, slave traders from the surrounding area would transport slaves to the Lost Sea for sale, as not all slave ships could cross the Endless Sea. They sold the slaves to Pleston Island, and then, every 2 months, slave ships would arrive on Pleston Island and transport the slaves to Roland Continent. The Imperial merchant pointed to the Lost Sea and said to Roy, "The slave market on Pleston Island in the Lost Sea is managed by a group of powerful sea sirens. It's also one of the most important transit points on the slave trade route." The Imperial merchant then quickly found more than a dozen archipelagos on the nautical chart and circled each island within them: Sukadana Island, Melinda Island, Sulawesi Island, Bengkulu Island, and so on, connecting them with arrows. Roy discovered that the distances between these archipelagos were just enough for the fleet to sail for about a month before reaching another island for resupply. These islands stretched out into the depths of the Endless Sea. Roy said to the half-elf guard, "Take him to rest." The Imperial merchant left the deck, feeling anxious. He was led to a cabin on the second floor of the ship by the half-elf guard. He did not see Merchant Moses and the silver-haired merchant standing on the rooftop, glaring at him angrily. The Imperial merchant seemed to sense something was amiss. Before entering the room, he glanced around the doorway, but unfortunately, he did not see Merchant Moses on the rooftop. With the first person willing to speak up, a dozen or so Imperial merchants followed suit, each choosing to point out the slave route after Roy stated his conditions. Merchant Moses stood on the rooftop, his face pale. He suddenly felt that keeping this secret was not worth it. The young, silver-haired merchant angrily cursed, "These traitors. We were so blind to choose to do business with them." Later, a few resolute individuals emerged, but they too were led to the flower garden by the half-elf guards. Those willing to reveal the slave route took up residence in the ship's tower to rest. After the relentless interrogation of over 30 merchants, it was already late. Most of the Imperial merchants standing in the flower garden regretted not confessing earlier. In reality, it didn't matter whether they spoke or not. With so many merchants already sharing the story, this slave route was no longer a secret. Soon, Roy reached the rooftop and, standing at the entrance to the flower garden, addressed the imperial merchants inside. I respect your choice and admire your courage. Since this is the choice you made, I hope you enjoy this boring life from now on. Merchants who know the route can follow us through this slave route to the Green Empire. I give them a chance to buy them back by having their families pay a ransom. Those of you who refuse to reveal the slave route clearly don't fully understand the crimes you committed. You will remain on the island and continue working, or perhaps you remembered something important. You can tell me any information you have, and you can tell me anytime. But if you come to me and tell me something important, I won't go to such great lengths to verify your lies. Then, you need to find a way to prove to me that everything you say is true. Send them back to the seaside camp, and let them continue mining with the headhunters. As for those merchants who revealed the slave routes, let them work in the shipyard here. Start by having them scrub the decks and paint the 3-masted sailboats that are being repaired. Roy's last words were addressed to the half-elf guards. Before several half-elf guards led the imperial merchants away from the flower garden, the merchant Moses passed by Roy, staring intently at him. He said in a low voice, I believe even Belial, the Lord of Lies, would reveal his deepest secrets in front of you, you devil. I take that as a compliment. Roy took a step forward and punched Merchant Moses in the stomach. Merchant Moses felt a sharp pain in his abdomen, hunching over and nearly falling down. The half-elf guard beside him quickly held his arm and, at Roy's signal, led the regretful imperial merchants back to their tents by the sea. Roy turned and disembarked the Black Pearl. He walked around the dock before returning to the treehouse beneath the coconut trees. The imperial merchants were escorted back to the seaside camp by the half-elf guards. As for those who had mentioned the slave trade route, they could sleep on soft, clean wooden beds tonight. Miss Tiffany and Woods remained on the Black Pearl, each with their own private room on the first deck of the ship's tower. Miss Tiffany's room was arguably the most comfortable on the entire Black Pearl, a room she had put so much effort into. Tiffany and Woods remained on deck, watching Roy enter the treehouse beneath the coconut trees. Tiffany, holding a glass of orange wine, leaned against the side of the boat, gazing up at the brilliant starry sky. Woods, in turn, downed the wine in his glass in one gulp, then, exhaling, confided in Tiffany, sometimes I just can't understand him. His thoughts are so different from ours, and his approach is different too. He doesn't just blindly pursue good things, he'd do whatever it takes to make something better. Sometimes I even think he's half angel, half demon. The half-elf druid from Darnassus was a bit lost. For Woods, Roy's recent actions had crossed a line. The first thing was that, while it was clearly possible to capture more Grey Dwarf bandits in Eastern K Island, Roy's plan was to eliminate as many as possible of those who harbored resistance. Captain Tennyson and his assassins slaughtered at least 5,000 more Grey Dwarf warriors, who refused to surrender. It was clear that a little more pressure would completely crumble their defenses, but Captain Tennyson refused to do so, which infuriated Woods, who had been participating in the battle. Miss Tiffany took a sip of the orange juice from her glass, narrowed her eyes, and said to Woods, the Nagas once discovered an ancient stone tablet at a war site. It's currently on display in the Stair Throne Antiques Room in Jonahagen City. The tablet contained a fragmented ancient Naga inscription. My teacher told me that this phrase, translated into Naga, means punish evil and promote good. She smiled and said, at the time, my understanding of this phrase was punish evil and promote good. Tiffany turned and looked at the deserted dock, adding, but now I have a new understanding. I think punishing evil is actually spreading light. He's a priest, after all. Woods wasn't sure how to complain to Miss Tiffany, so he said, okay, I know you and Roy are now tied together, both wanting to cross the endless sea and see the other side. Miss Tiffany disagreed, saying, actually, it would be much easier for me to cross the endless sea on my own. Woods raised his empty glass and shook it at Miss Tiffany, then walked straight back to the room, saying, then I have to thank you very much for your willingness to lead us across this sea. Miss Tiffany ignored the slightly tipsy Woods, gazing up at the night sky and the cool breeze from the sea. Roy returned to the treehouse, showered, and then lay down on the bed. The window in the room was open, and the sea breeze blew open the gauze curtains, letting in starlight. Moira seemed asleep. Her long eyelashes were like tiny brushes, and her clean face reflected a porcelain sheen. Her pointed ears peeked out from beneath her tangled hair, a lovely sight. Her head sank into the soft pillow, her breathing even. She curled up, a bit like a baby in the womb, her suspender nightgown slipping off her shoulders, revealing a large expanse of delicate skin beneath the thin blanket. Roy quietly slipped into bed and gently tucked the covers in. Just as he was about to sleep, Moira pressed herself against his back, wrapping her arms around him and pressing her face against his. Soon, Roy noticed a dampness on his linen pajamas. He then grasped Moira's slender waist with his backhand and whispered, "What's wrong?" Turning around, one hand gently stroked Moira's face, her ears, and the loose strands of hair at her temples. Moira opened her large, delicate eyes with a hint of grievance and murmured softly, "I'm sorry. I always feel like I'm not good enough, that I can't help you." Roy quickly reached out to wipe away the tears from Moira's eyes. Her large, dark eyes reflected Roy's face. Lying in bed, they stared at each other. Roy held her close, kissed her forehead, and said, "How could I not be able to help? How could that be? Do you know? My life is complete precisely because you're by my side. In fact, I was also very lost at that time. Even if Belinda gave up her life uptown and brought me to Brown Street, I still wasn't doing well. You know, because of my appearance, many elves still looked down on me. Back then, people would mock me, calling me a half-elf at best and a at worst. You know how many cold eyes I received from behind? Those glances like sharp needles piercing my back and deep into my heart. I even felt like this world was a dream, surrounded by countless beautiful things, but none of them belonged to me. I tried countless times to break free from this dream, but failed. That's when I discovered there were two incredibly beautiful elf girls next door. Actually, I didn't know how to approach you, how to get your attention, which led me to act rashly." "So that's why you rashly lifted Sabrina's skirt?" Moira asked, blinking her eyes and smiling in Roy's ear. "I told you, I didn't mean to do that," Roy said with a guilty conscience. "Moira, I want to cross mountains and seas with you." The night sea breeze blew into the room, carrying the elven girl's whispers. Wendy walked into the living room, preparing to pour a cup of lemon tea from the kettle on the dining table. Unspeakable sounds made her face flush, her heart pounding. She clutched her loose nightgown tightly to her chest, teacup in hand, and quickly slipped back to her room. When she returned to bed, she couldn't fall asleep. She sat up, walked to the window, and drew aside the curtains to see the night sea, only to find a blurry figure lying on a rattan chair on the terrace. A nightsaber leopard also lay on the terrace floor, licking its paws. Chapter 863. The news Chief Zanahak brought back disappointed Roy. Lord Gomez wanted no contact with the half-elves. He had previously served as the commander of the First Army of the Naga Legion, the Gomez Legion. In the Battle of the Queen Uni Islands, the Naga and Silvermoon Elves fought for decades, and the Gomez Legion, acting as the vanguard, suffered the most. Some Naga tribes were even forced to relocate to the sea near Gomez City after their warriors were wiped out. If it weren't for the intervention of the Green Empire, the war might still be over. Lord Gomez held many prejudices against the elves. Although the war had long passed, the trauma it caused had yet to be fully healed. Many Naga tribes near Gomez City still had an imbalanced gender ratio, with Naga mermaids typically outnumbering Naga men by twice as many. Chief Zanahak felt a little embarrassed when he met Roy. He had confidently traveled to Gomez City, intending to transport the useless metal junk back to K Island, but unexpectedly returned empty-handed. Roy could only nonchalantly tell Chief Zanahak, "It doesn't matter whether the metal bases are there or not, they won't affect the friendship between the half-elves and the Zanahak tribe." Chief Zanahak also promised to find a way to transport the metal junk back to K Island, and then return to the coral reefs. Although the Lord of Gomez City was unwilling to negotiate business with the half-elves, Roy didn't give up. Recently, he had been busy researching the slave trade route based on information provided by imperial merchants. He numbered the sea areas mapped by Abbott, making them much easier to find. Roy always worked with Woods on these tasks. Now, on K Island, besides caring for the Black Pearl and tending the flower garden on the ship's roof, Woods also taught the Templar priests how to cultivate the flowers of light. Next to the Templar camp, the priests cultivated a flower garden, which was already full of flower seedlings. These flowers are very delicate. If not cared for properly, entire plants can easily wither. "You still haven't been able to install those magic cannons on the magic airship?" Woods, watering the flowers of light from the roof, one-handed, asked Roy, who was on the deck researching the slave trade routes. Roy said helplessly, "The base and pitching frame haven't been completed yet. There's no way to secure them to the magic airship right now. I'm trying to buy the metal bases from the Naga Sea tribe, but unfortunately, Lord Gomez doesn't have a good impression of us elves and doesn't want to negotiate with us. If you ask me, you should have asked Miss Tiffany to buy the metal bases first, and then slowly find a way to transport them back." Woods hung the kettle aside and lifted the black gauze covering the flower bed, allowing the flowers of light to absorb the particles of holy light from the sunlight. He descended from the deck and began to examine the tree on the Black Pearl. Infused with life essence, the Black Pearl's 3 masts and main keel, as well as several floors of planking, showed signs of greening. Woods climbed up the mainmast. Today, he would trim the excess branches from the observation tower. Miss Tiffany then opened the window and leaned out to Roy, saying, "I hear that Lord Gomez holds considerable influence in the city. Without his approval, the other Naga wouldn't dare dispose of those metal bases. I go and find out for you if Lord Gomez has any other hobbies." She changed into a cyan mermaid pattern dress and quickly emerged from the room. The Xanahak tribe had relocated to the coral reefs of Kui Island. Miss Tiffany wasn't always on the Black Pearl. She often joined the Xanahak Naga for swimming and fishing. Miss Tiffany jumped from the stern into the sea, and soon 2 faint lines appeared on the surface. In addition to the tricolored fishtail, Roy also spotted a pale golden fishtail, clearly belonging to Miss Nania, the daughter of the Xanahak chieftain. "So what are you going to do next?" Woods asked Roy on the deck as he trimmed branches. Roy looked up, squinting his eyes, as he spoke to Woods atop the mast. "Lord Gomez hasn't agreed to a meeting, which only means he doesn't like the way we chosen to deal. I try to impress him and get those metal bases back. I'm going to see Grand Wizard Grims's magical experiments. Do you want to come? I'm proving the Black Pearl and don't have time to look at those Hextech items. Go on your own," Wood shouted back. Roy put the number charts into his magic belt bag and hurried off the ship. Grand Wizard Grims was testing the magic shield on a magic airship. It was functioning normally, but its biggest drawback was that it burned a lot of magic crystals. In the ocean, no Naga mermaid could catch Miss Tiffany. She clasped her hands together, thrusting them forward in an A shape. With a powerful swing of her tail, her body formed a white line in the sea, like a sailfish. Behind Miss Tiffany were more than a dozen Naga mermaids, including Miss Nania. Her figure was more rounded than Miss Tiffany's, especially in the shoulders and hips. Miss Nania wasn't narrow-shouldered. She had a larger frame, a very delicate collarbone, and slightly wider shoulders. For Naga, broad shoulders put them at a distinct disadvantage in swimming. The male Naga warriors of the Raging Spine didn't even have distinct necks. Their heads were connected to their bodies, with 5 fins in total. Sharp bone spurs grew from the top of their heads, on their temples, and just below their gills. Their powerful arms also had fascia that allowed them to accelerate rapidly while swimming. The mermaids of the Xanahak tribe were also strong swimmers, but in this small swimming competition, Miss Tiffany's swimming skills were superior. The golden Naga mermaid, Nania, looked down at the rabbits dangling from her chest, bobbing and undulating. She felt that her inability to catch up to Miss Tiffany was due to them hindering her performance. Though somewhat unwilling, she felt helpless. Miss Tiffany lay flat on the seabed, eyes closed, enjoying the sun. A group of Naga mermaids caught up behind her, chattering and chatting. Nania swam over to Tiffany and lay flat on the seabed with her. "It's been a while since I had such a satisfying swim. Tell me, what do you want me to do?" Miss Tiffany turned to Nania and asked. Nania rolled over, lying on the sand. She smiled at Miss Tiffany and said, "I want to learn transformation from you. It's too boring to be in the sea all the time. If I could become an elf like you, I could go to K Island and explore. I can teach you water transformation. It's a kind of witchcraft. While it grants you the ability to move freely on land, it also deprives you of other abilities." Miss Tiffany seemed to have anticipated Nania's request and readily agreed. Miss Tiffany then added, "If you want to go to the island, you need permission from the mine guards. Witchcraft and magic are completely different things. Besides magic circles and spells, performing magic requires some strange mediums, but the magic circles and spells become simpler, requiring less advanced magical skills." Nania asked Miss Tiffany for advice on how to transform into an elf, and Tiffany taught Nania the magic she had learned. In the evening, Roy, Moira, and Sabrina sat on the terrace of the treehouse under the coconut trees, chatting. "So, Master Grams's magic shield test was a complete success?" Sabrina, wearing a cool slip dress, lay on a wicker chair. The hem of her dress lifted slightly in the sea breeze, revealing her long, straight, white legs. Wendy brought her lemon tea and squatted beside Sabrina to massage her legs. Moira clung to her sister Sabrina, squeezing into a wicker chair with her. She had just finished her shift and was feeling sleepy after taking a shower. She didn't want to go back to bed, so she stayed on the terrace to enjoy the cool air. It had been ages since they sat together and chatted so leisurely. They felt quite relaxed. There was no need to search for topics to avoid awkward silences. They simply laid back on the wicker chairs and chatted casually. "Well, these Hextech protective devices are very simple to operate. Simply install them on the airship to create a magical shield. However, one protective device can't completely cover the entire airship. To do so, at least 3 would be needed. These devices are products of Hextech technology. Currently, neither the elves nor the dwarves can replicate them, so I'm a bit torn. Should I install 3 protective devices on a single airship, or just one? I haven't quite decided yet, Roy said, his hands behind his head, a little hesitant. Then why are you having such a hard time deciding? Moira turned over and looked at Roy. She handed Roy a handful of breadfruit from the plate. Roy had loved eating this stuff since he was a kid. This stuff consumes a lot of magic crystals. A magic airship needs at least 12 levitation devices and a propulsion device. These are essential. In the future, we also need to install magic cannons. I think a magic airship should have at least 3 magic cannons. These magical devices all consume magic crystals. If you add in magic protection devices, a magic airship might need to burn over 50 magic crystals a day, Roy said with a hint of distress. You have to know that in the current magic market of the Silver Moon Elf Kingdom, a set of basic magic pattern construction only requires about 100 magic crystals. If each airship only had 1 magical protective device installed, and that device only protected the main deck, we could save a lot of magic crystals, Roy explained to Moira and Sabrina. Sabrina, covering her low neckline with one hand, suggested to Roy, I think you should install 3 sets of magical protective devices. These devices only activate when entering combat mode, they're just for show at other times. This will greatly increase the airship's combat effectiveness. At that moment, 2 familiar figures suddenly appeared on the beach in front of Roy's treehouse. The sky was getting dark. Miss Tiffany, wearing a wet mermaid pattern dress, emerged from the sea, driven by the waves. Nania followed behind Miss Tiffany, her white gauze dress tightly wrapped around her, showcasing her voluptuous figure. She had also transformed into an elf, walking lightly beside Miss Tiffany. It might have been her first time walking on her own 2 legs, and her steps were very jerky. Miss Tiffany walked to the treehouse terrace and sat down on the floor next to Moira. She asked, Did you get anything today? No, lately, almost no gray dwarves have dared to sneak onto the island, Moira said casually. Miss Tiffany then asked Roy, when are you planning to leave for Sunny Island Bay? The day after tomorrow at the earliest. I have to finish things here, Roy replied casually. Miss Nania then sat down across from Roy, staring at him boldly with a hint of flirtation in her eyes. Seeing Roy look away with a polite smile, Naya spoke to him in Elvish. I want to discuss Lord Gomez and the scrap metal. Do you speak Elvish? Roy asked, rising from his wicker chair. I'm the heir of the Zanahak tribe. What's so strange about knowing Elvish? Naya's eyes darted from Roy. Miss Naya, do you have a way to get those metal bases back? Whether it's barter or buying them with magic crystals. I'm open to it, Roy said. Miss Naya pursed her lips, glanced at Moira beside her, and replied, I can only say you can give it a try. If you succeed, I come back to see you. With that, she stood up and, without looking back, walked towards the sea. Standing on the terrace, Roy pressed Miss Nania, What does Lord Gomez like? Tell me, maybe I can get it. Miss Nania, hearing Roy's question, still didn't turn around, but simply waved her hand, indicating she heard him. After Miss Nania disappeared over the sea, Moira, Sabrina, and Miss Tiffany looked at Roy suspiciously. Roy finally realized that Miss Nania seemed a little too enthusiastic towards him. Why are you looking at me like that? Including this time, I only met Miss Nania 3 times. Roy defended himself. Chapter 864. After Roy inquired with the Imperial merchants about the sailing routes, some of those who revealed the slave routes were assigned to work at the shipyard. Their daily tasks were to shovel away the shellfish that infested the bottoms of their ships. The remaining Imperial merchants returned to their beach camp and continued to dig rocks in the reefs, leading an extremely hard life. At first, the Imperial crew members were able to contain their tempers and refrain from harsh words, hoping that one day they would be able to redeem them. But in the past 2 days, the crew members had heard that Boss Roy had been asking the Imperial merchants for information on the slave routes. Those who were willing to share the routes had already taken up residence on the ships, performing only simple tasks each day. Only those who refused to share the routes were sent back, and they joined the crew in digging rocks in the reefs. The Imperial sailors dreamed of regaining their freedom soon, but the Imperial merchants' refusal to budge made them feel they might die on Kauai Island, forced to work as stone miners for the rest of their lives. Desperate, the Imperial sailors occasionally vented their anger with insults. Though they didn't point their fingers at the Imperial merchants, the camp was filled with anguish, tension, impulsiveness, and rage, like explosives, ready to explode at any moment. The silver-haired imperial merchant collapsed on the beach, shoving his chisel into his leather pouch. The soft sand felt like his velvet-covered bed at home. He yearned deeply for the sweet times he had spent with his lover. He untied his water bladder from his waist, took a long gulp of water, and then imagined drinking orange juice with ice cubes at home. The scrapes on his hands had begun to scab and form calluses. Now, he could step barefoot on the rocks without feeling any pain. He could even climb barefoot on the oyster-covered reefs without getting his toes bloody. But this seemingly endless hardship truly made one feel despair. He turned to glance at Moses, who sat beside him. Moses had lost a lot of weight recently, his eye sockets sunken, and he had become silent. I think we should work with Boss Roy. He wants to know the route, and we won't lose anything by telling him. Even if we don't, he can get the information from other sources, and we'd just be stranded on this island. Moses, no one will come to rescue us, the silver-haired young businessman whispered. I've been wondering these past few days. Will we ever be able to return to the Grim Empire? Do you think it's possible that if we tell them the route, they take us back, and even let our families pay a ransom to buy us back? Moses struggled to raise his upper body with his hands, then stared blankly out at the sea. The merchants gathered around him, all of them convinced. Moses, why don't we explain more about the slave routes? Those guys have only been with us for a short time. How would they know the real slave routes? I think we should take a gamble. If it works, maybe we can get home. Another merchant suggested to Moses. Moses sat on the beach in silence. Just 2 weeks ago, these same people had been trying to persuade him to cooperate with the Grey Dwarf bandits. Now he's planning to surrender the slave trade route, simply to gamble on a promise from the half-elf leader. He glanced at the festering wound on his foot, thinking that if he held out for a few more days, his foot might rot away. All right, I go see Roy, Moses said weakly. Merchant Moses approached the half-elf guards, and told them he wanted to see Boss Roy. The elven guards quickly led Merchant Moses to a wooden house beneath a coconut tree near the dock. The house wasn't built into the tree, it looked more like a stilt house. Boss Roy was lounging comfortably on a wicker chair on the terrace, while a wood elf maid was peeling fruit nearby. Her tall figure crouched beside the chair, her beautiful face with emerald green eyes offering the ultimate in enjoyment. 2 beautiful half-elf women huddled on another lounge chair, seemingly chatting happily. Leaning against the terrace railing was a Naga mermaid, who looked remarkably like an elven beauty. Although she had used transfiguration to transform her fish tail into legs, Moses could still tell instantly that she was a Naga mermaid. Unlike the women of the Empire, elven women rarely had unattractive features. For elves, even ordinary appearance was considered unattractive. However, Merchant Moses hadn't come here to admire the elven beauty, so he didn't dare to look around. He approached the fence near Roy and stood there somewhat stiffly. At Roy's instruction, the wood elf maid, half crouched in front of Roy's wicker chair, brought him a cup of lemon tea with honey. The wood elf maid was wearing only a light gauze dress, and despite the dim light, her graceful figure was still visible. Noticing the Merchant Moses' fixed gaze, the wood elf maid glared at him with embarrassment and quickly retreated behind the wicker chair. Merchant Moses could smell the sweet aroma from the cup. He eagerly drank the lemon tea in one gulp. The sweet honey water flowed into his dry stomach, instantly making him feel a warm current flowing through his body. Moses smiled awkwardly and said in a hoarse voice, Boss Roy, we're willing to share that route with you. Can you arrange some easy work for us merchants? When the Imperial merchant ships arrived on Kauai Island, Merchant Moses had been so high-spirited, and now he was so embarrassed. But Roy didn't mock him. Instead, he said calmly, if I find the information you provide useful, I can have you work in the shipyard. Roy then sat up from his wicker chair, resting his elbows on his knees, his chin resting on one hand. He continued, if you want all merchants to be exempted from stone cutting, you must provide me with sufficient useful information. Merchant Moses could only nod silently. Then, he added, if your fleet wishes to travel to Roland Continent, please take us with you. Roy waved his hand, somewhat impatiently, well, I can't promise you that. Merchant Moses' eyes dimmed, knowing he had missed the best opportunity for negotiation. It would be difficult to negotiate if he approached me now. The surroundings were quiet. Moira, Sabrina, and Miss Tiffany all sat quietly, their conversations no longer interrupted. Roy felt that his negotiations with Merchant Moses had disrupted the conversation. After a moment's thought, he took Merchant Moses aboard the Black Pearl to discuss these matters. Besides, the chart of the Great Sea could only be fully unfolded on the deck of the Black Pearl. He didn't want to spread it out on the beach in front of the terrace. Roy once again placed the charts on the deck of the Black Pearl. At this moment, Woods also ran out of his room to help. A dozen Imperial merchants were in the cabin on the second floor of the ship. Seeing Moses arrive on deck, they all gathered around the windows to peek out, their eyes filled with a complex mix of emotions: contempt, sympathy, guilt, gloating. Everything in between. Moses sat on the deck, closed his eyes, and thought for a moment before beginning to tell Roy about the slave trade route. He confessed that his caravan had been bringing some elven slave girls and Naga mermen to Roland continent for years. Generally, Silvermoon elven women had the highest added value, followed by wood elves, darkmoon elves, and half-elves. The imperial nobles, who could afford to raise Naga mermen, were almost all wealthy lords. Their estates required large saltwater swimming pools. Naga mermen would easily lose their scales living in freshwater. As he spoke, Roy stared at him impatiently. Merchant Moses immediately realized that Roy, unlike those profit-driven merchants, didn't appreciate hearing these business tidbits. He rubbed his nose before discussing the gray dwarves living on the west coast of the Elven continent. In fact, these gray dwarves weren't just scattered along the west coast of the Elven continent. A large number of gray dwarf bandits were active along the east coast as well. They even extended their reach to Garo Island in the Seven Realm Sea, an island said to be nearly the size of the Wood Elves' territory. Nearly half of the gray dwarf's homeland, Durag's Knee, has been lost, and the remaining half is now in the hands of the Dwarven Legion and the Mensa Plains Orc tribe. As a result, most of the gray dwarf bandits have left their homes. During their migrations, some Duergar dwarves chose to settle on the island surrounding the Elven continent, which is one of the reasons they were able to build a vast pirate army in just a few decades. As the Duergar dwarves lived on the islands for a long time, they grew increasingly restless. Gradually, they realized that fishing at sea wouldn't change their lives. They encountered the slave trade, finding it the most lucrative business they could find. Over the decades, the Duergar dwarves gradually became suppliers to the slave trade, attempting to capture large numbers of elves and Naga. The Sirens of the Lost Sea have been a slave market for a long time. As managers of the slave market, the Sirens have always maintained a healthy slave trade. At first, they traded only Naga sea folk. Later, elven slaves became particularly popular in the Green Empire and the Isha Alliance Kingdom, and the number of elven slaves in this market gradually increased. Merchant Moses spoke with a dry mouth. Woods handed him a glass of water, which he drank again. He then explained that almost all the slave ships crossing the Endless Sea originated from the Green Empire and the Isha Alliance Kingdom. The first third of this route lies within the Endless Sea. It will take approximately 12 months of sailing through the Endless Sea for the fleet to reach its southern border. If the fleet hasn't been targeted by the Naga army by this point, they can follow the ocean currents on this side of the Endless Sea toward the Roland continent. If they have been targeted by the Naga army by this point, they must continue sailing south. A vast buffer zone lies between the Endless Sea and the Seven Realm Sea. This deep sea region is also home to numerous deep sea monsters, some of which are far more dangerous than the Naga army. Only the most experienced captains can navigate back and forth between this buffer zone and the Endless Sea, avoiding dangers from all directions. After passing through this sea area, slave ships eventually arrived at Grey Harbor in the Linden province of the Grim Empire, or they could send them to Pelarg Harbor in the Anduin province. Roy asked the merchant Moses, "I heard that merchant ships generally go to Strange Rock Harbor." Merchant Moses shook his head silently. He told Roy that in the Grim Empire, only two ports wouldn't inspect slave ships, Grey Harbor and Pelarg Harbor. Slave ships actually have many routes. But each path is a dangerous one. Each slave ship has a powerful force behind it, and slave ships will try to choose the route that best suits them based on these advantages. If a slave ship has a powerful mercenary group, especially one with master-level warriors capable of hunting deep-sea monsters, then the slave ship can safely break through the Endless Sea and enter the buffer zone where sea beasts roam. In this sea area, one can even hunt extremely rare deep-sea monsters. If the slave ship has some close connection with those maritime powers, they can sail directly south from the Elven continent until they reach the Seven Realm Sea, then sail west, completely avoiding the Endless Sea. Many maritime powers are hidden in the Seven Realm Sea. If the slave fleet is familiar with the Naga Legion in the Endless Sea, things will be much simpler. They can sail west from the Lost Sea, following the route on the nautical chart, and continuously reach the islands that serve as supply points. This is also the shortest route among the slave routes. However, if the slave ship and the Naga Legion are not familiar with each other, this route cannot be taken. The Naga of the Endless Sea are too powerful. If the fleet rashly enters the Endless Sea, even the Grey Dwarf fleet will be utterly destroyed. Roy asked Merchant Moses, somewhat puzzled, "Didn't the Grey Dwarf say it would take at least 5 years to sail to the Seven Seas?" Merchant Moses said with a bitter face, "That's Garo Island, where the Grey Dwarves are heading to the Seven Seas. The starting point is Jiaoji City, located in the far north of Durag's Knee. It takes about half a year to reach Kui Island by ship from Jiaoji City. Furthermore, Grey Dwarf fleets rarely enter the buffer zone where sea beasts roam, and they almost always choose to take a detour." Roy stared at the nautical chart beneath him. It now seemed that the Green Empire's route to the Roland continent along the frozen sea was the safest. Roy then asked Merchant Moses, "Are there any slave ships taking the northern route?" Merchant Moses felt he had said enough, but seeing that Roy was still unsatisfied, his brows knitted together. At this point, he didn't dare to refuse to answer, so he could only say, "Of course there are, but it would be very troublesome if the Imperial fleet discovered us. Some provinces of the Green Empire have begun to ban the slave trade in recent years. In comparison, the previous route is safer." Chapter 865. Merchant Moses finally moved into the cabin of a three-masted sailing ship with a group of Imperial merchants. Their work changed to odd jobs in the shipyard, including but not limited to cleaning shells from the bottom of the ship, scrubbing the deck, drying and mending sails, and so on. Recently, Roy had confiscated 23 damaged three-masted sailing ships, all of which needed a complete overhaul. The shipyard on Kui Island was clearly very busy, with endless work to do every day. However, compared to chipping away at the reefs, the work at the shipyard was significantly easier. However, the Imperial merchants were clearly divided into two factions. Those who had first revealed the slave trade route to Roy clung together for support, while the other Imperial merchants formed a separate group around Merchant Moses. Although there had been no friction or conflict between the two sides, it was clear that they were not on good terms. However, the Imperial merchants, who had first surrendered to Roy, were clearly treated more favorably, living in cabins on the second floor of the ship. Merchant Moses and his crew were confined to the lower deck. Not only were these Imperial merchants housed there, but so were the 500 Imperial sailors, who Roy had also assigned to work at the shipyard. In fact, even if Merchant Moses hadn't personally approached Roy to reveal more information about the slave trade routes, Roy would have still intended to assign them to work at the shipyard. Recently, there had been frequent clashes between Highland headhunters and Imperial sailors, with the vast majority of them suffering injuries. So Roy had already decided to separate them. The shipyard was short-handed, and the Imperial sailors, who had lived on the ship year-round, were clearly the best candidates. Roy hadn't expected that before he could even make arrangements, the Merchant Moses would give in. He actually came forward and explained the slave trade route, saving him a lot of trouble. Just 2 weeks after the defeat of the Duergar fleet led by Commander Machio on K Island, the Duergar, who had been living in secrecy on the island surrounding K Island, finally underwent a major relocation. Every night, ships of all sizes appeared in the waters, taking the Duergar from the surrounding islands aboard. These ships didn't sail north, nor did they head for the Lost Sea, but instead sailed south. In fact, Roy had even planned to conduct a comprehensive investigation of the islands surrounding K Island, capturing all the Duergar who had previously engaged in slave trading and sending them to the Pagisto Plateau on the Partington Plain to mine. However, plans couldn't keep pace, and before he could make arrangements, the Duergar on the island surrounding K Island had already fled. Trade between the half-elves and the Naga Sea tribe gradually began to flourish. Surprisingly, the item most popular with the Naga Sea tribe wasn't lemons, which enhanced the flavor of seafood, nor were they expensive, exquisite daggers. Instead, it was something humble, even twine, that the half-elves valued the most. These Naga Sea tribes enjoyed stringing together beautiful shells. Previously, they used a variety of silk threads, but now they could obtain cheap twine from the half-elves. Trade at the docks suddenly became frequent. Walking along the bustling docks, Roy was struck by the fact that some half-elves had carved wooden basins and cups, and were selling them on the dockside stalls. Half-elves and the Naga Sea tribe now collaborate on fishing. There are now nearly 80,000 half-elves living on the island. Besides fruit, the half-elves also enjoy fish to maintain their daily energy. A small fish market has formed at the docks. When the elf slaves Roy rescued first arrived on the island, they had no idea what to do. Now, they gradually settled into their new life on the island, receiving free fruit every day and sheltered in brand new treehouses. They're beginning to pursue a more refined lifestyle. Winnie bought 2 blue mullet at the fish market and walked back through the bustling market, carrying the wooden basin. Many of the half-elves at the dock knew her. The elves who had escaped from the Lost Sea with her would greet her whenever they saw her. As a wood elf, Wendy only ate some fruit and drank some honey and lemon tea every day. Sabrina was also a vegetarian. Roy and Moira were the only two who ate fish, and they did so almost every day. Occasionally, Miss Tiffany would come over and share some grilled fish with them. So Wendy would buy fish at the dock market every day. Wendy, you're here to buy fish again. Wendy, I collected some wild honey in the jungle a few days ago. This beeswax is incredibly sweet. Take some. Every day, the elves would bring gifts to Wendy. They weren't asking her for anything, they simply wanted to make her friends. She walked barefoot on the soft sand, the warm, fine sand engulfing her ankles. The sun was a bit glaring, and she didn't want her arms to get freckles from it, so she trotted a few steps to the shade of a tree. She stepped over the terrace railing and into the living room. She placed the fish she had bought in a wooden tub in the kitchen, covered it with crushed ice, and then closed the lid. This way, the two fish would be preserved until evening. That evening, Sabrina and Moira returned from the barracks. After Sabrina took a bath, she lay in a wicker chair and ate some fruit. Moira saw the fish in the tub and said to her sister, Sabrina, Roy's gone to Partington. Sis, what are we going to do with these two fish? Sabrina rolled over in the wicker chair and said casually, You've been thinking about learning to grill fish, haven't you? This is a good time to give it a try. You can't always rely on Roy to grill fish for you. He might be busier in the future. You should try making some too. Moira pouted, looking at the blue spots that seemed to be dying. She scratched her head in annoyance and said, Then come and help me, okay? Sabrina ignored her. Moira squatted in front of the tub, thinking of the private words Miss Tiffany had told her last night. Moira, whether elves, Naga, or humans, once they possess wealth and power, they are surrounded by an aura. The greater the wealth and power, the more dazzling the aura becomes. Even if he didn't flirt with those beautiful women, there would still be admirers of his strength approaching him. Although I think he's pretty good at this, at least better than most elven nobles. But you also saw that glittering Nania and the fairy like Olive. They were just as good at keeping their thoughts on the surface. Although the boss, and you have a deep relationship, you can't lose a sense of crisis. Sometimes you need to make your position clear and make them put all their petty thoughts aside. Moira blinked. She hadn't expected to worry about something like this one day. Elves are actually very spontaneous in their relationships. If they're attracted to each other, they stay together. If they both grow bored, they separate. Roy, of human descent, is different from many elves. He's a loyal half-elf, and Moira, on the other hand, is incredibly dependent on him. Their relationship blossomed naturally, bit by bit. She understands Roy better than anyone else. For example, the siren Olive always tries to seduce Roy. But she knows Roy has a deep-seated obsession with sirens. Roy once told her a love story about a human and a siren, but it didn't end well. The siren was imprisoned, and the human forced into asceticism. Now this Narnia is a mermaid, and Roy still really likes the Naga. When Moira's eyes narrow, she looks like a cat. As she looks at her sister Sabrina, Miss Tiffany's words echo in her ears. It just won't go away. Just as Moira's heart was ripping with emotion, Roy had already brought Leah to Padstow. Every time she entered the portal, Leah would observe the brief passages through space-time rifts. According to Grand Mage Grams, these spatial rifts are actually subdimensional spaces. Subdimensional spaces have countless nodes between them and the planes. If one can open these nodes, one can gain the ability to travel through subdimensional spaces. Unfortunately, the laws underlying these space-time rifts are profound knowledge beyond Leah's reach. Leah simply sought to find the true subdimensional space through the passages through space-time rifts, but even a brief second of this left her feeling dizzy. Leaving Padstow's central square, Roy found a carriage on the side of the road and headed straight to the Tree of Life, where the military headquarters was located. Sure enough, Lysander was still busy with official business. I thought you'd be busy on K Island for a while. Seeing Roy stride into the office, Lysander set down his quill and pushed aside the thick stack of documents awaiting signature. Padstow was now a major city with a population exceeding 1 million, and every day Lysander faced several baskets of documents requiring his signature. Roy sat across from Lysander and asked, How's the Padstow Half-Blood Elf Council running? We can't take on everything ourselves. Some of the city's smaller matters need to be handled by the council, leaving urban development and the maintenance of public facilities to be handled. Lysander, you only need to manage the city's taxation and treasury allocations. The council's courtroom is already operational, and is now handling various disputes within the city. Lysander leaned back in his chair, somewhat wearily, as his female assistant brought him 2 cups of tea. Roy glanced out the window. Just across the square stood the conspicuous rows of warehouses, likely overflowing with magical herbs. Next, I try to open up the magical herb market. There should be some magical herb trading houses in Padstow. I'm going to issue some purchase orders, allowing those trading houses to buy up scattered magical herbs. They then collect the herbs and trade them with us in the form of orders. Why go to all this trouble? Lysander frowned, looking at Roy in confusion. Roy spread his hands and explained to Latian, K Island will undoubtedly re-establish ties with the Elven continent and the Grim Empire. Then, elves and humans will enter Padstow to engage in various trade activities. I don't want all the magical herb business in Padstow to be controlled by my trading company. That wouldn't be a healthy market. Only by supporting a few trading companies founded by half-elf merchants can the magical herb market become more competitive. I don't quite understand what you're saying. Anyway, you have the final say in the entire magical herb market. You can do whatever you want. Latian waved his hand, feeling a bit of a headache. Roy continued, in the future, the profits from the mines on the Pagisto Plateau will gradually flow into the Plateau City Treasury, primarily to fund the mine guards. Lysander had a bad feeling and stared at Roy. Boss, what are you planning? Roy said, I want to gradually put the Partington Plain back on track. This plain belongs to the half-elves, and all its resources can't be controlled by one person. Otherwise, it won't be long before an Aldous Lord emerges. Lysander finally understood Roy's intentions. So you want to? Should we hand over the magical herbs first? That way, when foreign merchants enter Padstow, they won't be able to directly control the magical herb market. Roy nodded, then added, it's not just the magical herb market, other industries should also be gradually regulated. By the way, Rambo has been in the Spinel mines for too long. Have him come to Padstow and join the Half-Blood Elf Elder Council. He initially be responsible for managing the city's workshops, and eventually, the management of the entire city will be gradually transferred to the Half-Blood Elf Elder Council. Half-Blood Elves have no nobles, so all council members must be elected by the Half-Blood Elves themselves. Lysander looked at Roy standing by the window and said in a deep voice, I understand. The magic airship headed for Plateau City. The population of Plateau City had skyrocketed to 600,000. A forge had been built near the black iron mines in the Gaxi Mountains, and a large number of Grey Dwarf craftsmen were working there. As a result, a large number of metal tools flowed from the forge into Plateau City. In just 2 years, handicraft workshops in Plateau City had sprung up like mushrooms in every corner of the city. In addition to some copper and metal utensils, many wooden tools now had metal components. The biggest difference between half-elves and other elves was that they were accustomed to hardship. They were inherently hardworking and thrifty, and more receptive to new things. Even without treehouses, the half-elves in the city could live in brick and stone houses. Even without fresh fruit, the market was filled with dried fish, and half-elves were willing to live in such a city. The prisoner of war camp originally consisted of only Highland headhunters, but now, with the addition of a large number of Grey Dwarves, the number of prisoners has swelled to 150,000. Mullen has expanded the mine guards several times, gradually increasing them from 5,000 elven guards to 50,000 half-elven guards. The number of elven guards has increased nearly tenfold, and the current mine guards are now considered a legion. Roy sat in front of Mullen and said to her, let Captain Helic return. He and those half-elven warriors don't need to live in such a cold place. We sent a message to them, but there's been no response. Mullen rolled her eyes and replied to Roy. Chapter 866. I want Captain Helic to be the commander of the Padstow City Defense Regiment, Roy said, looking at Mullen. Mullen asked with some surprise, aren't you afraid he sees your power in Padstow someday? Padstow is teeming with supporters of Captain Helic. The fact that he was able to start a citywide riot there is proof enough that he holds a very high reputation there. The room was silent. Roy lowered his voice and said, with Lysander as governor of Padstow and Captain Helic as city security officer, they can at least suppress the Free Brotherhood, the Jungle Alliance, and the Half-Blood Elf Law Society that has sprouted up in Padstow recently. Sigh, there's been so little attention paid to Padstow lately. I didn't even know Half-Blood Elves had such associations. Mullen asked doubtfully, they say they're all from the Silvermoon Elf Kingdom. What kind of trouble can they possibly cause in Padstow? Roy rubbed his forehead in annoyance and said they always been a shadowy presence in the Silvermoon Elf Kingdom, but now they emerged from the shadows. Once they gained a following, they inevitably make a bid for membership in the Council of Elders. The half-elves have finally found a safe haven, and I don't want to see Padstow thrown into chaos by them. Mullen wasn't expecting Roy to be so hostile to these associations. She immediately said, I conduct an investigation with the mine guards and try to expel all the association members. I came to Plateau City primarily because I'm worried about a situation at the prisoner of war camp, Roy said. The total number of prisoners held in Plateau City has now grown to 150,000. I'm most worried about a large-scale riot in the camp. After all, We have no way to suppress the plateau headhunters and the training of the Grey Dwarves. If any of the prisoners in the camp advanced to a second rank, that would be a real problem. Mullen should have considered this, but she probably couldn't do anything about it. Roy said to Mullen, so you must disperse the high-risk prisoners from the POW camp as much as possible. The outermost wall of Sun Island Bay, the seawall built on Kauai Island, and the headhunter prisoners sent out must be rotated regularly. Who could have imagined that in just a few years, the number of prisoners in Plateau City would surge to 150,000. When we first built Plateau City, didn't we plan on a population of 100,000 half-elves? Look how crowded it is now. Mullen complained to Roy. Roy pondered for a moment, thinking of Miss Channing, who was building a mine in the Nicobar Mountains. He asked Mullen, how's Channing doing in Nicobar? How many Grey Dwarf prisoners can they fit into the mine? Mullen smiled at Roy and said, you better ask her yourself. She just returned from the Nicobar Mountains the day before yesterday, and this time she's taking a group of Grey Dwarf prisoners with her. Has she returned from Nicobar? A sweet voice called from outside the office door. Boss, you finally remembered me. The door opened. Channing Sidney walked in. She was still as beautiful as ever, her eyes radiating maturity, her straight nose adding a firmness to her beautiful face. Dressed in a gorgeous long dress woven from white feathers, she exuded the aura of a noble Silvermoon elf girl. Noble and elegant, with a pure and flawless look tinged with a hint of sadness, it was hard to imagine her as a capable and resourceful mine owner. She had her long golden hair tied up in a bun, and a white ribbon choker around her neck. Her round shoulders, delicate collarbones, and large, snow-white chest were almost all exposed outside her feather dress. Her sky-blue eyes stared at Roy with a half-smile. She walked up to Roy, curtsying like a white swan flaunting its magnificent plumage. Roy stood up and invited Miss Channing to sit across from him. It had been over a year since they last met. When Channing looked at Roy, her face was filled with undisguised joy. Roy took a sip from his teacup before asking, how are the mithril mines in the Nicobar Mountains recovering? Channing pursed her lips, an elegant smile playing on her face. The first mine started producing 6 months ago, and now there are 5 mines operating. I'm back this time to bring back some Grey Dwarf miners. Boss, is there anything you want to ask me? How many Grey Dwarf prisoners are you planning to take with you this time? Roy asked. I'm planning to take 10,000 Grey Dwarf prisoners. Roy hesitated. Are you sure you can handle that? These Grey Dwarves are pirates. You have to be careful when managing them. Boss, are you concerned about me? Channing raised her pretty face. The sunlight filtered through the window lattice, casting a fluorescent glow on her skin. Roy smiled and asked, how many mines do you manage now? 2 in the Sidarso Mountains, 3 in the Gazelle Mountains, 6 in the Nicobar Mountains, and 4 in the northern glaciers. I currently control 15 mines on the Pagisto Plateau, Channing replied. Look! You control half of the mining resources on the Pagisto Plateau. As the boss, I'm naturally concerned about the personal safety of the mine owners I rely on most. These Grey Dwarves are desperate. You need to explain to them the benefits and conditions at the mines, as well as the conditions for their release. Keep some hope in their hearts, and that's how you can better manage them. Otherwise, they explode like bombs at random times, plunging the entire mine into chaos, Roy warned Channing. Channing confidently said, I take care of these Grey Dwarf prisoners. As a mine owner, I'm the most professional. Despite Channing's confident demeanor, Roy couldn't help but remind her, you need to find a way to establish standardized rules and procedures in these mines. You also need to assemble a professional management team. That way, you have a chance to unburden yourself from the hustle and bustle. Once you accomplish all of this, you be a true mine owner. Ms. Channing sat across from Roy, her eyes brimming with fighting spirit. Roy suddenly realized that the promise he made for Channing this time seemed a bit too grand. Mullen, unwilling to sit in the office and watch Miss Channing's performance, stood up and said, let's go to the concentration camp and see those prisoners. As Roy turned and walked out the door, Miss Channing glared at Mullen. Mullen smiled and turned her head away, ignoring Miss Channing. Roy, Mullen, and Miss Channing walked out of the town hall. The 3 of them stood on a long stone staircase in front of the town hall. This was the highest point in the Plateau City. Looking down from above, the terraced buildings covered the entire mound. Roy could only see a few vertical streets. The circular streets surrounding the mound were obscured by the densely packed buildings. The airport terminal at the edge of the city wall in the distance seemed unusually busy. The streets below were thronged with freight wagons. It seemed that trade with Padstow was quite frequent. According to Lysander, since magic airship fares have been reduced 7 times in a row, Fewer caravans now travel from the southern plateau around Wall Town and then through the entire southern Padstow jungle to reach Padstow City. Everyone's used to riding magic airships now. Most of the half-elves in the city know Mulin. They stand still and greet her, but won't approach her to disturb her. Roy and Miss Channing flanked Mulin as they walked through the bustling streets. Many workshops now line the Tolai River. Standing at the Tolai River dock, Roy noticed brass vessels lined up outside the workshops. The metal ingots shipped from the mines to the Plateau City have led to the construction of so many workshops. Roy sighed. Across the river was the prisoner of war camp, and further south lay the endless plains, covered in weeds. It was the rainy season, and the weeds were lush and green, with herds of one-horned bison visible. In recent years, the headhunters' beef has come exclusively from hunting one-horned bison. The Highland headhunters have driven the herd southward, and now, surprisingly, they can still be seen in the northern wilderness near Plateau City. Plateau City boasts a unique geographical advantage. To the south lies the boundless wilderness, while to the north lie the Cassock Mountains, a series of snow-capped peaks. To the east lie the Nicobar Mountains, which almost completely isolate the entire collapsed land from the plateau. To the west of Plateau City lie the Chaldean Mountains. A few wild Highland headhunters still inhabit these mountains. They are the primary target of the Mine Guard's assassin chapter, but even after all these years, they remain elusive. Speaking of the Chaldean Mountains west of Plateau City, the Silver Pegasus Legion had repeatedly sent Silver Moon Elf officers to operate 3 silver mines, but each attempt ended in failure. Roy pointed to the Chaldean Mountains and said to Channing, "You also need to manage the 3 silver mines in the Chaldean Mountains." Channing, sitting in the carriage, stared at Roy quietly, seemingly barely hearing what he had just said. Mulin, sitting nearby, had to secretly poke Channing to wake her, then whispered Roy's words to her. Channing turned her head away, ignoring Mulin's mocking gaze. Then she met Roy's gaze and generously agreed. "She's an elf." Roy stayed in Plateau City for only 1 day, declining Channing Sydney's invitation and boarding the magic airship bound for Sun Island Bay. In fact, he was still a little worried about Channing. After all, she was just a slave owner. Managing 10,000 gray dwarf prisoners now was quite dangerous. Roy stood on the deck, looking down at the prison camp from above. Since it was morning, the prisoners were densely packed in the courtyard. Liao stood behind Roy and said, "Your Miss Chin Ning, who manages the mines, is accompanied by at least a few dozen guards. They're mercenaries, usually wearing ordinary clothes and blending in with the crowd. Their presence in Plateau City is no less impressive than that of Lord Mulin." "Have you discovered the mercenaries hired by Qian Ning?" Roy asked curiously. Liao wrinkled her nose and said, "I can smell them." As the magic airship took off, it ascended slowly, as Roy had instructed. Driven by the north wind, the magic airship drifted southward, allowing it to fly for a distance over the prairie. The herds of beasts on the prairie kept coming into view. At this moment, Roy saw a group of very young plateau headhunters. They must be the new generation of the plateau headhunters. They had lived in concentration camps since childhood and were accustomed to life in the Plateau City. They had no problem with this kind of concentration camp life. That was why they were sent to the prairie to herd the one-horned bison. They drove the one-horned bison from the southern part of the prairie to the north. Although their ancestors often talked about the freedom of their past lives and how they once hunted elves across the plateau, these young plateau headhunters were not interested in their ancestors' glorious deeds. They had grown accustomed to life in the prison camp. These young headhunters would ride their horses, waving their scarves, chasing the rising magic airship across the savannah when they saw it soaring overhead. Roy, standing at the bow of the ship, would also wave at the headhunters. Sun Island Bay finally experienced a period of peace for several months, and the Dark Faceless Legion had vanished without a trace. Roy stepped off the magic airship. The North Coast docks were filled with small fishing boats, and the drying lines on the beach were laden with small dried fish. Compared to the tuna caught by the Naga Sea tribe of Kui Island, the small dried fish drying in Sun Island Bay were clearly inferior. However, these small dried fish were now commonplace at stalls of all sizes at the intersections of Plateau City and Padstow. They were the perfect food for half-blood elves to replenish their energy. Not only were they inexpensive, but they were also very filling. Weight for weight, they cost only 1/50th the price of elven biscuits. The North Coast was rife with wind and waves, crashing onto the beach and rocking the boats moored at the dock. Sun Island Bay was remarkably quiet. There had been no fighting there for a long time. The half-elves in the Mine Guard camp were overjoyed to see Roy return. Roy rested briefly in the regimental tent before having Kaka take him to Sun Island. He wanted to know what was happening with the Dark Faceless Legion in the Western Seas. Arriving at Sun Island, Roy discovered nearly 10,000 Naga Sea tribe gathered on the island. Led by Jazina, the Naga warriors of the Alcisa tribe were practicing formations in the shallow waters. Roy landed on the beach, and Jazina swam ashore hastily. Seeing Roy, she said, "Boss, you arrived just in time. Lord Taziko just sent me an invitation, and I was wondering how to get it to you. I didn't expect you to come all the way here." Chapter 867. A group of Siren warriors from the Alcisa tribe followed behind Jazina. They wore ring-shaped siren armor and exuded a murderous aura. Roy saw Aetius, the son of the Alcisa leader, among them. Jazina dismissed the Siren warriors and personally led Roy to the swimming pool built on the island. The Sirens had built some Naga-style houses next to the pool, and many lounge chairs slid directly into the pool. It seemed these Sirens also knew how to enjoy themselves. Roy had seen some buildings on the beach near the pier on Pleston Island and had initially thought they were the homes of the island's mutated sea monsters. Now, seeing similar structures on Sun Island, he realized. It turns out that Sirens can live not only in the sea, but also on islands, but they simply need to build their houses on the seashore. Jazina handed Roy a scroll made of sea beast skin. Roy unfolded it, revealing 2 lines of Naga script. He handed it to Jazina and said, "You know, I can't read Naga script." Jazina sat on a chair, exuding the aura of strength. The surrounding Siren warriors treated him with respect. Jazina casually said to Roy, "The scroll says, I invite you to Sank Island to participate in the Sirens' blessing ceremony. Whenever the Sirens of the Western Seas encounter a disaster beyond their control, the Siren leaders gather together to hold a blessing ceremony." Some of the Sirens who lived on the island gathered around the pool, men, women, and children. The Sirens were very similar to the Nagas, all males with yaksha-like faces and exceptionally strong bodies. The Siren women were voluptuous and alluring, their upper bodies slender and charming, their lower bodies resembling sea serpents. The Siren women who appeared by the pool weren't the Siren warriors Roy usually encountered, but members of the Alcisa tribe, who lived on Sun Island. They were actually quite curious about Roy, the half-elf leader, having often heard of his feats in the Western Seas. But after seeing his true face, they realized he was truly unremarkable, not even nearly as handsome as the elves. "Jazina, are you also going to the blessing ceremony?" Roy asked. "Of course, this kind of blessing ceremony isn't something you can just witness casually," said Jazina, curling her serpent tail up on the lounge chair. A Siren woman held up a parasol behind her. Atias, the son of the Alcisa leader, also walked over from the beach and sat down on the lounge chair across from Roy. Looking at his mature and steady eyes, Roy knew he had grown up, at least becoming the person Commander Alcisa had hoped to see, brimming with aggression. "Boss Roy, we've been preparing for so long. When will we be able to return to the sunless abyss and completely drive those dark faceless ones out of Partington?" His voice had also changed, becoming quite rough. Roy didn't answer directly, but instead turned to Jazina, who was standing beside Atias, and asked, "Jazina, what do you think? When will we launch a counterattack against the dark faceless ones in the sunless abyss?" "The Siren Legion should launch a counterattack within 3 months. Jazina ignored Atias and addressed Roy directly. "Boss Roy, I hope your magic airship fleet will fully cooperate with us when the time comes." Roy smiled and said, "Of course, eliminating the Faceless Legion is also our half-elves' responsibility. I returned from K Island this time to deliver a batch of Siren Ring armor to Sank Island. Since Commander Taziko invited me to participate in the blessing ceremony, then I will go to Sank Island to participate." Jazina looked at Roy suspiciously. "Boss, are you really going to Sank Island just to complete the Siren armor transaction and participate in the Siren clan's blessing ceremony? Is there nothing else?" Roy glanced at Jazina and ignored her question. Roy didn't stay on Sun Island for long. He boarded Kaka's Griffin and returned to the North Coast docks. 7 magic airships had already landed at the docks. These magic airships had all arrived from the Pagisto Plateau, but their departure point was not the Plateau City, but the forge located in the middle of the Cassock Mountains. Another magic airship appeared in the night sky, slowly descending in response to a signal flare fired from North Coast Dock. This was the 8th magic airship to arrive at Sun Island Bay today. Its deck was piled high with wooden crates. "You will take a short break at North Coast Dock. You don't need to unload these cargoes. We depart from here the day after tomorrow, bound for Sank Island to the west. Prepare the necessary supplies for the long voyage. We may need to remain there for a while, so prepare at least 2 weeks' worth of necessities." Roy boarded the magic airship and addressed the half-elf crew. "Yes, Boss Roy." If Nealon hadn't told him directly, even Roy himself wouldn't have believed it. In just 3 months, The forge in the Jiaxi Mountains had forged a total of 100,000 sets of ring-type siren battle armor. Not only that, the forge was currently producing approximately 1,500 sets of siren battle armor daily, with approximately 20,000 gray dwarves busy at the forge. The 8 magic airships that had landed at the North Coast Pier were all loaded with ring-type siren battle armor. Currently, 2 of the magic airships had not yet arrived at the North Coast Pier. Roy was about to disembark when he saw another burst of green fireworks in the night sky. Soon, a magic flare soared into the night sky from the North Coast Pier. Soon, Roy could see tiny dots of light in the night sky, and the lights of the magic airships grew clearer and clearer. In the end, Roy did not wait until the 10th magic airship arrived at the North Coast Pier, and he returned to the barracks to rest. When he emerged from the woods that morning, he saw 10 magical airships, loaded with supplies, neatly moored at the North Coast dock. The wooden crates on these airships were securely tied with ropes. Some crew members began carefully inspecting the hulls and floating devices. Seeing Roy approach the dock, they saluted him one by one. Roy could only stop and return the greetings one by one. He circled each airship and instructed the crews, "Rest quickly after you're done with this. Someone will deliver supplies to the airships tonight." Jazina had also hurried over from Sun Island just as dusk was approaching. About 200 Siren warriors were accompanying her to Zanker Island. Captain Rodhart arranged cabins for the Siren warriors. After boarding the magic airship and seeing the familiar wooden crates, Jazina asked Roy, somewhat uncomfortably, "Boss, aren't all these magic airships carrying siren armor?" Roy replied, "Only 10 magic airships are heading to Sank Island." Jazina immediately caught up, walking alongside Roy. She asked, "Boss, the siren raiders still have a reserve force of 3,000 sirens that haven't been equipped with siren armor. When do you think this can be resolved?" "By the time we get back from Sank Island, the new ring-type siren armor will be arriving at the North Coast docks." Roy continued walking, and Jazina hurriedly followed, shaking her shoulders. The siren warriors brought by Jazina stood on the beach, curious about the clotheslines where dried fish were hung. Some even reached out to pluck the half-dried fish and put them in their mouths to taste. The dried fish was highly salty and had a delicious chew. Now, Sank Island, located at the western end of the Western Sea, has become a sacred place for the sirens. It was the Siren Legion's defeat of the Faceless Legion on Sank Island that opened up a new chapter for the Siren Legion. Roy arrived on Sank Island by magic airship and discovered that sirens were everywhere around the island. Sank Island had no proper dock, so the magic airship had to anchor in the sea. Roy and Jazina boarded a small boat to arrive on Sank Island. Taziko and a large group of sea beast priests were already waiting on the beach. Taziko then introduced Roy to the sea beast priests. Roy then realized that all the siren tribes in the western seas were branches of the Abyss Fong Sea clan. Many sea beast priests had never seen Roy, but they had heard of the name Boss Roy. They had long coveted the ringed siren armor Roy had provided to Commander Taziko. After all, only siren warriors clad in armor could stand up to the dark faceless ones. Commander Taziko was followed by hundreds of other siren warriors clad in ringed armor, arrayed neatly on the beach. According to Jazina, this was the most prestigious reception ceremony the sirens had ever held. Roy noticed Olive standing among the siren warriors, though she wasn't wearing ringed armor. Seeing Roy's gaze, she winked calmly but didn't approach. "Boss Roy, welcome to Sank Island. Commander Taziko, I come all the way here to express my gratitude. Thank you for sending siren warriors to help me search for the dwarven treasure, despite the urgency of the battle." Roy thanked Taziko profusely. It must be said that Olive deserves at least half the credit for the fleet's successful discovery of Captain Ralph's dwarven treasure in the Lost Sea. "Tazer, is this Boss Roy?" A sea beast priest approached Tazeko and carefully examined him. It was hard to tell his age, but his sharp eyes revealed his formidable strength. Indeed, it was thanks to Boss Roy's selfless help that we were able to defeat the Dark Faceless Legion in the waters around Sank Island last time. That's why I invited him to participate in the Sank Island blessing ceremony this time, Commander Tazeko said calmly. After receiving Commander Tazeko's confirmation, the sea beast priests became very enthusiastic and surrounded Roy on the beach. However, Roy couldn't understand the Naga language they spoke, so he could only wait for Jazina to stand beside him and translate for him. The group of sea beast priests who came up to Roy weren't just casually chatting. They first introduced themselves, then asked Roy to purchase a batch of ring-type siren battle armor. How could Roy agree to this at this moment? He had to fulfill Commander Taziko's order first. 10 magic airships were parked in the sea, and siren warriors were already approaching the 3-masted ship. The siren warriors took out the cargo list, and the half-elf crew untied the ropes on the deck and used a crane to hoist the wooden boxes into the sea one by one. The sirens responsible for carrying the boxes landed one by one, carrying the boxes on their backs. The loading process took a long time, and 100,000 sets of ring-type siren battle armor were unloaded from the 10 magic airships. At first, it didn't seem like a lot, but then the boxes piled up on the beach, soon forming a long wall of boxes on the beach. Although the sirens didn't inspect every crate, they did conduct a thorough inspection. In fact, besides the magical airship being piled high with siren armor, the Grey Dwarf craftsmen in the forge had also mixed in some contraband. They had forged a batch of tridents, elven swords, daggers, and bayonets, all designed to enhance the sirens' combat capabilities. A large quantity of siren armor lay piled on the beach, and the sea beast priests were envious. They offered Boss Roy a high price to buy it, but he sternly refused. Roy told them that this was against the rules. He had already sold the entire batch to Commander Teziko. The sea beast priests needed siren armor, so they had to purchase it from Commander Teziko. These sea beast priests were the leaders of various siren tribes. The Dark Faceless Legion secretly infiltrated the western seas and inflicted ruthless damage on the siren tribes there. These sea beast priests fled with their siren warriors. The siren clan was about to launch a counterattack against the Dark Faceless Legion, and the tribes of these sea beast priests were also needed to join the fight. The siren clan regrouped and prepared to rebuild their army. Many sea beast priests were seeing the ring-type siren armor for the first time. They had also heard of the siren armor's special function, primarily to prevent the Dark Faceless from using their tentacles to ruthlessly strangle siren warriors. Immediately, Teziko suggested that the siren warriors of his tribe also be equipped with the ring-type siren armor for the battle. Teziko had no idea how many siren armor sets Roy had brought with him. When the siren warriors unloaded all the siren armor sets from the magic airship, the sea beast priests blushed. With such a large number of siren armor sets, no matter which siren clan it was, they would probably get some. Teziko's eyes narrowed when he heard that Roy had brought 100,000 sets of siren armor sets. He simply couldn't afford such a large sum of magic crystals, and these siren armor sets were destined for other siren clan. How come there are so many siren armors? Teziko asked Roy in surprise. The forge is gradually expanding. If I give you another 2 months, I'm confident they can produce another 100,000 sets of ring-type siren armors. By then, the Siren Legion will have a commanding advantage in its counterattack against the Faceless Legion, Roy said beside Commander Teziko. The other sea beast priests' eyes revealed surprise. They were astounded by the half-elf's powerful manufacturing capabilities. Chapter 868. They had long heard that the half-elf's magical equipment was crafted with exceptional skill. But the Sirens had no idea how powerful their metallurgy and forging skills were. In just 2 months, the world could produce 100,000 sets of ring-shaped siren armor. They had seen half-elves warriors standing atop the prows of magic airships. They had also seen human priests direct beams of holy light to pierce through the thick clouds and descend upon the elven warriors. They had even witnessed Lady Jazina single-handedly confront a faceless overlord. For magic airships concentrated their firepower on a single faceless overlord, and the 10-meter-tall faceless overlord, standing in the sea, had his massive tentacles frozen into a massive block of ice by magic crossbow bolts. The elves were completely using magical weaponry to counter the faceless overlord. These half-elves, while demonstrating their immense strength before the Sirens, also extended a sincere olive branch to them, leaving the sea beast priests to a long pause. The sea beast priests naturally sensed the half-blood elves' sincerity, but they worried that if they continued to interact with the elves for too long, they would discover the Sirens' true strength. By then, these half-blood elves might very well become another legion of the Dark Faceless Men. Thus, the sea beast priests preferred to remain cautious. This was also the reason why Commander Teziko had not proactively contacted the half-blood elves. After the ring-type siren battle armor played a crucial role in several naval battles, the sea beast priests' perspective began to change. In just a few months, Commander Teziko's Siren Legion went from being chased by the Dark Faceless Men to hunting down faceless warriors throughout the western seas. These shifts in the war situation were entirely due to the ring-shaped siren armor. The sea beast priests weren't foolish. They simply worried that establishing diplomatic ties with the half-elves would affect their rule over the siren tribe. This time, the sea beast priests had gathered for a blessing ceremony, just as the Siren Legion was about to launch a massive counterattack against the Dark Faceless Legion. At this moment, it would be sheer folly for them to still think about anything else. The sea beast priests hoped to secure additional siren armor shares through Boss Roy, but he offered them no such opportunity. He and Commander Teziko had signed a contract for all of these ring-type Siren armor to be delivered to Commander Teziko. Roy heard that the Siren Legion had assembled 300,000 Siren warriors on Sank Island, so he told Commander Teziko, "If you give me another 4 months, I can forge another 200,000 sets of ring-type Siren armor. By then, the Siren Legion will have a 300,000 strong sea force. When we go to war with the Dark Faceless Legion, we'd be able to wipe out the Dark Faceless Legion in the Western Seas." Roy's idea was to have Commander Teziko wait another 6 months. That way, not only would the ring-type Siren armor be fully equipped, he could also craft even more sophisticated weapons for them. By then, the Siren Legion would have a fully armed force of Siren warriors. After hearing Roy's suggestion, Commander Teziko invited him to a cliff top on Sank Island. Beneath him lay the turbulent sea, countless waves crashing against the rocks, then turning into a mass of foam. The sea breeze made Roy's hair messy. Only then did Teziko stop and say, "Boss Roy, it's not that we don't want to wait. We've been trying to contact Master Abisi, who's training in the Outlands, for a while now, but there's been no response in the past few months. 3 weeks ago, Master Ungula, Master Abisi's contracted sea beast, suddenly broke through the world barrier of the Partington Plain and delivered a message. It said that on the day of high tide, it could project a clone to help us fight the Dark Faceless Legion. A week later, on September 15th, the highest tide occurs, which happens only twice a year. That night, the bright moon in the night sky will be closest to the western waters of the Partington Plain, triggering the strongest high tides. The world barrier above the western waters will also be at its most vulnerable. On that day, Master Ungula will be able to project his clone. The power of this avatar, projected by Lord Ungula into the Partington Plain, will gradually weaken over time. Therefore, we must commence battle against the Dark Faceless Legion as soon as possible after Lord Ungula's arrival, striving to achieve the greatest possible results." After hearing what Tetsusiko said, Roy finally understood and said, "I see. We, the half-elves, will fully support the Siren Legion in this battle. At that time, I can dispatch 20 magic airships from the north coast of Sun Island Bay for aerial support, and have the Templar priests assist the Siren raiders. However, the battle must be conducted as close to the sea as possible, so that we can be of assistance." The Sea Beast priests followed behind Commander Tetsusiko. They breathed a sigh of relief when Olive translated Roy's Elvish into Naga. Commander Teziko placed his sturdy arm on Roy's shoulder, and Roy felt as if a huge rock had been placed upon it. Without your overwhelming assistance, the Siren Legion in the Western Sea would have had a hard time turning the tide of the war. Teziko spoke with great emotion, his Elvish voice resonating clearly. Even if Lord Ungula's clone could be projected to the Partington Plain, it would probably only help us stabilize the current situation. There's no chance of driving the Dark Faceless Legion out of the Partington Plain. This time, we intend to leverage Lord Ungula's power to reach the bottom of that trench and take a look at the Dark Faceless Legion's headquarters. Are you planning to completely eliminate the Dark Faceless Legion? Roy was surprised by the Siren's determination. Teziko nodded, exuding the fierceness and powerful aura of a powerful Siren. "We are indeed planning to dismantle the door beneath the abyss," Commander Teziko said. Roy couldn't help but touch his nose. This was about to completely sever the Dark Faceless Legion's main artery. He expected those Dark Faceless beneath the abyss to fight the Sirens to the bitter end. Currently, 39 Sirens tribes are willing to join this naval battle. I intend to distribute these 100,000 sets of ring-type Sirens battle gear to the strongest Sirens warriors. Not only will each Sirens tribe receive a certain quota, but I also provide additional sets of Sirens battle gear for those warriors who haven't been assigned ring-type Sirens battle gear but possess formidable combat power. Commander Teziko finally announced his distribution plan. The Siren priests breathed a sigh of relief. Finally, they weren't focusing on arming a few Siren tribes. This distribution method was the fairest. I distribute the Siren armor among you, and each tribe will bear the cost of purchasing it, Commander Teziko said to the group of Sea Beast priests. The Sea Beast priests' faces showed a variety of expressions. Some looked relaxed, while others looked solemn. Clearly, not all of them could come up with the money immediately. Commander Tezik observed all of this. Without waiting for the Sea Beast priests to speak, he continued, "I understand your circumstances. You may not be able to come up with the black magic crystals right now, so I come up with a compromise." All the Sea Beast priests looked at Commander Tezik, who then turned to Roy and said, "Boss Roy, can the payment for the 100,000 sets of ring-type Siren armor wait until the naval battle is over, until we accumulated enough black magic crystals?" Of course, these 100,000 sets of Siren armor were distributed through me, so after the battle, if any Siren tribe still can't pay for the armor, I cover the remaining balance. No problem, Roy said without hesitation. A group of Sea Beast priests immediately gathered around Commander Tezek, speaking Naga, which Roy couldn't understand at all. Olive took the opportunity to stand beside Roy. Transformed into a mermaid, she towered over a meter above him, and even leaning forward, she felt quite imposing. Dark green scales covered her fair skin, and her plump breasts revealed a distinct outline. However, her most sensual feature was her slender waist, defined by a distinct mermaid line. Below her navel, it suddenly widened, its rounded curves leaving room for endless reverie. But when Roy saw her coiled tail, all his beautiful fantasies vanished. Xiaoqing, Roy whispered. Olive clearly didn't understand what he was saying, and asked, somewhat puzzled, "Are you calling me?" Roy shook his head and asked, "What are they talking about?" "Father is explaining to them how they can repay the debt owed for the siren armor." Olive covered her rosy lips with her hand, her golden eyes darting around. "Father said, after killing the faceless warriors, you must chop off their heads and tie them around your waist. The heads of these dark faceless warriors must not be lost. They're far more valuable than any other sea beast." Olive couldn't help but smile. Her face was already incredibly alluring, and that charming smile was even more captivating. Roy quickly averted his gaze, resting on her tail, and suddenly regained consciousness. Then, Olive's cold snort echoed overhead. It seemed that Commander Tetsuhiko had quickly promised the Sea Beast priests a great deal, and smiles appeared on their faces. After that, they stopped enjoying the sea breeze on the clifftop. Led by Commander Tetsuhiko, a group of sirens accompanied Roy back to the beach. Then, Tetsuhiko summoned his men and began to instruct them to distribute the ring-shaped sirens' battle armor laid out on the beach. The Sea Beast priests also dispersed, and soon, leading groups of sirens' warriors arrived on the beach to claim the ring-shaped sirens' battle armor. Some sirens' warriors even eagerly ripped open the wooden boxes, pulled out the ring-shaped sirens' battle armor, and donned them. Some siren warriors, who had never encountered the ring siren armor before, were completely lost for words as to how to use it, which resembled a human exoskeleton. Roy walked over, picked up the ring siren armor's breastplate, and said to the siren warrior, "You need to put this on first." Olive followed Roy and translated the instructions to the siren warrior in Naga. Under Roy's guidance, the siren warrior excitedly donned the ring siren armor. Roy discovered that most of the siren warriors on Sank Island didn't know how to wear the ring siren armor, so he immediately called over Giazina. The Siren Assault Regiment's warriors had the most experience with the ring siren armor. This time, Giazina brought 200 of their most elite siren warriors with them. Roy had Giazina gather them, and instruct the siren warriors from other tribes on how to wear the ring siren armor on the beach. Not only must they wear the siren armor, but they must also be taught how to use it to defeat the faceless warriors. Furthermore, the ring siren armor's weaknesses must be pointed out to prevent the siren warriors from being trapped. In reality, the ring siren armor is like an exoskeleton armor equipped with sharp blades. This armor is highly targeted, and can only withstand the entanglement and strangulation of the dark faceless warriors. If the dark faceless warrior dares to extend its tentacles to entangle the siren warrior, their tentacles will be directly severed by the sharp edges of the armor due to excessive force. The dark faceless warrior's greatest weapon is to strangle the siren warrior with its tentacles. As long as they can prevent this, the siren warrior will be invincible. Because he had to participate in the siren's blessing ceremony, Roy settled on Sank Island. This island is much larger than K Island. The last time he visited Sank Island, Roy didn't have the chance to explore the island. This time, accompanied by Miss Olive, Roy explored most of the island. This place can be said to be the birthplace of the Abyssal Fawn Sirens. Evidence of sirens' past lives can be seen everywhere on the island, and some caves even have sirens' totem poles erected outside. The rock caves on the island are also very interesting, many of which are located near rivers and streams. The deepest caves have water holes that connect to the sea. According to Olive, Sank Island's underground water network is even denser than a spider web. Lord Abisi was born on Sank Island. He is the first sirens of the Abyssal Fawn Sirens to become a demigod. Although he left the Partington Plain long ago, the legacy he left on Sank Island remains in the hands of the sirens of the Teias tribe. It was a stroke of luck that we were able to contact Lord Abisi's contracted beast, Lord Angula, this time. Lord Angula was willing to project his avatar into the Partington Plain. We believe the sirens of the Partington Plain will surely defeat this legion of dark faceless ones from the darkest depths of the abyssal hell. At night, the sirens would always hum songs in the sea breeze. Olive invited Roy to her cave, but he didn't dare. Commander Tetsuhiko had been very busy these past few days. Roy had only met him once, to hand over 100,000 sets of Siren's armor. After that, Miss Olive accompanied him wherever he went. Roy would quietly retire to the captain's cabin of the magic airship every night to rest, even plugging his ears to avoid hearing the siren's song. Chapter 869. Mysterious and Ancient Sank Island. The Sirens live a rather primitive lifestyle. They live by the sea, often eating the fish they catch daily raw to meet their sustenance. Roy discovered that the Sirens love to drink. Wine is a unique touch of color in their lives. On Sank Island, the Sirens brew wine from a particular fruit native to the island. The resulting wine is sour and astringent that Roy took only one sip and couldn't drink it anymore. Many Sirens inhabit the island's natural rock caves. The Sirens on the island dress differently. Some are covered in scales, which act like natural armor, a natural protection. Some wear simple, unadorned clothing, which is quite unique. The Sirens' women, in particular, seem to be more conscious of their appearance than the Sirens' men, and their attire is more respectable and appropriate. It seems that in this mysterious island world, they have their own unique aesthetic and pursuits. In this sea, the Sirens lack the traditional concept of family that exists in human society. Whenever the tide rises, the surging waters seem to carry some mysterious power, stirring a certain instinct within the Sirens' males. At this time, they invite Sirens' females to live with them. If a Siren's female becomes pregnant, she will raise the child independently, nurturing the newborn to adulthood. The Sirens' immense strength is the result of long-term adaptation to ocean life. The ocean's bounty provides the Sirens with ample food and resources, allowing this unique race to thrive in this sea. The Sirens lack their own independent language and continue to communicate in the Naga language. Not only that, they hold a deep reverence for Naga culture, with every bit of it deeply woven into their lives, like a spiritual pillar. However, the Partington Plain is unique in that it lacks the Naga sea tribe. The Sirens are the undisputed overlords of the western seas, possessing few natural enemies throughout the region. Territorial disputes often arise between tribes, and fighting between Siren tribes is a frequent occurrence. It is likely these conflicts that have significantly limited the Sirens' population growth. Olive glided gracefully onto the magical airship. The hatch slowly opened, and Roy calmly emerged from the cabin, asking Miss Olive, "Is the ceremony about to begin?" "Yes, my father has invited you to attend," Olive replied, her graceful figure, her long dress swaying in the wind. As an ally of the Sirens, Roy was invited to witness the blessing ceremony, a truly great honor. After they disembarked, they saw thousands of Sirens gathered on the beach. As if well-trained, the Sirens automatically made way for Roy. After all, in the Sirens' hearts, Roy was a distinguished guest of the Sirens. He had always tirelessly aided the Sirens in their fight against the terrifying Dark Faceless One. Olive led Roy to a massive reef. The sea breeze howled, the tide surged in waves, and dark clouds gradually gathered in the sky, slowly obscuring the golden moon in the night sky. The surging waves, like a galloping army, continuously crashed against the altar perched on the reef, creating a deafening roar. Inside the altar stood a semicircular stone trough, over a meter in diameter. Seen from afar in the moonlight, it resembled a sacred and mysterious holy grail, quietly situated there. Roy, leading a group of half-elf guards, stood quietly on a nearby reef, observing the ceremony. The Siren Olive accompanied him. The Sirens lined up in an orderly fashion, each slashing their wrists, letting their crimson blood drip slowly into the stone trough. Soon, the stone trough was filled with blood, gleaming with an eerie glow in the moonlight. Roy frowned slightly and asked Olive beside him, "What are they doing?" Olive, her expression solemn, softly replied, "Only the blood of the Sirens can establish contact with Lord Abyss." The crowd began to chant prayers devoutly, performing a ritual of worship. 40 sea beast priests gathered around the altar, and a massive magic circle appeared beneath their feet. The 6 totem poles that originally stood around the altar were constantly ignited by magic power. Each one was engraved with runes, runic powers imbued with the aura of ancient desolation. Many of the surrounding Sirens began to hum ancient songs. The waves, driven by the tide, were like ferocious beasts running across the sea, one after another rushing towards the altar on the rocks on the beach. The moment the waves clashed with the totem poles, the ferocious beasts vanished into nothingness. The blood in the blood pool actually began to boil in full view of everyone. The boiling blood turned into red mist, forming a pair of illusory wings above the stone cup. A very thin blood line appeared in the center of the wings and shot straight into the sky. Although the line was extremely thin, it resembled a dimensional beacon. Countless dark clouds surged toward the thin line, forming a slowly rotating vortex in the sky above. Perhaps the Siren's blessing ritual had unleashed the power of the dimensional laws. Not only did the surrounding sea begin to roar wildly, but even the dark clouds in the sky gathered together, and waterspouts began to form on the surrounding sea surface. The night sky, once filled with a full moon, quickly became a sea of rolling dark clouds. A huge phantom slowly emerged from the moonlit sky, slowly transforming from nothingness into reality. The sirens cheered. It was a massive void ray, hovering quietly in midair, its body several kilometers wide. The enormous void ray was like a dark cloud hanging overhead, emanating an endless and majestic aura. The sea beneath it instantly became dead silent, its turbulent surface instantly becoming completely still. After the void ray appeared, the dark clouds in the sky began to dissipate, and an invisible majesty emanated from it. This aura crashed down like a tidal wave, bearing down heavily on Roy, forcing him to involuntarily lean forward. Only then did Roy realize that the sirens around him had already prostrated themselves on the ground. The void ray didn't linger in the air. Its body slowly descended, soon landing on the sea surface. Roy had originally thought that a body several kilometers long would at least trigger a tsunami, but he hadn't expected its landing to be so silent. It sank silently into the sea, without even a single response from the prayer altar. Roy could sense the entire sea trembling at its arrival. As the void ray completely vanished from the surface, some of the sirens on the beach leaped into the water. At this moment, Olive, somewhat guiltily, lifted herself from the reef and gazed out to sea. Roy stood beside her and said, "Is that the void ray you mentioned roaming the outlands? Lord Umgula?" Olive nodded slightly and whispered, "Yes. Lord Umgula's aura is so strong. I seen the remains of a frost dragon at the entrance to the abyss in the dark land. The pressure of that dragon's remains wasn't as strong as Lord Umgula's clone." Roy spoke as softly as he could. "It's different. The frost dragon is only a level 7 magical beast at most, but when Lord Umgula entered the outlands, he had already ascended to a level 8 sea creature. His body had even broken free from the constraints of the sea and roamed the starfield. So what level of existence was your siren's king? Lord Abisi, when he left the Partington Plain?" Olive said with a hint of pride. It said that he had broken through to the 5th level and become a demigod. She looked at Roy with a somewhat aggressive gaze. Lately, she'd been teasing him with seductive glances. The more explicit her actions, the more gentlemanly Roy acted. Olive thought of what her father had said to her the night before. "Olive, you went to the Elven continent a while ago. I know the details of your experience. This time, I want to know what you know about Boss Roy. As the leader of the half-elves on the Partington Plain, he enjoys immense support and prestige among them. He also controls the 2 main economic pillars of the Partington Plain's half-elves, the magical herb trade and the mines on the Pagisto Plateau. He is a highly wealthy, second-ranked half-elf with a formidable army. This is just his fangs and claws, you know? He must have much more to reveal to us, but he has extended a helping hand to the sirens. If we want to defeat the dark faceless ones, we must rely on his aid. However, our alliance is fragile. We need his help. While this blessing ceremony may frighten Boss Roy, we don't intend to scare him away. Rather, we want him to be wary of us sirens. Furthermore, I hope the sirens and the half-elves can forge a deeper bond." A hint of apology shone through Commander Tezik's gentle gaze, a look that silently said to Olive, "I'm sorry, my daughter." Commander Tezik didn't say something, but Olive knew it all too well. She had lived a princess-like life on Sanker Island since she was little. Whenever faced with an unsolvable problem, these cheap tribal princesses would be sacrificed immediately. For example, right now, Commander Tezik was eager to use Olive as leverage, hoping to strengthen the relationship between the sirens and the half-elves through marriage. In fact, Olive had thought about this long ago, and she wasn't averse to marrying a half-elf. But few interracial marriages are happy. The reasons are numerous: differences in lifestyle and habits, differences in body and soul, and conflicts of interest between various factions can all become the fuse for conflict. Both parties initially maintain a certain distance, with each other's strengths magnified and weaknesses barely visible, making everything seem perfectly beautiful. Once a deep exchange of negative distance develops between the two, some things can spiral inversely. For example, strengths become taken for granted, while all weaknesses are magnified, turning life into a terrifying experience. Olive leaned in close to Roy, and as the surrounding sirens continued to flee toward the sea, she leaned close to his ear and asked, "Boss Roy, do you particularly dislike Olive?" Her voice was a whisper, imbued with the inherent allure of sirens. Roy shook his head. "On the contrary, you're the most charming siren I ever met." Roy answered honestly. "Then why do you always avoid me?" Her voice was full of magnetism, her rosy lips even brushing against Roy's ear. "I have a beloved elf. I don't want to hurt her, Nor do I want to hurt you. Your affection for me now might be due to some aura about me that attracts you. Actually, I may not be right for you, Roy said tactfully. Olive was somewhat confused. At this time, the Sea Beast priests had already followed Commander Tetsuhiko into the sea. Roy and Olive also reached the beach, which was swarming with sirens, and their conversation was interrupted. But Olive didn't give up. She tried to be a little shorter, so that she would look more compatible next to Roy. The sirens reveled almost all night long. The next morning, Commander Tetsuhiko finally found time to meet with Roy and shared the battle plan they had hastily drawn up after their meeting with Lord Ungula the previous night. The void ray projected from the outer realm this time was not Lord Ungula's true form, but rather his clone, wielding only 1/10 the power of his original form. As the contracted partner of the first Siren's King Abisi, the void ray Lord Ungula had attained sacred beast status after entering the star field. It usually wandered aimlessly within the star field. Commander Tetsuhiko informed him of the Dark Force's invasion of the Partington Plain. Lord Angula's power was approaching that of a demigod. The laws of the Partington Plain forbade the arrival of a sacred beast so close to a demigod. The sirens could only perform a summoning ritual to allow Lord Angula to release a dimensional beacon. Using this summoning ritual, they shattered the dimensional barrier and instantly projected a powerful clone. In reality, this clone of Lord Angula's control was very limited, likely only capable of one devouring. Roy couldn't understand what Commander Tetsuhiko meant by devouring. However, Roy's immediate priority was to return to Sun Island Bay as quickly as possible to gather the magic airships, Griffin cavalry, and priests to the western seas. Above the Faceless Legion's camp, Jazina would also follow Roy back to Sun Island to gather all the Siren warriors of the Siren Assault Regiment for a major battle. 10 magic airships took off one after another. To the farewell of countless sirens, they ascended directly into the wind veil above the clouds, heading towards Sun Island Bay at top speed. Chapter 870. 800 priests filed onto Magic Airship number 3 at the North Coast dock. On the decks of Magic Airships numbers 4 and 5, 1,000 majestic griffins lay silently on either side of the bow. The sea breeze blew, and the griffins tucked their heads into their dense manes. Some couldn't help but yawn, baring their sharp fangs. A group of griffin cavalrymen chatted and laughed as they entered the cabin below deck. They had experienced several battles with the Dark Faceless Legion. Going out on another expedition, they no longer held a fear of war. Be quiet, all of you. Rest well in the cabin. After reaching the abyss, it's hard to say how long you have to rest properly. Take turns watching over the griffins on deck. Don't overfeed them. Captain Tiprador stood in the corridor below the cabin, his face stern as he repeatedly admonished the half-elf cavalrymen. Almost all of the half-elf griffin cavalry came from Sun Island Bay, recruited personally by Captain Tiprador. The Griffin Cavalry Regiment has now expanded to 2,500 men. Due to Captain Tiprador's overly conservative approach and strong hostility toward the Siren warriors, some within the regiment disagree with his approach. This time, the Griffin Cavalry participated in the Siren Legion's battle. Captain Tiprador only brought 2 Griffin battalions and abruptly laid off 200 Griffin Cavalry, keeping the total number of Griffin Cavalry at 1,000. Captain, how many days will we remain on the magic airship? The captain of the 3rd Griffin Cavalry Battalion approached Captain Tiprador and asked quietly. It will take about 3 days. During this time, the Griffins cannot leave the magic airships. Keep them calm. The captain of the 3rd Battalion immediately agreed. Yes, Captain. The Griffin Cavalry returned to their cabins, and Captain Tiprador then walked through the corridor and onto the deck. The crew on deck were installing magic crystals on the buoyancy system, while others were checking the guide spinnaker and the bow sail. The 4 rows of griffins lay obediently at the bow. Are some of the cavalry still acting up? Roy walked over to Captain Tiprador, resting his hands on the side of the ship, gazing at the calm sea south of Sun Island Bay. There were only 8 magic airships at the dock. The Templar priests and the Griffin Cavalry had boarded at the North Coast dock. They occupied only 3 of the magic airships, while the other 5 were completely loaded with military supplies. 12 more magic airships had already entered the area, bound for Sun Island. Captain Teprado smiled a helpless smile and whispered to Roy, I personally selected each of these young men for the Griffin Cavalry. The total population of our half-elf tribe in Sun Island Bay is only a little over 30,000, and I'm still trying to bring them all back safely. He turned to glance at Roy and added, It's understandable that they're a bit upset right now. I hope this time we can completely drive the Dark Faceless Legion out of the Partington Plain. Roy squinted at the distant sea. Jazina's Siren Assault Regiment boarded the ship in an orderly manner from Sun Island Bay. 8,000 Siren warriors climbed a grid rope ladder directly from the sea to the deck of the magic airship. These Siren warriors appeared to be well organized. After reaching the deck, they entered the cargo hold one after another. The crew members watched the Siren warriors quietly enter the hold and shouted to them. Once the magic airship ascends into the wind stratum, the area on the deck where the life rafts are stored will be transformed into a small outdoor swimming pool, easily accommodating dozens of people at a time. Remember to come up and stretch your muscles every day. Some Siren warriors, who understood Elvish, relayed this message to their companions. Soon, a magic flare was launched from the north coast. The half-elf crew members immediately declared, "The magic airships at the north coast dock have begun to take off. We need to get ready here too." Soon, 12 magic airships surged into the clouds from the waters near Sun Island. Before entering the wind stratum, they joined forces with the 8 magic airships that had arrived from the north coast dock. Then, forming a long straight line, they surged into the wind stratum, heading towards the bottomless abyss of the western seas. In Captain's Cabin number 3, Roy hung a complete nautical chart of the western seas on the wall. The destination marked on the chart was the exact location of the naval battle. In the captain's cabin, Captain Tiprador, Captain Flint, and Captain Rodhart sat around a conference table. Outside, the wind was biting cold. The half-elf crew, wrapped in their cloaks to protect themselves from the cold, were on deck adjusting the angle of the triangular sail, steering the magic airship along the course mapped out by their master, Roy. In the room, a fire was burning. The spout of a kettle hanging above it hummed, and a stream of white steam emanated from the spout, exuding the scent of lemon and honey. Roy raised his head, scanning the surroundings of the western seas. After a moment, Roy withdrew his gaze. This place was in the center of the western seas, and there were no islands nearby. The Sirens and the Faceless Legion clashed in the sea, and Roy's fleet could offer very limited assistance. He first explained the Sirens' battle plan. The Sirens intended to engage in a fierce battle with the Dark Faceless Legion near the surface. Roy stood by the wall, pointing to the sea chart and saying to Captain Flint, "Our primary mission this time is to assist the Siren Legion in defeating the Dark Faceless Legion. The Templar priests must maximize the amount of divine blessings bestowed upon all Siren warriors." Captain Flint responded, "The Templars are fully prepared." Roy turned to Captain Rodhart and said, "The other 20 magic airships will be tasked with blocking the entire sea surface. If the Dark Faceless Overlord appears, all magic airships in the nearby waters will open fire and strive to immediately destroy them." "Got it, boss. I keep a close eye on them." Roy then said to Captain Tiprador, "The Griffin Riders will only need to guard the magic airships from the sky and will not participate in the battle on the sea. The abyss may be larger than we imagined, so the Griffin Riders should patrol as large an area as possible." "Okay, boss." Captain Tiprador agreed seriously. Next, Roy began discussing the details of the battle with the 3 captains. Roy climbed to the rooftop and saw Xena leaning against the railing, gazing down at the clouds below. She was draped in a cold-weather cloak, her form transformed into that of an elf. Her face, pure yet with a hint of allure, saw Roy appear on the rooftop. She turned and stared at him in surprise. "How did you know I was here? If I said I just wanted to get some fresh air on the roof, would you believe me?" Roy gave a wry smile. Xena shook her head, then stared at Roy suspiciously. "Is the trouble in the waters of Kauai Island resolved?" Roy said, "Yes, but I have another idea. I plan to cut off this slave trade route." Xena's expression became even more exaggerated, and she asked in astonishment, "You don't think that just because you've taken down a group of burrowing gray dwarves, you become the overlord of the endless sea, and can take down anyone you want, right?" Roy continued, "Not really, but I think with my current strength, I can at least cut off the gray dwarves' north-south routes. Since they want to abandon Durag, they should just stay on Garo Island and stop running rampant in the waters off the Elven continent." I heard Roy wasn't too arrogant. Aiming to dominate the seas, Xena breathed a sigh of relief and shared her future plans. "Actually, I've been thinking about something lately. Commander Teziko promised that if we successfully drive the Dark Faceless Legion out of the Partington Plain, I can lead the Siren Raiders back to the western seas. He'd designate a territory for me, and I can inherit Commander Alcesar's original territory. But I believe the Alcesar tribe ultimately belongs to Addis. When this naval battle is over, I will return the entire Alcesar tribe to Altus." She smiled slightly. "As for the other Siren warriors in the Siren Raiders, I don't want them to remain in Sun Island Bay. But if we really had to return to the western seas and take over a territory, it would seem like our future would come to an end. The Battle of the Abyss hasn't even begun, and we're already discussing future plans. We're truly optimistic about the outcome of this war." Jazina said with a self-deprecating smile. The tip of her nose was red from the cold wind. Jazina, have you ever considered going to the oceans of the main plane for some training? Roy suddenly asked Jazina. Jazina shook her head without a second thought, saying, by then, before we even swim out of the endless sea, the Naga-Sea tribe might lead their army and devour us. Roy said, as long as you stay on the edge of the endless sea, I think the Naga-Sea tribe will have some patience. The two stood on the rooftop, chatting for a long time in the cold wind. The salty sea breeze, carrying the smell of sulfur, blew in his face. Roy stood at the observation window of airship number 3, watching the inky waves surging below. 12 magic airships descended into the northern waters of the abyss. Commanded by Teziko, the Siren Legion was stationed there, so Roy had chosen to land the airships there to ensure their safety. Oily black ink continuously rose to the surface, and the bodies of Siren warriors also floated up. Giant waves rolled, the wind howled. Breakdown had probably already begun in the sea. The airships dared not land rashly at sea, and could only land in the waters under Commander Teziko's jurisdiction. The Siren warriors of the raiding group, who had arrived by airship, were eager to rush into the battle. With the help of the Griffin riders, the priests had already dispersed to the decks of the various airships. The blessing spells chanted by the Templar priests condensed into beams of light on the decks, continuously falling on the Siren warriors arrayed neatly on the decks. After these Siren warriors possessed 6 blessing auras, they lined up and leaped into the sea. Jazina led the Siren warriors, transforming into streaks of cyan light and diving into the sea, disappearing in the blink of an eye amidst the turbulent waves. The frequent use of blessing spells rapidly depleted the holy light power within the priests. 8,000 Siren warriors leaped into the sea, and the 12 magic airships slowly ascended. The deck was empty, and the crew began to peel back the tarpaulins covering the giant whale-hunting crossbows on either side of the ship, attempting to adjust their firing angles. Roy stood in the captain's cabin, constantly monitoring the movements at sea. He asked Captain Rodhart, Rod, have all 300,000 Sirens from Zanker Island reached the abyss? Before he finished speaking, the sea suddenly erupted in a turmoil, and tens of thousands of dark faceless ones emerged from the vortex. Their bodies were as sticky as pitch. The moment their tentacles wrapped around the Siren warriors, they corroded and charred their scales. The tentacles of the dark faceless warriors were also shredded into pieces by the entanglement of the Siren's body. Rodhart didn't bother to answer Roy's question. He pushed open the glass window in front of the captain's cabin and shouted to the half of crew on deck, all airships, take off! Activate the whale-hunting crossbows, ready? Captain Rodhart's roar was cut off by a shrill alarm. The buoyancy devices on both sides of the 20 airships illuminated simultaneously, and the magic airships climbed upward. 7 massive, dark shadows emerged from the sea. Almost simultaneously, these shadows broke through the water, and thick tentacles stretched out from the sea, wrapping around the 12 magic airships that had just climbed a few dozen meters high. The tentacles unexpectedly grasped 7 magic airships, and more continued to entwine. Roy's magic airship number 3 floated in midair. He clearly saw the figures of 7 dark faceless overseers suddenly appear on the sea. 7 faceless overseers? Captain DePrato also rushed into the captain's cabin. How could there be so many? The fleet of airships trembled violently, with a thunderous explosion. A dark faceless overseer suddenly emerged from the sea, its tentacles rapidly extending. A deep maw appeared between its tentacles, spewing acid that corroded the protective shield of airship number 4. The Griffin riders could only carry the priests of the Holy Knights into the air. The half-elves on the magic airships swiftly counterattacked with their whale-hunting crossbows, but were entangled by the overseer's tentacles that extended onto the deck, entangling their bodies and the crossbows. The elven crew members were no match for the faceless overlord's tentacles, instantly shredding their bodies into a bloody mess. Jazina's scream pierced the sea and sky. She soared through the sea like a flying fish caught in the wind, her body transforming into a streak of light as she emerged from behind a faceless overlord. The piercing saber in her hand stabbed fiercely into the faceless overlord's eye, the transparent vitreous fluid mingling with the blue blood. A shadow arrow pierced her snake tail, and Jazina fell headfirst into the sea. At this moment, the faceless overlord, who had lost his eye, also began to rage. The magic airship, entangled in his tentacles, continued to descend. In a flash, hundreds of Siren warriors emerged from the sea. Like frantic piranhas, they attacked the faceless overlord's massive form. Chapter 871. Beneath the surging sea, numerous Siren warriors clad in ring-type Siren armor engaged in a fierce battle with dark faceless warriors. Due to their Siren armor, the Siren warriors were unafraid of the dark faceless warriors' 8 tentacles. The dark faceless warriors unleashed shadow bolts and corrosion spells, but these spells dealt very limited damage to the Siren warriors. Clenching their tridents, the Siren warriors engaged in a fierce battle with the Dark Faceless warriors. Some exceptionally powerful first-level Siren warriors transformed into three-headed, six-armed creatures, wielding not only tridents but also twin swords, their lower two hands tightly gripping sharp daggers. In close combat with these Siren warriors in the sea, even the toughest Faceless warriors could withstand it. The Faceless warriors were powerful, more than twice the size of the Sirens, and their strength was also superior. Unless they were blessed, the Sirens were still outmatched by the Faceless warriors. Amidst the chaotic battle, the Sirens' casualties continued to climb. The Dark Faceless warriors possessed exceptional regenerative abilities, and even if their tentacles were completely slashed off by the Sirens, even as the Dark Faceless warriors and Sirens engaged in a fierce battle, lines of water plunged from the turbulent surface into the sea. After plunging into the water, the Sirens swam towards the Dark Faceless warriors, their speed evident, their resolve evident. Each of them wielded a trident, their tails ablaze with multicolored, sacred halos. The Dark Faceless warriors had been engaged in this sea for some time, their eyes blazing with blood. At this moment, the sea was teeming with Siren warriors, making it impossible for the Dark Faceless warriors to withdraw unilaterally. At this moment, the weaker side was bound to be completely overwhelmed by the stronger. Many Dark Faceless warriors didn't even notice the Siren warriors charging down from the sea overhead. In fact, even if some Dark Faceless warriors had seen the Siren warriors, they wouldn't have been able to stop them from joining the fray. At this moment, as the Siren Legion's warriors continued to pour into the battlefield, their tridents thrust out, piercing the thick, tough flesh of the Dark Faceless warriors. They reached out to grasp the Dark Faceless warriors' tentacles, straightening those that continuously released shadow bolts. They swung their elven swords, severing the weakest part of the Dark Faceless warriors' abdomens with a single blow. The Siren warriors of the Siren Assault Regiment leaped into the sea to the sound of song, their melodious, long-lasting voice echoing across the entire surface of the sea with overwhelming force. As soon as the 8,000 Siren warriors leaped into the sea, the corpses of over 1,000 Dark Faceless warriors surfaced. The once evenly matched battlefield erupted in widespread chaos, with the Siren warriors taking the initiative. Some even eagerly charged into the murky depths. The Siren Assault Regiment also considered joining the main group, but Atias took the initiative. He stopped the more agitated Siren warriors, signaling with sign language that they must not stray from the surface. The Siren warriors immediately swam toward the surface, knowing that the blessing spell would only last about half an hour. If the battle stabilized, they could receive a second blessing from the priests. While the Siren warriors charged unstoppably towards the Dark Faceless Legion's lair, 7 Dark Faceless overlords suddenly emerged from the depths, unexpectedly breaking the surface. Their first target was the rising magic airship. Tentacles, over 100 meters long, erupted from beneath the surface, like towering columns of water, swarming towards the airship as they approached. As the tentacles emerged, the massive forms of the Faceless overlords also emerged. The airship, now tightly gripped by the Faceless overlord's tentacles, used its weight to attempt to pull it back to the surface. Other tentacles began to destroy the airship, shattering its flotation devices, and even causing some of the half of crew members to fall into the sea amidst the violent shaking. The magic airship made a sound of cracking wood. The massive bodies of the Dark Faceless overseers emerged from the sea, a torrent of seawater flowing back into the ocean. Dozens of tentacles rose from the surface. Jazina was the first to realize something was amiss. She realized that these faceless overseers lurking in the deep sea seemed to be waiting for the magic airship. It seemed they hadn't anticipated that Roy would trigger 20 of them this time. Or perhaps they had already deployed a large number of Dark Faceless overseers in the battle against the Kraken Legion, and now could only mobilize 7 Faceless overseers to assault the magic airship. After completing the summoning ritual, Jazina transformed into a streak of silver lightning in the sea, charging directly towards a Faceless overseer. The Faceless overseer had almost no resistance, and watched helplessly as Jazina pierced his skin and burrowed into his body like a leech. Then, waves of cramping pains erupted throughout his body, and his tissues began to disintegrate from within. But the Faceless overseer still refused to release his tentacles, desperately trying to drag the magic airship back to the surface. Amidst the swirling dark clouds, 7 magic airships narrowly escaped the entanglement of the Faceless overseers and their companions, joining the other 6 in the clouds. The half-elf crew members adjusted the direction of their whale-hunting crossbows, aiming them at the Faceless overseers on the sea. As the magic patterns on each crossbow illuminated, giant crossbow bolts were loaded into their quivers. Captain Rodhart commanded 13 magic airships simultaneously. This time, they didn't disperse their attacks against the 7 faceless overseers on the sea. Instead, they simultaneously fired all their whale-hunting crossbows at a single faceless overseer. According to Roy's instructions, the magic airships fully cooperated with the Siren Raiders this time, and the giant crossbow bolts they used were all the most expensive magic crystal arrows. A single concentrated fire attack would consume 40 magic crystal arrows. Beneath the thick cloud layer, 13 magic airships simultaneously lit up with magical auras. Light blue radiance blossomed from each of the airships, and a surge of magical energy spread across the sky. The rich aura even caused the swirling dark clouds overhead to dissipate and retreat. Instantly, a gaping hole appeared in the inky black clouds, and dazzling sunlight streamed down through the hole, like a massive beam of light falling on the sea. The 13 magic airships formed a circle near the edge of the gaping hole in the clouds. The golden sunlight framed the dark clouds, and the 13 magic airships were also enveloped in the golden sunlight. Magic crystal arrows rained down from the sky. Though their aim was often off in haste, the faceless overlord's bulk was no match for the mountain. To pull the encircled magic airship into the sea, these faceless overlords left most of their bodies exposed. The magic crystal arrows shot down one after another, like pale blue rays. As the first magic crystal arrow exploded beside the faceless overlord, the surrounding siren warriors dived deeper into the sea. The exploding magic crystal arrows unleashed an intensely cold aura, rapidly coating the exposed portion of the faceless overlord's body with a layer of white frost. The surrounding temperature plummeted, and the frost covering the faceless overlord began to crystallize at a visible rate. The faceless warlord was well prepared. Black grease immediately emanated from his body, and an invisible black flame enveloped him, instantly dispelling the white frost. But then more magic crystal arrows exploded around him. The intense, extreme cold created by the explosions quickly condensed into giant ice crystals, trapping the faceless warlord within. The first magic crystal arrow merely condensed into extreme cold. The second, a layer of frost. The third, the fourth, the fifth. The white frost rapidly grew beneath the faceless warlord's despairing gaze, soon converging into an iceberg. The summit of the iceberg connected to the magic airship. The half-elf crew members on the airship pulled out their size 8 sledgehammers from the warehouse and rushed towards the massive tentacles entwined with the ship. By now, these tentacles had frozen solid. As the sledgehammers blasted away the ice, the crew members wielded their hand axes and began to chop at the 2-meter diameter tentacles. A thick white frost mist enveloped the sea, and a large amount of floating ice appeared on the surface around the faceless warlord. As Captain Rodhart adjusted the angles of all the magic airships, the whale-hunting crossbow slowly aimed at the second faceless overseer. At this moment, some magic airships began to fall. Roy saw some half-elf crew members falling from their ships into the sea, and immediately asked Kaka to take him out to rescue those who had fallen into the sea. The Griffin Riders saw their boss Roy soaring towards the sea on Kaka's griffin. Without even waiting for Captain Tipperdore's orders, they followed Roy's figure and flew out. Each Griffin Rider folded its wings and fell like a meteorite. Many Griffin Riders fell, halfway before spotting the half-elf crew members falling from the sky, and then chasing them and rescuing them one by one. These Griffin Riders weaved through the vast tentacles, constantly dodging shadow bolts as they flew. Roy leaped directly onto a rickety magic airship. With a few leaps, he reached the captain's quarters, flail in hand. After blocking a barrage of shadow arrows with his holy shield, Roy, somewhat awkwardly, grabbed the railing with one hand and leaped into the ship's corridor. A large group of half-elves hid in the captain's cabin. Through the glass windows, they watched with wide eyes as Roy charged in and smashed down the door with his flail. Roy propped himself up on the doorframe with one hand and shouted to the half-elves huddled in the cabin, "Get out quickly! If the magic airship crashes, they immediately pull it into the deep sea. These faceless warlords control the power of water, and their tentacles are at their weakest in the air. Don't think you have a chance to escape if the airship falls to the surface." Upon hearing Roy's words, the half-elf crew members immediately expressed panic. However, these half-elf crew members were clearly well-trained. They were almost all of Roy's earliest followers, and they were considered the group of half-elves who trusted him the most. Hearing Roy's call for them to leave the cabin, although they realized they were still dozens of meters above the sea, jumping overboard from this point could easily result in broken bones or internal injuries, and if they didn't swim away immediately, they could be hit by the falling magic airship. But without hesitation, these half-elf crew members leaped into the turbulent sea. The waves were now a full 5 meters high. Only the half-elf captain looked reluctantly at the magic airship, tightly entangled by the tentacles, and asked Roy with a bitter face, "Boss, what should we do with this ship? What else can we do? Get off this ship right now." I'm giving it to them. They can take it with their lives, but they can't spend it with their lives. As Roy cursed, the half-elf captain also leaped into the sea. Roy didn't jump into the sea with him. Kaka, riding a griffin, kept level with Roy, waiting for him to jump off the boat. But Roy had no intention of jumping overboard. He casually grabbed a rope and swung with one hand, landing near the bow. There, a 2-meter diameter tentacle tightly wrapped around the bronze argali horn. In fact, at the rear of the magic airship, another tentacle was wrapped around the rudder. Although Roy couldn't stand firmly, this didn't stop him from chanting a prayer. He even used one hand to draw a divine rune he was least familiar with, Holy Light Bullet. This was a divine art he had only fully mastered after becoming a combat priest. As he completed the last divine rune, a ball of intense, dazzling holy light appeared before Roy. The ball of light flew directly into the faceless overlord's tentacles wrapped around the magic airship. The holy light bullet corroded and burned the faceless overlord's tentacles at a visible speed. Instantly, the faceless overlord's tentacles released a dense row of suction cups, each as large as a coconut. The tiny holes in the center of each suction cup simultaneously touched a stream of acid, and so many suction cups simultaneously spurted out, forming an acid rain above Roy's head. At this moment, a cloud of black mist, barely visible to the naked eye, appeared behind Roy. The moment the black mist transformed into a human figure, the petite figure reached under Roy's armpits and hugged him tightly. As countless black magic patterns appeared on her skin, her body exploded again, and Roy and her were transformed into a cloud of black mist. In the black mist, a rain of acid fell head-on. At this moment, the black fog reappeared on the tilted mainmast. Leah struggled to hold Roy from behind, both of them treading on the slippery, wet mast, threatening to fall into the sea at any moment. Seeing Roy avoid the acid rain, several tentacles simultaneously pursued him. Chapter 872. The holy light bullet landed on the faceless overlord's tentacle, instantly burning a massive hole through the 2-meter diameter tentacle. A beam of holy light shot up from the hole, permeating the air with the intense power of holy light. The aura of holy light caused the surface of the faceless overlord's tentacle to begin to show signs of mottled decay. The thick tentacle rapidly withered, and a large amount of black oil seeped out from beneath its surface, flowing onto the deck of the magic airship, sticky like melted cheese. Under the holy light, the faceless overlord's tentacle shrank rapidly and grew weak and powerless. The magic airship's bow began to rise, pulled by the buoyancy device, while its stern, still tugged by the tentacles, continued to fall. Soon after, several more thick tentacles swiftly swept towards the magic airship, wrapping themselves tightly around the hull. The faceless overseer below the magic airship roared fiercely. The sour juice poured onto the deck, and thick yellow smoke immediately billowed from it, emitting a pungent and acrid smell. Leah and Roy clung to the mainmast with both hands. As the bow rose, the mainmast tilted with it. Kaka, riding a griffin, approached from below. Roy seized the opportunity to leap from the mainmast, only for Kaka to grab his arm. Kaka, holding the griffin's reins with one hand, swung Roy onto its back with a single hand. Little Eugene followed closely behind Kaka, a faint wisp of black mist swirling behind him. Several sturdy arms, as if with eyes, chased after Kaka, attempting to entangle him and the griffin. But Kaka and his griffin had already established a perfect rapport. The griffin veered back and forth in midair, causing several of its tentacles to frequently miss. The faceless overlord below opened a row of enormous pupils, 10 of which fired shadow arrows, while a semi-solid gelatinous substance flowed from the overlord's eyes. Roy felt a chill run down his spine, as if his body were sinking into an icy cave. In the distance, the unfortunate faceless warlord faced the full force of 13 magic airships. 39 magic crystal arrows exploded, creating a ferociously cold aura that condensed into a 10-meter-high iceberg centered around the faceless warlord. The faceless warlord was practically frozen in the ice. The griffin, as if it had eyes, unleashed 10 shadow bolts from the faceless warlord, but it fluttered and twisted its wings, completely dodging them. Kaka carried Roy to a height beyond the faceless warlord's reach. Then, columns of water appeared on the sea, rising hundreds of meters high. If the water columns struck a magic airship, they would rip a massive hole through it. The 7 magic airships, tightly entangled by the faceless overlord's tentacles, were struck by the water jets, which immediately blasted huge holes through them. Some even broke apart midair. A large number of half-elf crew members fell into the sea, the water beneath their feet dyed inky black by the faceless corpses. The entire sea surface was seething. Several faceless overlords appeared one after another, but they were engaged by deep-sea beasts, flanked by sea priests. The combined efforts of the sea priests, and the deep-sea beasts barely matched the faceless overlords. Roy burned through one of the faceless overlord's tentacles just as they engaged, and the faceless overlord was then ambushed by a group of siren warriors. To free himself from the siren warriors' entanglement, the faceless overlord twisted his hips vigorously, trying to throw off the clinging siren warriors. The faceless overlord, stirring the sea with all his might, flung the siren warriors flying. As he continued to stir, a vortex of water formed around him, sucking some of the dead faceless warriors into the tornado. Roy rode on the back of the Kaka griffin, quietly chanting the numbers 10, 9, 8, 4, 3, 2, 1. A beam of light suddenly descended from the sky, firmly enveloping the faceless overlord. At this moment, a strange scene unfolded. The faceless overlord, battered and bruised by countless siren attacks, swirled all his tentacles together, his body trembling violently. A golden tree suddenly emerged from the faceless overlord's head. This sacred tree, emitting a strong aura of holy light, continued to grow, branching out and sprouting little by little. Even though 7 tentacles simultaneously engulfed the sacred tree, they were unable to halt its growth. Numerous roots penetrated the faceless overseer's body, and thick branches emerged from the gaps between the tentacles, sprouting sacred leaves. And the faceless overseer weakened at a visible rate. Enshrouded by the beam of light, the sacred tree had instantly grown over 10 meters tall, its crown ablaze with dazzling flowers of light. The holy light tree was clearly absorbing the energy from the faceless overseer's body. Countless flowers of light blossomed from its branches, emanating a vast amount of holy light particles from its stamens, which were blown away by the wind. Kaka exclaimed in surprise at the sight of the sacred tree growing from the faceless overseer's body, then asked Roy, "Boss, why is this tree growing on the faceless overseer?" "Because only darkness is the best nourishment for the sacred tree. This faceless overseer was pulling the magic airship with all his might when we repeatedly ambushed him. Now, he's completely powerless against the sacred tree." As Roy spoke, some particles of holy light emanating from the flower of light fell onto the sea, and some landed on the faceless overseer. These originally gentle particles of holy light, upon falling on the faceless overseer, were like the strongest poison. The faceless overseer's skin immediately began to melt away, and once the surface corroded through, the flesh within also began to dissolve. The faceless overseer was clearly in even greater pain. He writhed madly on the sea surface, like a loach sprinkled with salt. Not only did it want to shake off the thriving sacred tree, but it also wanted the seawater to wash away the particles of holy light that had fallen on it. But no matter how it tumbled, the sacred tree growing on the faceless overseer's body showed signs of growth, while the particles of holy light it had shaken off began to spread outward. The crown of the sacred tree was covered with flowers of light. Roy no longer sat on the griffin's back. He asked Kaka to try to approach the faceless overseer. Then Roy jumped off the griffin, grasped the sticky tentacles with both hands, and slithered over the faceless overseer's head. That was where the sacred tree grew. This golden tree grew rapidly. Just as it was blooming with flowers of light, the faceless overseer was completely suppressed by it. The faceless overseer floated on the sea, 7 huge tentacles entwined with the sacred tree. The faceless overseer's body was firmly pinned beneath the sacred tree, its numerous roots piercing its flesh. As Roy descended, some of the stronger roots had already pierced the overseer's body, emerging from its skin. The overseer's body convulsed violently, but was completely consumed by the sacred tree. The siren warriors on the surrounding sea also gazed inward. As they gazed at the sacred tree, they also observed the dying faceless overseer, whose body had shrunk by nearly half. This was perhaps the most horrific death of the faceless overseer. While pulling the magic airship, a parasitic sacred tree had drained his energy. At this moment, Roy stood beside the sacred tree, a torrent of holy light particles raining down from above. He felt as if his body was filled with an endless supply of holy light power. The holy light power within his body was like a wild horse, constantly assaulting his limbs and bones. Roy sat quietly beneath the sacred tree, letting the holy light power wash over him. His body was instantly ripped apart by the intense holy light power, the excess holy light power finally finding a place to vent. Roy stood beneath the tree and began chanting the sacred prayer of the purification technique. A dazzling divine pattern appeared beneath his feet. Guided by this pattern, a beam of holy light descended from the sky. Purification technique. This was the purification technique unleashed by a rank 2 expert. Roy channeled nearly all of the excess holy light power within his body into the divine pattern, guiding countless holy light particles to converge within it, causing its diameter to surge to over 3 meters. Aside from the core, which held the original form of the purification technique, The surrounding patterns were filled with ancient sacred runes. Countless leaves of purest gold drifted down from the beam, and melodious holy music echoed all around. The faceless overlord's body rapidly faded in the holy light. The beam soon shone upon the sea, and even the murky, dark waters quickly became transparent. The faceless overlords, entangled with the magic airships, began to panic, wishing they could just throw them off and dive into the hundreds-meter-deep ocean. At this moment, the sea beast priests and their sea serpents appeared on the surface. The sea beast priests engaged the dark faceless overlords, and one of the magic airships was pulled into the sea by the faceless overlords. The entire airship landed flat on its back, stirring up waves over 10 meters high and sending a deafening, muffled roar through the water. Some of the half-elf crew members who had fallen into the sea were floating on the turbulent surface, while others managed to climb onto lifeboats. The half-elf crew rushed to save themselves, while fierce fighting raged in the sea. The faceless warriors were nearly killed by a group of armored siren warriors. Thus, even if the half-elf crew fell into the sea, the faceless warriors in the sea had no time to pay attention. Meanwhile, with the help of other sea beast priests, Giazina quickly dispatched a faceless warlord. Roy saw Giazina looking over from a distance and raised a hand to acknowledge her well done. He was still standing beneath the sacred tree, enjoying the afterglow of his recent promotion to level 21. It was said that after reaching the second level, every step forward for a second-level warrior was incredibly difficult, but he had, without warning, broken through his previous bottleneck, his control over the power of holy light increasing significantly. At this moment, numerous siren warriors were engaged in a bloody battle. The faceless overseer beneath Roy's feet was reduced to a shrunken shell, its soul completely purified by Roy. The golden sacred tree behind him also began to fade, eventually dissolving into nothingness. Roy saw some siren warriors pushing the drowned half-elf crew members and gathering them around lifeboats. The 7 magic airships that fell into the water one after another made Roy's heart bleed. These magic airships were equipped with extremely valuable levitation devices. In addition, each one was equipped with 6 giant whale-hunting crossbows, and the cabins were filled with nearly 100 magic crossbow bolts. The cost of a single magic airship exceeded 2,000 magic crystals, and that didn't even take into account the value of the 3-masted ship itself. At this moment, the second faceless overseer, the target of the magic airship's concentrated fire, was reduced to an iceberg. The dark faceless warlord finally realized he was in serious trouble. The Siren Legion possesses a powerful aerial weapon. Instantly, numerous faceless warriors swam rapidly toward the deep sea to avoid the barrage of magical crossbows overhead. Roy rescued the fallen crew members and had the Griffin riders transport them to other undamaged magical airships. Roy sat back on the Griffin's back at the end of the group. Kaka then led Roy aboard the magical airship. Roy planted his feet on the deck and continued to urge the Griffin riders around him, "Work harder. Search the surface and bring up all the fallen half-elves." "Yes, boss." The younger the Griffin riders, the more convinced they were of Roy. Upon hearing Roy's command, they immediately rushed to the surface without hesitation. In the surrounding waters, the faceless overlords battled the sea serpent, stirring up huge waves. Giazina and the island-sized deep-sea beast appeared farthest from Roy. There, a faceless overlord clashed with Giazina's contracted partner. Giazina was accompanied by other sea beast priests, working together to slay the dark faceless one. The warriors of the Siren Raiders emerged from the waters one after another, the benefits of the first round of blessing spells having long since faded from their bodies. At this point, they gathered in the sea, clearly needing a second round of blessing spells. Roy called for magic airships number 4 and 5 to descend again into the sea. As pillars of holy light illuminated, the blessed Siren warriors plunged into the water. This abyssal battlefield was vast, and Roy had chosen the area designated for the Tezesico tribe. The dark faceless creatures that continuously emerged from the abyss were slain by the Siren warriors one after another. The corpses of Siren warriors lay scattered across the turbulent sea. Chapter 873. As the 2 magic airships landed on the sea again, 4 of the faceless overlords, who had been forcibly towing the 7 magic airships, had already been killed. 2 of the faceless overlords were frozen into icebergs by the concentrated fire of the magic airships in the sky. The sea beasts that pursued them from the ocean then devoured their massive bodies piece by piece. These giant deep-sea serpents, emerging from the depths, opened their maws and bit down, swallowing the ice and the faceless overlords' bodies whole. The deep-sea serpents were almost 200 meters long, their heads roughly the size of the ram horns of a 3-masted sailing ship. Facing the faceless overlords moving in the ice, they could easily rip off their exposed tentacles with a single bite, then extend their tentacles towards the faceless overlords' bodies. The stomachs of these abyssal sea serpents were like bottomless pits. They devoured everything without any change to their bodies. They nimbly twisted and turned in the sea, coiling around the faceless overseer, devouring him mouthful by mouthful. Even the black flames that engulfed the faceless overseer's body couldn't stop them from feasting. The third faceless overseer fell to Jazina, who burrowed into the overseer's body like a vampire leech. Then, her contracted companion burst from the seabed and entangled directly with the dark faceless overseer. At first, the faceless overseer still had the upper hand due to its superior strength. But Jazina's contracted companion was larger than almost 100 faceless overseers combined, having previously hidden beneath Sun Island. The first time it emerged from the seabed, it nearly overturned the entire Sun Island. Originally, Sun Island had a uniquely icy pool, but the appearance of this deep-sea behemoth reduced the island to ruins. Now that it has been completely subdued by Jazina, its appearance on the battlefield is no surprise. The deep-sea behemoth's massive back emerged from the sea, its abyssal maw opened wide, and it swallowed half of the faceless overlord's body. The faceless overlord was clearly no pushover. As Jazina's contracted partner held half of the faceless overlord's body in his mouth, a thick layer of black grease began to ooze from the overlord's skin, a flame ablaze from this grease that was completely invisible. As the transparent flames burned furiously, the black grease spread across the body of Jazina's contracted partner, and the flames quickly spread to the deep-sea beast, causing its body to rapidly necrotize and turn red under the scorching flames, but the deep-sea beast devoured even more frantically. Once it had completely devoured the faceless overlord, large red spots began to appear on its body. Then, its massive body stirred up waves over 10 meters high, and the deep-sea beast sank into the sea. Even Jazina was swallowed by it. The fourth faceless overlord's death was due to Roy, something none of the elves and sirens on the battlefield had anticipated. In the past, when Roy faced such battles, he preferred to stay behind the battlefield, helping the priests recover their holy light power. This time, he actually jumped from the magic airship and approached a faceless overlord. Using a powerful newly mastered divine technique, he forcibly drew the dark energy from the faceless overlord's body, harnessing the power of the sacred tree to transform it into particles of holy light. The sacred tree was like a mistletoe, completely draining the faceless overlord in just 2/4 of an hour. When Roy landed on the sea following the priest's magic airship number 4, his face was still an unusually crimson red. His sea of consciousness was buffeted by a vast cascade of memory fragments. Although the faceless commander's soul had been thoroughly cleansed by the purification technique, the sacred tree had absorbed the commander's power, causing a vast amount of chaotic and fragmented memories to be drawn into Roy's body. These memory fragments were like a torrent crashing into Roy's sea of consciousness. Roy's sea of consciousness contained only the golden sacred tree, and the dense power of holy light drifted throughout it. Upon entering Roy's sea of consciousness, the memory fragments were quickly cleansed and purified by this nearly unmovable holy light. The fragments of memory Roy saw mostly depicted a dark, cold seabed. If it weren't for the abundant holy light power enveloping his body, Roy felt he might have been frostbitten the moment he first saw those memory fragments. A beam of holy light enveloped Roy's body, and the fragments of the faceless commander's memories completely melted away in the warm light. Roy stood on the deck. The sacred tree that appeared behind him almost completely covered the entire magic airship. From its canopy, numerous flowers of light emanated a rich sacred aura, which condensed into particles of holy light around the treetops. These auras drifted down upon every priest aboard the magic airship, and they immediately felt the holy light power consumed as they cast their spells plummet. Everyone was busy casting blessing auras upon the siren raiders, who had emerged from the sea. They had no time to consider their predicament, as if immersed in a state of undivided prayer. Captain Flint quickly walked onto the deck and approached Roy. He watched as the 10-meter-tall sacred tree behind him almost fully materialized, no longer a shadowy form. The entire tree radiated with life. The sacred tree was drawing the power of holy light from Roy. Roy stood opposite the sacred tree, his hands clasped in prayer, his eyes closed, and an unintelligible prayer. He was now completely connected to the sacred tree, and Captain Flint dared not disturb him. He stayed by Roy's side, preventing him from being disturbed by others. At this moment, Leah appeared from behind Roy and asked Flint with some concern, "Captain Flint, what's wrong with the boss?" Captain Flint thought for a moment, then explained in a way Leah could understand. "Boss Roy has entered a very special meditative state. I think he may have glimpsed the power of the world's laws. It's as if he's grasped a thread of the world's laws, and is now exploring further along that thread. This usually only happens occasionally during advancements. It's best not to disturb him at these times. How much of the world's laws he can comprehend depends entirely on his understanding. You mean the boss just advanced and comprehended the power of the world's laws? Leah asked Captain Flint, her eyes wide. That's it. Captain Flint was a little embarrassed when he realized how Leah had summarized the entire situation in just one sentence. Leah stood amidst the swirling holy light particles, unable to conceal herself. She needed to find a corner where the particles were scarcer, hiding herself completely. The priests on the surrounding decks paid no heed to this. They were busy casting divine blessings on the Siren warriors. Anyone approaching at this moment would be driven away by Captain Flint. The so-called power of comprehending the laws of the world, this is also the strength of the second-rank masters. Only by understanding certain laws of the world can one use this understanding to create a unique domain. In fact, every second-rank master possesses some degree of domain power, just like the great magician Graham's, whose domain is ice and snow, and the blizzard he uses in battle is a form of domain power. Captain Flint felt that the sacred tree behind Roy must be part of the domain Roy had comprehended. In the magic airship, dense particles of holy light almost completely enveloped the entire craft, and the priests were immersed in spellcasting. Captain Flint stood beside Roy for a long moment. The priests had completed the second level of the blessing spell, and the warriors of the Siren Raiders dived into the sea. The sacred tree behind Roy gradually faded, and then slowly disappeared. Roy also opened his eyes, and slowly lowered his hands. When he opened his eyes, he saw Captain Flint standing guard nearby. The moment Captain Flint saw Roy open his eyes, his pupils were filled with holy light, and then the holy light disappeared from Roy's eyes. Captain Flint smiled at Roy and asked, "How do you feel?" Roy observed the battle around him. The magic airships were slowly ascending, and the priests were returning to the cabins in groups of 3 or 4. On the surrounding sea, several sea beast priests and faceless overlords could still be seen fighting. These faceless overlords had no time to focus on the 2 magic airships. Pursued by the Kraken Raiders, the faceless warriors in the sea had no chance of approaching the 2 magic airships. The destruction of 7 magic airships at the outset of this battle has made the captains of the other airships extra cautious. I seem to have seen some laws concerning the sacred elements. Roy spoke openly and unabashedly. Boss Roy, congratulations. You comprehended the laws of the Partington Plane. Captain Flint patted Roy on the shoulder. Actually, I've been utilizing the sacred tree's ability to transform dark energy into holy light, allowing it to engage in direct combat. I just tried it out, and it's working quite well. It's just that the backlash from the faceless overlord was a bit too much for me. Roy explained to Captain Flint. Captain Flint asked, somewhat speechless, what you call an attempt, meaning you're using that giant tree to create a barrier and quickly drain the dark energy from the faceless overlord? Roy was at a loss for words. I didn't expect it to be so effective. In fact, he hadn't expected to kill a faceless overlord so easily. Although the power of holy light naturally suppressed the aura of darkness, Roy hadn't anticipated that the sacred tree he had unleashed would directly drain the dark faceless overlord's body. The battle in the sea raged for 4 days and 3 nights. During this time, the priests aboard the magic airships would periodically bestow a blessing aura upon the warriors of the Siren Raiders. As the faceless overlords on the surface fell one after another, the Faceless Legion moved the battlefield into the sea. Commander Tezeko assembled a 300,000-man Siren army in this sea area. As the Siren warriors gradually occupied the surface of the sea, the battle began to shift to the deep sea. Juzina's Siren Raiders performed exceptionally well in this naval battle. Like an indestructible sword, they employed simple and brutal tactics to directly crush the Faceless Legion's formations wherever they encountered them. However, after 4 days of fierce fighting, at least 2/3 of the Siren Raiders suffered varying degrees of injuries. So Commander Tezeko pulled Juzina and her Siren Raiders back from the front lines to rest and recuperate on the surface. The Siren armies of other tribes were rumored to have already penetrated the depths of the abyss. They had already determined the exact location of the teleportation channel, but deep within the abyss, tens of thousands of dark faceless warriors were still firmly defending it. Roy's mind guards were unable to participate in the underwater battle, so they could only use their magic airships to navigate the surface. Of the 20 magic airships that had flown in from the North Coast dock, only 13 remained. These 13 magic airships were now primarily responsible for treating injured Siren warriors evacuated from the front lines. 2 rows of tents were erected on the decks of these magic airships, each housing 4 priests. The half-elf crew carried the injured Siren in, and the priests of the Holy Knights treated them with holy light magic. Roy had only 2 tasks to do each day. The first was to summon the holy tree at noon, and dusk to quickly restore the holy light power of the priests. The second was that after dinner, the Siren Legion would hand over all the captured black magic cores to Roy. In just a few days, Roy had filled 11 treasure chests with these dark magic cores, each containing nearly 5,000 unopened dark magic cores. I heard that Miss Olive was also leading a Siren regiment on this battlefield. Roy hadn't run into her once in the past few days. Perhaps the battlefield she was in charge of was quite far from here. On the morning of the 5th day, Roy was still sleeping in the bedroom behind the captain's cabin when he felt the magic airship shaking violently. The violent shaking woke him from his sleep. He stood up, threw on a coat, and walked to the window, drawing back the curtains. The wind had picked up at sea, and huge waves were surging. The magic airships activated their flotation devices, preparing to take off to avoid the waves. Roy, dressed in linen, entered the captain's cabin and saw the crew at their respective posts, continuously raising the magic airship's altitude. "What's going on?" Roy asked Rodhart, who was standing behind the steering wheel. "News from the Siren Legion. The underwater assault has officially begun. Commander Teziko has sent word that our magic airship fleet should ascend to the clouds." Rodhart responded to Roy. Roy opened the window, and a salty sea breeze blew in, stirring up tiny droplets of water. It seems the Siren Legion has gained a significant advantage on the battlefield. They're ready to execute the devouring plan. I hope everything goes well. Chapter 874. The sacred tree possesses the power of mistletoe, which Roy learned from the miraculous tree aboard the Black Pearl. It can merge with the Black Pearl, which Roy considers a botanical miracle. However, Roy had never dared to easily test this power of the sacred tree. After all, this divine art, wielded only by combat priests, was extremely powerful. Now it seemed, it had indeed startled Roy. It had actually drained the power from a dark faceless overseer. Even though the faceless overseer had previously suffered heavy damage from a Siren warrior, and was exerting all his strength to pull a magic airship into the sea, he hadn't noticed Roy's sneak attack. But he was still a powerful being capable of crushing a rank 2 warrior. As for the world laws Roy had comprehended aboard the magic airship. In fact, he had also borrowed the power of the sacred tree, glimpsing some of the law's power through a certain gap. Yes, it was the sacred tree's domain. The effect of the sacred tree domain is that all priests within it reduce the holy light power consumed by half when casting divine spells. However, this radius is less than 100 meters in diameter, nearly completely enveloping a magic airship. Roy sat at his desk in the captain's cabin, organizing his thoughts on a notepad. 13 magic airships were orbiting near the Abyss battlefield. This area had become the Siren Legion's logistics medical station. In addition to the Alcesar warriors of the Siren Raiders, Siren warriors from other tribes also flocked here for treatment. During this period, at least 50,000 Siren warriors had received treatment from the human priests. After the Siren warriors came into contact with the human priests and the half-elf crew, they established some initial trust. As the magic airships ascended into the sky, Roy noticed the sea beneath him was boiling, the sky thick with dark clouds. The fleet remained below the clouds, offering a clear view of the sea. The sea was turbulent, the waves growing from a few meters to dozens of meters high. Each wave crashed into the sea with a resounding roar. A low rumble echoed from the depths of the seabed, as if the earth were groaning in pain. The magic airships floating high in the sky seemed to tremble slightly with the roar. As the roar grew louder, the seabed began to tremble slightly, and streams of water continuously gushed into the air. The once solid reefs, as if torn apart by invisible giant hands, began to crack. The cracks spread rapidly, like a demonic net, enveloping everything around them. Roy noticed that the islands in the distance were collapsing, and a large flock of seabirds flew from the islands into the sky. Gradually, a massive vortex, a kilometer in diameter, appeared on the sea surface. The black vortex spun madly within the water, sucking everything in its wake. The crust beneath the sea seemed to be constantly collapsing. Huge rocks rose and fell from the seabed like mountains, colliding with each other with a deafening roar. The seawater, blasted like boiling magma, splashed everywhere. Roy and a group of half-elf crew members stood on the side of the magic airship, looking down from above. They couldn't see the Siren warriors in the sea, but Roy could sense that the battle beneath the sea was raging. Those deep-sea monsters unleashed unimaginable power on the seafloor. Soon, the corpse of an abyssal sea serpent emerged from the surface. It must have been the contracted partner of a sea beast priest. Suddenly, a strange light flashed from the depths of the seabed. This light, like a force from another time and space, was particularly dazzling in the dark and chaotic seabed. Roy exchanged a glance with Captain Rodhart beside him. Leah, who had been hiding in the shadows, emerged from a corner. Her childish face stared at the sea, and she whispered to Roy, "That thing's out." Roy was slightly startled, then looked at the sea again intently. Leah, in turn, stared intently at the massive black vortex on the surface. The sea breeze blew her hair, but she remained unmoved. Though the wait was only a quarter of an hour, it felt infinitely longer to Roy and the others. The center of the black vortex on the surface of the sea continued to extend downward, like a tunnel leading to the seabed. Just as everyone waited quietly for the object Leah had mentioned, a massive creature leaped relentlessly along the deep vortex, finally breaking out of the sea. The moment it emerged, all the half-elves aboard the magical airships were stunned by the enormity. It was a void ray several kilometers long, its back a pitch-black mass, its mottled marks like a reef island. The moment it emerged from the black vortex, its massive body unleashed the power of the plane's laws. Without warning, bolts of lightning appeared among the thick clouds, darting relentlessly through the clouds. Then, all the lightning bolts converged at a single point, suddenly extending downwards, a nearly kilometer-long column of lightning instantly forming in the sky. The lightning column illuminated the entire sea surface, a 1,000-meter-long streak landing precisely on the void ray's back. If this lightning bolt had struck the magic airship, Roy believed it would likely have been completely vaporized in an instant. Clearly, the void ray wasn't feeling well either. After taking the strenuous blow, it plunged headfirst into the sea. However, its massive body meant that, despite its impressive speed, the entire immersion took 2 minutes. As its body completely submerged, the lightning contained within the clouds instantly dissipated. But something beneath the surface seemed to be entangled with it, forcing the void ray to resurface shortly after its descent. As it emerged from the sea, resting on the surface, arcs of electricity emerged from the dark clouds, like electric snakes, converging there before forming streaks of lightning that struck the void ray. These lightning bolts, pure natural forces, struck the void ray repeatedly. The void ray, having leaped from the sea, erupted in flames. It was forced to dive back into the sea, emerging more than 10 kilometers away, only to crash headfirst into a small island, which instantly shattered and collapsed. Roy could sense the laws of the Partington Plane suppressing the void ray. This void ray was a tribal guardian summoned by the Siren Legion. Roy and the half-elf were extremely worried that the void ray would be slain by the endless lightning strikes from above. He suddenly remembered the message from Commander Tezesico, urging their magic airship fleet to hide above the clouds. Apparently, the Siren Legion Sea Beast priests had long known that the appearance of a void ray over the sea would trigger lightning and thunder strikes from the clouds. When the void ray crashed into the island, causing it to shatter, the overwhelming, oppressive aura suffocated all the half-elves aboard the magic airship. Roy suddenly felt so insignificant in this world. Before this enormous void ray, he felt as tiny as an ant. This world was truly magnificent. He had lived in the Silvermoon Kingdom of the Elven Continent for over a decade, and at one point, he even thought the Elven Continent was the entire world. Just as Roy stood by the side of the ship, lost in thought, a spatial rift suddenly appeared in front of the void ray, more than 10 kilometers away. At first, it was a single dark vertical line. As a flood of chaotic spatial elements spread, the rift suddenly expanded, like a wide, flat crack on the sea. A spatial rift, Captain Rodhart exclaimed, standing beside Roy. It's actually searching for a place to jump through time and space. It's been prepared all along. Roy thought to himself, of course, it was prepared all along. Roy, however, didn't know the specifics, and he joined everyone else in worrying about the void ray's safety. Seeing a spatial rift appear ahead, Roy breathed a sigh of relief. The void ray suddenly emerged from the sea, countless streams of seawater flowing from its body, crashing down onto the surface like a waterfall. The void ray's body crashed directly into the spatial rift. To prolong its flight, the void ray instantly extended all its fins. Under the gaze of all the half-blood elves aboard the magic airship, it plunged headfirst into the spatial rift. At this moment, the void ray's tail, repeatedly struck by the lightning, completely burned. Then, the burning tail passed through the spatial rift and disappeared completely. The next moment, although the sea was still turbulent and the sky was still covered with dark clouds, Roy felt that the entire Partington Plane had fallen completely silent. Roy held onto the side of the ship with both hands and let out a long breath. The magic airship still hovered high in the sky, for Roy was unsure whether the war between the Sirens and the Dark Faceless Legion was over. Until the clouds in the sky began to dissipate bit by bit, the thick clouds gradually transformed into patches of fish scales, and then warm sunlight shone through the gaps between the clouds onto the sea. The turbulent sea gradually calmed, and one by one, the Sirens' warriors emerged from the water. The Sirens' mournful song echoed from the quiet sea. Roy ordered the magic airship to descend. When it was only about 100 meters from the sea, he saw a dense swarm of sirens appearing on the surface, so numerous that he couldn't count them. With a huge tremor, seawater splashed 10 meters high on both sides of the ship, and the magic airship landed steadily in the sea. The siren warriors on the surrounding sea surface exposed their upper bodies and cheered deafeningly at the magic airship. Roy's tense nerves suddenly relaxed. It seemed that he had truly won. Roy leaned over the side of the ship and looked out at the sea. The siren warriors all raised their tridents towards him. Their muscular upper bodies, clad in ring-shaped siren armor, looked like comical skeleton warriors. Then Roy saw Olive and Jazina in the sea. Sea beast priests emerged one after another. Commander Teziko, surrounded by a large group of siren warriors, arrived at the completely collapsed island. The original mountain had exploded in the middle, leaving it almost in ruins. Commander Teziko led a group of sea beast priests onto the shattered reef. Waves crashed against the rocks, shattering them instantly. Kaka led Roy to the reef. Roy dismounted from the griffin and discovered that the number of sea beast priests following Commander Teziko had dwindled to about 20. Roy remembered that during the blessing ceremony, there had been around 40 sea beast priests. It seemed the Siren Legion had also suffered heavy losses in this war. Roy treaded on the slippery, sharp rocks and approached Commander Teziko. Teziko's face was pale, likely due to injury or some kind of backlash. Lord Angula's clone swallowed the door and returned to the Outlands through the Void Gate. Even if this clone dies in a dangerous area of the Outlands, this connecting door will remain there and will not return to the Partington Plain, Commander Teziko said. Lord Angula's clone will swiftly search for a crash site in the Outlands, and this connecting passageway gate will remain there. Roy thought, even the native sirens of the Partington Plain have powerful backers. Who knows who the elves' backers are? I thought he would seal the connecting passageway, Roy said casually. Commander Teziko, in a good mood, volunteered to explain. Lord Angula doesn't have the ability to destroy the connecting passageway. We believe the seal will eventually loosen, and when that happens, it will be a disaster for the sirens in the western seas. It would be better to send them to a desolate corner of the Outlands. Information about the Outlands must be subject to certain restrictions, so Teziko didn't continue the conversation. He faced the sea breeze, gazing out at the distant waters. Next, we must deal with the remnants of the Dark Faceless Legion. For a long time to come, we have to hunt aquatic beasts intensively to repay the debt owed to the Ringed Kraken battle gear. Hopefully, there will be more Dark Faceless Legionnaires lurking in the western seas, so we can alleviate the pressure of repaying our debt. This time, the half-elves provided nearly 150,000 sets of Ringed Kraken battle gear, forged with the utmost effort after the forges in the Jiashi Mountains continuously increased their production capacity. For the remaining 100,000 sets of Kraken battle gear, Roy has currently received nearly 120,000 dark magic cores. According to the original transaction agreement, Commander Teziko will need to provide another 380,000 dark magic crystals. However, the connecting passages to the western seas have now been relocated to the Outlands. Even if some remnants of the Faceless Legion remain in the western seas, their number is likely to be in the tens of thousands, which is not much. It's obviously impossible for the sirens to find hundreds of thousands more black magic crystals. That's why Commander Teziko proposed hunting sea beasts and obtaining magic crystals to repay the debt. Roy lowered his head in thought, then spoke to Commander Teziko sincerely. This battle against the Dark Faceless Legion took place almost entirely underwater, and the sirens paid a heavy price. Hundreds of thousands of sirens perished at the hands of the Dark Faceless Legion. I know it will take the sirens of the western seas a long time to recover from the trauma of war. At this point, Roy glanced at the sea beast priests behind Teziko. The sea beast priests' faces display complex expressions, clearly weighed down by the joy of victory and the pain of war. Roy, braving the blowing sea breeze, addressed the sea beast priests. The greatest threat to the western seas was the Siren Legion's ability to clear the Faceless Legion's connection channel. We, the half-elves, were unable to contribute to this effort. Therefore, I intend to reduce the outstanding debt for the armor. The 500,000 black magic crystals in this transaction will be reduced to 250,000. You already gave me 120,000 black magic crystals for this naval battle. You can simply pay me another 130,000. Also, this debt can be repaid in other ways. It doesn't have to be with magic crystals. Magical materials, magic metals, or magic gems are all acceptable. If you don't have any of that, you can also organize a mercenary group. I'm considering hiring a group of elite siren warriors to fight the Grey Dwarf bandits across the Endless Sea. I don't want this debt to cause further damage to the precarious marine ecosystem of the western seas. Hearing Roy's words, all the sea beast priests cast friendly glances at him. Commander Teziko even stepped forward and gave Roy a big hug. On behalf of all the siren tribes in the western seas, I express my sincerest gratitude. May our friendship continue until the seas of the Partington Plain dry up completely. Chapter 875. The 13 magic airships did not depart immediately, primarily because the Knights Templar priests needed several days to treat the severely injured siren warriors. These siren warriors remained aboard the magic airships. Captain Flint told Roy that the magic airships were currently hosting over 2,000 injured siren warriors. In the abyss, a group of siren warriors were still cleaning up the battlefield, primarily collecting the remains of the siren warriors. The dark faceless warriors transformed into black liquid and merged into the sea. In addition to deepening the sea's color, they also created more dark attributed plankton. When sunlight shone into the sea, these plankton immediately melted in the sunlight. Although the Siren Legion had achieved victory, the western seas were not completely safe. Tens of thousands of faceless warriors remained scattered across the western seas. For the next few years, even decades, they would face the Siren clan's relentless pursuit. Just as they had arrived in the western waters of the Partington Plain through the connecting channel, and slew hundreds of thousands of Sirens in just a few months, the Sirens would embark on a path of vengeance, hunting down the faceless warriors in every corner of the western seas. The priests daily used holy light to heal the wounded Siren warriors. After several days of continuous activity, the priests felt exhausted, their daily cycle of healing the Sirens and restoring their holy light power. But their dedicated efforts to heal the Sirens also earned the favor of countless Siren warriors. Many Siren women sought opportunities to strike up conversations with these human priests, but they were clearly mistaking their targets. 13 magic airships remained on the surface of the sea, and daily Siren ships delivered deep-sea cod to the ships. This tender, fatty cod is one of the Griffin's favorite foods. Roy also enjoyed pan-fried cod, but the ship lacked any seasoning, so he could only settle for a simple grill. Every time the Sirens brought cod, Roy would pick the fattest one. A grill always sat in a corner of the magic airship's rooftop. Roy cleaned the fresh cod and slowly grilled it on the iron grid. Sometimes Kaka and little Eugene would come over to try it, and occasionally Roy would have some time to relax alone. You prefer grilled fish more than other half-elves? Olive's voice came from behind Roy. Roy glanced back at Olive and invited her to sit over, but Olive seemed reluctant to approach the grill, preferring to sit by the ship's railing. She learned the art of transformation from Tiffany, so while on the boat, she could transform into a voluptuous silver moon elf. When the delicate scales on her cheeks, the scales on her body, and her fins vanished, she became radiant. Seductive beauty always touched Roy's heart, as if every Siren possessed a stunning face. Roy sprinkled a pinch of salt on the golden roasted cod. The skin had become crispy, and the flesh was snow-white and tender, tantalizing Roy's taste buds. He offered the freshly grilled cod to Olive, but Olive smiled and shook her head. I thought you lead the Siren Legion to hunt down the dark faceless ones. I know a group of faceless ones have fled to the North Fjord, Roy said. Many tribes are out hunting down faceless warriors. I don't want to join in the fun. There's no challenge there. Searching the sea every day is pretty boring. Olive rested her arms on the railing, her long, seaweed-colored hair fluttering in the breeze. She wore a long, halter dress, revealing a large expanse of her white chest. She tilted her head to look at Roy, only to notice his gaze fixed on the grilled fish. A hint of disappointment crossed her face. Roy, I heard you're recruiting a mercenary group of Siren warriors? Roy raised his head and said, I do have that idea. You know I occupied an island in the Endless Sea, which has long been the territory of the Naga. If I want to maintain control of Kui Island, I need an army capable of resisting the Naga. I don't know how those gray dwarf bandits drove the Naga away, but the half-elves are currently unable to defeat the Naga in the sea. Olive's shoulders were broad, which not only gave her a very sexy look at the neck and neck, but also gave her upper body a strong presence. I wonder if I have a chance to join the mercenary group. Roy was just about to take a bite of the roasted cod when he heard Olive say this. He looked at her and said, You're most welcome. It would be even better if you could bring a group of Siren warriors. Olive felt a surge of joy at the answer she was looking for. It's a deal then. I give you the list tomorrow. Don't forget to take us with you when the fleet returns. The two chatted on the deck, enjoying the sea breeze. The sun was about to set over the sea. The distant water shimmered, and the spot where the sky met the sea was a hue of orange. The magic airship and Olive were both rimmed with gold. The alluring beauty of the scene faded gradually as the sun sank below the surface of the sea, until only a vague shadow remained. Roy carefully nibbled at the fragrant cod, as if his eyes were focused solely on the delicious food. He could sense all his passion, but as a half-elf, Roy knew that living together, as a couple of different races, could be quite challenging. Ms. Belinda, for example, had been embroiled in a terrible situation by impulsive love. Single mothers were common in the elven world, but Roy, who had grown up without a single ounce of love from his father, was a rare sight. While he and Ms. Belinda had no worries about food and clothing, their lives weren't always smooth sailing. Just as Roy lowered his head to savor the last bit of grilled fish, he heard a splash. He turned to see that the spot where Olive had stood was now empty. At that moment, Leah, who had been hiding in the corner, quietly emerged and sat across from Roy. Her eyes fell on the dark red charcoal in the grill, and she complained to Roy, "Boss, where's the grilled fish you promised me?" While Roy and Leah were quietly grilling fish on the rooftop, a group of officers from the Siren Raiders gathered on the deck of the magic airship. Jazina, the leader, sat on a chair at the bow. One hand rested on the bronze argali horn, the other resting on the armrest, her elbow resting on her wrist, her pointed chin resting on her wrist. Her posture was casual, her expression relaxed. A group of Siren Raiders officers stood before her, looking very serious. Jazina's gaze returned from the rooftop. She witnessed Olive leaping from the bow into the sea, and she snorted softly. Then, she addressed the Siren Raiders officers. "Now that we defeated the Dark Faceless Legion, there's really no point for the Siren Raiders to continue." "Captain." A group of Siren officers heard Zetswina say this, and immediately shouted anxiously. Jazina waved her hand, interrupting them. "Listen to me. The Siren Raiders were originally formed with the Siren Warriors of the Alcisa tribe. Later, they gradually recruited other Siren Warriors, who arrived in the Sun Island Bay, which led to their current size." She fixed her gaze on Atias, who was standing in the front row. "When Commander Alcisa entrusted the tribe to me, he hoped I would protect the Sirens of the Alcisa tribe from this catastrophe. Now that the Faceless Warriors have been defeated, I have fulfilled my promise to Commander Alcisa. He gave me a note of experience, which enabled me to successfully ascend to a Sea Beast Priest. Now, I can confidently tell all the Sirens that Commander Alcisa and I owe each other nothing. So Atias, stand up." Jazina pointed at Atias, her tone unwavering. Atias hesitated, but he didn't dare disobey Jazina's command, and took a step forward. "Captain," Jazina said gently, "Atias, take your people back to the North Fjord. Don't stay in the Sun Island Bay and rob the half-elves of their fishing resources." Then she turned her gaze to the other Siren officers from non-Alcesian tribes and said, "I have no requirements for Siren warriors from non-Alcesian tribes. If you want to join the Alcesian tribe, now is the perfect time. Of course, you can also choose to leave. Though the western seas haven't completely calmed down yet, those dark faceless ones can't cause any major trouble." The officers were so shocked by Jazina's words that they were almost speechless. No one could have imagined that the Siren Legion, arguably the most elite in the western seas, would be torn apart by just a few words from Jazina. As the leader of the raiding group, Jazina surprisingly had no attachment to the Siren raid. Everyone had heard that Commander Tezeko had promised Captain Jazina that she could choose any territory in the western seas. But judging by her arrangements, it seemed she had no intention of occupying any territory in the western seas. Jazina continued, "As for my future plans, I might explore some places I've never been before. I select companions to accompany me, but only the finest Siren warriors." As she spoke, she exuded a powerful aura, forcing the other Siren officers to hold their breath. Only Atias, with his formidable physique, puffed out his chest and shouted to Jazina, "Captain, I want to go with you." Jazina shook her head and said, "If you come with me, what will become of the Alcisa tribe? Stay here until you find a reliable successor, and then you can lift the burden from your shoulders. But definitely not now." Jazina's words were undeniable. Atias wanted to say, "Captain Jazina." Jazina raised her chin and said impatiently, "Go. I know you be an excellent tribal leader." Atias knew Jazina's character. Once she made a decision, she wouldn't change it. He hadn't expected her to simply return the Alcesar tribe to him after defeating the Faceless Men. Thinking this might be what his father wanted, he quickly adjusted his mind and discussed the next steps with the Alcesar tribe members in the raiding group. The Alcesar Sirens still hoped to return to the North Fjords. But now, faceless warriors were undoubtedly lurking in the complex waterways of the fjords. Therefore, before allowing the tribe to move back to the North Fjords, it was imperative to eliminate them. The timing was perfect. The Siren Corps from various tribes were already hunting the faceless warriors, making this a perfect time for them to clear out the dark faceless men in the North Fjords. After a night of discussion, the officers of the Alcisa tribe reached an agreement with the Tias, deciding to lead the Alcisa warriors of the Siren Raid Regiment to the North Fjord to hunt down the dark faceless ones. By noon, Atias had gathered all the Siren warriors of the Alcisa tribe, and led a total of 3,800 Siren warriors to bid farewell to Jazina and Roy. At this point, the Siren Raid Regiment consisted of 3,000 non-Alcisa Siren warriors. Most of these Siren warriors had come to Sun Island Bay to escape the dark faceless ones. A considerable number of these Siren warriors had tribes, but had been separated from them at the time. They still had relatives and friends in the Siren tribe. Now that Jazina had disbanded the Siren Raid Regiment, they didn't cry out to stay, and soon over 1,000 more Siren warriors left. Less than 2,000 of the most elite Siren warriors remained in the Siren Raiders. These Siren warriors were carefully selected and retained by Jazina. They not only possessed exceptional combat prowess, but were also willing to continue their adventures with Jazina. So, when the 13 magic airships returned to Sun Island, only 2,000 Siren warriors were actually aboard the Siren Raiders. These Siren warriors officially joined the Mine Guard. Olive also led 1,000 Siren warriors, accompanying Roy's magic airship fleet to Sun Island Bay. Olive's 1,000 Siren warriors would form a mercenary group and accept Roy's employment. All commissions would be used to repay debts. When the 13 magic airships returned to the North Coast docks, the area was practically filled with half-elves. A large number of Griffin riders hovered in the sky above Sun Island Bay. Captain Tiprador was delighted that almost no Griffin riders were lost in this operation, but he couldn't keep his smile on his face. 1/3 of the 20 magic airships that had been dispatched to the battlefield had been lost. For Roy, this was a heavy loss. The fleet landed near the dock, and as soon as Roy stepped off the ship, cheers erupted from the dock. Chapter 876. Although the fleet lost 7 magic airships in this naval battle at the Abyss, the loss of half-blood elves was relatively small. Roy's safe return with everyone brought a touch of joy to the North Coast docks. Many half-blood elves were calling out Boss Roy's name, their eyes following him. At this moment, Roy knew everyone was waiting for him to say a few words. Standing on the dock, he saw a huge pile of cargo nearby and climbed up, supporting himself with a wooden crate with one hand. From his perch on top of the crate, Roy could see the half-blood elves gathered at the North Coast docks. Countless elven crew members crowded around the sides of the magic airships docked at the docks, all staring at Roy. Given the sheer number of half-blood elves, Roy knew that even if he shouted at the top of his lungs, not all of them would hear his speech. But he still raised one hand, and the half-elves' cheers echoed around him like a tsunami. Miss Olive and a group of Siren warriors left the magic airship and jumped into the sea on the North Coast. Hearing the cheers of the half-elves on the dock, some Siren warriors, who couldn't understand Elvish, asked Miss Olive, "Olive, are those half-elves on the dock holding a celebration?" Miss Olive's golden eyes fixed on Roy standing on the wooden box. A slight smile tugged at the corners of her mouth, and she casually replied, "No, they're just welcoming their king." "Are you talking about Boss Roy?" the Siren warrior said. Of course, although the Siren army defeated the Dark Faceless ones this time, without the help of the half-elves, this battle might have continued for years. Miss Olive finished speaking, closed her eyes, leaned her slender body back, and dived into the sea. The other Siren warriors followed Miss Olive into the sea. Roy stood on the wooden box, watching the half-elves gather around him. He coughed, then said at the top of his voice, "Quiet, everyone, please. There's a lot of things I need to deal with later, so I just say a few words." The half-elves in the distance could only see Boss Roy's mouth moving, but they couldn't hear his voice. At this moment, the North Coast pier quickly fell silent. Some half-elves tried to speak, but their companions immediately covered their mouths to avoid causing dissatisfaction among the other half-elves. Roy spoke at the top of his voice to the half-blood elves on the dock. "Although I always believed we would win, I didn't expect victory to come so soon. That's right. Thanks to our tireless efforts, and those of the Sirens, we have finally driven out the Dark Faceless Legion from the Western Sea. There are still small-scale battles in some areas of the Western Sea, but these are not enough to reverse the tide of war in the entire region. Therefore, we have won." Although his voice didn't carry far, the half-blood elves within earshot cheered excitedly again. This cheer seemed contagious, immediately setting off a chorus of cheers from the half-blood elves at the North Coast dock. "So, Boss Roy, are you saying we won?" "Yes, we drove out the faceless Sirens." "Oh! By the Moon Goddess, this is truly great news. Gems, Alun won't bless half-elves." Roy stood on the wooden box, waiting for the half-elves below to quiet down again. Then he added, "Sun Island Bay may enter a period of rapid development. This is the most abundant fishing resource in the Partington Plain. Sun Island Bay is a very good fishing ground. I hope everyone can make the North Shore Pier and North Shore Town more beautiful. I hope the pier will be filled with flying fishing boats, not these huge magic airships. I hope every half-elf has enough food and clothing, and lives a worry-free life. Okay, that's all I have to say. Thank you everyone. After a few brief words, Roy hopped off the wooden box with light steps. At this time, a long line of Templar priests emerged from the magic airships. Captain Flint was among them. He approached Roy and said, "I heard you detained many Imperials on K Island. I know they committed crimes, but can I meet them? As you know, we're all from the Grim Empire. Although we become time-forgotten in the Dark Land, we're still eager to learn about our homeland. So, could we meet with those Imperials and have a chat?" The docks were bustling with noise, and Roy and Captain Flint were mingling in the crowd. Roy saw the sincerity in Captain Flint's eyes, and without hesitation, he agreed, of course. He then added, "But I don't plan to bring them to the Partington Plain. They're currently working in the shipyard on K Island. Once I organize a long-distance fleet, they join me on the seas to trouble those sea slavers. If you want to see them, you have to come with me to K Island." Captain Flint asked hesitantly, "Is that convenient?" Roy and Captain Flint emerged from the dock and walked along the beach toward the Templar camp. Of course, the magic airships from North Bay to Padstow depart almost weekly. You just need to go to Padstow first, then use the portal to reach K Island. If you prefer, you can come directly with me, but I'd probably have to go to Plateau City first and stay a few days before returning to Padstow. The Templar camp's architecture was entirely human style. There were no tree houses, only wooden houses built in the cleared woods. These houses were surrounded by walls, giving the impression of a simple village. Right next to the camp, these human priests had actually cultivated a vegetable garden. Roy didn't recognize the other vegetables, but he was very familiar with cabbages and pumpkins. He wondered where these priests got the vegetable seeds. They didn't exist in the elven world. The human priests had also built a reservoir next to the vegetable garden. Roy saw Alice sitting by the reservoir, praying, with some human priests beside her, praying together. Roy only glanced at them from a distance and didn't approach. Captain Flint thought for a moment, then, noticing Roy paused, said, "I'd better go with you. When you leave Sun Island Bay, remember to send someone to let me know." Roy readily agreed, "Okay, probably just a few days." The magic airships that had been continuously transporting supplies to Sun Island Bay finally had some time to rest. This also meant that the work on the Ring Siren battle armor at the Jiashi Mountain Forge had come to a close. Luckily, when Roy returned to Sun Island Bay last time to requisition 20 magic airships, he had already sent a message to the forge. All work on the Ring Siren battle armor had been suspended, so they could continue with the production of the full-cover heavy armor coated with a layer of magical metal, suitable for elven warriors. Currently, this heavy armor could only be produced on a small scale, requiring skilled dwarven blacksmiths to craft key components. This heavy armor, coated with mithril, would be an excellent base material for many inscribers, who could engrave magic patterns on the armor surface to create rudimentary magic pattern constructs. However, this heavy armor, coated with only a thin layer of magical metal, has a significant flaw. Once the engraved magic patterns are damaged, they cannot be repaired. For this reason, this heavy armor has not yet been widely adopted by the mine guards. Roy stayed in Sun Island Bay, primarily waiting for Jazina to complete the arrangements on Sun Island. This time, Jazina will accompany Roy to Kauai Island with 1,200 Siren warriors. In addition to Jazina, Miss Olive will also lead 2,000 Siren warriors. Currently, the Sirens of the Alcaesar tribe live on Sun Island, but until Atias completely occupies the North Fjord, these Sirens will remain on Sun Island for a while. Besides the Sirens of the Alcaesar tribe, there are actually some Sirens from other tribes on Sun Island. They all stumbled upon this island while fleeing. If they leave Sun Island now, the Western Sea might still be unsafe. However, they can't stay on Sun Island forever, and they won't follow the Alcaesar tribe to the North Fjord. So, the fate of these Sirens is a difficult question for Jazina. Let them stay on Sun Island for now. Once the Western Sea is completely settled, let them find a new life. In the end, Roy made the final decision, allowing these Sirens to stay. If the enemy isn't a faceless warrior, the ringed Siren armor they crafted for the Sirens is useless, and it's also extremely heavy. Every Siren warrior in the Siren Raiders carries a set of ringed Siren armor. Jazina and Miss Olive were traveling with Roy to Kauai Island, so there was no need to bring the ringed Siren armor with them. These ring-type Siren armor pieces couldn't be stored in the warehouse at the North Coast docks. The climate there was warm and humid, and if they weren't regularly maintained, they would likely become rusty in no time. No one could guarantee that the Dark Faceless Legion wouldn't return, so these ring-type siren armor pieces couldn't be completely discarded. So, Roy planned to pack all the siren armor pieces stored at the North Coast docks and those in the hands of the Raiders' siren warriors into boxes and transport them by magic airship to the dry climate of Plateau City, where they would be stored in the warehouse. Roy waited at Sun Island's North Coast docks for 3 days before Giazina and the siren warriors finally arrived. Afterwards, Roy led 8 magic airships out of Sun Island Bay. After a day and night of sailing, the 8 magic airships arrived safely at Plateau City. The sirens were very interested in Plateau City's Tolai River. Roy promised them that he could land the magic airships in the lower reaches of the river under cover of night. The Tolai River, formed by the melting glaciers of the Jiashi Mountains, flows continuously from the Jiashi Mountains. After passing through Plateau City, it flows south through the wilderness, finally turning west around the Chaldea Mountains, passing through Raven Ridge and continuing westward. Miss Olive needed to stay on the magic airships to restrain the sirens. Giazina followed Roy out of the airport terminal and strolled through the streets of Plateau City. Roy then met Mulan, who had rushed over from City Hall. After all, the arrival of 8 magic airships in Plateau City was no small feat. A security guard had already informed Mulan of the news, so she took a carriage to the airport terminal, where she happened to meet Roy emerging from the dock. Seeing Mulan inside, Roy jumped directly into the carriage. "How did we win the war against the Dark Faceless Legion so quickly? We still have at least 7,000 sets of ring-type siren battle gear, including some scattered parts from the forge. These were originally designed only for the Dark Faceless, and are completely useless against warriors of other races. Boss, what should we do with all these ring-type siren battle gear?" Mulan asked. Roy said, "All the excess blanks will be returned to the furnace and reforged into metal ingots." Then, as if remembering something, he asked Mulan, "By the way, have the final issues with the magic plating process been resolved?" Mulan leaned back on the sofa and shook her head. Adhesion of the metal coating was always a challenge. Dwarven artisans were skilled at forging, but not at handling these problems. Roy nodded and said, "Don't stop at the forge, keep trying. I asked the other dwarven artisans too." The carriage carried Roy through the bustling central street of Plateau City. Looking at the shops lining the street, Roy asked Mulan, "It feels like there are a lot more shops here." "Yes, ever since you had the Partington Magic Herb Trading Company publicly announce that it would only sign large-scale purchase orders for magical herbs and support the elves of the Partington Plain in the magical herb trade, at least nearly 100 magical herb trading companies have sprung up in Plateau City overnight." Mulan's tone was heavy with sarcasm. "The Partington Plain will eventually open up to the elven continent. Rather than letting those outside herbalists dominate the Partington Plain market, it would be better to establish some magical herb traders there beforehand. The magical herb market is incredibly bustling right now." Mulan continued to grumble. Mulan slapped his forehead and said to Roy, "By the way, Captain Helic has returned. He's been staying at the inn in Plateau City waiting for you these days." "Captain Helic? Take me to see him." Roy couldn't help but feel a little excited. Captain Helic had led 5,000 rebels across the Pagisto Plateau into the northern glaciers, capturing numerous plateau headhunters along the way. His swift, decisive, and ruthless fighting style had always been Roy's role model. Hearing he returned from the northern glaciers, Roy couldn't wait to meet him. Mulan opened the window and tapped on the glass before saying to the coachman outside, "Take us to the Plateau Inn." Chapter 877. The Plateau Inn is located south of the Parade Square, the most prosperous area of Plateau City. The terrain here is high in the north and low in the south. North of the square is Plateau City's City Hall. Along the street from the Plateau Inn are more than a dozen luxurious courtyards, all residences of senior officers of the Mine Guards. The most famous of these is the courtyard of Lord Mulan, the highest commander of Plateau City. It is said that there are onlookers outside this courtyard every day. Due to its official affiliation, the Plateau Inn's guests almost all have some connection to the Mine Guards. Helic's rebel army is stationed on the south bank of the Tolai River outside Plateau City, just 2 kilometers from the prisoner of war camp. The half-elven warriors of the rebel army have trudged through mountains and rivers, returning from the ice fields to the Pagisto Plateau. They are severely exhausted and need to rest in camp for a while. However, the conditions in Plateau City are far better than those on the ice fields, at least in terms of food. Captain Helic had led over 5,000 half-elf rebels to the northern Pagisto Plateau, but he has now returned with only 3,256 half-elf warriors. After experiencing the baptism of ice and blood, these elves have grown into a formidable group of elven warriors. Captain Helic and his lieutenant had been staying at the Plateau Inn for 5 days. During this time, They had seen Mullen twice, but not Boss Roy. Mullen's response was that Boss Roy was not currently in Plateau City. Boss Roy hasn't returned yet, Captain. How long are we going to stay in the city? Inside the room, the adjutant entered, carrying a plate of berries. He placed it in front of Captain Helic. The two sat down around the plate and began to savor the sweet and sour berries. Are you tired of this life of casually eating fruit? Captain Helic asked with a smile. Boss Roy asked you to serve as the city security officer in Padstow before we retreated from the ice fields. I'm worried he was just using this as an excuse to lure us back, and he didn't intend to have you lead the Padstow City Security Corps. The adjutant muttered softly. Seeing Captain Helic didn't respond, the adjutant continued, We're rebels. Would they dare use us as city guards? Captain Helic sat in a comfortable recliner, leaning forward, picking redder berries from a plate. These were sweeter and more flavorful. Before becoming rebels, weren't we the city guards of Padstow? This time, we're just returning to our roots. We've been working with Boss Roy for more than a year or two. How can they not even trust us? Captain Helic's question left the adjutant speechless. Just as the adjutant was rendered speechless by Captain Helic's questioning, the door to the room was pushed open by the elven guard. Captain, Boss Roy is here to visit you. He's already downstairs at the hotel. Oh! Helic stood up from his wicker chair, straightened his clothes as usual, and called to the elf guard, Quick! Please come in. With that, Captain Helic also stepped out of the room, crossed the hallway in a few strides, and quickly descended the stairs. On the landing, Captain Helic spotted a human-looking half-elf, accompanied by Mistress Mullen, approaching the stairs. Helic wore a blue magic-marked suit and spoke to Mullen as they walked. Helic recognized Roy, the young, human-looking man, instantly. He seemed more mature than he had been a few years before. Captain Helic quickly stepped forward, extending his arms. Roy and Helic embraced tightly. Captain Helic patted Roy's back and thanked him. If it weren't for your assistance these past few years, we would have frozen to death on the snowy mountaintops. Roy watched Captain Helic radiate a faint veil of Do Chi, the aura of a rank 2 expert that couldn't be concealed. No wonder they were able to carve a bloody path across the icy plains. If you hadn't dealt with the headhunters north of the plateau, we might not have been able to free ourselves to fight for Sun Island Bay. The situation in Partington would be entirely unknown. After exchanging pleasantries, the two were led into Captain Helic's room. Captain Helic, Roy, and Mullen sat around the tea table on the terrace. Captain Helic was accompanied by only a young lieutenant. What's the matter? What trouble are you in? Captain Helic asked Roy. Although he had met Mullen twice in the past few days, their conversations were limited. Captain Helic wasn't entirely familiar with the situation here. Roy explained, the Dark Faceless Legion of the Abyssal Hell faction established a connecting channel to the western seas. They recently slaughtered the Siren tribes in the sea, chasing them to all directions, and even driving them into the Starry Sea. At that time, I felt the Siren Legion might collapse. In fact, much of what Mullen had heard about the Sirens of the Western Sea was new to Roy. Roy continued, once the local Sirens are defeated, that would be the most troublesome situation. Because the Dark Faceless Legion's headquarters is built beneath a deep-sea trench, there's a connecting passageway to the Dark Land. If they completely slaughter the Sirens, this connecting passageway will be difficult to dismantle. In the future, the Dark Legion will use it as an anchor point, allowing more Dark Legions to enter the Partington Plain. I wonder what the cost will be for the mine guards to destroy the connecting passageway. Fortunately, these Sirens tribes have survived the Dark Faceless Legion. They recently won a crucial victory, finally annihilating the main Dark Faceless Legion division. After listening to Roy's introduction, Captain Helic said, somewhat surprised, So you've been in trouble lately. After all, it's thanks to you that we've been able to hold off the trouble in the north, freeing us up to fight the Dark Faceless Legion. By comparison, the conditions on the glaciers are far more difficult. Roy said sincerely to Captain Helic, I invited you back this time to serve as Padstow's city security officer, responsible for its defense. Padstow now has nearly 1.5 million half-elven residents, a diverse population with all sorts of personalities. I hope that under your leadership, the elven guards of the city security corps will ensure that every resident of Padstow feels completely secure. Helic leaned back in his chair, hesitating for a moment before asking Roy, You're surrounded by talented half-blood elves. I want to know why you chose me. Roy held his lemon tea, cup touching his lips as he said, I can't have high-ranking military and political leaders across the Partington Plain all from the Mine Guard. It wouldn't be beneficial to the development of the entire Partington Plain. This is the home of the half-blood elves. I hope that Padstow City should be governed jointly by all the half-blood elves. Also, I now occupy an island deep in the endless sea. The portal on this island connects to the Partington Plain. Next, I probably shift most of my attention to this island. I convince the Naga Sea tribe to recognize it as belonging to the Half-Bloods. Blood Elves. Only then can we build a port on the island and open a route from K Island to Castletown City. Elven merchant ships will then be able to travel between the two places, and more Half-Blood Elves will learn about the Partington Plain. After hearing Roy's words, Captain Helic pressed on, did the Silvermoon Elves really cut off the connection between Partington Island and the Partington Plain? Well, it's been almost a year. Roy, how did you manage to build another portal? Captain Helic licked his lips and continued, I heard a portal costs as much as a small city. He knew Boss Roy was very wealthy, but he didn't believe he had the financial resources to build one. Roy smiled subtly and said, it didn't cost me much. I just asked some magician friends to move the portal from Partington Island to K Island. There were some difficulties along the way, and it used up the favors I accumulated in the Dark Land, but I think it was worth it. Helic then asked, so the Partington Plain is still connected to the main plain, and the island with the portal also belongs to us? Roy nodded, then said, there's still some controversy for now, but I already dealt with the local Naga tribe on Kui Island. Now it depends on whether the Naga tribe in the Endless Sea are willing. Will we go to war with the Naga? Maybe, but I try my best to reason with them, Roy said, pursing his lips. If war is necessary, I have a very elite half-elf war band. They are veterans tempered by countless battles, and ready to go at any time. Roy's eyes sparkled, but he spoke with great restraint. The Mine Guard is in need of such experienced veterans. However, I believe that if you serve as the city security officer in Padstow, you will also need a dedicated war band. Padstow appears quite stable right now, but many destabilizing factors are just beginning to emerge. You need someone to help you gather intelligence and establish a firm foothold in the city security corps as soon as possible. Captain Helic, when you become the city security officer, you must handle Padstow's problems in the best interests of all half-elven people. I will do my best. Helic and Roy discussed Padstow's security issues for a long time, until someone from the airport terminal arrived to urge them to leave. Roy and Mulan then hurriedly left. Captain Helic stood at the terrace railing, just in front of the hotel entrance. Roy and Mulan hurriedly boarded a carriage, which sped along the circular avenue toward the airport terminal. The young adjutant stood beside Captain Helic and said, Captain, so this is Boss Roy. He's really different from what I imagined. He's actually a half-elf who resembles a human, and yet he's working on behalf of all half-elves on the Partington Plain. By doing this, isn't he afraid that some half-blood elf will rise up and seize power in the future? The adjutant whispered to Captain Helic. Captain Helic placed his hands on the railing and pondered for a moment before saying, perhaps he never intended to seize power. I think he intends to place the power to make laws in the hands of the Elven Elders Council, and to disperse military power from the Mine Guards. Perhaps he never considered becoming the king of the half-blood elves. The adjutant stared at the departing carriage in astonishment. Captain Helic stood there and continued, we originally launched the riot in Padstow to address the Silvermoon Elf nobles' trafficking of half-blood elf slaves. But before we could succeed, we were ruthlessly suppressed by the Silvermoon Elf Griffin Knights. He's also been working tirelessly to rescue half-blood elf slaves, and he's doing a better job than we are. Why haven't you said anything? Inside the carriage, Roy asked Mulan across from him. Mulan raised his head, stared at Roy, and asked, Boss, don't you want the Mine Guards to have too much authority? The wheels rolled, causing the carriage to jolt slightly. Roy waited until the carriage had stabilized before speaking to Mulan. The Mine Guards were originally established to ensure the safety of the mines across the Padstow Plateau. Now, they're not only responsible for security on the Padstow Plateau, but also for Sun Island Bay, and even extending their reach into Padstow City. This isn't a normal development. Originally a mere guard regiment, they've been forcibly expanded into a massive army. If this growth continues unchecked, the Mine Guards will seize control of the entire Partington Plain. And I will become the ruler of the Partington Plain. With absolute power in my hands, I might gradually lose my true nature, becoming corrupt and tyrannical, enslaving all half-elves. At this last part, Mulan couldn't help but laugh, haha. Boss, you're actually worried about becoming a tyrant. Roy remained silent and continued, also, I'm worried that the half-elves in Padstow will become lazy and dependent, and that they have to wait for me to handle all the troublesome matters. He paused and added, I want the half-elves of Padstow to govern Padstow. Roy glanced at Mulan. Mulan, you must guard the Plateau City. Mulan seemed to sense something in his words, so she said, Boss, what are you doing? Roy interrupted her question and continued, my focus will be on Kui Island. Those Grey Dwarf bandits are always a threat to us. Furthermore, I intend to completely destroy the slave hunting grounds of the slave traders on the west coast of the Elven continent and completely eradicate the slave trade there. Mullen finally understood what Roy was planning. He intended to hand the Partington Plain over to the half-elves, and then pursue the slave traders on the west coast of the Elven continent. It started with Lord Alvis, then the mine owners and headhunters of the Pagisto Plateau. Then you started cracking down on those Grey Dwarf bandits. Now, are you targeting the entire west coast of the Elven continent? Mullen couldn't help but wonder. Boss, I don't think you're a half-elf. If someone said you were a messenger sent by the Emerald Dragon to save all elves from foreign slavery, I would believe them without hesitation. I was raised by an elven mother. What I do is what all young elves should do, Roy responded. Leah, huddled in the corner of the carriage, felt like coughing. Chapter 878. The Jiashi Mountains aren't far from the Plateau City, and the 3 black iron mines are located beneath the 3 snow-capped peaks of the Jiashi Mountains to the south. Leah felt as if the magic airship took an eternity to ascend into the wind sphere. Just as she adjusted her course, before she could even settle into her cabin chair, a command came from the captain's cabin. The magic airship had arrived at the forge, and it began its descent. It took only half a day, most of which was spent ascending and descending. The magic airship successfully reached the forge at the southern end of the Jiashi Mountains. For the first time, Leah gazed down at the Jiashi Mountains from above, taking in the 3 majestic snow-capped peaks. Leah felt as if she were being suffocated by the mountains before her. Beneath these 3 mountains, everything seemed dwarfed. After the magic airship descended to a certain altitude, Leah spotted a cluster of buildings on a grassy plain at the foot of a mountain. Their most striking feature was the chimneys that soared skyward at intervals, belching thick black smoke. Looking down the chimneys, Leah discovered that the buildings were built around dozens of magical furnaces. Almost every furnace was surrounded by a series of supporting facilities, where scores of Grey Dwarves toiled in these vast workshops. Although Leah didn't recognize the mining machinery, she could quietly listen in a corner as Lieutenant Luke explained the various machines in the mine to Roy, Mullen, Olive, and Giazina. According to Luke, many of the machines were crafted by the Grey Dwarves using forging hammers. From ore selection and grinding to smelting and forging, even the slag from the smelting flowed into a large, crude mold, where it cooled and became hollow bricks. You should know that the main structures of all the buildings in Plateau City are constructed of hollow bricks. Luke pointed to a mountain of or 2 kilometers away and said to Roy, currently, the iron ore mine from the 3 mines is transported to the freight yard via railcars. The miners first select the ore containing magical black iron. This ore is smelted separately in furnace number 1, while the ordinary iron ore is sent to other furnaces. 3 tracks stretched from the distant mountains all the way to here, each track carrying a minecart slowly moving along. These minecarts were piled high with ore. Once they reached the ore mountain, they were assisted by dwarven miners, and rushed directly to the highest point to unload the ore. How many miners are employed in the 3 mines? Seeing the dozens of ore piles that resembled small hills, Roy asked Luke. Luke calculated carefully before saying, the 3 mines of Edras, Aurelian, and Shavana have a total of 18,000 miners. Roy hadn't expected just 3 black iron mines to employ nearly 20,000 miners. This sheer number shocked him. Remember, when he first took over the mines, there were less than 1,000 miners. Why are there so many miners? Roy asked Luke. Boss, how long has it been since you last inquired about the black iron mine in the Cassock Mountains? Luke gave a helpless, wry smile and continued, you only know that we use the hollow bricks produced by the forge to build a Plateau City. You probably don't know how much iron or the forge melted to form those hollow bricks. Olive and Giazina were visiting a place outside of Plateau City for the first time, and they were deeply curious about Roy's forge. After all, hundreds of thousands of sets of ring-type siren armor were said to have been forged there. They stood beside Roy, their hands resting on the side of the ship, leaning out, looking at the forge below. Mullen, familiar with the situation at the forge, took up Luke's words and said, initially, the 3 mines had only 2,000 half-elf miners. These elven miners have become the mine management, though they still lead the other miners down the mines every day. There are 7,000 headhunter miners in the 3 mines. These miners are almost all headhunter prisoners sent by Captain Helic from the ancestral lands, and have been gradually assigned to the mines over the past few years. They come from the mines. They have families living in the prisoner of war camp in Plateau City, so these headhunter miners are very obedient. As long as they have food and shelter, they will almost always work diligently. In addition to their monthly benefits, they are granted family leave to return to Plateau City every 6 months. If I hadn't seen it with my own eyes, I would never have believed that those bloodthirsty plateau headhunters could be the easiest miners to manage. Mullen stood beside Roy and introduced him. There are currently nearly 9,000 gray dwarf miners in the 3 black iron mines. These gray dwarfs were originally captured and sent to Plateau City during the Battle of the Queen Uni Islands. They have become accustomed to life as prisoners and have accepted the work of miners. To get these gray dwarves to dig or in the mines, they have endured a lot of hardship. One can imagine how disobedient these gray dwarf prisoners were. To get them to dig in the mines, Mullen had to resort to whipping and fruit wine. He threatened them, then bribed them. The gray dwarf bandits finally took up their picks. It's no secret that gray dwarves are natural miners. They can tell the direction of the ore vein just by sniffing it out. The black iron mines in the Jiaxi Mountains have been able to experience continuous surges in production over the past 2 or 3 years, thanks to the crucial role played by these gray dwarf prisoner miners. The forge is recruiting dwarven blacksmiths. Every day, gray dwarves arrive from the prisoner of war camp. All those skilled in the blacksmithing craft will remain at the forge. Those selected gray dwarf prisoners won't return to the prisoner of war camp on the plateau. They be sent to the black iron mines in the Jiaxi Mountains, Mullen said, standing beside Roy. For the past few years, we've been fully focused on building the Plateau City. Therefore, we prioritize supplying the gray dwarf captives to the forge in the Jiaxi Mountains. The forge you see now is the result of 19 expansions. The forge currently employs 16,000 gray dwarf blacksmiths, 1,700 of whom are forge masters. The forge has 41 magic furnaces, and nearly 40 forge masters maintain the smooth operation of the production line. This is also why we can produce 1,000 sets of ring siren battle gear daily. The magic airship landed at a simple airport dock outside the forge. The platform was piled high with wooden crates. Olive and Jazina knew from the crates' exterior and the shiny labels that they contained ring siren battle gear. Roy emerged from the magic airship. Only a few half-blood elves stood at the terminal to greet him. They seemed surprised that Boss Roy would arrive in person, their eyes fixed on Mullen standing behind him. Lord Mullen, how could the orders for the ringed Kraken battle armor just stop? Do you know how much our forge has lost? We have 17,000 sets of ringed Kraken battle armor already packed and ready for shipment right here at the terminal, and all you say is, says all production. You just say you don't want them anymore, and then you just want them gone. How can this be possible? A half-blood elf approached and complained loudly to Mullen as he emerged from the magic airship. Mullen coughed softly. Seeing he still hadn't noticed Roy, she took a half-step back, pointed at Roy beside her, and said to the half-elf, Jerome, you picked the wrong person to complain to. You should complain to Boss Roy and ask him to help you find a solution. Jerome, the mine owner, heard Mullen's words and saw her pointing at the figure beside him in the magic rune armor. He then realized that the somewhat unfamiliar face belonged to Boss Roy. It had been years since he'd seen Roy. If Mullen hadn't pointed it out, he might never have recognized him. This was Boss Roy. Jerome, the mine owner, felt his legs weaken with fear. He had just complained loudly to Boss Roy. Roy was also somewhat surprised to discover that the half-elf currently managing the forge was actually Jerome, the mine owner. According to Roy's impression of Jerome, he should be managing several mines in the northern part of the plateau. Boss, what brings you here? Is everything going well on the front lines? The Jerome mine owner spoke incoherently. Roy smiled and nodded, then stepped forward, patted him on the shoulder, and said, we won. The sirens no longer need this armor specifically designed to target the dark faceless ones, so all work on the sirens' armor must cease. The Jerome mine owner didn't dare complain in front of Roy. The half-elves following the Jerome mine owner were thrilled to see Boss Roy personally visit the forge. Many half-elves were unfamiliar with Roy. Seeing him this time, they realized he was quite different from the rumored boss, surprisingly young. I came here to see what you built at the forge. I'm very pleased that you can provide a large quantity of high-quality siren armor. Next, I need you to change your approach and create some high-end elven armor. Roy spoke to the forge managers while standing on the platform at the airport terminal. Olive and Jazina approached a pile of wooden crates, forming a high wall along the platform. A group of half-elves were unloading ring-shaped siren armor from the crates. The brand-new, oil-coated armor was loaded into a garbage truck, where the crates were emptied and neatly stacked. Once the half-elves had filled a truck with siren armor, they would push it along the tracks. Jazina often interacted with half-blood elves. She took the initiative to walk over and ask one of them, where should these ring-shaped sea monster armor be sent? Jazina now looked like an elf. The half-elf glanced at Jazina and casually replied, these all need to be melted down into ingots. Jazina saw tens of thousands of siren armors piled up here. Although Roy had warned her otherwise, seeing it with her own eyes still left her deeply shocked. The airport terminal was built outside the workshop. On the way to the forge, Gizina caught up with Roy, and the two walked side by side. Actually, the subsequent losses from crafting these siren armors shouldn't be borne entirely by you. If you need me to do anything, I can talk to Commander Teziko. After all, the final order wasn't fully completed, Gizina said. Roy turned to look at Xena. Seeing that Olive, who was beside her, didn't offer any rebuttal, he stopped and explained seriously, "Don't think I'm always helping you. In fact, helping you is actually helping myself. If the Dark Faceless army truly defeats the Siren tribe, it won't be long before the half-elves will have to confront these dark forces head-on. They can't possibly occupy the ocean and coexist peacefully with the half-elves. That's impossible. They only gradually erode the Partington Plain. We can't pursue them into the deep sea, so the war will become endless. But now that we work together to drive the Dark Faceless army away, the Siren warriors have sacrificed so many precious lives, and we only forged an extra batch of armor. I can still afford this loss. Besides, the armor in the forge can be melted down and brand new armor can be forged. All I'm paying is the labor of the Grey Dwarf artisans. Asking them to do a little more work is just a waste of time. I brought you here to let you know about this forge. You will soon be leading your Siren warriors with me to K Island. Since the ring-type Siren armor is no longer suitable for the Siren warriors, it's necessary to forge a new type of armor. I need our Siren warriors to be able to completely suppress other Sirens." Hearing Roy's words, Giazina finally understood Roy's intentions. Led by the owner of the Jerome mine, the group entered the forge. Upon entering, they were immediately greeted by a wave of heat mixed with the scent of fireworks. The air in the forge was incredibly dry. Even though the nearest magical furnace was hundreds of meters away and separated by several walls, the surging heat made the very air they breathed feel like it was tinged with fire. There weren't many half-elves in the forge. Most of the staff were Grey Dwarf artisans. Molten iron flowed continuously through ditches into molds. The Grey Dwarf craftsmen, their muscular torsos bare and clad in thick boots, wielded long iron hooks, constantly pulling out the formed ingots. The scalding ingots slid back and forth along the ground, the Grey Dwarf craftsmen moving through them with remarkable ease. The owner of the Jerome mine led Roy to a forging table and, pointing to the Grey Dwarf forger at the anvil, said to Roy, "This is Master Forger Mags. The steel plate he's working on is a sandwich plate. This layer is mithril, but it's not a thin mithril plating. Instead, a thin layer of mithril is evenly pressed onto the steel." Chapter 879. Master Mags wore leather overalls, his muscular torso bare. His muscular arms were covered in scars from burns. At this moment, he was hammering a pair of mithril shoulder armor with a square hammer. Amidst the clanking sounds, the shoulder armor's perfectly curved shape could be seen. To ensure its sturdiness, it was even laminated. After the shoulder armor's delicate contours were hammered out of steel plates, a layer of wool felt was added inside, and then a layer of linen was sewn on to complete the armor. This type of armor is the only way to feel comfortable when worn. If the shoulder armor is made of magical metal, it can even be engraved with magic patterns and runes, imbuing it with magical properties. Typically, these magic patterns prioritize the armor's strength and resistance. In addition, they also enhance the wearer's strength and endurance. The most common magic rune arrays are those that can cast spells like Protection Shield, Ice Shield, Fire Shield, Strength Amplification, and Endurance Amplification. Armor inscribed with magic rune arrays is called a magic rune construct. Of course, magic rune arrays cannot be replicated in a forge. These magic rune arrays are typically hand-carved into the armor surface by inscriptionists. This type of engraving is relatively difficult, but once created, they are relatively easy to damage. Even if the array is damaged, there's a good chance it can be repaired. Another, simpler method involves inscriptionists engraving the magic rune array onto Warcraft leather, then trimming the leather into a specific shape and adhering it to the armor, also creating the effect of a magic rune construct. However, these magic rune arrays inscribed on Warcraft leather are easily damaged when affixed to armor. Therefore, inscriptionists who engrave magic rune arrays prefer to use armor crafted from magical metal as the base material for their handcrafted magic rune constructs, which is also the mainstream magic rune construct in the magic market. Occasionally, armor components such as wristbands and greaves will also use magic rune array patches crafted from magical beast leather to enhance the functionality of the entire magic rune construct. Forges are currently trial producing this type of full-cover heavy armor crafted from magical metal. Inscriptionists call this type of heavy armor a magic-based material. Only armor that has been successfully engraved can be called a magic rune construct. Armor that has failed to be engraved is just ordinary armor with patterns. The magic base materials created by the forge can actually be directly put into the magic market. In the Elven continent, this type of plain magic heavy armor can be divided into 4 categories: thorium, mithril, magic copper, and magic black iron. The elves particularly favor mithril. There are 2 mithril mines in the Citadel Mountains on the Pagisto Plateau, and Miss Chianing is the owner of both mines. That's a bit off topic, so let's get back to these heavy armors. Actually, there are currently 2 ways to craft heavy armor from magic metals. The first is to craft a set of heavy armor purely from mithril. This type of heavy armor is quite expensive, and mithril is also weak in defensive strength, so inscriptionists need to use fortification magic to strengthen the armor. The second method, inherited from the Dwarven realm, involves adding ordinary metals to magic metals. The resulting alloy not only possesses extremely high strength, but also excellent magical conductivity. Most importantly, it significantly reduces the cost. Of course, the drawbacks are also quite obvious. Its magical conductivity is weakened, making it impossible to craft advanced magic rune constructs with this type of armor. Furthermore, the magical effects of the magic rune arrays on the armor will also be somewhat diminished. In fact, the half-elf warriors of the Mine Guards were previously equipped with high-grade standard mithril armor crafted in the Silvermoon Elf Kingdom. While this mithril armor possesses some magical properties, it cannot be called a magic rune construct. Roy's Forge Workshop's current development direction is to create heavy armor that can serve as a magic base material and release it into the Elven Mainland's magic market. Currently, a simple magic rune construct base material on the Elven Mainland's magic market starts at least 20 magic crystals. Roy had his eye on this market when he asked Mulan to select several Dwarven Forge Masters to craft this type of heavy armor base material. Research in this area has been ongoing at the Forge Workshop for a long time. During this period of interplanar war, the Forge was focused on crafting standard ring-type Siren armor, forcing the development of heavy armor to a halt. Now that the Dark Faceless Legion has been driven out by the Siren Legion, research on magical heavy armor has naturally been revived. Master Forge Magus has achieved a breakthrough in this area. He has made a bold innovation in the selection of materials for heavy armor, forcing mithril plates together with ordinary steel plates to create a new high-strength composite metal plate, while also ensuring excellent magical conductivity. This time, Mulan took Roy on a tour of the forge, not only to give him an overview of its current scale, but also to show him the heavy armor forged from this magical metal plate. Everyone only looked at the gleaming silver steel plates, unable to discern anything. Master Mag set down his hammer, tossed aside the unfinished shoulder armor, and led Roy to a small warehouse behind his workbench. The shelves were filled with sets of uncarved mithril armor. Master Mag said to Roy irritably, "Boss, please take a look at these finished heavy armors. They're made of mithril composite plates. There are over 20 sets in total. I've been requesting that several inscriptionists engrave these heavy armors into magic rune constructs to test their effectiveness, but I haven't received a clear response yet." Roy glanced at Mulan and the Jerome mine owner, then said to Master Mags, "Master Mags, I can take these magic rune constructs with me. I estimate they take at least a few months. The inscriptionists will then give us feedback. If successful, magic heavy armor and magic light armor will be the forge's main products for a long time to come. I came to the forge this time for another task. I need you to design a new set of armor suitable for the sirens. Unlike the ring-type siren armor, this armor is designed to provide a certain degree of protection when fighting other siren warriors." The dwarven craftsmen surrounding Master Mags couldn't help but grumble when they heard that Roy was going to continue crafting the siren armor. Chapter 880. "We built so many siren armors, but in the end, don't we have to destroy them all?" the Grey Dwarf craftsman shouted. "Now we have to build brand new siren armors. If we have to destroy them after we finish them, we might as well do nothing." "You're right. We could just spend our time lying in the shed and drinking ale. Why do we have to do such a thankless task?" The Grey Dwarf craftsmen were filled with righteous indignation and complained. Roy stared at them expressionlessly. Unlike the half-elves, these Grey Dwarves clearly didn't understand what the words Boss Roy meant. Master Mags knew about this. He had lived on Partington Island for over a year, and had twice modified Roy's magic airships. At least 30 of Roy's magic airship fleets were personally modified by Master Mags. Once the half-elf crew had fully mastered the art of modifying the magic airship, Master Mags and several of his apprentices approached Roy to offer to work at the forge for a while. Master Mags had heard from the half-elf that the forge possessed a variety of metal ores. What Master Mags had been unable to complete for years was the development of the magic metal composite plate. He had now crafted dozens of sets of full-cover heavy armor using the mithril steel plates he had developed. These armors, designed specifically for the elves, were designed with the fighting style of elven sword dancers in mind, offering both thickness and flexibility. Roy had come personally this time to bring these heavy armors to the elven continent. These heavy armors crafted from magical metals could serve as base materials for inscriptionists' magic, so whenever they appeared on the magic market, they would undoubtedly attract the attention of magicians. Master Mag saw the Grey Dwarves' increasingly outrageous remarks, and worried they might anger Boss Roy. So, Master Mag smashed his square hammer against the anvil nearby, sending sparks flying. For a moment, the Grey Dwarf craftsmen were startled by Master Mag's, and the surrounding complaints abruptly ceased. Master Mags then raised his hands and shouted at the top of his voice, "Quiet, everyone, please." As the owner of the forge, Boss Roy has the authority to decide what type of armor the forge crafts. Just work hard. If anyone doesn't want to, I can transfer you out of the forge. There are plenty of dwarves over at the Black Iron Mine who want to come here. With Master Mag's words, the surrounding Grey Dwarves immediately quieted down. The implication in his words was clear. Boss Roy was the real decision-maker. You should do whatever he tells you to do. You're not workers in the forge, just prisoners serving here. What's there to protest about? Master Mag spoke in Dwarven, and the group of Grey Dwarf craftsmen immediately fell silent. It was also recently that the relaxed management atmosphere within the forge had made them forget their own circumstances and completely assimilate into its life. Everywhere were towering chimneys, roaring magical furnaces, boiling iron, and waves of heat, reminiscent of the dungeons back home. Every day off, they could exchange for some delicious fruit wine. If diligent enough, they could drink some ale or expensive rum, then settle into a deep sleep on the hillside, fragrant with the aroma of grass and earth. The Grey Dwarf artisans seemed to have forgotten their status as prisoners of war. But now, when they protested the misguided decisions of the forge's leadership, Master Mages had to gently remind them not to take themselves too seriously. The group of Grey Dwarf artisans suddenly fell silent. Master Mages handed Roy the heavy armor he had personally crafted. Each piece was tailored to the elf's figure. While these armors might be worn by Imperials, they were definitely not suitable for dwarves or sirens. The outermost layer of the armor was a mithril steel plate. Under Master Mage's hammering, the full-cover heavy armor hung on the wooden frame like a metal statue, with only the eyes left blank and dark. The entire set of armor even had armored arms, and the fingers were covered with chainmail gloves. The entire set of heavy armor was incredibly exquisite, fully demonstrating the dwarven forging craftsmanship, combined with the elves' pursuit of beauty. This set of heavy armor continued the elven style of silver jewelry. If this full-cover heavy armor is ready for mass production, can most of the metal components be converted into molds? Roy asked Master Mags, stroking the delicate hammer-forged scales on the armor. Master Mags smiled bitterly, and said to Boss Roy, "Boss Roy, your workshop currently has 20,000 Grey Dwarf craftsmen. Even if they were to hammer with hand hammers, they could still forge hundreds of sets of heavy armor every day, which would yield tens of thousands of sets a month. Is there still a need for forging molds?" Master Mags actually had a lot on his mind. After all, he was also a dwarf. While he disagreed with some of the actions of the Grey Dwarven bandits, that didn't mean he was necessarily against them. Based on their shared ancestry, he hoped these Grey Dwarven captives could live a happy life. But once the forge had completed its standardized assembly line operations, it would no longer need as many Grey Dwarven craftsmen, unless the forge continued to expand. But the forge was already enormous. What was the population of half-elves? What was the population of the entire elven continent? And not all elves needed this kind of full-body armor. In fact, in the eyes of us dwarven craftsmen, all forged armor is soulless. While hand-forging may have various unforeseen flaws, this type of armor is more adaptable. Master Mags whispered to Roy. This view was indeed the bottom line that those traditional and conservative dwarves had always adhered to. Roy knew that Master Mags wasn't a traditional, conservative dwarf. He was acting solely to protect the Grey Dwarf craftsmen in the forge. Roy nodded and said, "Then wait a moment. You know, I'm a pure businessman. A businessman's focus is only on value and profit. As for the Grey Dwarf craftsmen in this forge, I need them to continually prove their worth to me. Do you understand me?" Master Mags quickly placed his hand on Roy's shoulder and bowed. "I prove it to you." Roy nodded. This warehouse compartment of Master Mags's was his design studio. The entire room was filled with various designs of armor plates and parts, and blueprints piled high on his desk. Some discarded parchments, crumpled into scrap paper rolls, were scattered all over the floor. Though thin, these parchments were made of valuable sheepskin. They were simply discarded on the ground, kicked, and trampled by a group of dwarf apprentices. Master Mags, leading Boss Roy and his group into the room, felt a bit embarrassed. He mumbled a few words of rebuke to the apprentices, who were modifying the component drawings on their drawing boards, then led Roy to a platform and had them bring out a toolbox. When he opened it, he discovered a dozen or so rulers of various sizes. He stood on the metal platform, turned around, and said respectfully to Roy, "Boss Roy, please have your Siren Warriors stand here so we can measure their sizes. It's best to have a variety of sizes, so the armor we craft can be more tailored to the Siren Warriors." "Jazina, have your men step up," Roy said. Jazina and Olive, standing behind Roy, finally understood Roy's intention in asking them to bring a few Siren Warriors along. Since entering the forge, these Siren Warriors have been taking out their water bladders and pouring water over themselves every once in a while. This not only keeps them hydrated, preventing dry skin and flaking scales, but also helps keep them cool. Jazina simply turned aside, and a Siren Warrior stepped onto the platform behind her. The two dwarf apprentices skillfully began to measure the dimensions of various parts of their bodies, such as the arms, abdomen, and dorsal fin. The dwarf apprentices took some plaster and pasted it on the Siren Warrior. After the plaster solidified slightly, they took it off the Siren Warrior's body. After a long day of toiling in the design studio, the team finally managed to gather all the necessary data on the Siren Warrior's body. "When can I see a prototype of this Siren armor?" Roy asked Master Mags. "A prototype can be made in a week, but with continued refinement, a fully functional armor will take about 2 weeks. Master Mags wiped the sweat from his forehead with a handkerchief and, ignoring the glances from his apprentices, made a promise that nearly brought several dwarf apprentices to tears. Master Mags, in fact, had a hard time explaining his frustrations. He was pushing the deadline so quickly because he wanted to involve other Grey Dwarf craftsmen. Only then could he prove to Boss Roy that every dwarf craftsman in the forge had value. "Okay, then I wait on Kui Island to see the prototype of your Siren armor design," Roy said immediately. He planned to engrave this custom-made Siren armor with water magic, such as walking on the waves and ice shield. While the dwarven apprentices were measuring the Siren Warrior's full body measurements, Roy asked Master Mags some questions about forging. "Master Mags, do you know if the Dwarven Kingdom has ironclad warships?" Roy sat on a sofa in the lounge, flanked by two incredibly beautiful elven women, though their eyes were golden. Master Mags recognized them at a glance as sirens. Master Mags calmly cast his gaze on Mulin. It was clear that the governor of the Highland City was currently the most friendly to him. The two had known each other for a long time, so if he had been rude in any way, Mulin would probably have given him some subtle hints. Master Mags glanced at Mulin briefly, then looked away, gazing at his beard. "Actually, there are some, but they're products of the Hextech era. Even the master craftsmen of the Tandon Kingdom can't replicate the magic cores. The goblins' original fusion of technology and magic was far beyond our dwarfs' comprehension, primarily because our understanding of magic was far inferior to that of the goblin scientists back then. Those goblin scientists at the time deciphered most of the laws of the world. They even used technology and in-depth analysis of magic to create giant magical golems rivaling demigods, the Titans. Our current dwarven forgers in the Research Institute are still researching the power cores of iron chariots, not to mention replicating the magic cores of ironclad warships." Master Mags was blunt. In reality, Roy had asked Mags this question because he wanted to add a protective steel plating to the exterior of the magic airship. However, this would significantly increase the magic airship's weight, and additional flotation devices might be required. However, if such flotation devices were installed, whether the entire magic airship's frame could withstand the weight was another consideration. So Roy had been hesitant recently. Master Mags then added, "In fact, 3-masted sailing ships are still the mainstream of the naval fleet. Even larger 5-masted sailing ships cannot replace the 3-masted ships. 5-masted sailing ships over 100 meters long are extremely cumbersome at sea, and they would only become targets for the 3-masted ships." Roy shared his idea with Master Mags. Master Mags hesitated for a moment before saying, "Your desire to install metal protective plates on the magic airship is far less effective than simply adding a magical device to it. The dwarves of the Kingdom of Tandon possess some magical shields from the Hextech era. If we could install these shields on the magic airship, it would be like adding a layer of protection to the entire craft. Although the dwarves have protected these shields very well, you should still be able to purchase them if you're willing to pay a high price. Magic shields are much more reliable than adding steel plates." Roy and Master Mags spent a long time chatting in his design studio. To ensure the jobs of most of the Grey Dwarf artisans in the forge, Master Mags answered almost every question Roy asked. He wanted to prove that the Grey Dwarfs in the forge were indeed useful. Before leaving, Roy had given him a clear hint. As long as these Grey Dwarfs didn't commit suicide, they could live a good life in the forge. For quite some time to come, the forge has no plans to lay off its Grey Dwarf craftsmen. Not only that, the forge may even continue to expand. The 5 magic airships docked at the airport pier outside the forge have finally finished loading and unloading. These 5 magic airships are loaded with chain cages, which will be used to reinforce the seawall on Kauai Island. Roy also plans to expand the Kauai Island pier further west. Now, if you want to see headhunters outside of Plateau City, you can only find them among these construction teams. Mullen stood on the ship's tower. As the magic airship slowly rose, she pointed to a group of construction teams working on a road in the distance, and said to Roy with admiration. Roy asked her, "I heard you completed the main road leading to the southern plateau? It was completed half a year ago. How is it? When you have time, go see it." Chapter 881. The plateau headhunters are now practically extinct on the Pagisto Plateau, their only sightings in the prisoner-of-war camps of Plateau City. Just a few years ago, these plateau headhunters hunted half-elves for fun on the Pagisto Plateau. Later, they sold their finds to the mine owners on the plateau, prompting Rizander to send the half-elves to Wall Town. And then, there was no further news. The cavalry vanguard of the 17th Silver Pegasus Legion entered the Pagisto Plateau and completely seized control of the mines, even forcing the plateau headhunters to retreat to the northern region, where they dared not even show their faces. If the Grey Dwarf bandits hadn't attacked Queen Eunie's Islands at this critical juncture, Roy might have been wiped out from the entire Partington Plain. Now, the entire Pagisto Plateau mines belong to Roy. Ever since the Silvermoon Elf nobles dismantled the portal to the Partington Plain, the magical metals mined on the Pagisto Plateau have lost their original sales channels. This indirectly fueled the rapid development of the forge, as the Pagisto Plateau was stockpiled with a vast array of metals and gemstones. Roy envisioned using the forge to manufacture metal tools and parts for daily use. The forge's expansion to its current size was actually due to the planar war that erupted on the Partington Plain. The appearance of the Dark Faceless Legion in the western seas prompted Roy to accelerate the forge's expansion. It was also during this period that the Duergar bandits launched a large-scale attack on the Queen Eunie Islands, bringing 60,000 Duergar prisoners of war to the Pagisto Plateau. Among these prisoners were numerous qualified Duergar craftsmen. It was these Grey Dwarf artisans who, in just a few months, expanded the forge fivefold. The forge has now become a behemoth, a massive war machine, capable of churning out weapons and armor, capable of rapidly arming an entire elven army in a single month. Roy's main reason for visiting the forge was to meet Master Magus and ask him to design a set of magical armor for the Siren warriors. He also wanted to return to Kauai Island with the full-cover heavy armor crafted at the forge. Archmage Grems was currently researching magic cannons and magical shields on Kauai Island, and Roy wanted to see if these heavy armors could serve as the base material for magic rune constructs. As long as Archmage Grems confirmed the suitability, Roy would have the forge produce large quantities of these heavy armors, then find a way to transport them to the Elven continent, where he would have the inscribers transform them into magic rune constructs. In fact, he later planned to create some light armor specifically designed for the Griffin cavalry, and to use the light armor as a base material to craft a batch of magic pattern constructs. Roy was also somewhat worried. The forge currently employed nearly 20,000 Grey Dwarf artisans. If these Grey Dwarf artisans were to start a riot in the forge, with its extensive inventory of weapons and equipment, they could instantly become a highly effective rebel army, potentially threatening the safety of Plateau City. Roy personally visited the forge this time to see the actual conditions there. Only when he saw the owner of the Jerome mine presiding over the forge did he truly feel relieved. The owner's character and ability were unquestionable. It must be said that Mullen had always been very bold in his personnel decisions. The magic airships carried Roy and his group back to Plateau City. Since the magic airships docked at Plateau City's airport harbor contained over 3,000 Siren warriors, they couldn't remain there for long. They needed to immediately head to Kauai Island. Thus, Roy didn't stay in Plateau City any longer. Instead, a fleet of 8 magic airships departed from Plateau City and headed for Padstow. Also accompanying him were Captain Helic and his trusted associates. He would immediately take over Padstow's city security duties upon his arrival. Another 3,000 half-elf rebels would also depart from Plateau City in 3 days, and be incorporated into the Padstow security guard. After being tempered by ice and snow, these half-elf warriors would become Padstow's most elite elven warriors. After 19 hours of flight, the magic airship fleet arrived safely in Padstow. As the magic airship passed through the clouds, Captain Helic, standing atop its tower, could just see the entire city of Padstow below. When he first lived in Padstow, the city had fewer than 500,000 half-elves. The city was built on a sunny southern slope, nestled against the mountain, and all the half-elves lived in treehouses. Padstow had now expanded nearly 4 times since Captain Helic remembered it. Not only were treehouses built throughout the tall trees along this hillside, but the entire hillside across the river valley and the northern slope of the former city area were also covered in treehouses. Padstow was now completely submerged in a sea of treehouses. This forest city could now truly be called a central city. On the interconnected forest roads surrounding Padstow, one could see lines of convoys, constantly transporting various supplies into the city. For a city this large, the daily costs are staggering. Just to keep it running smoothly, thousands of carriages travel between the city and the surrounding jungles every day. How did it become like this? I remember when I left Padstow, almost all the half-elves in the city had fled. Captain Helic's eyes flashed with surprise, and he looked at Roy with a piercing gaze. The 17th Silver Pegasus Legion took over the city and later controlled the portal for a period of time, but Padstow City continued to develop rapidly, especially after the Planar War broke out in the Grim Empire. The green forest plains under their control, which were rich in magical herbs, were successively occupied by dark forces, and the magical herb market was completely paralyzed. Many imperial merchants, willing to risk the immense danger of crossing the endless sea, traveled to the Elven continent to purchase magical herbs. As a result, the Partington Plain instantly became a popular destination for countless merchants. The city now supports nearly 500,000 herb collectors, and it expanded rapidly during the period. If the Silver Moon Elf Elder Council had not determined that the Partington Plain would be completely engulfed in an endless planar war with the Dark Faceless Legion and ordered the 17th Silver Pegasus Legion to completely abandon Partington Plain, the population of Padstow City would probably have reached 3 million by now. Roy explained to Captain Helic. I heard that most of the residents of this city are half-elves. Captain Helic asked. At least 99 out of 100 elves are half-elves. I'm in charge of public security in Padstow. Boss Roy, could you give me some clues? I really like to know where all this trouble is coming from. Captain Helic cast a hawk-like gaze at Roy. He knew in his heart that Roy hadn't called him back from the icy plains to enjoy his life. There must be some difficult-to-solve internal or external problems in Padstow, and he was the most suitable person to solve them. Roy rested his elbows on the railing, hunched over, and looked down. He spoke slowly. Currently, the half-blood elves in the Partington Plain are mainly concentrated in Padstow. The half-blood elves in Plateau City, Fortress Town, and Sun Island Bay total no more than 600,000. However, according to the information I gathered, there are organizations like the Freedom Association lurking in Padstow. I don't want them to bring chaos to Padstow. I need a peaceful and stable society where everything is thriving and moving forward. You know, I'm a half-elf. When they respect me, they can still call me Boss Roy. Roy gave a helpless smile, then added, but once I get involved in the affairs of the half-blood elves, my identity is the biggest problem. Initially my choice was Rambo. I found him to be an independent-minded half-elf. I hoped they could reign in those organizations and associations, but Rambo was very supportive of their views and even used his position to provide some support. I asked you to come here because I hope you can keep an eye on one thing. Padstow's development into its current state hasn't been easy. I hope it will gradually grow into a place like Buenos Aires, Darnassus, and Innahouse. I hope the half-elves sitting here can grow up healthy and happy, rather than being blinded by power-hungry elves and becoming ignorant tools of their desire. Captain Helic's pupils narrowed slightly. He was scrutinizing Roy, eager to know how much of what he was saying came from the heart. In fact, the entire Partington Plain was now practically under the control of the Mine Guards, with Roy as the de facto ruler. Captain Helic stared at Roy and asked, so you need me to eliminate all those factors attempting to incite unrest in the city? Roy shook his head and said to Captain Helic, I hope you be clear-headed enough to prevent too many half-elves from being deceived by those organizations. You have no idea how high your prestige is in Padstow. Alright, the magic airship is almost at the airport terminal. Take in the warmth of the city. The fleet will soon be returning to K Island through the portal. I won't be taking you to City Hall. The magic airship was descending rapidly. To maintain its balance, it actually kept moving forward during its descent, especially when landing above Padstow, where it had to travel at least half the distance of the city. The city beneath them was becoming increasingly clear. The city streets were bustling with half-elves. It's said that elves prefer quiet and seclusion, but Padstow clearly lacks such conditions. It's an unusually bustling forest city. Captain Helic could see a hint of life in the faces of many half-elves. They exuded not only a sense of everyday life, but also a touch of urbanity. Seeing the magical airship quietly pass overhead, many half-elves sitting on the treehouse terraces stood up and waved enthusiastically. "Isn't the mine guards very popular in Padstow?" Captain Helic asked Roy. "Yes," Roy admitted. Roy turned to avoid being recognized by the half-elves cooling off in the treehouses below. He continued, "That's because I haven't intentionally harmed any half-elves. But once half-elves' blood is on my hands, I might never be able to wash it off." "So, you're asking me to do these dirty jobs?" Captain Helic finally understood Roy's intentions. "These things aren't considered dirty work for you, because you're a half-elf. You're simply doing your duty to maintain the city's prosperity and stability." Roy smiled and looked towards the airport terminal ahead. Sure enough, there were 2 empty berths. The magic airship lowered all its sails, and its forward propulsion shifted to the magical propulsion system at the stern. The airship's voyage became more stable and smooth, though its speed was slightly slower. The crew on deck were still carefully adjusting the magic airship's course. At this point, the magic airship would rely on inertia to fly forward, but if it encountered any unexpected resistance, the entire hull might turn sideways, making docking very difficult. Operational instructions continued to emanate from the captain's cabin. Captain Helic was aboard a magic airship for the first time, and he was a little nervous about the situation. But Roy had long since gotten used to it. As the magic airship settled firmly into the berth, the crew expertly cast out the ropes, and the half-blood elves on the dock quickly pulled the magic airship to its anchor. Roy stood on the ship's rooftop, waved to Captain Helic as he slowly disembarked, and called out, "I see you again in a few days." Captain Helic stepped off the ship and onto the terminal. Only then did he feel a strong sense of groundedness. "Bon voyage, Boss Roy." He had grown accustomed to calling him Boss Roy. Watching the magic airship, without stopping at the terminal, slowly depart the airport as its propulsion system activated again, Captain Helic and his entourage descended the stairs. A team of city security guards was waiting outside the airport terminal. Captain Helic appeared at the gate, and the elven guards dismounted, lined up neatly, and saluted Captain Helic. "Captain Helic, the 20th Squad of the 1st Battalion of the City Security Regiment has been ordered to greet you." Captain Helic returned the salute. Seeing the half-elf guards leading several horses, he asked, "Is the security guard's barracks still on Garden Street?" "The first barracks of the security guard is currently at 7 Garden Street. The other 6 barracks are scattered throughout the rest of Padstow." Captain Helic took a deep breath. It seemed he would need to quickly adapt to this new city of Padstow. Chapter 882. A large amount of goods was still stored in the central square of Padstow City. All personnel and supplies preparing to enter the portal were now waiting. A nearly 70-meter-long magic airship inched into the square from high above, its massive hull imbued with an oppressive presence. Under the guidance of the portal guards, the magic airship aimed at the portal, swirling with magical energy. With the propulsion system at the stern at full power, the magic airship headed for the portal. Behind it, 7 other magic airships of the same design followed. Some of the half-elf guards standing in the central square recognized Boss Roy on the deck and saluted him. Although somewhat helpless, Roy stood upright and returned the salute to the half-elf guards below. At the edge of the square, a curved corridor formed a scene where many half-elf children were playing by the fountain. Upon seeing the magic airships floating in the air, they stopped running and looked towards them, shouting, "Look, those are Boss Roy's magic airships." After entering the Partington Plain, many half-elves found stable lives, earned a decent income, and formed families. Half-elves have always been fertile, and soon, a group of elven children appeared in Padstow. A place with children is vibrant, and Padstow is such a city. As Roy's magic airship entered the portal, the half-elf guards in the central square withdrew their gazes, and began discussing Boss Roy's return to K Island, and how long it would take for the portal to K Island to be opened. Kue Island remained unchanged. Ever since Roy defeated the Grey Dwarf bandits, they had finally behaved themselves. In fact, the presence of Duergar had become rare on the islands surrounding K Island. After the last naval battle, most of the nearby Duergar had realized they could no longer live freely in K Island's waters, and they sought to leave. During that time, the half-blood elf guards were concentrating their efforts on capturing the remnants of Commander Machio's forces on K Island, and had little energy to deal with the scattered Duergar. Thus, although the half-blood elves had only occupied 1 K Island, the only other inhabitants of K Island's waters were the Zanahak Naga. To avoid unnecessary conflict, Roy had not allowed the Siren warriors led by Jazina and Olive to disembark at the K Island dock. The magic airship flew out of the portal and soared directly into the clouds. Once the fleet successfully entered the wind flow layer, it began sailing southwest. Olive and Jezina entered the captain's cabin. Roy, standing in front of the sea chart, waved them over, inviting them to the front. Olive thought Roy was going to assign them a raid mission, and tried to squeeze in before Jezina to receive it. Jezina, however, glanced at Roy nonchalantly and sat on the sofa in the lounge area, waiting for him to speak. The Endless Sea is currently under the control of the Naga Sea clan. If the Nagas discover sirens in other parts of the Endless Sea, they will likely attract the Naga army. Therefore, your activities must be restricted to this area. Roy pointed to the southwest corner of the Kauai Island waters, only 500 nautical miles from the Lost Sea. Roy continued, you will lead the Siren warriors here to monitor the slave ships plying this area. In the open sea, most three-masted galleons come from the Dwarven Kingdom. The Grim Empire prefers larger, five-masted merchant ships. Whenever you spot a three-masted galleon at sea, investigate it. If you discover a slave ship, report it to K Island. Never act rashly. The Grey Dwarf bandits were able to seize this area from the Naga Sea clan, so they must have some means of dealing with them. Also, don't get too close to the Lost Sea. The sea fog there contains a mutant neurotoxin that can cause physical changes in living things. Olive sat back on the sofa, somewhat disappointed. Ignoring the emotion in her eyes, Roy pointed to an island and said, this is Maney's Island. The coral reefs in this area are beautiful, and there's a hidden trench 10 nautical miles north of the island, so this area is perfect for a short break. My current plan is to crack down on the slave ships operating in the vast sea areas of Queen Awini Islands, K Island, and the Lost Sea. That's why I asked you to come from the Partington Plain to help. I want to remind you, both of you, not to underestimate the Grey Dwarf pirates at sea. They're far more cunning than you might imagine. Once K Island is stabilized, I plan to lead my fleet north to the port of Murayaki. If possible, I even consider visiting St. Margaret's Harbor in the Evernight Forest. Jezina glanced at Olive with a suggestive smile on her face. Olive's eyes were filled with disappointment. She asked Roy, didn't you say you were planning to cut off the slave trade routes from the west coast of the Elven continent? Shouldn't we simply occupy the Lost Sea and take control of the slave market there? Olive had clearly done extensive research on the slave trade routes along the way. She was well versed in the situation here. Olive had transformed into an elf woman, reclining on a sofa in a soft, long dress. Her figure was far more voluptuous than an elf's, and her expressive golden eyes fixed intently on Roy. Jezina patted Olive's shoulder and said, the boss wants us to quickly familiarize ourselves with the waters of the Endless Sea and avoid conflict with the Naga here. After we defeat the Sirens who control the Lost Sea, chaos is inevitable. The slave trading organizations in the surrounding waters will initially remain silent, but later, Pluston Island in the Lost Sea will become a target for all the slave trading organizations, who will want to take it all in. I'm guessing Pluston Island is already embroiled in conflict. If we show up at this point, all the slave trading organizations will likely turn their attention to us. So we have to wait here until the new slave trading organization captures Pluston Island in the Lost Sea. Only then can we deal with them. Olive hadn't expected Jezina to know so much. So we're just going to wait here for them to fight over the Lost Sea. Roy nodded and said, yes, we just watch from afar. A ringing bell echoed from the deck, and the ship shook violently, sending a shower of water flying. The ship shook violently, and a sharp crash was heard. The magic airship landed steadily on the sea surface 10 nautical miles from Maney's Island. The water here was only about 30 meters deep, and through the clear blue water, one could even see the sand, reefs, and corals on the seabed. Some of the Siren warriors had already fled from the cabin. After learning that this was their destination, the Siren warriors, who had been cooped up in the cabin for nearly a week, leaped into the sea. The water here was much clearer than that of the western seas. The Siren warriors dove into the seabed in one breath, scaring the fish hiding in the coral reefs into fleeing. Jezina did not remain on the magic airship. She waved to Roy with a dashing gesture and jumped into the sea with the Siren warriors following her. Other magic airships also landed one after another, each bearing a group of Siren warriors. Olive noticed the Sirens aboard several ships looking towards her, so she gestured to them to jump into the sea. Instantly, nearly 2,000 Sirens aboard the 5 ships leaped into the sea, a truly spectacular sight. Roy approached Olive, gazing at her alluring, voluptuous face. Her cheeks were stained with water droplets, and her rosy lips, with their perfect curves, made one want to peck them. Commander Teziko had led the Sirens to victory over the Dark Faceless Legion, making him the natural new king of the Western Seas. Olive would have become the princess of the Western Seas. But she had chosen to abandon her idyllic life in the Western Seas, and follow him to the endless sea of the main plain. Roy reached out, and gathered Olive's loose hair into a ponytail. Olive's back was to Roy, her eyes closed, quietly savoring the moment. She didn't even dare look back, letting Roy see her burning face. The moment Roy released her hand, Olive suddenly leaped into the sea. As she fell, she felt as if she had regained her freedom. She took a deep breath and reached out to tear off her long skirt. The illusion of water magic wore off, revealing her siren form. With a splash, she plunged into the sea. Olive's golden eyes fluttered open as she hit the water. With a swift swing of her tail, she plunged straight down to the seabed. Roy led his team to transport a group of siren warriors to the southwest of the K-Island waters, then immediately boarded the magic airship back to the K-Island docks. This whole procession took nearly another day. It wasn't until the next morning that the fleet reappeared at the K-Island docks. The sun hadn't risen yet, but the sky was already fading. A glimmer of light appeared on the horizon, and the night began to fade. The harbor dock was surprisingly crowded with half-elves, each carrying a basket. They stood on the pier, some even bent over, gazing intently at the clear sea. Soon, dark shadows appeared on the surface, like fish swimming swiftly through the water. The half-elves waiting on the dock were also excited. Under their expectant gaze, one by one, the Naga mermen emerged from the water, their upper bodies visible above the surface. They rested their hands on the wooden planks of the dock, their bodies dripping wet. Her hair clung to her body, her skin etched with faint scaly lines, but her face was beautiful. Their beauty differed greatly from that of the elves, whose faces were as pure as those of mortal angels. The Naga's faces, while equally delicate, were rather cold. They all wore net bags tied around their waists, filled with fresh fish. The docks on Kauai Island were a trading market, but the currency used wasn't elven. The Naga preferred to trade sour lemons and green apples, and it was usually the elves who could trade them for fish. Perhaps influenced by their boss, Roy, these half-elves required the Naga to bleed any fish they caught if they couldn't guarantee it was fresh, and then bring it to the docks as soon as possible. The half-elves would never eat fish that wasn't fresh. Every morning, at dawn, was the peak trading time for the Naga Sea tribe and the half-elves. At this time, the docks were always crowded with half-elves waiting to select fish. Originally, only a few half-elves came to the docks to buy fish every morning. In just 2 weeks, the entire dock was now teeming with half-elves. Even the human crew members from the shipyard would carry large baskets, guarded by half-elves guards, to the docks to buy some sea fish to fry and eat. Hundreds of half-elves gathered here daily. As the magic airship slowly approached the harbor, the half-elves would vacate their berths. The Naga Sea tribe would also make way. For a moment, the scene was a bit chaotic, and soon half-elves guards rushed out to maintain order. Wendy, wearing a long white dress, squatted at the edge of the dock, carrying a basket and collecting several palm-sized fish. Miss Moira didn't like large fish. She preferred the dark-skinned mackerel, the most common fish in the sea. Taking them home didn't require any elaborate preparation. Simply clean them, marinate them with sea salt, and grill them on a wire grid. Wendy and Sabrina usually ate fruit, though Sabrina would occasionally enjoy grilled fish. Several magic airships quietly appeared on the sea. Wendy had noticed them long ago. As they docked, the dock became a scene of chaos. Wendy spotted Roy on several of the airships. He led a team of elven guards down the sampan onto the dock. The half-elves all made way for Boss Roy. Roy lowered his head, saying nothing. He quickly walked out of the K-Island dock, and soon the dock was bustling again. Wendy deliberately bought 2 extra fish. After she finished, she carried her basket through the throng and returned to the treehouse beneath the coconut trees. As she reached the treehouse door, she heard Moira's soft gasps and uncontrollable giggles. A gust of sea breeze blew, opening the curtains of Moira's room. Boss Roy and Moira huddled together. Wendy quickly turned her head and pushed the door open, basket in hand. The living room, on the other hand, was quiet. Several pieces of fine leather armor were scattered on the floor. Wendy placed her basket on the kitchen table and walked out to hang the armor on the wooden rack by the door when she saw Sabrina emerge from the room in her nightgown. "Let me do it, Wendy. You go make breakfast. Remember to fry 2 extra fish and prepare an extra portion of breadfruit," Sabrina whispered. "Oh!" Wendy quickly stopped, stood up, and went into the kitchen to prepare breakfast. Sabrina hung the magic rune constructs that Roy had casually thrown on the ground one by one on the wooden rack. Chapter 883. Those were clear, dreamlike eyes. Roy's image was reflected in their black pupils, and the joy they held seemed to overflow. A sweet laugh seemed to heal everything. When she smiled, her pastel-colored lips parted slightly, revealing perfectly straight teeth. Her 2 pointed ears flattened, peeking out from beneath her tangled hair. The snow-white sheets enveloped her, and her smooth skin glowed faintly in the morning sunlight filtering through the curtains. Her skin was slightly darker, a slight tan. Her slender waist, barely slender enough to be held in one hand, seemed somewhat hollow beneath the nightgown. She reached out her arms and clasped them around Roy's neck, closing her eyes as she approached him. The scent of youth was so sweet, like the most chewy strawberry-flavored gummy candy, its sweetness practically filling Roy's entire mouth. The longing accumulated over a long period of absence, like soft music on a rainy day, lingered in their hearts, drawing them closer and closer until they finally clung to each other, their breathing becoming rapid. Roy couldn't even remember how he fell asleep. When he woke in bed, Moira was already fast asleep, nestled in his arms. She seemed a bit sleepy, her hair soaked with sweat and sticking to her forehead, and tiny beads of sweat dotted the tip of her nose. She had the sheet wrapped around her waist, revealing only her smooth back and shapely legs. Moira curled up on her side in bed, like a babe in the womb, biting her right thumb. As she lay soundly asleep, her pointed ears couldn't help but twitch slightly. The glaring sunlight had already filtered through the thin gauze curtains into the room, and the sea breeze carried a parched, hot air. Roy sat up in bed, noticing the room littered with clothing. He leaned over and reached for a pair of linen harem pants from the floor. These were the pants elf men often wore at home, and he casually slipped them on. Roy climbed out of bed and went into the bathroom for a shower, instantly washing away his fatigue. Clad in his linen harem pants and a short shirt, Roy walked out onto the terrace. 2 breadfruits sat on a plate on the small coffee table, along with a cup of lemon tea. Roy sat down in a rattan chair beside the coffee table, reached out, picked up a piece of breadfruit, and popped it into his mouth. The breadfruit's soft, chewy texture and unique aroma made it incredibly delicious. Many elves disliked the taste of breadfruit, but Roy alone found it incredibly delicious. Sabrina, wearing a long magic weave dress, lay in a rattan chair beside him, reading a book. Through the wide, slightly open neckline, she caught a glimpse of the majestic snow-capped peaks. Roy quickly turned his head to focus his gaze on the delicious food on the table. Wendy was hanging laundry on the terrace, standing barefoot on the floor, hanging the washed clothes on the line with her hands. It was summertime on K Island, and the laundry, hung on the line, would dry in a matter of moments. The thin, long skirt couldn't hide her long, round, straight legs. In terms of figure, the Wood Elves completely outshined both the Silver Moon Elves and the Dark Moon Elves. Grand Mage Grams just came by. Seeing you were still asleep, he didn't wake you. He told you to visit him when you have time, Sabrina said, reading a book. Although her voice was calm, Roy could still hear the joy hidden within it. Okay, I go find him later. Roy swallowed a mouthful of the soft breadfruit flesh and mumbled. Sabrina leaned slightly to the side and calmly placed a hand over her chest, preventing her collar from being too open. Perhaps the warm sea breeze had given her cheeks a slight flush. She took a sip of coconut water and continued, Captain Jeroen and Captain Flint just came to see you. They just wanted to tell you they were going to meet that Imperial merchant, Moses. Roy nodded again and said, This is something I promised them before. After all, these Templar priests, now that they have settled down a bit, they still miss their homeland. Are they going to leave with the Imperial merchant? Sabrina sat up and turned to look at Roy. The addition of these Imperial priests to Roy's legion significantly boosted the combat power of the half-elf guards and siren warriors. If Roy's legion lost these priests, its combat power would be comparable to that of the Silver Pegasus Legion of the Silvermoon Elf Kingdom. This would eliminate their advantage against the Grey Dwarf bandits at sea. That's not what they said, Roy said. He knew Captain Jeroen certainly didn't have such thoughts, but he had no idea what Captains Flint and Dukas were thinking. Roy stretched himself and took a sip of his slightly sour lemon tea. Wendy always disliked adding honey to her tea. Wendy, who was hanging clothes over there, seemed to sense Roy's gaze. She glanced at him suspiciously, nervously smoothing her linen skirt. Miss Narnia from the Zanahak tribe has also been here. I heard she's learned how to obtain those supplies, and wants to discuss it with you. Roy's heart skipped a beat. After all, those supplies were the basis for the magic cannon. They were useless to the Nagas, but he desperately needed them. How's things going at the shipyard? Are those Imperial sailors and merchants causing any trouble? Roy asked Sabrina. During his time away from Kauai Island, Roy wasn't worried about Grey Dwarf bandits attacking the island, but he was concerned that the Imperial sailors and merchants might cause trouble at the shipyard, hindering the progress of ship repairs. Those Imperial sailors seem very honest and obedient. They have extensive experience repairing ships, and have now officially become maintenance workers at the shipyard. However, there have been a few altercations among the Imperial merchants, and now they're clearly divided into two factions. In my opinion, it's simply one opposing Merchant Moses, and the other supporting him. Sabrina continued, they always been at odds with each other at the shipyard, and have had a few minor conflicts, but they managed to keep their heads down and avoid major trouble. Roy nodded. Splitting these imperial merchants into two groups was something he had planned long ago. That was the only way he could learn more about the slave trade routes from them. If they always clung to one side and spoke with one voice, Roy would have a hard time extracting any secret information. Only by letting them fight each other would they end up in a vicious, dog-eat-dog situation. The two were casually chatting when a sudden, fierce gust of wind blew over, practically lifting the sand from the beach. A snow-white griffin darted out from the bushes, its wings folded behind it. Perhaps due to the heat, its wings were slightly open. But the griffin's sharp eyes stared coldly at Roy, as if it could pounce at any moment. Sabrina quickly stood up, walked over to the griffin, and wrapped her arms around its bristly neck. She rested her face against its jaw affectionately, rubbing its fur to soothe its irritability. Wendy, standing nearby, hurried into the treehouse and brought out a basket containing some fresh fish. To ensure the fish's freshness, it was even covered with ice. Sabrina pulled a fish from the basket and deftly placed it into the griffin's mouth. The snow-white griffin then rested quietly on the terrace, its scarlet tongue covered with thorns, licking its lips and beard from time to time. Sabrina fed the griffin several fish before turning to Roy and asking, I heard you're planning to strengthen the seawall up ahead? Roy nodded and admitted, I do think so. The seawall was built too hastily, and its current strength simply can't withstand 3. The masted galleons pounded the island. I plan to have those Highland headhunters reinforce the seawall a bit and extend it 20 kilometers west of the island. That way, this seawall will encompass most of the island, like a massive shield, capable of withstanding not only the strongest storms of the endless sea, but also the might of the Grey Dwarves and the sneak attacks of the Nagasi clan. As Roy spoke, he had already stuffed the grilled fish on his plate and wiped his hands with a towel from Wendy. Then he stood up from the wicker chair and asked Sabrina, I'm going to Grand Mage Graham's right now. Sabrina, do you want to come with me? Sabrina put down her basket, pushed aside the griffin that wanted to play with her, and replied cheerfully, Oh, all right. The snow-white griffin opened its bloody mouth with a hint of discontent and yawned. The night-blade panther, lying beneath the coconut tree, observed everything indifferently, occasionally licking its paws with its tongue, its expression languid. Grand Mage Grems resided aboard Magic Airship number 31, moored at the very edge of the dock, completely isolated from the other airships. This complete isolation was primarily to prevent other half-elves from disrupting Grand Mage Grems's magical research. He had recently become obsessed with the Dwarven Kingdom's magic cannons. He was not only studying the magic patterns and arrays on them, but was also attempting to design a base bracket suitable for mounting on a magic airship. When Roy returned to Kauai Island from the Partington Plain, Grand Mage Grems was eager to see him. Perhaps he had made some new breakthroughs in his magical research. The Kauai Island dock seemed a bit quieter during the day than in the morning. Only a few crew members braved the scorching sun to clean oysters and shells from the bottom of the ship, while a few half-elves were drying the sails on the ship. These sails needed to be completely dry before they could be folded and stored. Otherwise, damp sails, even if folded and hung from the mast's crossbar, would mold and rot over time. Roy and Sabrina boarded the magical airship where Grand Mage Grems was. 2 wooden pedestals stood prominently on the deck. Besides the wooden pedestals, a bronze gun mount sat at the bow. It looked unsightly, as if it had been cobbled together from scrap metal. Several half-elves were busy working around the gun mount, and Roy didn't see Grand Mage Grems. Roy looked up at a half-elf crew member, who immediately said, Grandmaster Grimes is conducting magical experiments in the cabin below. Boss, you can find him by going down here. Roy followed the half-elf crew member's instructions and headed downstairs. Sure enough, after walking down a corridor, he was stopped by 2 elven mages guarding a room. One of the elven mages turned and went into the room to report to Grandmaster Grimes. Soon, Grandmaster Grimes stormed out of the room, his face full of joy. Roy, you finally returned from the Partington Plain. I successfully decrypted the 2 magic patterns on the magic cannon, concentrated fire beam and surge of lightning. Although it's currently impossible to fully replicate the magic cannon, I believe that by replicating these 2 magic runes, we can create a powerful magic cannon. You have a forge on the Partington Plain. I want you to cast 2 cannon barrels using magic metal according to my drawings, preferably magic copper. If we work hard, we can equip the magic airship in about 6 months. With these magic cannons, your magic airship will be able to strike at the dark faceless men in the western seas. Grandmaster Graham said excitedly. Although this thing is far less powerful than the magic cannon, the recoil will be much weaker, making it very suitable for installation on a ship. Roy looked at the many complex rune diagrams laid out in the room, which was even filled with a chaotic magical aura. There were traces of scorch marks on the test bench, and a charred piece of magic parchment lay on it. It seemed as if an explosion had just occurred in the room. When Roy looked at the magic parchment, Grand Mage Grimes blushed and quickly explained, "It was just a minor mistake, but it won't affect my research. Although the magic pattern array is still a little unstable, that's not important." Grand Mage Grimes, the Partington Planar War is over. The Siren Legion has defeated the Dark Faceless Legion. Even the connecting passage hidden under the sea has been transported to the Outlands by Lord Ungulus' clone, Roy said to Grand Mage Grimes. The room suddenly fell silent, and Grand Mage Grimes looked at Roy in astonishment. Roy nodded again and said, "Although the Siren Legion paid a heavy price, this planar war is truly over. Actually, I also lost 7 magic airships." Grandmaster Grimes' eyes were somewhat empty. He stared at Roy with wide eyes. "Are you saying that you only lost 7 magic airships and drove away the Dark Legion? If the nobles of the Silvermoon Elf Kingdom knew this news, I wonder if they would regret it." Chapter 884. The Silvermoon Elf nobles initially advocated abandoning the Partington Plain because they feared that the Dark Legion of the Abyssal Hell would, after occupying the Partington Plain, enter the Elven continent through the portal coordinates. Although the Partington Plain was controlled by the 17th Silver Pegasus Legion at the time, it was almost entirely populated by half-elves. This led the Silvermoon Elf nobles to abandon the Partington Plain without hesitation. By doing so, they would ensure that no other Silvermoon Elf nobles, save the 17th Silver Pegasus Legion, would suffer any losses. The 17th Silver Pegasus Legion had also taken over the Partington Plain from Lord Alvis, and it had undoubtedly brought them substantial benefits over the years. However, due to frequent raids by the Duergar bandits against the Queen Uini Islands, the 17th Silver Pegasus Legion had been unable to manage the Partington Plain. Several captains of the Elven Guard Regiment were dispatched to manage the silver mines on the plateau, but unfortunately, they failed to generate profits for several consecutive years. So, after the Buenos Elven Elder Council made its decision, Earl Swinburne's objections were futile, and he agreed to the council's resolution. Abandon the Partington Plain and dismantle the planar portal. The Silvermoon Elven nobles had considered resisting, but thinking of the Duergar's northern homeland and the painful lesson of Durag's knee, many of them hesitated to take the risk. According to Earl Swinburne's calculations, it would take at least 10 years for the Dark Legion to completely conquer the Partington Plain. If the natives of the Partington Plain showed a strong will to resist, and with the Silvermoon Elves' material support, this war of invasion could easily have lasted for decades or even centuries. During this time, the Silvermoon Elves could have continuously transported magical herbs from the Partington Plain back to the Elven continent. However, the members of the Elven Elder Council at the time disagreed with Earl Swinburne's view. Roy led the mine guards to defeat Commander Lattimore in Sun Island Bay, driving Jazina out of the bay, and gradually establishing a brand new half-elf town on the bay's northern coast. From the moment he discovered the Dark Faceless Legion, Roy joined the fight against the Dark Army. After joining forces with the Sirens, Roy discovered that the Dark Army, suppressed by the power of the Plains laws, was far less formidable than he had imagined. So, from that moment on, Roy became a staunch advocate of war. Grand Mage Grimes was well aware of these inside stories. As Roy's close friend, Grand Mage Grimes also used his connections within the Magic Guild to continuously assist Roy, for example, providing him with a large amount of magical equipment. Although these magical supplies were purchased by Roy with a large sum of magic crystals, many fine things cannot be bought with just money. Grand Mage Grimes even spared no effort in helping Roy develop the magic cannon. He hoped to draw upon the principles of those magic cannons and create a batch of simple, practical magic cannons. He had eagerly sought Roy out this time because the magic cannon had already completed its theoretical demonstration and needed some sample testing. Grimes wanted Roy to forge several cannon barrels for him at the forge. To ensure proper magic conduction, these barrels had to be crafted from magical metal. What Grimes hadn't anticipated was that, just as his magic cannon had completed its theoretical demonstration and hadn't even had a chance to conduct sample testing, the Partington Plain War had ended so abruptly. The Dark Legion didn't even make it out of the western seas before being crushed in the trench by the natives of the Partington Plain. If the Silvermoon Elves had known the planar war would end so easily, how could they have ever abandoned this rich plain? For a moment, Grand Mage Grimes didn't know what to say. Was he going to complain about those foolish Silvermoon Elven nobles in Buena City? Roy sat in a chair across from the test bench and said to Grand Mage Grimes, I arranged for the casting of the cannon barrel, but developing the magic cannon isn't the most important thing right now. Grems, look at these heavy armor pieces. Roy pulled a set of heavy armor from his magic waist pouch and laid it out neatly on the test bench. Those dwarven craftsmen actually helped you forge these full-length heavy armor pieces? Grems picked up a shoulder piece and tapped it with a hammer. The material felt very solid, and a dull thud echoed from it. Roy smiled and said, "They need to make a living too. Some Grey Dwarves certainly wouldn't want to, but there are always some who are willing to do this. You might not know this, but to support the Siren Legion on the Partington Plain against the Dark Faceless Ones, I recently expanded the forge to 20,000 people." Grams's hand, clutching his teacup, trembled slightly. He looked up at Roy, trying to glean some jaw-dropping news from his eyes. "So, you're planning to mass-produce this full-body heavy armor?" "I plan to have all the half-elven guards and the mine guards wear magic rune constructs made from this heavy armor." Roy's voice was thick with the scent of money. Grams, the great magician, silently placed his teacup on the table. He took a deep breath, trying to suppress the surprise in his eyes. Even among the Silver Pegasus Knights of the Silver Pegasus Legion, not all could wear the magic rune construction. In the Silver Moon Elf Kingdom, only the Elven Knights of the most mysterious Unicorn Royal Legion were equipped with magic rune construction. "I thought you just wanted to officially introduce these magic armor-based materials into the Elven world's magic market. Turns out you want all the inscriptionists in the Magic Guild to work for you." Grems muttered. "No, that's not the case." Roy shook his head and said, "Actually, I still hope that these armor-based materials can be traded normally. Then, after they are made into magic rune constructs, they can be purchased by the mine guards at the normal price in the magic market. This will also create a virtuous cycle for the magic market." Grandmaster Grams gave Roy a deep look and explained, "I'm glad you think so. This is the right way to enter the magic market. The inscriptionists in the Silver Moon Elf Kingdom have varying degrees of skill in crafting magic rune constructs. Many inscriptionists only craft leather armor like magic rune constructs. Some inscriptionists only handle magic robes. The inscriptionists who engrave magic runes on heavy armor are a small group of their own, but they absolutely refuse to be manipulated. You can sell heavy armor to them or purchase magic rune constructs from them, but don't try to coerce them. It will make them very disgusted." The two of them chatted for a while around the laboratory table. Sabrina sat nearby, listening to their conversation but never speaking. After the two men reached an agreement, Grand Mage Grimes said, "No problem. I can help you contact some inscriptionists, or you can come back with me to the Elven Continent. It's been so long, you should visit the Elven Continent and perhaps bring back another batch of half-elves. Give me a few days. Once I sorted things out on K Island, we set off." Roy stood up and said. Sabrina followed Roy. Roy and Grand Mage Grimes hugged. "Thanks, Grimes." Stepping out of Grand Mage Grimes's three-masted sailboat, Roy led Sabrina to the shipyard west of the dock. Many scaffolds had already been erected at the shipyard, with one row of maintenance scaffolds even built on the sand at the edge of the jungle. Because many magic airships can fly, some of the scaffolds were built near the shade of trees. This provided a cooler environment for repairing the ships, and the Feldwood didn't need to be carried too far. These magic airships needed repairs to any damaged areas, their bottoms cleaned, and then a fresh coat of anti-corrosion paint. As for the magic airships awaiting major repairs and modifications, they remained docked in the shipyard. The entire shipyard covered a vast area, and almost all the human crew members and merchants were now employed there. This time, Roy wanted to check on the progress of the magic airship modifications. Near the edge of the jungle, in the shade of the trees, lay a newly painted three-masted sailboat, its sturdy legs resting in the cool, shady conditions beneath the hull. A group of Templar priests were performing divine magic to heal their wounds. The Imperial crew lined up, their eyes fixed on the priests, and they chatted animatedly in the Imperial language. Captain Flint sat among the Imperial crew, seemingly enjoying a pleasant conversation. Captain Jarrowan stood aside, quietly listening, but did not join in. The half-elf crew members at the shipyard saw Roy enter, and all stood up and saluted. The Imperial crew members, both those receiving treatment and those awaiting treatment, followed the half-elf's lead and stood up and saluted. The shipyard supervisor quickly arrived and briefed Roy on the shipyard's progress. Currently, the shipyard was simultaneously repairing and renovating ships. The three-masted galleons currently under repair were the 20 brought in by Commander Machio. Each completed vessel would be fitted with flotation devices and undergo hull modifications. These three-masted sailing ships were almost all built by Grey Dwarf bandits, so the cabins only had a ceiling height of 180 centimeters, and the hatches were less than 160 centimeters high. For the dwarves, the cabin height was sufficient. But for the half-elves, the cabin seemed a bit lower. Since the main structure of the hull couldn't be changed, the cabin passages could only be simplified. How was your conversation? Did they discuss the situation in the Grim Empire? Seeing Captain Jarrowen approach, Roy couldn't help but ask. Jarrowen sighed and said worriedly, all the great lords in the Grim Empire are caught up in the plain war. A large number of Imperial troops are stationed in some important and fertile plains. The long-running civil war within the Empire has subsided. It seems all the priests of the Statue of Liberty have joined the expeditionary force and entered the Dark Land. Without the support of the Statue of Liberty, the Grim Empire is now like a sieve riddled with holes. Those dark legions could burst into Roland Continent from any plain at any moment. Already, nearly half of the Empire's great lords have been overthrown by the planar war, and their number is still increasing. I wonder how long the Grim Empire can hold out against the dark legions of the Abyssal Hell. The situation in our home province of Linden is also dire. Captain Jarrowen frowned. The Imperial sailors, unlike the Imperial merchants, were quite forthright in describing the dire situation of the Grim Empire, leaving Captain Jarrowen with a frown. Is the situation that dire? Roy asked. Captain Jarrowen nodded. Very dire. Once the Grim Empire is destroyed, the only forces on Roland Continent capable of directly resisting the Dark Legions will be the Dwarven Kingdom. Isn't it said that there are still orc tribes and wild swamp lizard men on Roland Continent? Roy asked. The undead legion of the dead world is ready to attack the orc tribes on the Pipe Plateau. The swamp lizard men have a very bad relationship with the Grim Empire. They wish the Imperials were completely wiped out. The lizardmen tribes will never help the Grim Empire resist the Dark Legion. Captain Jarrowen shook his head and smiled bitterly. So, the Grim Empire's current situation is similar to that of the Duergar Dwarves? Roy asked curiously. Captain Jarrowen paused for a moment before continuing. There's a significant difference. The Duergar's homeland, Durag's Knee, has been completely destroyed. Most of the Duergar dwarves have now fled their homes. Only the 7 dwarf nations United Legion and the Orc Legion of the Mensa Plains are currently defending a few underground cities. The Duergar dwarf kingdom can be said to be completely destroyed. Although the Grim Empire appears to have been torn to pieces by the Dark Legion, at least it's still holding on the battlefield. Roy nodded. He had heard some stories about the Grim Empire from the Imperial merchant Darwin, but he wasn't particularly interested, so Darwin didn't discuss it further. Roy discovered that this massive invasion by the Abyssal forces was far more severe than he had imagined. It seemed that only the Elven continent hadn't been severely impacted. The reason so many Grey Dwarf bandits had emerged on the west coast of the Elven continent was primarily due to the destruction of Durag's Knee. These Grey Dwarf bandits had nowhere to go. But even if they had lost their homeland, that wasn't a reason for them to engage in slavery. I just can't believe that with the situation everywhere so dire, why would anyone still be trading slaves at sea? Roy said gloomily, if they had any courage, they should unite and retake Durag instead of wandering the seas every day, secretly capturing elves and slaves. Next, I want to cut off the sea routes these Grey Dwarf bandits use from south to north. Send them all to Garo Island in the Seven Realms Sea. Chapter 885. The waves crashed onto the beach, leaving behind a trail of white foam before vanishing silently. Several bonfires were lit on the beach near the jungle. A group of priests, invited by the Imperial crew, sat on the beach, enjoying the sea breeze and chatting. To express their gratitude to the Templar priests, the Imperial crew had exchanged some fish from the Naga Sea tribe and prepared a bonfire picnic. The Imperial crew had several chefs, and their specialty was grilled fish with fruit. Paired with some fruit wine, it made for a delicious dinner. The Imperial crew told the priests about the customs and people of the Grey Harbor in Lewin Bay, about the broad breasts of the girls there, about the rampant mermaid slavers in Pelage Harbor, about the artistic port of Hines. After so long away from home, this crew had never missed it more than now. Do you think we have to spend the rest of our lives on Kauai Island? An Imperial sailor handed a golden grilled fish to the priest beside him. Before the priest could say anything, another Imperial sailor behind him said optimistically, as long as word gets out that we're stranded on Kauai Island, the Herb Trade Alliance in the Elven continent will ransom us. Don't worry, compared to those merchants, we're worthless. He asked anxiously, what if the news doesn't spread? The Imperial sailor replied with absolute certainty, no, they will. The young Imperial sailor looked at the priest, dressed in a comfortable, breathable linen robe, and asked with a smile, Priest Wood, if we ever have the opportunity to return to the Green Empire, would you like to come home with us? Me? I probably won't be able to leave with you. We're planning to go to the west coast of the Elven continent and deal with those slavers, Priestwood replied. Are you going to deal with the Grey Dwarf slavers? The young Imperial sailor asked with some envy. Priestwood looked at the Imperial sailors with a gentle smile in his eyes. It's not just the Grey Dwarf slavers. We need to deal with slavers of other races as well. Priestwood, can you plead with Boss Roy for us? I hope Boss Roy will give us a chance to redeem ourselves, the young Imperial sailor said to Priestwood. For a moment, the surrounding Imperial sailors all turned their gazes towards Priestwood. Priestwood hesitated for a moment before saying, I want to know why you're helping those Grey Dwarf bandits. I'd like to hear your reasons, and then decide whether to help you. The Grey Dwarf bandits of the Endless Sea are like a pack of homeless prairie hyenas, frenzied and violent. Normally, they form small pirate bands to plunder and pillage. However, if they encounter foreign armies, they prefer to huddle together on the vast ocean for warmth. Grey Dwarfs have a wide hunting range, targeting everything they encounter. They reach out and scratch any Naga, elves, humans, or even lone sirens. When faced with a large-scale Naga army, the Grey Dwarfs will scatter and flee. The capture of a few three-masted galleons by a Naga army is a minor concern for these Grey Dwarfs. Grey Dwarfs care only about their own survival, and don't care about the lives of other Grey Dwarfs. In reality, they didn't have any sophisticated tactics to deal with the Naga Sea tribe. The Naga Sea tribe was more troubled by the Grey Dwarfs, because the Grey Dwarf bandits roamed the Endless Sea like mad dogs. Most Grey Dwarf bandits were nomadic. After attacking a Naga tribe, they would immediately sail away. Because these Grey Dwarf bandits were so numerous, they plundered almost all the Naga tribes in the eastern part of the Endless Sea like a swarm of locusts. This was perhaps the main reason the Naga tribes feared them. Among these waters, the waters of Kui Island were the most rampant for the Grey Dwarf bandits. Once the Grey Dwarfs discovered a Naga tribe, they would first investigate its size. If they couldn't defeat it in one fell swoop, they would gather their forces and join them in a hunting spree. If the Naga tribe proved too powerful, and they couldn't defeat it after several attempts, they would resort to a strategic retreat. If they found the enemy to be a soft target, they would slowly devour them, skin and flesh, one bite at a time. The Naga Sea tribe had clashed several times with the Grey Dwarf bandits, and were greatly troubled by their cunning tactics. Many Naga tribes living on the edge of the Endless Sea were ultimately forced to relocate their settlements to the vicinity of Gomez City, seeking protection from the Naga army. At one point, over 500,000 Grey Dwarf bandits gathered near K Island. They repelled a patrolling Naga corps in the waters there. After that naval battle, the Grey Dwarf bandits surged with confidence. They discovered that the Queen Uni Islands were strategically located. Occupying the Uni Islands would not only secure control of the Elven continent's western coast, but also connect it with the waters of K Island and the Alphabet Islands. This would expand the Duergar Raiders' single south-to-north route into a vast sea area under their complete control. The Duergar Raiders have deployed nearly 800,000 troops to the battleground of Queen Awini's Islands. Several times, they nearly reached the islands, but ultimately failed. Some Duergars even thought that the cost of capturing Queen Awini's Islands was too great. If these troops had been deployed to the mountains of their homeland, Durag's Knees, perhaps they could have recaptured an entire mountain range. Currently, the Duergar Raiders possess two powerful forces: the Northern Fleet, stationed on the northwest coast of Durag's Knees, and the Garo Freedom Fleet, formed by millions of Duergar pioneers who journeyed south to the Seven Realms Sea. These two forces are extremely powerful, each fleet possessing thousands of barks. The Northern Fleet has more Duergar warriors, while the Garo Freedom Fleet has more barks. The Grey Dwarf bandits' attack on Queen Uni's Islands is effectively a plan to establish a new base for the Northern Fleet. Once Durag's Knee is completely occupied by the Dark Legion, the Northern Fleet will inevitably have to evacuate from the Frozen Sea, and the Queen Uni Islands are the most suitable islands for them to inhabit. Roy is also taking advantage of the Northern Fleet's prey. K Island originally belonged to them. The Grey Dwarf Northern Fleet currently controls the waters surrounding K Island, the Alphabet Islands, the western coast of the Mensa Plain, and the northwest third of Durag's Knee. In addition, the Northern Fleet also possesses over 8 million Grey Dwarfs, who have yet to evacuate from Durag. Grey Dwarves are born bandits. They bully the weak and fear the strong, are selfish and brutal, but this also means that Grey Dwarves are fierce and sturdy. Simply by donning armor and taking up weapons, they transform into Grey Dwarf bandits. The slave ships of the Grey Dwarf bandits are actually extraneous vessels of the Northern Fleet. The half-elves don't understand this, but the Imperial merchants and crew members are well aware. Imperial merchant ships usually sail north from the west coast of the Elven continent to the border between the Great Sea and the Frozen Sea. Sailing west, they will reach the Green Empire. Sailing east along the northern coastline of the Durag Snow Plains will lead to the Dwarven Kingdom. Currently, the Dwarf and Orc coalition has established a defensive line along the eastern coastline of the Durag Plains. However, Imperial merchants, who want to enter the west coast of the Elven continent from the Frozen Sea to trade must pass through a section of the sea controlled by the Grey Dwarf Northern Fleet. To pass through the Northern Fleet's jurisdiction, not only must they pay a toll, but merchant ships are also occasionally required to provide services to the Grey Dwarf bandits. The young Imperial sailor told Priest would that this was why they were helping the Grey Dwarf bandits. While the Imperial sailors were discussing these matters on the beach, Roy and Captain Jarwin sat aboard a nearby magic airship undergoing repairs. Grand Mage Grims was preparing to install a magic cannon on the airship and had the half-elven crew at the repair shop add a wooden platform to the front deck, fearing the existing deck wouldn't be able to withstand the cannon's weight and recoil. Roy had come to the repair shop to request the project manager to inquire about the project's progress. While he was discussing these matters on the ship, Captain Jarwin approached, and the two of them discussed the Grim Empire's plain war and the specifics of the Grey Dwarf bandits. In fact, when Captain Flint accompanied Roy to K Island, his worries immediately became apparent. The Templar priests had lived in the Dark Land for half their lives, now abandoned by the Statue of Liberty. While they could now live a secluded life, who didn't have a homeland, he missed home and wanted to return while he still had time. Captain Flint's thoughts likely echoed those of many Templar priests. When they first lived in the Dark Land, they simply hoped for a place with enough food, warm clothes, and a relatively safe place to live, ideally with plenty of sunshine. Roy brought them to K Island, fulfilling these wishes. Initially, their lives were content and happy. But after living like this for a while, other emotions began to grow within the priests, including homesickness. Captain Flint had come to visit the Imperial crew, treat their old injuries, and discuss the recent developments in the Green Empire. Roy and Captain Jelloin had never imagined that these priests' conversation with the Imperial crew would lead them to reveal so much information about the Duergar. Roy had previously imagined the Duergar fleet to be enormous, but he hadn't imagined it to be this powerful. No wonder the Naga Sea tribe had to avoid it. They actually possessed two fleets, one north and one south. This time, Roy had offended the Northern Fleet. "How do you feel? Does hearing this weigh heavily on your heart?" Captain Jelloin asked, smiling, as Roy, who was lost in thought beside him, rested his hands on the railing. Chapter 886. The southern part of K Island is surrounded by a seawall nearly 40 kilometers long. This seawall was built by over 10,000 Highland headhunters day and night over 6 months, with tens of thousands of Grey Dwarf prisoners also contributing during this time. But the speed of the Highland headhunters' construction is truly remarkable. They chained the stones together and quickly piled a stone foundation for the seawall in the ocean. Commander Machio led the Grey Dwarf bandits in an attack on K Island, but the seawall kept out 23-masted sailing ships. It's a pity that the seawall wasn't completed yet, otherwise, the Grey Dwarf bandits would have had to pay a heavy price to enter K Island. It was precisely because of that war that the Highland headhunters' prisoners on K Island suffered significant losses. Over 2,000 Highland headhunters were killed by the Grey Dwarf bandits. Thousands of Highland headhunters were injured. It was precisely because of this situation that Roy brought back 10,000 headhunters from the concentration camp on the Pagisto Plateau. These headhunters would take over the work of the current headhunters on Kauai Island and continue building the seawall there. The injured headhunters would return to the prisoner camp on the Pagisto Plateau to recuperate for a period of time. In the evening, in the open space in front of the stilt houses at the headhunter camp, the headhunters gathered. Dinner consisted primarily of sea fish. Unlike the elves, who only ate fish and fruit, these headhunters ate everything. They preferred the oysters that abounded on the reefs of Kauai Island to fish. They had just learned how to eat them from the Naga Sea tribe. Simply pry the oysters off the rocks with a dagger. No extra cooking required. Once the shells were pried open, they could place their mouths close to the shells and gently suck. The sweet oysters would slide directly down their mouths into their stomachs, a delicious taste that was highly addictive. The Highland headhunters, who often dig for rocks in the reefs, discovered this delicacy. After a satisfying meal, the Highland headhunters didn't rush back to their cabins to sleep. Instead, they sat on the beach near the woods, enjoying the sea breeze. These Highland headhunters had been on Kauai Island for nearly 10 months. They hadn't had the opportunity to return to the prisoner of war camp in Plateau City during that time, and they were desperate for news from the camp. Life on this island is actually quite good. It's summer all year round except for spring. Not only is there no cold, but food is also plentiful. There are wild vegetables and fruits in the jungle, and fish and shellfish in the sea. Just go out, and you bring back a mountain of food, more than enough to eat. This is what the headhunters who had lived on Kauai Island for a while told the newcomers. The new headhunters were even more curious and couldn't help but ask, "So, to build the seawall here, you have to build a wall in the sea first. That must be very difficult, right?" The veteran headhunters shook their heads, saying, "Cut a few stones, move them into the sea, and then build a wall. It's easy enough." The new headhunters from the plateau were even more cautious, testing the waters. "I heard they say that while you work, you're constantly supervised by half-elf overseers. Aside from eating and sleeping, you spend almost all your time working." The old headhunters were furious. Which brainless headhunter had such an idea? Do you think we're stupid? Don't they take a break when we're tired? They never even tracked our progress. We always made our own decisions. The new headhunters breathed a sigh of relief. It seemed the reality was indeed different from the rumors. "Then it seems your life here isn't as hard as the rumors say," a new headhunter whispered. "It's definitely hard. Digging and carrying rocks is exhausting, but we only work twice a day, in the morning and afternoon. When our time is up, we return to camp from the seawall to rest. Rest time is much longer than working time. Sometimes, during our rest time, we go into the jungle together to gather berries and wild vegetables, and hunt small jungle animals. But we can't let the elf guard see us, or we get scolded." The old headhunter began to share his experience of island life. Then he added, "Life here is easy. As long as you're willing to work, you be free the rest of the time." As these words were spoken, the new headhunters' faces gradually brightened with joy. The veteran headhunters now inquired of those who had just arrived from the Plateau City POW camp, "How are things back there?" The new headhunters immediately explained, "The newly established road construction team in Plateau City is recruiting. Once selected, they must work away from home for at least 3 months. However, every 6 months, they are allowed to return to the camp for a few days to visit their families. Working away from home earns them work points, which can be accumulated. Currently, in Plateau City, these work points can be used not only within the prisoner of war camp, but also at the camp service center. There are many shops in Plateau City that accept them, making exchange very convenient." The new headhunter pulled out a handful of metal plates from his pocket. They had a faint pattern of numbers on them, seemingly etched in. There was even a row of numbers on the corners. The new headhunters continued, "Recently, they seem to have enclosed the northern part of the Savage Plains into a large pasture, where they keep a number of one-horned bison and wild argali. Their griffin riders have driven large carnivorous beasts, hyena packs, and wolves to the southern Savage Plains and the Chaldean Mountains. These herds of bison and wild sheep are herded by skilled argali riders from our camp. Headhunters are highly skilled at riding argali, and there are also many argali inhabiting the northern part of the Pagisto Plateau, but only headhunters can catch them. How many of our compatriots are still in the camp?" the old headhunter inquired. The new headhunter thought for a moment before saying, "There are now nearly 30,000 people in the concentration camp, including elderly, children, and women. Many were brought back from the northern glaciers. The concentration camps have changed significantly. The only people who don't work are the elderly. The women wash, iron, and dry leather in the tanning workshops. The children in the camp attend training camps, where they not only learn Elvish, but also a wide range of other subjects." The old headhunters were stunned. "Our children are all going to training camps?" "Well, the training camp even teaches fighting techniques." The old headhunters asked worriedly, "Will the children participate in fighting competitions?" The new headhunter shook his head and said, "Not really. The half-elf guard officer said the children in the POW camps didn't participate in the war and are innocent. As long as they can live independently, they can leave the camp at any time. Especially after adulthood, if these children want to continue living in the camp, they will need to pay rent and management fees to the camp." This was the first time the old headhunters had heard of this. Living in the concentration camps required a fee, and they couldn't help but grumble, who would live there anyway? The new headhunter smiled awkwardly and said, "Actually, there are quite a few young people who choose to stay in the concentration camps. We're gradually being accepted in the Plateau City. Many workshop owners are willing to hire our young people. They generally believe that our young people are more hardworking than half-elf youths, and they also have more strength when working. Our lives seem to be constantly changing." The old headhunters couldn't help but sigh. They were deeply concerned about the half-elves' attitude towards the headhunter cubs. The elves didn't treat the young ones born in the prison camps as prisoners of war, which made the headhunters feel the half-elves' respect for them. At that moment, chaotic footsteps echoed from the distant beach, and the occasional elven voice could be heard. The headhunters suddenly stopped talking and looked in one direction toward the beach. Because it was pitch black, the figures were barely discernible. However, one headhunter immediately spotted Boss Roy from the crowd. He stood out among the elves. That's Boss Roy. Why is he still going to the beach so late? What else could be in the sea at this hour? The headhunters couldn't help but scoff at Roy. Going to the seawall at this hour? Of course, it's for those mermaids. An old headhunter quipped. You might not know this, but after dark, some Naga mermaids always climb the seawall to secretly meet with young elves. The new headhunters immediately listened intently. The old headhunter continued, it seems the seawall around here has become their rendezvous. There's a rustling noise every few dozen meters. It was everywhere in the first half of the night. Humph, who says elves don't have strong desires? The headhunters' discussion then veered off a bit. What kind of children will be born from mating between Naga mermaids and elves? Will they also be half-elves? It seems the Naga sea race has a stronger bloodline, and most of their offspring will be Naga. As the headhunters discussed the secret meetings between the Naga sea race and the half-elves, Roy quickly walked up to the seawall. He was waiting for Miss Nania to arrive. He wondered what kind of news Miss Nania would bring him this time. He had originally thought the seawall would be a peaceful and tranquil place, but upon reaching it, he realized he still didn't know much about it. Under the cover of night, a number of Naga mermaids appeared on the seawall. Chapter 887. The sky gradually darkened, and only in the distance, where the horizon met the sea, did a last glimmer of light appear. The sea now seemed incredibly deep. The night sky and its stars began to peek through from behind the clouds. The darkness cast an unknown hue over the sea, its vastness and boundlessness transformed into a void within the depths. The waves crashed against the foundation stones of the seawall. The sea spray crashed against the rocks, instantly shattering, leaving only a crashing sound. Roy waited on the seawall, his gaze fixed on the pitch-black sea. He was a little worried that Miss Narnia would find his way. He breathed in the cool, salty sea breeze, thinking, wait a little longer. If I still didn't see Miss Narnia, I wouldn't wait any longer. The Imperial crew had brought him a wealth of information about the Grey Dwarfs. Clearly, their power was far greater than he had anticipated. It was certain that these Grey Dwarf bandits roaming the west coast of the Elven continent were backed by the Northern Army fleet. Kui Island is also a crucial transit point for the Northern Army's fleet. The place Roy had his eye on was also crucial for the Duergar. He had originally thought that giving Commander Machio's Duergar fleet a severe blow might scare off the other Duergar bandits waiting to make a move. Now it seemed he might encounter an even larger Duergar fleet. In the dim light, the silhouettes of Naga mermen could be seen. Roy noticed many dark shadows appearing on the sea beneath his feet. Almost none of the Naga sea creatures had surfaced. Only Miss Nania emerged from the sea alone, revealing her pale golden upper body, with seawater flowing down her ample breasts. The pale golden scales stood out so clearly against the night sky. She climbed the steps to the seawall, her tail even slightly lifted by a wave beneath her, allowing her to easily avoid the jumbled rocks of the seawall's foundation. Roy took the initiative to approach her, descending the stone steps to Miss Narnia and offering her a polite greeting. Miss Narnia smiled captivatingly, revealing her most beautiful Naga mermaid form before Roy. There were no Naga followers around, and Roy had no elf guards behind him, so at this moment, Miss Narnia gazed at him with a look of naked admiration. Her lips were a voluptuous crimson, a frivolous smile playing at the corners of her mouth, and her golden eyes fixed on Roy without blinking. You half-elves are much better than those Grey Dwarf bandits from the north. I'm talking about the elves living on K Island. They're very friendly to every Naga. I heard a lot of praise for them lately. Miss Nania spoke fluent Elvish. Roy fished a clean, thin blanket from his magic waist bag and tossed it to Miss Nania. She emerged from the sea, damp, and the breeze inevitably chilled her. Oh! What did they do to deserve such praise from the Naga? Roy asked, following up on Nania's question. Miss Nania took the blanket, pursed her lips, and draped it over her scaly body. A lot of things. Like the fair trade we can conduct at the K Island docks, and how a few days ago a half-elf from your island found a dehydrated Naga girl on the beach, carried her back to the sea, and revived her. Roy hadn't heard of the rescue on Kui Island. As for the fair trade between the Naga and the elves, isn't that perfectly normal? Roy smiled and said, it seems we established some initial trust. Miss Nania wrapped her upper body in a thin blanket, which only added a touch of gentleness to her beauty. She told Roy, I returned to Gomez City this time, and met with some friends. I asked them about the dwarven metal. It's been sitting outside the city for years, useless. Everyone treats it like garbage, and the wooden boxes it stored in are now covered in barnacles. But that doesn't mean anyone has the right to dispose of it. This dwarven metal belongs to the Gomez Legion. Even if it's now garbage piled outside the city, if we want to remove it, we need the Gomez Legion's consent. Miss Nania and Chief Zanahak had similar information. The only difference is the ownership of the dwarven metal. Chief Zanahak sought the Lord of Gomez City, while Miss Nania indirectly learned about the Gomez Legion headquarters. Roy asked Miss Nania, "Could I personally visit the Gomez Legion commander? Perhaps I could give him a box of magic crystals." Miss Nania pressed her hand to her forehead and shook her head repeatedly. He and Lord Gomez both participated in the Battle of Queen Awini's Islands. They have no good feelings towards the elves. In their eyes, both elves and Duergar are invaders, though the Duergar are more brutal. If you dare reveal your identity to him, the commander will likely arrest you on the spot. Hearing Miss Nania say this, Roy felt somewhat discouraged. "Are you saying that there's no hope for me with that dwarven metal?" Miss Nania gave Roy a look, her expressive golden eyes as if to say, "Let me finish my sentence. I've been running around Gomez City, asking many friends about the ownership of this dwarven metal. It just so happens that the father of a close friend of mine is the deputy commander of the Gomez Legion, overseeing supplies and logistics. I spoke with her a few days ago, and she heard I met a group of elves on Kauai Island. She's always admired elven culture, so she made a request. If you could take her to the elven continent, she'd find a way to get the dwarven metal." After hearing this from Nania, Roy realized the situation was becoming increasingly complicated. "She wants me to take her to the elven world." Roy was feeling overwhelmed. What kind of Naga mermaid could have such a crazy idea? No wonder there are so many Naga mermaid slaves in the Lost Sea. It seems their brains aren't very good, and they have no sense of safety at all. Seeing Miss Naya nod, Roy stared at her in disbelief. "Isn't she afraid I'd take her to the elf world and sell her directly to those slave traders? Will you?" Miss Naya asked immediately. "That isn't important. What I mean is, why would she trust me so much?" Roy pointed to his heart. Miss Naya stared at Roy silent, her golden eyes piercing Roy's heart. This silent response left Roy feeling incredibly frustrated. He knew this was a reflection of Miss Narnia's unconditional trust. Roy knew that once he obtained those magic cannon bases, he would save himself a lot of trouble. After all, they were a product of Hextech technology and magic. If he could install them on his magic airships, at least he would no longer fear the Grey Dwarf Northern Fleet. In reality, he had little choice. "Okay, if she can really help me get the dwarven metal, I can promise to take you to the Silvermoon Elf Kingdom," Roy compromised. Miss Narnia smiled triumphantly. Her purpose in coming to see Roy had actually been achieved. "Then it's a deal." The Naga mermaid's voice was a sweet, nasal, and deeply emotional. "I wait for you on K Island." That was all Roy could say. On the seawall, after the two reached a preliminary agreement, Miss Narnia did not stay any longer. She smiled a little smugly, stole another glance at Roy, and finally swam slowly down the stairs back to the sea. The headhunters building the seawall on Kauai Island all knew Roy. They saw Boss Roy walking down the seawall alone. Everyone's eyes involuntarily fell on Boss Roy's belt, and then they all realized with some dismay that the blue scale breastplate he was wearing didn't seem suitable for a date. At least it would be difficult to remove. Besides, how could he feel about flirting with a Naga mermaid in such thick leather armor? Initially, they had been captured from the battlefield by the half-elf guards. They hadn't even realized that the half-elf, who had just walked past them, would be the leader of such a large group of half-elves. After spending more time in the POW camp, they gradually gained more information and began to understand exactly where the Highland headhunters had lost the war. They also learned about the half-elf, who led the half-elves to victory. Boss Roy. But that was just their initial understanding of Boss Roy. Now, they looked at Roy with eyes filled with awe. The reason these headhunters felt awe was the battle Boss Roy led the half-elf guards against the Grey Dwarf bandits on K Island. When those Dark Moon elves assassinated the Grey Dwarf bandits, the look in their eyes, as they murdered them, was as easy as plucking a coconut to take a Grey Dwarf's head. The murderous intent displayed by those Dark Moon elves suddenly sobered these headhunters, who were bent on revenge. The headhunters gathered on the beach, whispering under the cover of darkness. "You newcomers must not have witnessed the great battle on the island over 2 months ago. Back then, Boss Roy led a group of elven warriors, luring tens of thousands of Grey Dwarf bandits into the jungle, just like we hunt our golly in the wilderness. Then, they hunted them down in round after round. The scene was bloody and brutal. I still remember the battle scenes. He always stood behind a group of priests, with a golden tree behind him to provide shade. Wherever he went, he could stand beneath the golden tree. He could easily save dying elven warriors, or crush the ironclad chest of a Grey Dwarf with his silver hammer. I seen the golden tree behind him. White petals always fall from it. That tree possesses an invisible power. I can't even approach it. Only the priests can. A group of headhunters, in awe, murmured about Boss Roy, who had just passed by without even glancing at them. I know. If he hadn't formed the mine guards, we wouldn't have ended up doing hard labor on Kauai Island, one headhunter said resentfully. Then another, narrowing his eyes with a look of contentment, retorted, to be honest, although I'm a prisoner of war, I never felt life was that bad. I even think it's pretty good now. At least I get to eat sweet apples and delicious fish stew every day. Chapter 888. The scattered footprints on the beach were flattened by the waves, and the summer heat was dispelled by the evening breeze. On the terrace of the treehouse beneath the coconut trees, there were always people seeking cool air. But for many half-blood elves on the island, that treehouse beneath the coconut trees seemed a forbidden zone. Even though it was built in a prominent location next to the island's pier, few half-blood elves would approach it. Everyone simply gazed at it from a distance, and then turned away. Every elf knew that the treehouse belonged to Boss Roy. Miss Tiffany was about to lie down to rest, when she heard the news that Boss Roy had gone to the seawall in the evening to meet with Miss Nania, the Naga mermaid. It was a Naga sea creature who broke the news to her. After careful consideration, Miss Tiffany decided that she should stay with her best friend Moira at this time. So she swam out of her pierside residence, and came to the treehouse terrace on the shore to chat with Moira. Miss Tiffany, reclining in a wicker chair, glanced at Moira beside her and said, I heard the boss brought a siren army from the Partington Plain this time, with Jazina and Olive also accompanying them. The boss assigned them to guard Maney's Island and not come to K Island, probably because they don't want to encounter the Naga Sea tribe here. Moira, aren't you worried that siren Princess Olive will steal Roy's heart? Miss Tiffany hesitated for a long time before deciding to speak frankly. Wendy was massaging Sabrina's shoulders. She had some experience using plant essences to nourish the body. Sabrina's long-term martial arts training had left her with some hidden scars. Wendy's nightly massage helped her body feel much better. Why do I feel like you're more worried than I am? Moira covered her mouth with her hand and smiled smugly, her eyes like crescent moons. In her hand was a bottle of exquisite nail polish. This item originated in the human realm, but it had existed in the Elven world long before, brought over by merchants from the Empire and beloved by the Elven nobles. This bottle of nail polish had been unloaded from an Imperial merchant ship. Originally presented to Captain Sabrina by the Griffin Riders, it now fell into Moira's hands. Miss Tiffany reached out and patted Moira's pale arm. Don't say anything nonsense. I simply feel that Miss Olive is a bit too explicit in certain situations, which is clearly disrespectful to you. Moira lowered her head, intently applying her nail polish. Her feet were white and smooth, and her toes, painted in rosy red polish, shimmered like jewels. She quietly waited for the polish to dry. Moira seemed quite relaxed, reclining in a wicker chair, eyes closed, enjoying the sea breeze. A faint smile played on her lips, her face radiant with happiness. Sabrina, on the other hand, lay back in the wicker chair, enjoying Wendy's massage while wiping her Saluki sword with an oilcloth. Why are you two so indifferent? Miss Tiffany couldn't help but complain. Sabrina placed her Saruki sword on a nearby shelf, rose from her wicker chair, and signaled to Wendy that it was all right. What do I have to do with this? Sabrina gave Tiffany a strange look. Wendy draped a gauze nightgown over Sabrina and left with the tray. Soon, footsteps echoed on the beach. Moira leaped from the wicker chair like a cat, landing barefoot on the floor. She leaned on the balcony railing and peered out at the dark beach. Roy's figure gradually emerged from the darkness. Seeing Moira standing by the balcony, waving at him, Roy scurried forward a few steps, grasped her slender waist, and lifted her up. Moira placed her hands on Roy's shoulders and chuckled softly. Roy stepped over the railing and sat down in Moira's wicker chair. He then briefly recounted his recent encounter with Miss Nania. After hearing Roy's story, Miss Tiffany couldn't help but ask, so, they want to visit the Elven Kingdom? Yes. Roy agreed, then turned to Sabrina and Moira, you be coming back with me this time. I'd probably be staying in Castleton for 2 days. You could take this opportunity to spend some time with Miss Jillian. Moira, upon hearing Roy's words, immediately responded happily, that's great. I've been dreaming about Jillian pulling a cart and pushing open the door into the yard. Sabrina's face also cracked with a faint smile, clearly delighted by the news. They were really feeling a little homesick. At this moment, Moira wrapped her arms tightly around Roy's right arm and snuggled up to him, the two of them huddled together on a wicker chair. The soft touch made Roy want to move. Moira looked up at her sister and said, Sabrina, what do you think we should bring back? Something that represents the island of K? Sabrina smiled and shook her head, saying, I don't know. Miss Tiffany took the opportunity to say, I think the thing that best represents K Island is its coconuts. She pointed to the coconut trees overhead. Roy then said to Moira, if you ask me, K Island is definitely the best representation of K Island. You can make a small model of K Island, like a sand table, the kind that can fit in a box. The most important thing is to portray the volcano, jungle, and ocean vividly. Sand tables are easy to make. At least the mine guards barracks on K Island have carpenters, who specialize in making sand tables. Moira accepted Roy's suggestion without hesitation, saying, tomorrow I ask Uncle Eris to make one for me. Moira, Sabrina, and Tiffany chatted on the terrace. Roy got up and returned to his room to take a shower. He was a little sticky after a day of running around outside. A quick shower and a change of clothes would make him feel better. The moonlight outside the room was like snow. The living room was unlit, casting diamond-shaped patches of light on the floor. The room was utterly quiet. In the room, Roy removed his magic pattern leather armor and hung it on a wooden rack. Then he pulled a set of linen pajamas from the closet and headed straight for the bathroom. Outside, he could hear Miss Tiffany and Moira arguing. Without a second thought, Roy pushed open the bathroom door. The light inside was dim, filtered only by a square air vent on the wall. Standing in the doorway, Roy immediately spotted Wendy, freshly bathed. She was wearing a short, halter-strapped nightgown and standing in front of a bronze mirror, staring blankly at herself. Though it else flawless, long legs, a bust so imposing it couldn't be concealed by her suspenders. A beam of moonlight shone through the air vent into the bathroom, casting a faint fluorescent glow on her fair skin. Wendy was startled by Roy's sudden appearance. She quickly placed her hand on her chest, her face flushing. She took a half step back, her bright blue eyes fixed on Roy nervously, like a frightened white rabbit. Roy rubbed his nose awkwardly, then stepped aside. The room remained silent, and the two of them didn't even exchange words. Wendy quickly slipped out. After Roy showered and changed into his pajamas, he emerged to find Miss Tiffany gone. Moira pulled Roy to sit down, curled up on the wicker chair, resting her head on his thighs, and rambled on about the past few days. Roy had hurried back that morning, and without a moment to say anything, he and Moira spent the entire morning in bed. He then hurried off to see Archmage Grams, then to the shipyard to check on the progress of the magic airship's repairs. Finally, he went to the seawall to chat with Miss Nana. He didn't even have time to mention that the war between the Partington Plane and the Dark Legion was over. Moira and Sabrina still thought the fighting had merely eased, that the Partington Plane sirens were now in a period of advantage. This would allow Roy to relax a bit. Neither of them had even considered it. After all, they had both seen those dark faceless warriors before, and they knew they were incredibly powerful. By the way, I haven't even told you yet. The war on the Partington Plane is over. The sirens have achieved a complete victory this time. They not only completely defeated the Dark Faceless Legion, but have also completely cleared the connecting passage in the deep sea. Roy scratched Moira's delicate cheek with his fingertips as he said, we were unlucky this time joining the Siren Legion. We lost several magic airships. Fortunately, we won the war. Only then did Moira and Sabrina grasp the important news from Roy's words. Both of them looked at each other with disbelief, then at Roy. Moira asked Roy in confusion, are you saying the Partington Plane war is over? Yes, it's over, Roy replied immediately. Moira pressed on, the battle on our side hasn't even begun yet, and the Siren Legion has already driven away those dark faceless ones? Roy nodded and patted Moira's shoulder. Moira's expression was a complex one, and it was hard to tell whether it was happiness or frustration. She sat in a wicker chair, like a bewildered fawn, her eyes flickering as she asked, somewhat speechlessly, it was because of these enemies that the Elven Elder Council abandoned the entire Partington Plane, along with the millions of half-elves that inhabited it. Now you suddenly come back to tell us the Partington Plane war is over. I don't know whether I should be happy or sad. Roy, have we truly driven back the Dark Legion? Roy hugged Moira's soft shoulders tightly and said, yes, I participated in this naval battle throughout, and so far, the Siren Legion has also cleared out the remaining dark faceless ones in the western seas. Chapter 889. Under the starry sky, Moira lay on Roy's lap, playfully extending her toes over the edge of the wicker chair. Her dark eyes seemed to hold the entire starry sky. With a faint smile, a hint of innocence, she stretched and said with a hint of regret, the planar war in Partington is over. Really? Just because of the impending planar war, we've been abandoned by the Silvermoon Elf Kingdom. We haven't even started the battle with the Dark Faceless Legion yet, and you suddenly come to us and tell us, the planar war is over. So what do we do now? Everyone's been actively preparing for war lately, and yet the war ends before it even officially begins. Should we still tell the Silvermoon Elf nobles in Buenos Aires? Partington is now safe, and you should quickly send someone to take over Padstow City. Moira only appeared chattering in front of familiar elves, sometimes even making sarcastic remarks. In front of outsiders, she remained silent. Roy smiled, tucking Moira's hair behind her ear, revealing his delicate features. Roy remained silent. He certainly wouldn't reveal his contribution to this interdimensional war. The main reason for their easy victory was that the sirens of the Partington Plain had a near demigod ancestor, Lord Abyss Fong, backing them. The sirens of the Partington Plain, with such a powerful backing, didn't suddenly rise up to control the entire Partington Plain. This was a sign of their modesty. At least now, the half-elves and the sirens of Partington have established a deep friendship. Sabrina said, "Wouldn't it be better for us to maintain our current independence and freedom?" The half-elves had just enjoyed 2 days of peace in Padstow. There was no reason for them to voluntarily return to the Silvermoon Elf Kingdom and suffer oppression from its nobles once again. Roy told Sabrina and Moira, "I'm heading to Castletown this time. I hope to open a shipping route between K Island and Castletown Harbor, so that we can re-establish trade in magical herbs and metals." Roy reasoned that he couldn't always rely on Imperial merchants to purchase magical herbs. His last transaction with Imperial merchant Darwin went smoothly, but when the Imperial merchant Moses' ship arrived, it brought a group of Grey Dwarf bandits with it. The problem was, if word got out, who knew how this would be interpreted? The audience wasn't interested in figuring out who was right or wrong, they only wanted to hear the details that interested them, such as how the Imperial merchants and the Grey Dwarf bandits were completely annihilated. That's a good idea. If we could establish a route from Castletown to K Island, we could occasionally return to Castletown to see Jillian. Moira complimented her proudly. The three of them chatted for a long time under the night sky, enjoying the sea breeze. When the tide receded, smoothing the beach like a mirror, they returned to their rooms, feeling sleepy. That night, Wendy had a strange dream. She dreamed she was enveloped in warm water, barely able to keep her face above the surface. Countless dazzling beams of light shone from the deep sea, and the scorching sun hung in the sky, blinding her. She struggled futilely with her hands and feet in the sea, feeling extremely exhausted. She was terrified, fearing she would sink into the abyss if her strength gave out. She struggled to stay afloat, but she didn't know how much longer she could hold on. She woke from her dream, her eyes abruptly open. All around her was silence, pitch black, and beyond the curtains, a starry sky. She felt a thick, sticky sweat all over her body, her breasts pushing up her pajamas. She sat up, tiptoed across the living room, and showered in the bathroom. As the clean water washed over her, her anxiety finally calmed. She crossed her arms and mentally called out to the goddess of nature, but to no avail. She wiped her hair as she left the bathroom, realizing that her current comfortable life had made her dread the hardship of her past. Back in the Lost Sea, showers were rare, and she lived a life of hunger. She was occasionally whipped, and the slave traders tossed her around like animals. She had survived those hard times. The leisurely and comfortable life on K Island now made her a little anxious. Every day she woke up from strange dreams, and when she thought it was the call of the goddess of nature, she found no response. Dawn was approaching, and Wendy needed to prepare breakfast before everyone else woke up. It was actually a simple breakfast: lemon tea, breadfruit, apples, and so on. Occasionally, she would pick some flowers from the jungle and put them in a vase, giving breakfast a sense of ritual. Then she would carry her basket to the K Island dock market to buy some fresh fish. Sabrina's griffin needed to be fed fresh fish every day. Before daybreak, Wendy saw a group of headhunter prisoners approaching from the forest square, heading along the beach toward the headhunter camp. I heard that those headhunters injured during the K Island defense would be returning to the Plateau City prisoner of war camp for leave. This was the first time she heard of prisoners enjoying leave, and Wendy shook her head in silence. Many of Boss Roy's actions were novel to her. For example, he hoped that the headhunters who had fought so bravely would stay and herd their cattle in the wilderness after their leave. She hadn't expected some of the headhunters to be reluctant to leave K Island. Wendy couldn't understand how chiseling stones by the sea could become addictive. Roy spent 3 days on K Island busy handling the return of the Plateau headhunter prisoners to Plateau City. He signed and stamped every honorific certificate, and his wrists felt swollen. But these honorable certificates would later become the headhunters' unique status on the Pagisto Plateau, certifying their heroic and distinguished performance in certain battles. This would also legitimize their status within the Plateau City. The headhunters who left K Island all carried a parchment certificate like this. 30 bundles of magical parchment alone were used. After several major expansions, the mine guards had surpassed 50,000 half-elf guards. Yet, Even this large number of elven guards still didn't provide Mulan with a sense of security. Yes, she was still recruiting half-elf guards. But the daily consumption of supplies for the entire mine guards, even when operating normally, was already leaving Roy with a difficult time to eat. If it weren't for the abundant magical herb resources on the Partington Plain, allowing Roy to accumulate a considerable fortune, he might have considered reducing military spending. The biggest problem now is that if the Imperial merchants don't come to K Island, there's no way to trade magical herbs. Magic metals are piling up in the warehouses of Plateau City. For at least 10 months, not a single ingot has been shipped outside the Partington Plain. Recently, Roy's biggest source of income has come from the Sirens tribe in the Western Seas. He has accumulated 350,000 black magic crystals, and has already paid off his outstanding debt of nearly several 100,000 black magic crystals. Selling these black magic crystals to Imperial merchants can also fetch a large sum of magic crystals. It seems we must hurry to restore the trade in magical herbs and metals. Ideally, a shipping route between Castletown and K Island should be established. Originally, Roy had planned to travel to Castletown with Grand Mage Grimes today, but Miss Nania asked him to wait while she contacted her close friend, who has connections in Gomez City. Roy could only wait on K Island. After all, this matter concerned those magic cannons. Sabrina led her Griffin cavalry on daily patrols around K Island. Recently she noticed that the Grey Dwarf bandits in K Island's waters had completely disappeared. To this end, she had the Griffin cavalry expand their patrols to the surrounding 30-odd archipelagos. Every hour, 60 Griffin cavalry would take to the skies. They would fly in pairs to each of the 30 or so islands, circling them once before returning to camp. Some islands were so far away from K Island that the Griffin cavalry could take half a day to fly. But the benefits of this large-scale patrol were obvious. K Island was completely quiet, and no Grey Dwarf bandits had ever landed. Even the sentries Moira and her team had set up on the island had been cancelled. Sabrina dismounted the White Griffin and was about to let it rest for a moment before drinking water when she saw Roy and Archmage Grimes waiting at the camp entrance. Archmage Grimes's magic broom hovered beside him. Roy, seeing Sabrina, hurried over. Sabrina quickly calmed the somewhat irritable White Griffin and glanced at Roy with a questioning look. Roy asked Sabrina, "Sabrina, can your griffin still fly? What do you want to do?" Sabrina glanced at the griffin, which continued to pounce on Roy, and scratched its neck. "Fly me around K Island. I want to observe the crater on the other side." Roy leaned over, wanting to touch the griffin's mane, but the griffin shook its head violently, forcing Roy to withdraw his hand. Sabrina gave Roy a somewhat helpless look, then silently fed and watered the griffin. After a busy period, she calmed the White Griffin down, and then led it to Roy's side. She first rode on the griffin's saddle, then bent down, offered Roy her hand, and said, "Come on." Roy grabbed Sabrina's hand, used it to climb onto the griffin's back, and sat behind her. At this moment, Grand Mage Grimes had already soared into the sky on his magic broom. Sabrina patted the griffin's neck, and told the White Griffin to catch up. The White Griffin flapped its wings, and soared into the sky. Roy placed his hands on Sabrina's slender waist. Although they were covered by heavy armor, the feeling was still very good. Grand Mage Grimes flew ahead, practically hurtling straight up the slope of the volcano. The White Griffin followed laboriously, flapping its wings. After all, carrying 2 elves, it struggled to get airborne. The crater on Kauai Island was actually long and narrow, with 2 different lava pools, each dozens of meters tall. The larger lava pool was nearly 300 meters long and only a few dozen meters wide from north to south, its shape resembling the narrowed eyes of an elf. The smaller crater was a long, narrow fissure, seemingly with no apparent pattern. Both craters were about 100 meters deep from the actual lava pools. Normally, only thick smoke rose from them. When strong winds blew away the smoke, the orange-red magma below could be seen, bubbling continuously, then rapidly exploding. The air was filled with the scent of sulfur. Grand Mage Grimes, riding a magic broom, stretched a golden magic shield over his body and approached the crater. Sabrina wanted to follow, but Roy held her back. The gases emanating from the crater are poisonous. Inhaling them could easily injure the griffin. They waited for Grand Mage Grimes to move in and out of the crater's edge several times before finally flying out and removing the magical shield. Communication in the air was difficult, so they descended along the steep mountain wall. Surprisingly, bald eagles nested on the cliffs of the K Island volcano. When Roy and Grand Mage Grimes ascended, they didn't notice any of these large birds. As they descended, the bald eagles took to the air and circled back and forth. However, they seemed terrified of the griffins and dared not approach. but their cries were particularly piercing. 2/3 of the K-Island volcano was pitch-black volcanic rock, with the traces of cooled lava visible. The southern side, while steep, at least offered climbers some footholds. The northern side was a sheer cliff several hundred meters high. The lower third of the volcano was covered in dense jungle, thickly planted. While there were also channels of cooled lava, these were also flanked by lush trees. Grams the Great Magician didn't fly back all the way. He chose to land at the foot of the volcano, where there was vegetation, and rested under a tree. Sabrina followed, carrying Roy. Roy jumped off the griffin's back, and the white griffin opened its jaws and bit Roy's thigh. Sabrina quickly reached out to wrap her arms around the white griffin's neck, and with her other hand, she pushed its chin, forcing it to lift. The white griffin flapped its wings twice, but Sabrina held it in place, and it fell silent. Roy sat on the black stone opposite Grand Mage Grimes. Grand Mage Grimes said to him, "The magma in the crater is very active. I'm not a scholar in this field, so I can't predict the eruption period, but I'm certain it won't be in the near future." He paused, then added to Roy, "Besides, this volcano is too large. I can't seal it with my own abilities." Sabrina, approaching from behind, heard Grand Mage Grimes' words and realized that Roy had even considered sealing the K-Island volcano. Chapter 890. Grand Mage Grimes looked up at the crater and saw smoke rising into the sky. Dwarves are the most professional when it comes to this kind of thing. Perhaps you could ask them for advice. Grand Mage Grimes said to Roy. Roy was scratching his head. It would be fine to have the Grey Dwarf prisoners working in the forge, but they couldn't be trusted to deal with the hidden dangers of the K-Island volcano. Grand Wizard Grimes continued, "Actually, to resolve the potential dangers of a volcanic eruption on K-Island, all you have to do is deal with the lava flow, volcanic ash, and toxic gases during the eruption. The lava flow is the easiest for us. There's a tropical jungle to the south of the volcano, but cliffs and the sea to the north. We can simply direct the lava flow to the north of the island to avoid any harm. We have the ability to blast a breach in the north side of the crater, allowing the lava to flow northward through the breach." As he spoke, Grand Wizard Grimes drew a simple diagram on the ground. He continued to gaze at the crater, frowning. It's just that the volcanic debris ejected high into the sky is difficult to control. However, if a volcanic eruption of that magnitude occurs, don't even think about staying on the island. The best way to escape is to evacuate Koi Island as soon as possible. Also, the volcanic ash and the large amount of toxic gas produced after the eruption will pose a serious threat. The best solution is to rely on rainfall to purify the volcanic lake and the toxic gas. This is easy for magicians, and the Nagasi clan are very proficient in water magic. Finally, we must also consider the fires caused by the volcanic eruption, which could lead to forest fires. Once the rainforest in southern K-Island is destroyed, K-Island will become a dead island. Therefore, we must prevent the lava flow from flowing down the southern slope. Great Mage Grimes was indeed very experienced. His casual remarks were more thorough than Roy's. Roy flew to the crater this time mainly to see the volcano's condition for himself. Currently, the K-Island volcano is relatively stable, with few bubbles in the lava pool. This volcano needs to be properly managed. We have to consider K-Island's future. If I have the chance, I visit the master craftsmen in the Dwarven Kingdom and ask for their advice. After Roy finished speaking, he, Grimes, and Sabrina followed the mountain path down to the foot of the mountain. Sabrina sent the white griffin flying into the sky. The three of them walked along the hillside for a while through the jungle. Entering the dense jungle, the lush vegetation blocked out the sunlight, making the air humid and hot. Because of a volcano to the north, the sea breeze barely blew in. Roy led Grimes and Sabrina to the entrance to the underground castle. The entrance to the underground castle was built at the foot of the southern slope of the K-Island volcano. The area was covered with a mass of rubble and dense vegetation. The entrance to the underground castle had two massive stone doors, each 20 meters tall. Inside, 2 rows of stone pillars flanked the passageway leading into the cave. Seeing the nearly 2-meter thick stone doors, and the 2 rows of towering stone pillars within, the Great Wizard Grimes couldn't help but sigh. "I can't imagine how you defeated the Grey Dwarf bandits in this underground castle." Roy walked in front, and nodded to the half-elf guard standing in the corridor, saluting him. After walking past, Roy said to Grand Mage Grimes, "The battlefield is different now. Now it's all about magical weaponry. Honestly, the weaponry produced by the Silvermoon Elf Magic Workshop is not only exquisitely designed, but also incredibly powerful. Besides being expensive, there's no other drawback. That's how war works. As long as you're willing to throw magic crystals, These gray dwarves won't be able to find a way to counter it, and they continue to pay the price. They even give up their hometown of Durag to save their own lives. Why wouldn't they be willing to give up a mere underground castle? Is this the strength of the Partington Plain? Grand Mage Grimes asked, looking at Roy. Why don't those Buenos Aires elven nobles see this? Row, he casually said, they're blinded by their lust for power. Arrogance is the greatest sin of the Buenos Aires nobles. Grand Mage Grimes walked through the tall corridors and stood before the gate to the underground castle. He said with a look of shock in his eyes, I guess abandoning the Partington Plain was definitely their worst decision. Roy continued, for so many years, all elves have held a deeply paranoid view. The main plane is supreme. Only those who have been exiled or committed crimes and have self-exiled themselves will flee to other planes. Even if they live in other planes, the elves lack a spirit of exploration. They always seek out picturesque retreats, unconcerned with the resources of that plane. The three of them entered the inner dungeon. The half-elf guards guarding the gate immediately let Roy through upon seeing him. The streets, built according to the terrain, were compact yet not narrow, with stone houses arranged in a staggered pattern, forming a continuous network. The architecture throughout the dungeon bore a strong dwarven influence. Walking along the central street, one could immediately spot three magical furnaces, built close to the rock face at the end. These three massive furnaces still flowed with scorching lava, their heat source drawn from the boiling lava within the volcano. This lava flowed from the mountain walls, imbuing the air of the dark underground castle with a faint scent of sulfur. This smell was probably only enjoyed by dwarves. The underground castle was well ventilated. It was unknown how many ventilation ducts the gray dwarves had dug overhead. It was truly magnificent to see the gray dwarves construct a subterranean castle. Within the vast caverns, it felt like a small city. The three of them walked through the deserted streets of the underground castle and arrived near the furnace. They discovered a river of boiling lava flowing along the edge of the stone wall near the furnace. Some dwarven craftsmen were actually standing by the magic furnaces. Although the three furnaces were not functioning properly, maintaining them required constant presence to prevent the magical crucibles within from being completely destroyed once the furnaces cooled. Two teams of half-elf guards also guarded the magic furnaces, primarily to ensure the safety of the miners. Roy stared at the towering furnace in silence. Grand Mage Grimes asked him, "Are you planning to use these furnaces?" Roy nodded. "This will become a magic metal smelting workshop. The forging workshop on the Pagisto Plateau will primarily consume the output of the mines in the Sidarso and Garti Mountains. The mines in the Nicobar Mountains are already producing cuprite, and it won't be long before the silver mines in the Chaldean Mountains are also operational. This will result in a large output of magic metal. The metal ingots shipped from the various mines have only undergone preliminary smelting and contain a lot of impurities. These magic metals will be transported to Kauai Island for secondary refining. Only then can the smelted magic metals be traded directly on the magic market. The Silvermoon Elves' magic market doesn't have much demand for magic metals. The Dwarven Kingdom probably has the highest demand for magic metals. I want to sell these magic metals to the dwarves." Roy asked again, "Grimace, do you know any dwarven magicians?" Standing 30 meters from the lava river, he could feel the heat wave hitting him. Grand Mage Grimes gave an awkward smile. "I do know a few of the old guys, but my relationship with them isn't particularly harmonious. After spending some time together, we always have arguments, making it difficult to sit down and cultivate a peaceful relationship." Roy said to Grand Mage Grimes, "I heard that the combined forces of the Dwarven Kingdom and the Orcish Horde have occupied the eastern coast of Durag's Knee. Perhaps we could contact that Dwarven Orcish coalition." Graham shook his head. "That might be difficult. The Silvermoon Elf Kingdom and the Duergar of the Grey Dwarves are separated not only by the Evernight Forest, but also the vast Mensa Plains. Those orcs have a deep grudge against us, and they won't be kind to you." Roy stayed on Kauai Island for over half a month. During this time, Kauai Island's coastal defenses were raised another half-meter. Hundreds of carts of metal ingots were continuously transported from the Pagisto Plateau and dumped in a warehouse next to the magic furnace in the dungeon. The Grey Dwarf craftsmen had not yet begun refining these magical metal ingots. Finally, Miss Nania arrived, bringing a Naga mermaid with her. Roy's appointment was still in the evening. Miss Nania led a Naga mermaid with a tricolored fishtail up the seawall. The mermaid with the tricolored tail stared wide-eyed, glancing around. Miss Nania introduced herself to Roy. Her name is Abizanfan. Roy discovered that she possessed the most precious tricolored fishtail of the Naga sea people. According to the knowledge instilled in him by Miss Tiffany, Naga mermaids with tails of this color were more or less of royal descent. She was even younger than Miss Nania, her face somewhat childish. Whatever she saw, Her eyes sparkled with twinkles, brimming with innocence and purity. "Did you trick her into coming here?" Roy questioned her softly, standing behind Miss Nania. Miss Nania covered her lips, glanced at Roy smugly, and said, "Of course not. It was her own idea. I simply offered her some advice, and introduced her to you." Hearing Miss Nania's words, Roy breathed a sigh of relief and said, "That's good." At that moment, Miss Abizenfan stood at the edge of the seawall, gazing out into the endless sea. The sun had already sunk below the surface, leaving only the edge of the sea, a smoky orange hue, as if it were ablaze. Roy considered his words before approaching Miss Absinthan and saying, "Miss Absinthan, I heard you wanted to visit the elven world. How much do you know about it?" Miss Absinthan looked at Roy blankly, then at Miss Nania. Miss Nania translated Roy's words into Naga. Miss Absinthan winked playfully, and shook her head slightly, indicating she wasn't entirely sure. Roy then said to Miss Absinthan, "You should know that the voyage from Kue Island to Castletown, the nearest port on the elven continent, will take about 2 weeks, even with a favorable wind. We might encounter many dangers along the way, such as those cruel and greedy Grey Dwarf bandits, or the Silvermoon Elf army, which can be difficult to deal with." Miss Nania translated again for Absinthan. Roy continued, "Traveling east from Kue Island, this sea area is no longer controlled by the Naga Sea tribe. We cannot seek help from the Naga Sea tribe should we encounter any danger." After hearing Roy's description of the Elven Sea, Miss Abizenfan asked, "Will you protect us, Mr. Roy?" "Of course. From the moment you decided to follow me to the Elven continent, I became responsible for your safety," Roy replied. Miss Abizenfan spread her hands and asked, "Then what should I worry about?" This question immediately left Roy speechless. Just as Roy was beginning to wonder why she trusted him so much, Miss Abizenfan said, "I have a sister whom you rescued from the Lost Sea. After returning to Gomez City, she often told me about her experiences on the run. Actually, I heard your name a few months ago, Boss Roy. I think I can trust you." Only then did Roy realize that some of the Naga he had rescued in the Lost Sea had actually fled back to Gomez City, and recounted their experiences. Miss Abizenfan looked at Roy seriously and continued, "I'd love to meet the musicians of the Silvermoon Elven Kingdom. I heard they can produce beautiful melodies on various instruments, and I love to see them. If you can fulfill my wish, introduce me to the musicians of the Elven world, and let me enjoy a good Elven concert, I help you acquire the Dwarven medal outside the city. I keep my word." At this point, Miss Abizenfan's eyes flickered with anticipation. "Okay, it's a deal." Roy thought of Claire and felt that this wasn't too difficult. All he had to do was bring Miss Abizenfan to Castleton City, have her meet Claire, and have Claire play a few tunes for him. Then he could secure the bases for the magic cannons. This deal would be a sure win. Although the Naga and the Elves had a long-standing feud, the young Naga and the Elves held no hatred for each other. Roy then arranged a departure time with Miss Nania, waiting for high tide tomorrow morning for the magic airship to depart from the Kue Island dock. The magic airship would first reach the edge of the Queen Uni Islands, and then enter the waters under the jurisdiction of the Silvermoon Elf Kingdom. Chapter 891. Perhaps because they constantly swim, it's rare to find plump Naga mermaids. Those who do are hardly plump. This is different from sirens. The sirens Roy knew tended to be slightly more voluptuous. For example, Miss Olive. Miss Abizenfan was leaving Gomez City for the first time, and she was filled with curiosity about everything outside. After boarding the ship, she began to explore the magic airship, first wandering around the upper deck and then heading below to the cabin. Although the cabin structure of the magic airship was still dwarven, the half-elf crew had also added some decorations to the corridors and hallways, such as magical lighting and crimson curtains. Half-elves love to decorate their homes with romantic and artistic touches. The crew spends their days aboard the magical airship, and as a result, the airship is being subtly transformed. Miss Abizenfan led Miss Nania into the cabin of a half-elf crew member. The half-elf crew member had just finished his shift and was about to rest. He had planned to eat something in his cabin before settling into bed for a nap. To his surprise, 2 half-elf-looking Naga mermen stood at the doorway, staring at him with considerable interest. This startled the half-elf crew member, who widened his eyes and asked in confusion, "What can I do for you ladies?" Miss Nania quickly waved her hand and replied in Elvish, "No, we were just wandering around. We saw the door open here, so we took a look out of curiosity. Excuse the intrusion." The half-elf crew member politely responded, and Miss Nania led Miss Abizenfan down the corridor inside. Miss Abizenfan sidled up to Nania and whispered, "Half-elves are handsome, too. Abizenfan, where's your reserve?" Miss Nania gently poked her slender waist. Miss Tiffany transformed them both into elves, having them dress in elven-style long skirts and stroll freely around the ship in soft cloth shoes. Neither of the Naga mermaids had ever experienced anything this new, and even walking was amusing. Adventuring through the low-ceiling cabin corridors made their hearts pound. "Touch me, my arms are surprisingly smooth, the scale's gone." Miss Nania spread out her snow-white arms, and praised with delight. "Abyssinfin, you're also a Naga of royal blood, so how come you can't learn this advanced water magic? Look at Miss Tiffany, she's living such a carefree life." Hey. Stop telling me that. I'm studying hard too." The two Naga mermaids circled the magic airship for a long time before they heard the clanging of bells on the deck. By the time Nana and Miss Absinthe arrived on deck, the runes on the flotation devices on either side of the magic airship had already illuminated. The crew members were all at their respective posts. Roy stood in the captain's cabin, his profile just visible through the glass window. Miss Tiffany, Moira, and Sabrina stood at the bow, chatting and leaning against the horns of the bronze Argali. Judging by their cheerful chatter, they must have a very close personal relationship. When Nana saw Miss Tiffany, the last vestiges of nervousness in her eyes vanished. "Miss Tiffany, so you're on board too." Nana pulled Absinthe over and greeted her politely. Miss Tiffany pointed at Nania and Abyssinfin, saying to Moira and Sabrina, "These are Miss Nania of the Xanahak tribe and Miss Abyssinfin from Gomez City." Miss Tiffany continued, "These are Moira and Sabrina. Moira is Boss Roy's lover, and Sabrina is his best friend. They both come from Castletown, where they grew up. If you're looking for a guide familiar with Castletown, I think Moira and Sabrina would be good choices." Moira and Sabrina exchanged a glance, then said to the two mermaids, "Welcome to Castletown, a beautiful port city." As the magic airship left the sea, the half-elves standing on the dock waved goodbye. The weather on K Island was beautiful, with not much of a breeze. The magic airship ascended straight up after taking to the air. A group of griffin riders circled the magic airship, circling it until it rose above the clouds, where they disappeared. Miss Abyssinfin quickly figured out the relationship between Sabrina and Moira. It turned out they were sisters. Ascending above the clouds, a cool breeze blew. Entering the wind layer, it would get even colder. The weather on K Island was hot, and Moira and the others, wearing thin long dresses, felt very cold standing on the deck. Moira said to the crew, who were pulling on the ropes, preparing the magic airship to enter the wind layer, "Is the lounge on the 4th floor of the deck vacant? I'd like to use it for a while." "Yes, Miss Moira, it will be ready for you right away." The half-elf crewman immediately attached a rope to a stanchion and led a few people across the deck to the tower. No matter how low-key Moira acted on the magical airship, she couldn't conceal her privilege. She could casually exchange a few words with any crew member, and their expressions were as respectful as if they were addressing their boss, Roy. Moira, skirt lifted, followed the crew up the stairs. The half-elf crewmen approaching from the opposite direction retreated, voluntarily making way. Miss Nania and Miss Abyssinfin followed at the rear. If it weren't for Miss Tiffany's introduction, I never would have guessed Miss Moira would fall in love with Boss Roy. If it were me, I definitely prefer Miss Sabrina. The two Naga mermaids whispered about Boss Roy's tastes, speaking in Naga, and their voices were low. Miss Naya complained, "He doesn't seem to like fish much. Or rather, the fish he likes is grilled." Miss Abyssinfin looked at Miss Naya with a strange look. She had known Miss Naya for so many years, so she naturally understood her feelings. However, she didn't want to start a fight right under Miss Moira's nose the moment she boarded Boss Roy's magic airship. Miss Abyssinfin just wanted to travel the Elven continent. "If I offend Miss Moira now, my travel plans will probably be ruined. I heard some of the Duergar bandits have a peculiar habit. They like to roast Jana mermaids on their boats, slice them thinly, and eat them with a dipping sauce. I also heard that the Grey Dwarf bandits, who eat Naga mermaids, find their flesh plump and rich in fat." Miss Nania's face turned green at this, and she quickly pleaded, "All right, stop talking, Nania, I'm getting nauseous." In the captain's cabin, Roy and Grand Magician Grams were also discussing this voyage. The magic airship would take off from K Island and land in the outer islands west of the Queen Uni Islands. It would then sail west to Queen Island, where it would receive a pass from the 17th Silver Pegasus Legion and continue its journey towards the Elven continent. After the magic airship entered the wind stratum, the crew threw the spinnaker over the bow, and it soared into the wind like a kite. The sails on all three masts were hoisted, swelling, and the entire magic airship creaked and swayed. The half-elf crew was clearly well versed in these procedures, and they worked methodically. The magic airship gradually stabilized. "Will ships on new routes open in the future fly back and forth like this?" Grand Mage Grems asked curiously. No. Roy continued, if we do, the transportation costs will be prohibitively high. Actually, if the ships sail normally at sea, aside from being a little slower, there's nothing wrong with that. Grand Mage Grimm stared at Roy. So, are we enjoying Boss Roy's privileges? Of course, Roy said proudly. Then he turned and whispered to Grimms, actually, I'm quite stressed about this trip. I'm not sure how the Silvermoon Elves will react to the Naga, so our itinerary this time will likely be around Castletown. Grand Mage Grimace nodded. This was what he had wanted to remind Roy of. He was also worried that after Roy had acquired the Partington Plain and then seized K Island from the Grey Dwarf bandits, he might be feeling a little lost. When the magic airship returns, you and I will go to Manasca City. Many reputable magic workshops are in Manascu. Bring those magic armors with you, and visit some old friends. Grand Mage Grimace leaned back on the sofa and said, Okay, I thought we were going to Wopai through the portal in Castletown, Roy said. Grand Mage Grimace shook his head and replied, Many inscriptionists settle in Manascu, because Manasca City is close to the Varanaz Mountains. Many magical beasts live deep within these mountains, making it the most famous magical forest in the southern part of the Silvermoon Elf Kingdom. Varanaz Mountains? Isn't Golfito Canyon in the Varanaz Mountains? Roy asked. Actually, the Varanaz Mountains are quite long. Golfito Canyon is located in the southeast corner of the Varanaz Mountains. Golfito Canyon is relatively close to Murayaki City, and an entire Warcraft forest separates it from Manascu. Grand Mage Grimm said. Oh. Currently, 70% of the magic rune constructs in the Silvermoon Elf Kingdom are produced in Manasca City. It has the largest market for Warcraft leather in the Silvermoon Elf Kingdom, which is why those inscriptionists prefer to stay in Manasca City. They're all after the Warcraft leather. In fact, in the Silvermoon Elf Kingdom's magic market, Warcraft leather above level 4 is extremely rare, usually only seen at auctions. Occasionally, some high-quality Warcraft leather will appear in the magic shops of Manasca City. Chapter 892. After entering the wind sphere, the magic airship felt as if it were being gripped tightly by an invisible hand, thrusting forward with all its might. The entire ship creaked. At this altitude, the clouds beneath were at least 1,000 meters above the magic airship. Looking down at the clouds from above, it felt like a giant wool carpet. Through the gaps between the clouds, a patch of blue sky could be seen. Through the glass window, Miss Abysinthan rested her forehead against it, peering out with immense curiosity. She couldn't help but exclaim, So this is what it's like to look down at the sea from the sky. Those islands are so tiny. She had been so excited all the way. Miss Nania, sitting beside her, was already drowsy on the sofa. To keep her skin hydrated, Nania covered her face with a wet towel. She relaxed, leaning back on the soft sofa. I hadn't intended to address the overly excited Miss Absinthan, but she just said, originally, this place belonged to us, the Nagasi clan. This remark struck a chord with Miss Nania, causing her to sit up straight and quietly nudge Miss Absinthan, urging her to be more careful with her words. Moira and Sabrina were reclining on the sofa in the lounge, both already fast asleep. Only Miss Tiffany was absorbed in reading an elven book, seemingly oblivious to what Absinthan was saying. On the table lay 2 plates of fruit and some exquisite elven refreshments. Captain Rodhart left the steering seat and approached Roy, whispering, Boss, we're just off to the outskirts of Queen Uni's Islands. We be landing soon. Any instructions? Roy stood up from the sofa and walked to the window to look out. The clouds were thin, and through them, he could clearly see the sea below. The islands on the surface were only the size of a fingernail, clearly uninhabited islands outside the Queen Uni Islands. The half-elf crew on deck had already begun lowering the sails. 2 of the flotation devices had been temporarily deactivated, and the magic airship began to slowly descend. At this point, the magic airship was in the wind stratum. Every 20 meters it descended, it entered a belt of strong winds in the opposite direction. The magic airship was tossed from side to side by the strong winds, even causing the hull to shake violently. At this point, most of the crew requested to remain in the cabin. The magic airship descended nearly 1,000 meters, until it finally reached the clouds. At this point, it had completely left the wind stratum and stabilized. Only then did Grand Mage Grimm awaken from his meditation. After each meditation, his eyes would be filled with magical light, a radiant glow that would quickly dissipate. Roy, why didn't the Grey Dwarves use magic airships when crossing the sea? Roy gazed toward the clouds to the north and said, Actually, the Grey Dwarf bandits also have many magic airships, but they rarely send them to the coastline of the Elven continent, fearing they might encounter the Silver Pegasus Legion. Grams followed Roy's gaze into the distance. They're in a terrible state, actually. Their entire homeland has been taken away, and the war is still raging in Durag. It must be difficult for those gray dwarves to survive in a war zone. Grand Mage Grem said worriedly. Roy patted his shoulder and said, instead of worrying about that, I think you should focus on the Dwarven Orc Coalition in Durag. Although I heard they secured Durag's eastern gate, they're also having a hard time. The dwarves need to cross the Twin Seas to transport a large amount of supplies to Durag's knee. According to the Imperial crew, the situation in Durag wasn't very optimistic. The Grey Dwarf's northern fleet was even planning a southward migration, suggesting the fighting there must have reached the coastline. Just at this moment, Roy and the Mine Guards captured K Island. The waters of K Island, the Queen Uni Islands, and Partington Island formed a line. The K Island waters were the main sea route for the northern fleet to reach the south. If the Grey Dwarves wanted to move south into the Seven Realms Sea, they would have to pass through K Island. Now that Roy had complete control of K Island, it was a thorn in the side of the Grey Dwarf Northern Fleet, a necessity they had to eliminate. But Roy couldn't abandon K Island either, because K Island housed a portal to the Partington Plain. If K Island were lost, the half-elves of Partington would be completely cut off from the Elven continent. For the next period of time, the Mine Guards would need to hold off the Northern Fleet's massive attack until one side surrendered. Therefore, Roy needed the full support of the Elven continent's magic guild, including magic rune constructs crafted by inscriptionists and giant magic crossbows forged by enchanters. Grand Mage Grams, clearly well aware of Roy's current predicament, had remained on K Island to provide assistance. Otherwise, given his personality, he would have already set out on a demon-hunting journey to a Warcraft forest on some other plane. A year ago, Grand Mage Grimes had invited Roy to travel the world with him, but Roy flatly declined. Are you planning to sell the items in the forge to those dwarves? Grams exclaimed. I had that thought, but it seems difficult, Roy admitted. Grand Wizard Grams immediately waved his hand and said, dwarves have their own pride. If you sell them items crafted by captive Duergar, they won't accept it. Don't be fooled by the fact that they crossed the Twin Seas and sent a large army to Durag's knee in an attempt to defend this land. But they deeply despise those Duergar. All dwarves consider them bandits. They were originally exiled from the Dwarven Kingdom to Durag, and their numbers gradually grew, leading to the current situation. Roy took a deep breath and didn't mention the Orc tribe. The elves of the Elven continent and the orcs of the Mensa Plains are sworn enemies. If he dared to sell supplies and weapons to those orcs, even the half-elves would likely oppose him. Don't take risks. There are certain boundaries that cannot be crossed, Grand Wizard Grem said cryptically. I know. Roy averted his gaze and added, Grimace, what do you think the Grey Dwarfs will do if I cut off the Northern Fleet's route south? Grams, the great magician, immediately understood Roy's thoughts and asked in disbelief, are you saying they will decide to stay in Durag and resist the Dark Legion? Grand Mage Grims waved his hand again and said, I suspect they rather flee to Roland Continent than stay in Durag's knee. At this moment, the magic airship was obscured by a white mist. The magic airship began to pass through the clouds. In the fourth floor lounge, the sound of discussion rang out again. The two Nada mermaids described life in Gomez City. Miss Nania even recounted how her tribe was driven to the outskirts of Gomez by the Grey Dwarf bandits. Miss Abasanthan leaned against the window, holding a cup of lemon tea, and asked Tiffany, how did you meet Boss Roy? Miss Tiffany narrowed her eyes. That memory wasn't a very pleasant one for her. This story might be a bit long. Miss Narnia was also very interested and immediately said, we're lucky we have nothing to do during this journey, so I love to hear about your experiences in the Elven world. Perhaps it would be helpful to a Byzantine and me. Miss Tiffany felt a little embarrassed, but the experience wasn't a secret, and there was nothing to be ashamed of sharing. After all, so much time had passed. Okay, let's start with when I was captured by the Grey Dwarf bandits. Miss Tiffany spoke in great detail, as if it had happened only yesterday. Our wrists were bound with ropes, our arms in slings, and our lower bodies were submerged in the seawater below. All the Nada were crammed into one cabin, and every once in a while they give us some nearly rotten sardines. I don't know how long that interval was, because every minute and every second in the cabin was torture, and all the Nada were drowsy. We found our people, and a young half-elf. Miss Tiffany was saying this when Miss Nania interrupted her. Was it Boss Roy? Tiffany, Moira, and Sabrina were all well aware of the details. Moira then explained, Roy was outside the ship, and it was his close friend Jasper who came into the cabin. Miss Nania looked at Miss Tiffany and asked, so the first elf you met was Boss Roy's close friend? Yes, Miss Tiffany admitted. You didn't. Oh, you and Mr. Jasper fell in love? Miss Tiffany nodded. You did everything, didn't you? How was it? With the elves? Miss Nania's eyes brightened, but Miss Tiffany's cheeks flushed, and she pursed her lips in silence. To avoid embarrassment, Miss Absinthe quickly said, "Hey, Nana, why do you always veer off the subject like this?" "Okay." Miss Nana decided not to press for details. During the journey, chatting can make time fly. Soon, the magic airship shook violently, and then a huge splash of water splashed outside the glass window. In the captain's cabin, Captain Rodhart stood beside Roy and reported, "Boss, the magic airship landed smoothly. We're just off the coast of Queen Eunie's Islands. It's been so long since we heard from the 17th Silver Pegasus Legion. I don't know what the situation is like there," Roy said casually. Captain Rodhart echoed, "Our mine guards have kept the Grey Dwarf bandits out of the waters of K Island. I guess the 17th Silver Pegasus Legion will have an easier time." Chapter 893. The two magic airships did not encounter the Silver Pegasus Night Patrol outside the Queen Eunie Islands, so they followed the nautical chart and headed for the Queen Island. The magic airships braved the wind and waves, bouncing a bit. This wasn't a big deal for the half-elves accustomed to sailing, but it was a bit uncomfortable for Miss Nania and Miss Absinthe. At night, the two magic airships docked near a deserted island. Miss Absinthe and Miss Nania could finally return to the sea for a rest. As they immersed themselves in the cool water, they felt suddenly alive again. As her body was enveloped by the sea, Miss Absinthe felt a surge of strength within her. "Nania, I think I'll never be able to leave this ocean again. Why didn't I realize before that soaking in the sea could be such a blissful experience?" Miss Absinthe exclaimed, splashing the cool seawater on her face. Miss Nania looked around, regretting not bringing a single Naga follower with her on this trip. The serene sea made her uneasy. She watched Miss Absinthe, who was tumbling in the water, and asked uncertainly, "Absinthe, are we really going to spend the night under the sea? Are there predators, like white sharks and killer whales around? Even if there are, I'm not afraid. I protect you well. Look, Miss Tiffany's down there," Miss Absinthe said with a smile, pointing to Tiffany, who had jumped into the sea nearby. "I guess she's worried about our safety, so she took the initiative to jump down and take care of us," Nania speculated. "I heard Miss Tiffany say she's pretty used to life on the boat now." Tiffany jumped into the sea and swam around. She wasn't just assessing her surroundings, she also needed to choose a resting spot. Not every spot in the ocean was suitable for resting. When Miss Tiffany swam, she would flick her tail sharply, and her body would vanish in an instant. She was the fastest Naga mermaid, even Jazina couldn't catch up. The waters around here were murky, and there were no vibrant coral reefs. Tiffany was even a little worried that if she fell asleep on the seabed, a cloud of dirty seaweed would float over and clog her mouth. Not far away was a reef island. It was so small that there was almost no vegetation. It was probably a seabird habitat. Before nightfall, flocks of birds appeared over the island. Tiffany emerged from the sea, her long, seaweed-colored hair flowing smoothly behind her head. A calm confidence shone on her flawless, fair face. She said to the two mermaids, Nania and Absinthe, "There are no coral reefs on the seabed here, so it's not suitable for us to rest. Let's find a place to rest near the reefs." Nania asked curiously, "Miss Tiffany, when you sail with Boss Roy, do you usually spend every night alone at sea?" "Not usually. I have my own room on the Black Pearl, furnished to my taste. I often sleep in the bathtub." Tiffany clasped her hands behind her back and swam forward, relying solely on the movement of her tail. When she swam, she always found the most comfortable position. She let the water gently pass over her. Miss Nania had carefully observed Tiffany's swimming style several times, but no matter how hard she tried, she could never imitate it. Nania and Absinthe followed Tiffany, suddenly feeling strangely at ease with her company. Tiffany reached the edge of the reef and found a densely packed area of reefs. Half was seawater, half was reef, and waves crashed against the rocks. Deep within the reefs, there were indeed several naturally formed pools of water, completely isolated from the sea. Only at high tide did these pools merge with the ocean. When the tide receded, they separated from the sea. You can find these pools on every reef. It's low tide now, so we can sleep peacefully here for the night. Miss Tiffany stepped into the pool and stretched out. She raised her head above the surface of the water, resting her head on a smooth pebble, her body from the shoulders down submerged. Nania followed Miss Tiffany and lay down, imitating her. Surprisingly, she found it quite comfortable. She turned her pale golden body over and laid sideways beside Miss Tiffany, gazing at her with curiosity. Miss Absinthe followed, searching the surroundings for a pebble that suited her taste. Nania whispered to Miss Tiffany, "Miss Tiffany, have you and Mr. Jasper ever tried this kind of reef pool?" "Oh, Nania, are you done? Miss Absinthe could no longer bear her bestie's blushing questions. Miss Nanya didn't hear Miss Tiffany's answer, nor did she care. She simply lay seductively in the pool, chuckling. At this moment, Tiffany's long, algae-colored hair swayed in the water, her body almost completely hidden beneath a calm surface, only her chest and upper body visible. Her arms were spread out to her sides, her gaze fixed on the starry night sky, her eyes empty, her posture graceful. Absinthe, what's wrong with her? Miss Tiffany is meditating. This is the first time I've seen a spellweaver so meditative the moment they laid down. Truly an amazing ability. Miss Absinthe praised from the side. Christine stood by the window, her gaze averted from the starry night sky. She was exhausted by the meeting. She finally understood why her father's new Legion policies always met with limited success. Earl Swinburne was always extremely cautious when implementing new policies. He would hold meetings, then deliberate on them. He would secure the support of all elves from all factions, seeking compromise and cooperation before pushing forward with the new policies. Christine's delicate face was reflected in the glass window, and her uniform, a Legion commander's uniform, made her appear even more solemn. Now that she sat in the position of Legion commander, she felt a sense of suffocation from the cacophony of voices within the Legion. Whenever she faced a difficult decision, Miss Christine would calm herself down completely and think carefully. If her father were handling this situation, what would he do? She crossed her arms, her expression slightly grim. Across from her, Earl Macaulay was still arguing with several Silver Pegasus captains, neither side refusing to give in. Okay, let's leave it at that for now. We continue tomorrow. Hearing Christine's words, several Silver Pegasus captains at the conference table stood up, saluted Miss Christine, and then turned and left the room. Their movements were very coordinated, as if they refused to stay in the room for even a second longer. Earl Macaulay seemed much calmer. He sat in his chair and slowly began to organize the documents on his desk, preparing to continue his debate with the young captains tomorrow. He then raised his head and looked at Miss Christine. The other senior Legion leaders were also leaving one after another. Christine, our Legion's base is in the Queen Uni Islands. Besides a section of the Elven Continent's coastline requiring our garrison, we also have troops stationed in Golfito Canyon. Although the Elven Guard has been replenished, our current forces are still severely reduced. Back then, the Partington Plain continuously supplied us with various supplies, so we could still hold on. The kingdom's finances have been in deficit for several years, and subsidies to the various legions have been steadily decreasing. If we rashly launch a military operation under these circumstances, it would be fine. If we achieve our strategic objectives, the deficit can be gradually recouped. But if we fail to achieve our strategic objectives, what should we do? Earl Macaulay's arguments were well reasoned, and his questioning left Miss Christine unsure how to respond. But Miss Christine was unwilling to not take the initiative. In the past decade or so, the Grey Dwarf bandits have launched hundreds of attacks, large and small, on the Queen Ibni Islands. Some small-scale attacks occurred near the outer islands of the Queen Ibni Islands. However, there were also several large-scale battles when the Duergar raiders, with their fleet of 3-masted galleons, nearly attacked Queen Island. The Duergar raiders had vanished during this period. Miss Christine believed that this was the perfect time to launch a counterattack against the Duergar raiders. If they could successfully strike the Duergar raiders on the west coast of the Elven Continent, the Queen Uni Islands would be free of their invasions for years to come. This proposal was immediately welcomed by several young captains of the Silver Pegasus Knights. However, the captains of the Silvermoon Elf Guard disagreed with this military action, and Vice Captain Macaulay also objected. His reasoning was simple. The Silver Pegasus Legion's current treasury was insufficient to sustain a naval battle. Miss Christine watched the white-haired Earl Macaulay leave the meeting room, before turning and leaving. Returning to her office, Christine leaned back in her chair, exhausted, and stared blankly out the window. It had been who knows how long since that beautiful face had even smiled. The first rays of morning sunlight arrived, accompanied by a group of Silver Pegasus Knights. The sun shone through the faint mist over the sea, illuminating the mast of the magic airship. A group of Silver Pegasus Knights appeared from the sky. They rode tall Silver Pegasus, each with a pair of silver wings on its back. When they flapped in the air, they whipped up a sharp gust of wind. They landed on the deck with an oppressive air, dominating the air. The half-elf crew hurried to meet them. Captain Rodhart, yawning, emerged from the captain's cabin and took the initiative to greet the Silver Pegasus Knights. The Silver Pegasus Knights spotted Rodhart and immediately asked him for details about the magical airship. Rodhart, following Roy's instructions, simply stated that the sailboat had come from K Island and was bound for Castletown Harbor. The Silver Pegasus Knight's demeanor softened when they saw that the crew and captain were all half-elven. They began to move around the deck, inspecting the vessel. Roy stood at the glass window of the captain's cabin, gazing out onto the deck. Among the Silver Pegasus Knights, Roy spotted a familiar figure. He looked much more mature than before, even sporting a scar on his face, and his eyes had become fiercer. He exuded an aristocratic air, likely influenced by his family's upbringing. Now, he was the captain of the Silver Pegasus Patrol. Roy hesitated for a moment, then pushed open the door from the captain's cabin and emerged. He walked down the stairs and onto the deck in a few steps. The Silver Moon Elf Knight was visibly startled when he saw Roy, then a gentle smile crossed his face. "Captain Roy, long time no see." "Long time no see, Captain Steele." This Silver Moon Elf captain was the elf guard, who had taken over Roy's position at the Dark Portal Expedition camp from Golfito Canyon. Now he rode a Silver Pegasus and became the leader of the Silver Pegasus Patrol. Judging from his demeanor, he was undoubtedly a descendant of the Silver Moon Elf nobility, joining the army solely to gild his reputation. When the Silver Moon Elf Knights heard their captain call the other Imperial boss Roy, they suddenly remembered the young half-elf. The Silver Moon Elf Knights all looked at Roy, only to find that he looked every bit the Imperial. Just as the rumors had said. Shouldn't this guy be exiled to the Partington Plain? How could he be in the waters of the Queen Uni Islands? With these questions in mind, the Silver Moon Elf Knights began to scrutinize Roy seriously. "Captain Roy, why are you here? I heard you and many half-elves stayed in the Partington Plain." Captain Steele wore the proud smile of a Silver Moon Elf noble. Roy replied, "Actually, recently, one of my fleets has been operating in the waters of K Island, not far from here. I also occupied an island there, and my fleet is stationed there. I came to the Queen Uni Islands this time to apply for a permit. I plan to go to Castletown City to do some magic metal business." Captain Steele nodded and asked Roy, "As per custom, we need to search your ship." "Please." The Silver Pegasus Knight searched the two magic airships, barely managing to open the sealed hatches at the bottom. After a thorough search, no contraband was found. The Silver Moon Elf Knights stood beside the Silver Pegasus, somewhat bored, looking at the mess left behind by the searched magic airship. They wanted to leave as quickly as possible. "You may proceed to Queen's Island. Wishing you a safe journey." Captain Steele said a few polite words to Roy, then flew away on Silver Pegasus. He simply couldn't stay aboard that wrecked magic airship. "Boss, are we still going to Queen's Island?" Captain Rodhart waved the stamped search warrant in his hand and called to Roy. Roy nodded. Captain Rodhart immediately waved to the half-elf crew on deck and shouted, "Raise all the sails. With a favorable wind, we try to reach Queen's Island tomorrow night." The half-elf crew, hearing Rodhart's call, quickened their pace. Chapter 894. Although Roy wasn't familiar with Captain Steele, they had no grudges against each other, and had even met briefly in Golfito Canyon. Ordinarily, Captain Steele shouldn't have allowed his Silver Moon Elf Knights to turn the magic airship upside down. His actions were a clear warning to Roy, and a public statement of his position. "I don't know you. I didn't expect our first encounter with the 17th Silver Pegasus Legion to be so unpleasant after such a long absence." This unpleasantness cast a shadow over the magic airship's journey to Queen Island. "It seems the relationships you cultivated within the Silver Pegasus Legion aren't very strong either. At least, they don't have to consider your face anymore. In fact, because it's you, they're even going to go the extra mile to make the search appear fairer." Grand Mage Grams emerged from the cabin, surveying the devastated deck and sarcastically addressed Roy. Roy smiled wryly. "Actually, I didn't expect this to happen. I thought I treated him well back in Golfito. Even if we can't be friends, we can still exchange a few pleasantries when we meet again. He's a Silver Moon Elf noble, after all. But what about you? When you were in the 17th Silver Pegasus Legion, you were always a thorn in the side of the Buenos Aires Elf Elder Council. You don't have a good reputation among the Silver Moon Elf nobles." Grams laughed heartily, unabashedly sarcastically addressing Roy. "Do you think the 17th Silver Pegasus Legion has received a ban on you from entering the Silver Moon Elf Kingdom?" Grams continued to speculate. "That's impossible. I haven't violated any laws of the Silver Moon Elf Kingdom." Roy hesitated, speaking uncertainly. "But you are now the leader of the half-blood elves of the Partington Plain. Although you've always been reluctant to admit it, you already hold that position," Archmage Grem said to Roy, his arms folded. Roy and Archmage Grem stood at the bow for a moment, watching the half-blood elf crew swiftly clean up the messy deck. Two magic airships, one in front of the other, plowed through the waves. While their speed was far inferior to that of sailing in the wind stratus, sailing on the sea offered a unique experience. Occasionally, they would encounter schools of dolphins, which would swim alongside the sailboat for a while before disappearing silently into the sea. I heard you can understand dolphin calls and communicate with them? Roy walked over to Miss Nania and asked her. Miss Nania was on the outer corridor of the ship's tower, leaning on the railing, gazing at the distant island. It was said that this was Queen's Island. The mountain on that island was taller and more majestic than the volcano on Kauai Island, and the entire mountain was covered with vegetation. It was said that there was a tree of life on this mountain, and several ancient war trees also stood in the island's tropical jungle. These ancient war trees were the kings of the Dryads, standing nearly 100 meters tall, roughly the height of a 30-story building. Their sturdy bodies and extensive root systems gave them a vast protective shield within the jungle. These ancient war trees could move freely within the island's jungle and fling their hard fruits at their enemies. Miss Nania had heard about these ancient war trees from her parents. During the war between the Naga Sea clan and the Silver Moon Elves, they suffered greatly at the hands of the ancient war trees in the waters of the Queen's Islands. Miss Nania surveyed the sea. Originally, this was the border of the Naga of the Endless Sea. Later, the Silver Moon Elves occupied the islands there, and the Naga retreated to the area around K Island. Unexpectedly, they hadn't lived there long before the K Island waters were seized and usurped by the Grey Dwarfs from the north. Though the Grey Dwarf bandits had been defeated by the Half-Elves, all the islands in the K Island waters had fallen back into their hands. According to the nautical charts, the Naga had lost not only the Queen Uni Islands, but also the entire K Island waters. Now, the K Island waters were practically merging with the deeper Lost Sea. The Endless Sea was being gradually eroded. Although the Half-Elves had seized the K Island waters from the Grey Dwarfs, it was still Naga territory. Feeling a little distracted by her freedom, Nania patted her cheek with her slender fingers and turned to Roy with an apologetic smile. Naga mermaids have naturally innocent faces. It's said that Naga mermaids can gaze directly into the soul, revealing lies with a single glance. Sorry, I was distracted. Miss Nania's cheeks flushed. We can't talk directly to dolphins, but we can discern their moods from their calls. Happiness, anger, sadness, requests for help, courtship. The sounds they make when they do these things are distinct. Also, some of our Naga warriors can mimic dolphin sounds, and they can mimic the sounds of various emotions. So, many outsiders believe we can communicate with sea beasts like dolphins, sea lions, and killer whales. Actually, they're both right and wrong. I understand, Roy said at this moment. Miss Nile looked at Roy in confusion. Actually, I lived for a while in Castletown, in the Silver Moon Elf Kingdom. My home was on Brown Street in the lower city, near the sea. My neighbor at the corner had a night saber leopard. Every time I passed the corner, I could see the black cat crouching under the bushes, staring at me. Later, I discovered that I could read its mood in its eyes, anger, irritability, leisure, joy, and so on. Roy paused, then continued, anyway, I do know. Miss Naya turned around. She was wearing a long, mermaid print dress from Miss Tiffany, but without a bra underneath. Her breast sagged slightly naturally, and the alluring, clear outline almost took Roy's breath away. Miss Naya's figure and face were perfectly blended in Naya's. Although she had transformed into an elf, her skin still had a faint golden sheen. She placed her hands on the side of the boat, facing the sea breeze, her long hair blowing in the wind. In the fading light of the setting sun, she blended perfectly with the stunning scenery. Miss Narnia stared into Roy's eyes, pursed her lips, and leaned close to his ear, wanting to ask him if he wanted to experience being a mermaid. Just then, a voice suddenly came from the side. Ahem, Narnia, where are you going to sleep tonight, in the sea or on the ship? Miss Abasanthan asked from nearby, then winked at Narnia. Narnia's golden eyes widened, wanting to say to her best friend, You're ruining my plans by showing up at this hour. Miss Abasanthan also winked in agreement. From Abasanthan's blinking eyes, Narnia finally realized that she had been a little too absorbed in her activities, as if she had forgotten the occasion and her surroundings. She immediately glanced around the deck. The deck was deserted, save for a few half-elf crew members, which eased her nerves a little. When her gaze reached the rooftop, she saw Miss Tiffany, Moira, and Sabrina leaning against the railing, seemingly gazing out at Queen Island ahead. Miss Nanya finally realized why her bestie had just barged out. Miss Nanya's heart suddenly began to pound. She quickly glanced at her bestie, Miss Absintfar, and, taking her arm, said to Roy, It's getting late. Miss Absintfar and I are going to rest. Good night. Hey, Nanya, wait a minute. Before Miss Absintfar could finish her cry, Miss Nanya dragged her into the sea. In fact, Miss Absintfar had long wanted to tell Miss Nanya that she wanted to sleep in the bathtub tonight, to experience Miss Tiffany's usual life on the ship. The two magic airships arrived safely at Queen's Island on the morning of the third day after departing from Kauai Island. The port on Queen's Island was newly built, and many of the buildings bore the marks of a brand new look. In the jungle just behind the port, two towering ancient war trees stood at the edge of the jungle. These ancient war trees reached 100 meters high, more than twice as tall as the other trees. Their enormous canopies towered over the jungle, like two giants standing among a group of dwarfs. In the sea just in front of Queen's Island's harbor, at least dozens of shipwrecks lay buried beneath the seabed. These three-masted sailboats, belonging to the Grey Dwarf bandits, lay forever buried in the seabed in front of Queen's Island. They had become the new home of many fish, and a layer of mud and sand had covered the wrecks. As the two magic airships approached the Queen's Island dock, Roy could still make out the outlines of the sunken ships through the clear water. A group of Silver Moon Elf guards stood on the dock. Roy waited for the magic airships to dock, and was the first to disembark. The officer guarding the harbor, responsible for receiving Roy, was indeed his old friend, Captain Berkeley. Roy disembarked, and Captain Berkeley, watched by the Silver Moon Elf guards, strode up to Roy and embraced him. Captain Berkeley patted Roy's back vigorously, and said excitedly, "Roy, I didn't expect to see you so soon. I thought you'd be out in the endless sea for a while. How are you doing?" "Not bad. I had my eye on an island occupied by Grey Dwarf bandits and mobilized my army to seize it." "Oh, that island should be on your nautical charts. It's K Island." Roy was also delighted to see his old friend, Captain Berkeley, and he immediately told him the news that K Island had been occupied by half-elves. "So you take it over K Island? No wonder the Duergar bandits haven't come to the Queen of Winnie Islands for so long. We thought they were abandoning them, but you've driven them away." Captain Berkeley suddenly realized. They established a base on K Island, intending to transform it into a transit point to transport the Duergar from the north to Garo Island in the Seven Seas. "It just so happened that I needed an island, and K Island was perfect, so I asked them to leave." Roy explained to Captain Berkeley, "Oh, by the way, I'm here to get a pass to the Silver Moon Elf port from Earl Swinburne. I want to go back to Castletown." Captain Berkeley's expression was a little awkward. He winked at Roy, then placed a hand on his shoulder, and the two huddled together. Captain Berkeley then whispered, "Earl Swinburne has resigned as leader of the 17th Silver Pegasus Legion. Miss Christine has succeeded him." Earl Swinburne suddenly fell seriously ill a year ago. Although he was subsequently purified and blessed in the Moon Well of the Moon Temple, his health has deteriorated. He has been recuperating at his manor in Castletown. Miss Christine is now at the helm of the Swinburne family. Roy was startled and asked hurriedly, "How is Earl Swinburne doing now?" "It seems he's not doing well. You can visit him when you return to Castletown, but I advise you not to use divine magic on him. The Moon Temple is very taboo about such things," Captain Berkeley warned Roy. Led by Captain Berkeley, Roy successfully exited the harbor. The two of them boarded a carriage and headed for the headquarters of the 17th Silver Pegasus Legion. Roy noticed that Captain Berkeley's rank insignia seemed to have changed. He had been promoted to Chief of Logistics, but now he seemed to have been demoted to a mere captain. "After losing supplies and tax revenue from the Partington Plain, our Legion's revenue and expenditure once again ran into a significant deficit, and our accounts were also in disarray. I stepped down from my position as Chief of Logistics and now hold a sinecure on Queen's Island, which has made things much easier." Captain Berkeley sounded optimistic. Many officers in the army are now regretting their decision, believing the leadership shouldn't have given up on the Partington Plain so easily. As everyone knows, with the kingdom's drastic reductions in military spending and the Silver Pegasus Legion's garrison territory increasing year by year, the Legion consumes a vast amount of military supplies daily. Losing even one plane of supply would instantly plunge the Legion into a financial crisis. The original promises made by the Buenos Elf Elder Council haven't been fulfilled, those counselors. Captain Berkeley cursed as he walked, completely unconcerned with the Silver Moon Elf guards around him. Roy noticed two Silver Moon Elves, who looked like nobles, their faces flushed red at Captain Berkeley's curses. "Actually, you're also isolating the Dark Legion's invasion. Think about it that way, it doesn't seem so bad." Roy chuckled. "You're stranded in the endless sea now. Are you not too familiar with the news from the Partington Plain?" Captain Berkeley asked. "Me? Not bad. As you know, I have a group of magician friends, so I do have some connections there," Roy said cryptically. Captain Berkeley nodded and whispered to Roy, "I'm afraid I can't transfer the Legion supplies to you. But I can introduce you to a few friends. Just bring the magic crystals with you, and you can get the military supplies you need from them. I know you're currently dealing with not only the Grey Dwarf bandits, but also the Naga Sea tribe in the Endless Sea. The military supplies you brought here must have been nearly depleted. Looking at Captain Berkeley, sitting on the bench, still thinking about him, Roy felt an indescribable emotion. Chapter 895. Queen Island remained much the same. The 17th Silver Pegasus Legion's headquarters was located on the Tree of Life, halfway up the mountain. This Tree of Life completely covered an area of nearly 2 kilometers, halfway up the southern slope of Queen Island's main peak. Only a few low shrubs could grow around it. Walking through the woods, gazing at the towering Tree of Life rising from the mountainside, one felt a reverence for nature. When Roy stood beneath the Tree of Life, he felt as if he were being stared at by a pair of eyes filled with wisdom, and that aura was unusually gentle, devoid of any malice. Roy followed Captain Berkeley out of the carriage, and arrived at the steps leading to the Tree of Life. The Silver Moon Elves had transformed the place into an elven-inspired place, with spiral staircases, circular platforms, and magical veils and curtains everywhere. A team of Silver Moon Elf guards stood at the foot of the first steps of the Tree of Life. When they saw Captain Berkeley leading Roy up the steps, the Silver Moon Elf guards at the front immediately stepped forward and stopped the two. Behind the Silver Moon Elf guard captain, the Silver Moon Elves wore silver armor, elven swords slung at their waists, spears in hand, and serious expressions. Roy realized that it had been less than a year since he left the 17th Silver Pegasus Legion, and yet these Silver Moon Elf guards were all new faces. The Silver Moon Elf guard captain ignored Roy, and fixed his gaze on Captain Berkeley. He calmly addressed Captain Berkeley. Captain Berkeley, the Legion is holding a meeting. Lord Macaulay has personally ordered that all military receptions be suspended. Captain Berkeley said nothing, simply nodded to the Silver Moon Elf guard captain. Then, turning to Roy, he said, "The military is currently voting on an important decision, and is not accepting visitors. We should wait." With that, he led Roy out of the Legion's headquarters at the Tree of Life. The Silver Moon Elf guards remained wary as Captain Berkeley left. Once Captain Berkeley and Roy were outside the Tree of Life's reach, he found a quiet clearing in the woods. It had a fountain and several benches nearby, and the two of them sat down on one of them. Captain Berkeley frowned and said, "Today, the Legion's top brass held a meeting to decide on the attack plan for Vinlo Island. I thought it would be over quickly, as 5 members of the Silver Pegasus Knights have publicly supported Christine. If they all stood up in support of Christine at today's meeting, the battle plan for Vinlo Island would be approved. I didn't expect this meeting to drag on until now. I guess there have been some changes. Now, mid-level officers within the Legion will also be able to vote. Once this stage is reached, Earl Macaulay will have a clear advantage, as nearly 60% of the Legion's mid-level officers currently support Earl Macaulay. If this battle plan is shelved, it will probably be a significant blow to Christine." Captain Berkeley sighed, his gaze fixed on the dock on Queen Island. The dock was newly built, and many of its facilities were still being installed. Some Silver Moon Elf craftsmen were carrying a large log. Captain Berkeley explained to Roy, the Silver Pegasus Knights, originally founded by the Swinburne family, were originally a very pure Silver Pegasus Knights. Later, due to the need to guard the long coastline around Castletown, the Knights continued to expand, which gave other Silver Moon Elf nobles some opportunities. For example, Earl Macaulay initially joined the 17th Order of the Silver Pegasus, with less than 200 Silver Pegasus Knights, and of course, many Silver Moon Elf nobles also joined during this period. The 17th Order of the Silver Pegasus was thus transformed into a mixed regiment. Due to their outstanding performance in the Battle of the Queen Uni Islands, they were ordered to garrison the Queen Uni Islands. As the number of areas the Legion needed to garrison continued to increase, several cavalry regiments and infantry guard regiments were later added. Although the Legion continued to expand, the most influential leaders within the Legion, besides Earl Swinburne, Earl Macaulay, and High Priest Reginald, were the captains of the Silver Pegasus Knights. Most of them were close associates of Earl Swinburne, with Captain Malthus of the 2nd Silver Pegasus Knights being the only one who was a close associate of Earl Macaulay. I still can't understand why Miss Christine's Rowan Island plan wasn't approved. There are roughly 3 factions within the 17th Silver Pegasus Legion. The largest is the Silver Pegasus Knights, led by the Swinburne family, currently the Legion's strongest force. The second faction is the inner circle of the aristocracy, comprised of the Silver Moon Elf nobles. They control only 1 Silver Pegasus Knights, and most of the other cavalry regiments and infantry guards have close ties to them. These Silver Moon Elf nobles are constantly infiltrating the Legion, and currently control the majority of the Legion's assets. The third faction is the small number of centrists within the Legion. They are neither on the side of Earl Swinburne nor the Silver Moon Elf nobles led by Earl Macaulay. They generally maintain a neutral stance. This is exactly what His Majesty Ansel of the Silver Moon Elf Kingdom hopes to see, The Legion commander controls the military, while the deputy commander, elected by the Silvermoon Elf nobles, controls the finances. In recent years, the Legion has been struggling to make ends meet. Even the 17th Silver Pegasus Legion's several ranches on the outskirts of Castletown have been sold. These were originally private property of the Swinburne family, but now they all gone to the bottomless pit of the 17th Silver Pegasus Legion's finances. After taking control of the Partington Plain, the Legion's finances were reversed. Unexpectedly, the Elven Elders Council in Buenos Aires forced Earl Swinburne to abandon the Partington Plain. They also promised to compensate the 17th Silver Pegasus Legion afterward, but to this day, those promises have remained unfulfilled. I always suspected the Legion's financial difficulties were caused by certain nobles within the Legion embezzling and stealing its wealth. But before I could find any concrete evidence, I was dismissed. Captain Berkeley became agitated. He took 2 deep breaths before calming himself down. Although the 17th Silver Pegasus Legion was currently experiencing some internal troubles, several of its knights remained under the control of the Swinburne family. This was the Swinburne family's strength. Because of this, the Swinburne family held absolute power within the 17th Silver Pegasus Legion. Captain Berkeley had always believed this. Perhaps Earl Swinburne and Miss Christine also believed this. However, at today's internal meeting of the Legion's senior leadership, Miss Christine's Rowan Island operation plan failed to pass, indicating that within the Silver Pegasus Knights, firmly controlled by the Swinburne family, opponents of Miss Christine had emerged. Captain Berkeley's worst fears had finally come true. The captains of the Silver Pegasus Knights obeyed Earl Swinburne's orders, but now refused to obey Miss Christine. Roy hadn't expected so much conflict within the 17th Silver Pegasus. However, having already left the 17th Silver Pegasus, he naturally didn't need to worry about such matters. More than anything else, Roy was more concerned about Earl Swinburne's health. After all, Earl Swinburne had once been a benefactor to him. Captain Berkeley said he didn't know Earl Swinburne's current situation, but that if Roy went to Castletown this time, he could visit the Earl in person. Roy asked Captain Berkeley about Captain Steele. He felt like he overlooked some details, and he couldn't understand why Captain Steele was so hostile to him, given that he had no connection at all. That's the situation. As soon as we met, they turned my magic airship upside down. Those Silvermoon Elf Knights were practically prying off the planks to see if the termites on the ship bore the insignia of the Duergar bandits. I'm not saying he shouldn't have searched my ship, but the signs of him causing trouble everywhere on my ship are too obvious. Captain Berkeley laughed and pointed at Roy's forehead, replying bluntly, given Steele's temper, it would be strange if he didn't cause trouble for you. Why? I don't understand. Did I provoke him in some way? Roy looked at Captain Berkeley. Earlier this year, the Rhine family of Mabamba proposed marriage to the Swinburne family, intent on facilitating the marriage between Steele and Christine. A marriage between the two families offers numerous advantages, complementing each other's shortcomings. Earl Rhine and Earl Swinburne also have a close relationship, frequently exchanging letters. Steele even became a Silver Pegasus Knight. Captain Berkeley looked at Roy with amusement and said, on the day of the proposal, Christine unexpectedly rejected the marriage. It is said that the ceremony was held that evening. At the ball, both Steele and Miss Christine appeared in their finest attire. However, just as they were about to perform the opening dance, representing their two great families, Steele stormed off mid-dance. Now, rumors are spreading not only outside but also within the Legion itself. Earl Swinburne has been caring for and nurturing you these past few days, because you and Miss Christine were having an affair. Roy's expression changed. He stole a glance at Leah, crouching in the shadows behind him. From initially leisurely enjoying the melon, he now realized he was actually enjoying his own melon. Roy felt bitter, but Leah, following behind him, listened with rapt interest. Then Captain Berkeley added, they even discovered that when you risked your life to rescue Miss Christine from the dense forests by the sea on Partington Island, you might have had an affair with her. The reason is that Miss Christine returned wearing someone else's clothes. Chapter 896. That was all Captain Ralph's doing. I didn't do anything. Why are you pinning all this on me? Roy protested angrily. Captain Berkeley said, no one wants to believe what you're saying. Everyone would rather believe that something must have happened between you and Christine. Otherwise, Earl Swinburne wouldn't have recommended you as acting governor of Rampart Town. And then you were asked to accompany the Legion's vanguard cavalry to the Pagisto Plateau. Roy glared at Captain Berkeley and angrily said, I was a guide in the Legion at the time. You knew about this. Captain Berkeley spread his hands and said, what's the use of me knowing? I explained it to them, but they don't believe me. They only believe what they want to hear. Roy slapped his forehead and said, somewhat speechlessly, why are you pinning this on me? Captain Berkeley laughed and said, "Haha, you might not know this, but back in the Buenos Aires capital, you've been the subject of enough discussion to fill a whole Ranger biography. The Half-Blood Elves portray you as a free, fighting hero. The Silvermoon Elves call you a conspirator trying to undermine the harmonious relationship between the Silvermoon Elves and the Half-Blood Elves. When the nobles in the Buenos Aires capital heard that you didn't make it through the portal to the Partington Plain, but instead fled to the endless sea with a fleet, even occupying an island controlled by Grey Dwarf bandits, how many nobles lined up to hold celebratory balls?" Roy didn't think he'd done anything too outrageous. "Isn't that really that exaggerated? Who knows? I never been to Buenos Aires. Ever since leaving the Partington Plain, I've been helping rebuild the port terminal on Queen Island," Captain Berkeley said, spreading his hands. Roy saw that Captain Berkeley's leather armor was indeed quite frayed, and assuming he'd still be working on the docks, he said, "Sorry, I didn't realize you were having such a hard time here. No matter how tough it is here, it's better than yours." Captain Berkeley acted somewhat gloating. Perhaps in his imagination, Roy's dire situation gave him enough motivation to live. "You face the dual pressures of the Grey Dwarves and the Naga in the endless sea. I know that if you're not careful, your fleet could be completely devoured by these two formidable forces. Don't worry, Roy. I get you a temporary pass. It's simple, not that complicated." Berkeley finally offered Roy comfort. Captain Berkeley took Roy to the reception area of the Silver Pegasus military headquarters on Queen's Island, arranged a room with a sea view, and hurried off. It seemed they were going to give Roy a temporary pass. The room was clean. Outside the window was a view of the ocean south of Queen's Island. From the window, one could even see two magic airships moored at the harbor. Fearing the people on the ship might be concerned for his safety, Roy said to Leah, who was hiding in the shadows of a corner, secretly chewing an apple, "Leah, go back to the ship and tell them I'm staying here for the night. We probably have a temporary pass by tomorrow, and then we depart from Queen's Island for Partington Island." Leah raised her head and said to Roy with a stern face, "I'm not going." "You go. I'm here to protect you, not run errands for you." Roy glared at Leah and prepared to push the door open and leave the room. Leah quickly stepped in front of Roy and said with a smile, "I was just kidding. Why are you so anxious? I heard a lot of rumors about someone here, and I haven't said anything yet." With that, her body vanished into thin air, until Roy could no longer sense her presence. Roy discovered that the 17th Silver Pegasus Legion was so isolated from information. They probably didn't even know that he had led the half-elves to occupy K Island and had asked the magicians of the Astrologers Guild to rebuild a portal. It was better not to know. It was best to keep this secret for as long as possible. Perhaps Captain Berkeley thought he had come to Queen Island to seek help. However, Captain Berkeley's life here was also difficult. He could only apply for a temporary pass. The 17th Silver Pegasus Legion was plagued by internal conflicts. Just as dusk fell, Roy was served dinner at the reception center. The Silvermoon Elves usually only ate fruit, so their dinner was simple: breadfruit and oranges. Roy ate a few bites and sat by the window, gazing out at the nearby dock. Soon, footsteps could be heard outside the cabin, the crisp sound of military boots on the wooden floor. Roy turned around and saw Captain Malthus, dressed in standard armor, pushing open the door and entering. He was still the same, in excellent shape. Seeing Roy in the room, he said, "I heard from others that you come to Queen's Island. You're here, and you don't even want to see your old friends? I was worried about disturbing you and causing you unnecessary trouble." Roy pointed to the chair next to him and invited him to sit down. Captain Malthus was a close confidant of Earl Macaulay. Roy hadn't come to Queen's Island expecting to see him, but he actually come to him on his own initiative. Captain Malthus didn't sit down directly, but instead walked over to Roy's side. Roy stood up helplessly and hugged Captain Malthus before they sat down again. As a Silvermoon Elf noble, Captain Malthus was very particular about these matters of etiquette. "When did you return from Golfito?" Roy asked Captain Malthus. Captain Malthus was Earl Macaulay's trusted confidant, so he must have been under considerable pressure to come to meet privately. Roy didn't intend to discuss his own situation with Captain Malthus, nor did he want to discuss the current situation of the 17th Silver Pegasus Legion, so he could only focus on Golfito. "Almost 3 months, Captain Malthus replied. "Golfito Canyon is now swarming with Silvermoon Elf guards, who have arrived from all over. Our 17th Silver Pegasus Legion has successfully completed its mission and has evacuated Golfito Canyon. I heard about the Partington Plain when I was in Golfito. I'm quite surprised to see you this time. I thought you stay in Partington." "I stayed because they needed me," Roy said frankly. "Have you been active in the Endless Sea these days? Have you encountered any Naga Legion?" Captain Malthus asked curiously. Roy shook his head and said, I mostly stay on Kui Island. So you came to Queen Island this time? Just to get a temporary pass? Captain Malthus asked, blinking. Roy nodded. After hearing that Roy wanted a temporary pass, Captain Malthus said, even if you don't get one this time, it doesn't matter. With this badge, as long as you stay within the jurisdiction of the 17th Silver Pegasus Legion, no guards will stop you. He pulled out a Silver Pegasus Legion badge from his pocket. Beneath it was a line of small elvish characters, 2nd Silver Pegasus Knights. Roy took the badge, hesitated, and then asked Captain Malthus, will carrying this badge cause you any trouble? Captain Malthus shook his head. It's best if your 2 magical ships don't head to other areas. If the garrisons there seize your ships, they might be in trouble. Captain Malthus also said to Roy, I know you, and your fleet must be in a difficult situation right now. You're supposed to be here to procure supplies, but things are a bit chaotic at Legion headquarters, and the logistics warehouse is sealed. I guess no one can touch the supplies until the accounts are verified. I think it's best for you to go to Castletown Harbor to procure supplies. As he spoke, he pulled several boxes of elf cookies and several cans of life tree juice from his magic belt. He pushed these supplies in front of Roy and said, how many boxes of fruit do you need? I have someone deliver them to the ship tomorrow morning. Roy looked at the daily necessities before him, hesitant about whether to share the situation on K Island. He realized that both Captain Berkeley and Captain Malthus seemed to have fallen into a misunderstanding. Everyone believed his life on the Endless Sea must have been difficult, under the combined oppression of the Janus clan and the Grey Dwarf bandits. To save Roy's face, no one even discussed his journey on the Endless Sea much. No. Roy wanted to say that his fleet wasn't short of supplies, but before he could formulate his explanation, a Silver Moon Elf Knight burst through the door, panting. He whispered into Captain Malthus's ear, Captain, Miss Christine is here. Captain Malthus glanced at Roy, a hint of understanding in his eyes. But he seemed a little anxious at this point, and quickly said to Roy, Roy, I be leaving now. Miss Christine and I can't meet here. If you need anything, send someone to let me know. Bring this badge, and you see me. I'm leaving. Captain Malthus was about to leave, but when he turned back to look at Roy, a look of as expected crossed his face. He turned back and whispered to Roy, be careful of that steel guy. He's not only vindictive, but also has a mysophobia. Roy realized that no matter how he explained it, it seemed, it just wasn't working. Captain Malthus hurried away. Roy stood at the doorway, waving goodbye as he walked away. Not long after Captain Malthus disappeared, a silver carriage stopped smoothly at the steps of the reception station. A maid emerged from the carriage, holding the door with both hands. A slender figure bent down and stepped out. Chapter 897. This reception center, built near the dock, was constructed by the Silver Pegasus Legion to receive special visitors. When visitors arrived on the island and were not expected to proceed to the Tree of Life, they would be arranged to wait at the reception center. The environment here wasn't particularly good, but the decor inside the treehouse was remarkably Silver Moon Elf-esque. There were numerous carved and embellished furniture and furnishings. A magical fountain was built in the courtyard, surrounded by clear pools, and the sound of flowing water filled the air. In addition to the exquisite pools, the various plants cultivated by the elves were also a prominent feature of the place. However, the Silver Moon Elves here were quite indifferent to Roy. Even when they realized that the person before them was his boss, they showed no surprise. Roy stood in the reception courtyard garden for a while, intending to wait for Miss Christine. Leah crouched quietly at the edge of the low shrubbery wall, picking small berries from the plants growing there. Christine entered the reception area, and the entire Silver Moon Elves rushed out, forming a line outside to greet the Legion commander. Miss Christine walked into the reception courtyard with a sullen expression. The corridor was filled with Silver Moon Elven guards. She had originally wanted to meet Roy privately as a friend. Since Roy's fleet left the Queen Uini Islands, there had been no news. But now, under the watchful eyes of these Silver Moon Elves, Christine could only enter the courtyard with 4 trusted followers, her head held high. Seeing Roy in the courtyard, Christine walked straight up to him. I'm sorry. I should have been more careful, and things wouldn't have turned out like this. Why apologize for something like this? I thought you were used to this kind of life. Roy turned and smiled at Miss Christine. Miss Christine looked around the courtyard and sat down on a bench next to a laurel tree. The Silver Moon Elf guards retreated to the courtyard gate. Christine then spoke to Roy, who was sitting in a wicker chair across from her. They told me you were being chased across the Endless Sea by Grey Dwarf bandits. Is that true? Feeling somewhat moved by her concern, Roy asked, how could such a rumor even exist? Miss Christine snorted, then continued, yes, and they described it vividly, even publishing it in the form of a logbook. It records everything the half-elf experienced during the nearly 10 months he lived on your ship. It says you're planning to search for a habitable island in the Seven Realm Sea, and take some half-elves with you to live in seclusion on that island. Not long ago, Captain Berkeley said that his story was worthy of a biography. Roy smiled. That sounds pretty good. It even clearly outlines my escape plan. So, what's the real story? Miss Christine asked, staring at Roy. Roy replied, the truth is pretty much the same. I did find an island with a group of half-elves, and we settled down there. Also, I came back this time with the intention of opening a shipping route from Castletown Harbor to K Island, but it seems like that's not going to be easy right now. You're going to open a shipping route to Castletown and establish free trade with the Silvermoon Elves? Christine asked doubtfully. Roy nodded and said, that's about it. Miss Christine thought for a moment before saying, the current governor of Castletown is Earl Urim of the Higher family. I heard he's been advocating for a moderate easing of tensions between the Silvermoon Elves and the Half-Elves. Good luck with that. If your application gets on his desk, there's a chance it might be approved. Roy blinked. Shouldn't he just go to the Castletown Harbor and sign a free trade agreement with the person in charge there? I always thought Castletown Harbor was a free port. Aren't foreign ships often docking at the deep water port? Besides Imperial merchant ships, there are even some lightly disguised Duergar pirate ships. Why is it so troublesome here? I didn't even know you had to fill out an application. Miss Christine said, if you want to go through the proper channels, you need to follow the proper procedures. If you want to emulate the Duergar pirates, no one will stop you. Christine smiled, as if she had thought of something amusing. Then the courtyard suddenly became quiet. At that moment, the two of them suddenly ran out of topics to talk about. Your fleet has been at sea for so long, it must have been without supplies. What can I help you with? Miss Christine asked. Roy decided to reveal a little about himself, saying, my fleet is doing quite well over there in the endless sea. I just need a temporary pass to travel to Castletown Harbor. Christine glanced at Roy, fished a scroll from her waist pouch, and handed it to him. Roy unfolded the parchment scroll, revealing a pass. If you need anything, just let me know. I do my best to help. Christine stood up from the bench, preparing to leave. Roy also stood up, holding the pass in his hand, and said to Christine, thank you, Christine. Christine stood there somewhat uncomfortably, her voice low. Abandoning you was wrong in itself. I want to visit the Earl in Castletown. I wonder how he's doing lately. Is it convenient for me to visit? Roy followed her and escorted her to the entrance to the reception courtyard. A group of Silvermoon Elf guards were waiting there. They were visibly relieved when they saw Miss Christine emerge from the courtyard. When these Silvermoon Elves looked at Roy, they were as if they were facing a formidable enemy. Christine turned to Roy and said, Father's been talking about you a lot lately. He'd be happy if you go visit him. Roy didn't say a word, but simply opened his mouth. It won't cause him any trouble, will it? To his surprise, Miss Christine already knew what he was talking about. Miss Christine shook her head and left the reception desk without a word. Roy stopped at the door of the reception desk, watching Miss Christine board the magic caravan. Roy hadn't expected her to meet him in such a difficult situation, and she didn't try to hide it. It seemed that many of the Silvermoon Elves here felt that their return was somewhat embarrassing. Many of the Silvermoon Elves subjectively believed that they had come to seek help, which suddenly saved Roy a lot of excuses. Chapter 898. In the morning, at the harbor docks of Queen Island, a team of Silvermoon Elf guards passed by two magic airships. It was clear that they had focused their attention on these two ships last night, with elven guards patrolling the area almost all night. The half-elf crew members on the ships didn't bother to pay any attention to them. After packing up their belongings, they laid down in the cabins to rest. No one knew the true nature of these Silvermoon Elf guards better than them. Now that they were on their territory, the half-elf guards knew to keep a low profile, at least not to cause trouble for Boss Roy. Everyone knew that Boss Roy had come out this time to discuss business with the Silvermoon Elves, to find a trade route for the rich products of the Partington Plain. The elven crew members on the magic airships saw Boss Roy emerge from a building and then walk along a main road toward the docks. Captain Berkeley came alone to see him off. The two chatted as they walked, both seemingly in good spirits. Silvermoon elven guards passed by continuously along the road. When they looked at Roy and Captain Berkeley, no elves saluted them. When Roy reached the dock, Captain Malthus had already sent his men there. The officer immediately approached Roy, followed by two flatbed trucks laden with supplies, all packed in wooden crates. The officer briefly addressed Roy, unloaded the crates onto the dock next to the magic airship, and then led his men away. Well, since the tide is just rising, it's time for you to board the ship and depart. Have a safe trip. Come visit your old friends at Queen's Island sometime, Captain Berkeley said with a touch of sadness. He opened his arms and hugged Roy. Roy patted him on the back and said to Captain Berkeley, "If life on Queen Island isn't going well, why not come sailing with me? I built a nice elven town on Kui Island, which I conquered across the endless sea." Captain Berkeley immediately refused. "Forget it. I'm a Silvermoon elf, and my life is limited to this. At most, I resign and return home, but my situation isn't that bad now." Roy waved toward the boat, signaling the half-elf crew to come down and lift the boxes. The crew quickly pushed a simple lifting rig over, lowered a rope from the boat, and 4 more half-elf crew members quickly descended the sampan. Because there was no fighting, the half-elf crew wore no armor. They wore linen shirts and soft sheepskin vests, their trousers even more casually, linen shoes on their feet, and ropes tied around their waists, making them look even more shabby. The Silvermoon elf guards on the dock stared at the 4 half-elf crew members carrying wooden crates filled with supplies, but no Silvermoon elf was willing to join them. However, thanks to the ship's gantry, they could easily load the crates onto the ship by simply slinging ropes around them. A row of strikingly beautiful faces peeked out from the railing on the ship's tower, drawing the gazes of many of the Silvermoon elf guards. Moira and Sabrina, Miss Tiffany, Miss Nania, and Miss Abizenfan, the 5 of them were curiously gazing towards the dock. Their beauty was completely different from that of the Silvermoon elf beauties. Moira had the petite, delicate delicacy of a dark moon elf, Sabrina had the tall, slender figure of a wood elf, and the 3 ladies behind her, though also elven in appearance, somehow possessed an exotic aura. Captain Berkeley followed the gaze of the Silvermoon elven guards, and glanced up the ship's deck. He knew Moira, Sabrina, and Miss Tiffany, but not Miss Nania or Miss Abizenfan. Elves tended to be casual about their relationships, so Captain Berkeley didn't say anything to Roy. He finally said to Roy, "If you find life on the endless sea too tiring, why not spend some time ashore? This is the west coast of the elven continent. Everyone probably knows Boss Roy, but you could explore the east coast. The scenery there is also beautiful. I definitely visit there if I get a chance," Roy said. He truly had such plans. Because the northern homeland of the Grey Dwarves, Durag's Knee, is currently under war. The combined forces of dwarves and orcs occupy the vast mountainous area east of Durag, and also control the eastern coastline. Roy wanted to establish contact with the dwarves. The best route was to cross the Silvermoon Elf Kingdom, and use the portal from Castletown to Luna City, a city on the east coast of the Elven continent. From there, he could sail north across the barren coastline of the Mensa Plains, and find the true dwarves of the Dwarven Kingdom. Captain Berkeley said goodbye to Roy at the dock, watched him board the ship, and then left the dock in a carriage. The supplies sent by Captain Malthus were being loaded onto the ship. As Roy boarded the ship, he suddenly saw Earl Macaulay and a group of Silvermoon elves, watching from afar from the dock, from the treehouse terrace atop a giant tree near the dock. Roy raised his head, avoiding the glare of the sun, and glanced at Earl Macaulay from afar, finding him watching him with a hawk-like gaze. Roy paused, raised his arm, and waved it at Earl Macaulay. He was now a rank 2 expert, and Earl Macaulay's aura of superiority no longer had any effect on him. Then he walked along the sampan to the deck. The half-elf crew immediately untied the ropes, and began to slowly raise the sails. The sea breeze at the dock was just right for the magic airships to leave the harbor smoothly. As long as the sails were fully raised, the 2 magic airships would leave Queen's Island. Roy wanted to go back to the cabin to shower and change into clean clothes when he saw Moira standing on the deck, holding the railing and pointing down at the dock. Roy turned back, puzzled, and saw a Silvermoon elf on horseback approaching from the direction of the giant tree. He arrived below the magic airship, grabbed the reins, and shouted, "Captain Roy, please wait." Roy turned and approached the side of the ship, leaning down to look at the young Silvermoon elf officer. They were about 20 meters apart, and Roy had no impression of him. The Silvermoon elf officer dismounted and tied the reins to a pier post. The ropes tying the magic airship to the pier had been untied, the sails halfway raised, and the hull was nearly 3 meters away from the dock. There was no way to lower the sampan in this situation. The Silvermoon elf officer could only stand on the dock and shout to Roy, "I've been sent by Lord Macaulay to speak with you." Roy pointed to the magic airship, indicating that it had already left the harbor and could no longer dock. The young Silvermoon elf officer was speechless, and could only pull out a whistle from his chest and put it in his mouth. Woo! The whistle blew a long, drawn-out whine. The bushes in the distance shook violently, and a silver-white Pegasus emerged from them, its wings folded on its back, galloping along the path. It ran to the side of the young Silver Moon Elf officer, who put one arm around the Silver Pegasus's neck and leaped onto its back. By then, the magic airship had already left the harbor nearly 100 meters. The Silver Moon Elf officer mounted the Silver Pegasus, flew a short distance, then spread its wings and landed on the deck. Roy had been waiting on the deck. Seeing the elven officer catching up on his Silver Pegasus, he approached and asked, "Lord Macaulay, what did you wish to discuss with me? My ship has already left the harbor. If it's just a casual chat, I think we better discuss it next time we meet. After all, the current wind direction makes docking a bit of a hassle." The Silver Moon Elf officer patted the Silver Pegasus's neck, calming it down. He then stood up straight and said to Roy, "Captain Roy, I'm merely conveying Lord Macaulay's original message to you. He told you, we are well aware of the Mine Guard's current predicament. If you are willing to cooperate with us, we can provide you with some assistance, including but not limited to military supplies and support. Please consider this carefully, and I look forward to your response." The Silver Moon Elf officer spoke these words directly from the deck. The half-elf crew on deck, confused as to what was going on, looked at the Silver Moon Elf officer with bewilderment. Roy hadn't expected Lord Macaulay to try to win him over at this moment. "Oh, I think about it," Roy replied casually. This second-in-command of the 17th Silver Pegasus Legion held the Legion's financial power, and Roy couldn't afford to offend him lightly. The Silver Moon Elf officer, standing on the deck, had hoped to see Roy's face overflow with gratitude, but seeing Roy's expression was impassive, he simply glared at him like an idiot. He thought, if the Earl is willing to help you like this, why don't you come over and cling to the Earl's thigh? Seeing the Silver Moon Elf officer standing there, with no intention of leaving, Roy asked, "Is there anything else you want to say to me, Earl?" The Silver Moon Elf officer was stunned, then shook his head. Roy smiled, nodded, and waved. The Silver Moon Elf officer finally realized he was being asked to leave the magic airship. Unsure how to respond, he turned and mounted his Silver Pegasus. The horse spread its wings from the deck, leaped upward, and soared into the air. With a few more frantic flaps, it glided toward the dock. As it flew away, it glared back at Roy. "I can't believe you've been away from the 17th Silver Pegasus Regiment for so long, yet you still have so many acquaintances to see you off? And how come you have so much supplies? Are you worried you run out of them?" Miss Tiffany leaned over the railing, leaning over to Roy on the deck. As the magic airship sails filled, its speed began to increase, and the force of the bow breaking through the waves grew stronger. Countless salty vapors filled the ship. These tiny water droplets carried by the wind landed on the three Nanda ladies, making them feel particularly comfortable. The two mermaids, Nania and Abysinthan, even rushed down the tower and ran directly to the Argali horns, ready to face the waves and let more water droplets fall on them. Roy climbed up the tower and, imitating Moira's example, hunched over, resting his forearms on the railing, gazing out at the distant sea. They probably think my situation is a bit dire." Miss Tiffany's eyes were filled with confusion. "They think your situation is a bit dire. What makes them think yours is?" Roy tapped his forehead helplessly, and explained to the three people, "I didn't return to the Partington Plain as they had hoped. Instead, I led several three-masted sailboats to K Island. They probably thought I must have suffered setbacks on the endless sea, and now I'm returning with 2 ships to seek help." Miss Tiffany covered her mouth and asked in a low voice, "So you didn't tell me about K Island's current situation or your plan to open a route from Castletown Harbor to K Island?" The others leaned side by side against the railing, discussing the matter in low voices. Roy stayed at the Queen Island reception last night, and didn't return to the magic airship. Instead, he sent a message back from Leah, asking everyone not to worry. The news he brought back was that the 17th Silver Pegasus Legion was completely unaware of their actions in the waters of Kui Island. The elves from the 17th Silver Pegasus Legion, based on mere speculation, even concluded that Roy's fleet had suffered greatly in the endless sea and was now clearly unable to hold on, thus returning to the west coast of the Silver Moon Elves for support. It was as if, at this moment, if anyone were willing to throw Roy a bone, he would surely come running back and catch it with all his might. Roy said to Miss Tiffany, "I did mention my intention to open a shipping route, but they didn't seem to care much." Miss Tiffany blinked her golden eyes. "So, they mistook you for a request for help?" "Oh, that's probably the case." Hee hee. Miss Tiffany's laughter was like the tinkling of wind chimes, carried far by the sea breeze. Moira and Sabrina didn't laugh as loudly as Tiffany, but they also wore amused expressions. Miss Tiffany looked at the wooden crates stacked on the deck and suddenly realized, "So these supplies are also aid to you?" Roy glanced at Miss Tiffany and said nothing. "In that case, The Silver Moon Elves of the 17th Silver Pegasus Legion were quite kind to you. At least they gave you some supplies. Miss Tiffany's cheerful voice danced in Roy's ears, but he couldn't detect any compliment in it. Roy didn't quite agree with Miss Tiffany's sarcasm. He felt that it was already a good thing that the 17th Silver Pegasus Legion didn't take advantage of their misfortune at this time. Besides, they were all showing goodwill in their own way. Where's our next stop? Partington Island, Roy said. Roy didn't want to discuss the internal conflicts within the Silver Pegasus Legion with them. I don't understand. Why do they think we're having a hard time? Miss Tiffany continued to question Roy. Chapter 899. As the magic airship passed by Parham Island, it happened to see a supply ship docked at the island's pier. A group of elves unloaded a large amount of supplies from the ship. Parham Island was an island covered only with weeds. Its most distinctive feature was a natural underground cave in the center. The Silver Moon Elves transformed this cave into an underground prison, used to imprison some of the most vicious criminals. Later, the Parham Island prison continued to expand, and the number of prisoners held increased. Supplies for the island were almost all transported from Castletown City. Every 2 days, a medium-sized sailing ship arrived at the prison island. Sighting Parham Island meant that Partington Island was not far away. Partington Island was a supply transfer station for the 17th Silver Pegasus Legion. For Roy, this island held special significance. As the magic airships approached Partington Island, some half-blood elves at the harbor docks noticed that the 2 three-masted sailboats must belong to Boss Roy. Only Boss Roy's ships had flotation devices installed on their sides, and thus would not be inspected by the Silver Pegasus Knights. On Partington Island, the elven officers in charge of the supply warehouses of the Silver Pegasus Legion were more familiar with these magic airships. When they saw the 2 magic airships docked at the dock, one of the elven officers approached and tied the ropes dropped from the ships to the wooden piles. The weather on Partington Island was good, and the docks were crowded with half-blood elves. Roy also noticed that the beaches surrounding Partington Island were also crowded with half-blood elves. They had built wooden huts and tents on the beaches, and several flying fish boats were docked there. The most unique thing about Partington Island is that it's actually a hollow mountain, with half-elves building a small town within its belly. Originally, the beaches surrounding the island were uninhabited by elves, but now, traces of a large half-elf presence can be seen. Fishing nets drying in the sun and flying boats indicate that these half-elves are more than just temporary residents. About a year ago, Roy led a fleet here and brought all the half-elves stranded on Partington Island back to Castleton Harbor. This time, Roy returned to Partington Island and discovered that the island still had so many half-elves. Some eagle-eyed half-elves spotted the magic airships and quickly ran towards the Partington Island dock. As the magic airships landed safely at the dock, a large group of half-elves appeared on the Partington Island dock. They huddled together, staring at the 2 magic airships. It wasn't until Roy appeared on deck that the half-elves let out a cry of surprise. It's Boss Roy. Boss Roy is here. Boss Roy, are you here to take us away? I've been waiting for you on this island for over 6 months. I didn't expect you to actually come pick us up. Yes, Boss Roy, are you here to pick us up? Boss Roy, take us away. We want to follow you wherever you go. Roy stood at the bow, listening to the half-elf's words, his heart naturally filled with mixed emotions. The sea breeze ruffled his hair and brought a slight touch of moisture to his eyes. He hadn't expected the half-elves to gather on Partington Island just to wait for Roy to take them away from the elven continent. Roy took a few steps and stood on a floating structure on the magic airship. This was a relatively high and prominent spot. He shouted loudly from there. The half-elves on the dock could almost hear his voice. Roy asked the half-elves crowded together on the dock, "Do you really want to follow me and leave the elven continent? Perhaps once we leave, there will be no chance to return. Are you willing to follow me and leave the home you lived in since childhood?" The scene suddenly became heated, and the half-elves shouted excitedly, "We do. We want to go with you." Roy was a little confused, because life on the so-called K Island was not much better than that on the elven continent. There was actually a certain gap between K Island and the elven continent. Aside from the basic infrastructure, there were various workshops, shops, academies, and cemeteries. K Island had almost nothing except a grocery store. So where did all this enthusiasm come from? Roy raised a hand, and the docks quickly quieted. He addressed the half-elves loudly, "Aren't you afraid my fleet won't be able to defeat the Grey Dwarf bandits or the Nanda Legion at sea, and will ultimately vanish completely in some corner of the Endless Sea?" In fact, as the 2 magic airships raced all the way to Partington Island, the Silver Moon Elves of the 17th Silver Pegasus Legion were practically unanimous in their belief. Roy's fleet had suffered repeated setbacks on the Endless Sea, and was on the verge of running out of space. Unexpectedly, the half-elves on the docks responded in unison, "We're not afraid." Imperial merchant ships are now stationed at the docks along the west coast, transporting half-elves to your territory. We don't want to sail around on your fleet, we just want to live on your island. Yes, only Partington Island doesn't have any Imperial merchant ships. We thought this would be a transit point for Imperial merchant ships, but we didn't expect them to ever dock here. Boss Roy, please take me away. The half-elves' chatter left Roy bewildered. They told him that Imperial merchant ships were transporting half-elves to various docks, but Roy's Partington Island had only received one shipment of half-elves from an Imperial merchant ship in recent months. And that Imperial merchant ship, in addition to bringing nearly 10,000 half-elves, also brought a group of Grey Dwarf bandits. At that moment, an image suddenly flashed through Roy's mind, and he shuddered. He then leaped from his hovercraft onto a pile of wooden crates on the dock, and then directly into the crowd of half-elves. He hugged the half-elf's shoulders, stared into her eyes, and asked directly, "What exactly did those Imperial merchants say? Did they promise to send the half-elf to me?" The half-elf whose shoulders Roy was holding appeared extremely excited. He nodded repeatedly, and shouted to Roy, "They say you found a very large island in the endless sea. There are several trees of life, and a waterfall with a rainbow. It's likely the birthplace of the ancient elves. Half-elves can live a carefree life there if they reach it. Have you really found such an island, Boss Roy?" Roy frowned and asked the half-elf, "Did they really say that?" The half-elves who had crowded around also agreed. One of the more eloquent half-elves told Roy, "Yes, many Imperial merchants said so, and the news spread throughout the port cities. We heard the news, and came to the port city, intending to board an Imperial merchant ship to your territory. Unfortunately, the Imperial merchant ship has already taken away a batch, and we have to wait a long time before we can board again. We thought Partington Island might have priority boarding, so we boarded a medium-sized sailing ship and arrived at Partington Island. However, no one anticipated that Imperial merchant ships wouldn't even come here." Roy had indeed asked the Imperial merchant Darwin to bring the half-blood elves stranded at the port to K Island. Roy also asked Darwin to inform the other Imperial merchants that Roy would pay for shipping to anyone who brought the half-blood elves to K Island, and that he was willing to do business with them. But Roy didn't let them exaggerate, and there was clearly an element of deception. If that were all, it would be fine, but what terrified Roy was that, up to this point, he hadn't seen a single Imperial merchant ship on K Island. The only Imperial merchant ship that arrived brought not only the half-blood elves, but also a full 100,000 Grey Dwarf bandits. What worried Roy was the current whereabouts of the half-blood elves who had boarded the Imperial merchant ships. Those Imperial merchants advertised that they were bringing you to my island. How long ago was that? How long have you been waiting here? Roy asked gravely. Several half-elves said in unison, "We've been waiting here for almost 3 months." Roy closed his eyes, quickly calming his rage. He took a deep breath and continued, "Did you see any half-elves boarding the Imperial merchant ship at the dock?" The half-elf nodded quickly and said, "Of course, there were many half-elves at the dock ready to board. They didn't need to buy tickets, and the Imperial merchant ship provided food and lodging. Many elves were lining up. I arrived a little late to wait for my family, so I had to wait at the back of the line and didn't get on the last ship." "Are you all from the same port?" Roy pressed on. He even wanted to ask directly, "Are you all from Castletown Harbor?" But on second thought, he changed his question. The half-blood elves around him shook their heads. "No, we half-blood elves come from all over the place, but we all share the same idea. We definitely see Boss Roy. You on K Island." A thin layer of sweat broke out on Roy's forehead. At this point, Roy wanted to find someone to confirm. He turned and climbed back onto the wooden crates stacked on the dock. These supplies should all belong to the 17th Silver Pegasus Legion. He stood on top of the crates. The elven quartermasters were all his acquaintances, so no one came forward to stop him. Roy stood atop a tall wooden crate and shouted to the half-blood elves on the dock, "This time, I will take you back to K Island." K Island is the island currently occupied by the half-blood elves in the Endless Sea. But I must tell you, K Island isn't as glorious as those Imperial merchants say. There's no tree of life or sky waterfall on the island. K Island is just an ordinary volcanic island in the sea, and the volcano there could erupt at any time. And I can promise you all that you won't encounter such dangers while living on the island. I'd be going to Castletown to take care of some things. You wait here for me. Also, remember, unless I come to pick you up in person, don't trust anyone's words or promises." Chapter 900. Roy squeezed out from a group of half-elves, his face grim. He didn't leave the docks of Partington Island. He weaved through the throng and squeezed into a warehouse. This was the 17th Silver Pegasus Legion Supply Transfer Station on Partington Island. The warehouse originally stored a large amount of magical metals and magical herbs. Every day, medium-sized sailing ships arrived from Castletown Harbor, delivering valuable supplies. The warehouse now contained some military supplies. The quartermaster in charge of these supplies was a Silver Moon Elf officer. Every time Roy returned from the Partington Plain, he would come here to inquire about medium-sized sailing ships returning to Castletown City. Over time, Roy became very familiar with him. This Silver Moon Elf quartermaster was probably over 600 years old, having experienced countless wars. He was considered a senior elven officer in the 17th Silver Pegasus Legion, with a bad temper and a broad vision. A Silver Moon Elf officer sat at a round table, a glass of life tree sap beside him, and a chessboard on the table. His gaze fell on a chess piece, his expression uncertain, as he picked it up and quickly put it down. The young half-elf opposite seemed accustomed to this kind of thing. He was reading a book with relish, not rushing the elven officer. The elven officer's eyes lit up when he saw Roy enter uninvited, and he quickly jumbled the pieces on the chessboard. "I have a guest. Let's stop here for today," the elven officer said solemnly. The young Silver Moon Elf quickly snatched up the book and fled without a word. Roy sat before the Silver Moon Elf quartermaster and asked directly, "Nagus, what's going on?" "Those Imperial merchants are scamming half-elves all over the west coast of the Elven continent. Aren't the Silver Pegasus Legion planning to take action?" He was alone in the warehouse office. Silver Moon Elf quartermaster Nagus glanced guiltily at the wooden door, then finally walked over to it, opened it, and peered out. After confirming there were no elves eavesdropping, he leaned over to Roy and whispered, "Your boss, Roy, wants to recruit some half-blood elves from the Elven continent. Why is the Silver Pegasus Legion trying to stop him?" Nagus took a sip of the life tree sap and continued, "This is the rumor going around in every port right now. Your boss, Roy, has found an island in the Endless Sea, said to be the birthplace of the elves. Most half-blood elves, under the banner of freedom, want to migrate to your place. Who could openly stand up and stop such a thing? Lately, half-blood elves have been causing a lot of trouble in various cities. Everyone's busy quelling protests. A few half-blood elves walking away wouldn't be a problem. Someone's paying too much attention." Roy sat across from Nagus and asked in confusion, "There are so many things here that don't make sense. Didn't anyone notice?" Nagus lifted his drooping eyelids, his intelligent gaze resting on Roy. He whispered, "Of course someone saw it, but the hand from above blinded them, so no one spoke out at this time. Currently, half-blood elves in many cities are organizing demonstrations, causing chaos in those cities. They're eager to see some half-blood elves leave the Silvermoon Elf Kingdom. Some Silvermoon Elven nobles were already involved in these activities, but the half-blood elf slave trafficking incident became a big deal a few years ago, and Lord Alvis of the Partington Plain was sent to the Parham Island prison. As a result, those elven nobles have had no choice but to resign. But the 17th Silver Pegasus Legion has blocked their path to wealth. They repeatedly proposed investigating you in Buenos Aires, hoping to muddy the waters on the Partington Plain. Now that the Partington Plain has broken free from the control of the 17th Silver Pegasus Legion and has been completely abandoned by the Silvermoon Elf Kingdom, and you and your fleet have also left the Elven continent. At this point, if there were an opportunity to deceive those half-elves under your name, do you think they would do it?" After Nagus finished speaking, Roy placed his hand on his forehead and asked, "Are there Silvermoon Elf nobles involved? Otherwise, how could they dare so brazenly defraud people at the docks under your name?" Nagus glanced at Roy. Roy had originally only intended to inquire about the Silver Pegasus Knight's movements from Nagus, but he didn't expect to hear so much inside information from him. "Nagus, you know everything?" Nagus spread his hands and said to Roy, "Please, there are at least 17,000 half-blood elves gathered on Kauai Island, waiting for you to come and take them away. Every one of them keeps nagging about this. It's impossible not to listen. Besides, I've been in the 17th Silver Pegasus Legion for nearly 300 years. As long as I'm not blind, how could I possibly have hidden these things from you?" Roy was about to persuade Nagus to speak up. "Nagus, have you ever considered?" But Nagus didn't even give him a chance to speak. "Stop. I'm old, and my arms and legs aren't as strong as they used to be. This kind of thing isn't something we can get involved in. I'm only saying this to you because I like you. Those other guys aren't even worthy of hearing what I'm saying. I admire what you're doing for the half-blood elves, but that doesn't mean I'm going to follow you." Nagus chatted with Roy for a while, then, after sharing the information he had, urged Roy to leave quickly to avoid causing him any trouble. Leaving the dock warehouse, Roy headed straight inside along the mountain road that led to the town. Roy had never understood why Earl Swinburne had always been so restrained in governing the Partington Plain after gaining control of it. So, the 17th Silver Pegasus Legion, controlling the Partington Plain, had actually taken advantage of so many of the Silver Moon Elf nobles. Earl Swinburne's recent illness was likely related to this. Partington Town hadn't changed much. The only change was the removal of the portal in the town square. Now, there were more seats, and even an elf had opened an open-air tavern there. Roy walked along the familiar road to the edge of the town, which was almost entirely populated by half-elves. Although the town lacked a portal, and the number of shops had suddenly decreased by 2/3, this had not affected its prosperity. The number of half-elves settling here is actually increasing. It was the familiar family inn, the door looking freshly painted. Roy knocked, and soon someone inside opened it, revealing Nance's slightly aged face. She wore a woolen skirt, her aged hair tied up in a bun. The sweet aroma of brewing lemon tea drifted through the room. Nancy nodded to Roy, signaling him to come in. The room remained the same, though it looked as if there were no guests. She turned and walked back to the living room sofa, sitting down before saying to Roy, "You've finally shown up. If you hadn't, you have been destined to bear the blame." She nodded slightly, her piercing gaze fixed on Roy's face. At that moment, Nance's gaze seemed to pierce Roy's heart. "Are you also aware that those Imperial merchants are defrauding half-elves at the docks on the west coast of the Elven continent?" Roy asked. "I know." Nancy thought for a moment, then said to Roy, "This matter will be easily resolved if you return." Roy whispered, "What good would my return do now? Some of their merchant ships have been carrying half-elves away for over 3 months. Those Imperial merchants had deceived some of the half-elves over 3 months ago. In the past 3 months, no one knew where these merchant ships had gone. Even if Roy mobilized his fleet to pursue them now, he probably wouldn't be able to catch up." He said to Nancy, "It's a good thing those Imperial merchants didn't come to Partington Island and swindle the half-elves here." Nancy placed a cup of lemon tea in front of Roy and said calmly, "They wouldn't dare come to Partington Island. What they fear most is you showing up and exposing them." Roy asked, perplexed, "Nancy, are those Imperial merchants using this opportunity to help the Duergar bandits with slavery?" "You're quite alert, but they're not helping the Duergar bandits with slavery. Some Silvermoon Elf nobles, Imperial merchants, and Duergar bandits have formed a slave trade chain. This time, they organized a large-scale slave trade operation, hoping to make a killing," Nancy said to Roy, leaning back on the sofa. Nancy put the kettle back on the stove and looked up at Roy. "I'm confused. Why would they dare to openly trade slaves under your name? Could it be that you're currently unable to control the situation on K Island?" Roy told Nancy about the dwarven commander Machio attacking K Island, then added, "They probably thought my army would be wiped out by the Grey Dwarf bandits on K Island. Even if they couldn't kill me instantly, I'd be stuck on K Island, unable to focus on the Elven continent. But those Grey Dwarves in the Northern Fleet clearly underestimated me. Now the Partington Plain has only gained a few tens of thousands of Grey Dwarf prisoners." Nancy looked at Roy and asked, "So, are you going to take care of this?" Roy answered firmly, "Of course. I want to fundamentally crack down on those slave traders. Whether they're elves, Imperials, Grey Dwarves, or other alien races, anyone who touches them will die." Nancy pulled out a nautical chart covered in symbols, and pointed to a route. The line introduction states, "After you occupied the waters of K Island, their sea route southward was completely cut off. Those merchant ships transporting elven slaves needed to resupply at Murayaki Harbor, then continue north, bypassing St. Margaret Harbor in the Evernight Forest, and then follow the coastline of the Mensa Plains to reach the waters under the jurisdiction of the Grey Dwarf Northern Fleet. But this sea route is not easy to navigate. It takes them about 2 weeks to reach Murayaki, and at least over a month to bypass St. Margaret Harbor. The coastline of the Mensa Plains is even longer. From south to north, with a favorable wind, the voyage would take at least 3 or 4 months. So I suspect the ships that initially transported slaves are currently attempting to bypass the coastline controlled by the Night Elves." Chapter 901. When Instructor Abbot Nora of Castletown Elven Academy first brought Roy to Partington Island, they stayed at Mrs. Nance's family inn. At that time, Roy thought Mrs. Nancy was just an ordinary housewife. It wasn't until she scolded Jijiru and Christine that he realized she was something special. But at that time, Roy didn't know Mrs. Nance's true identity. It wasn't until he formed his own adventuring group that he finally understood Mrs. Nance's identity. She was essentially a liaison for the Elven World Adventure Organization. Living on Partington Island, she was primarily responsible for providing the adventuring group with reliable information about the waters surrounding Partington Island. She also provided them with various information about the Partington Plain. Many adventuring groups would visit Mrs. Nancy before heading to Partington to learn about the plane, such as where to hunt and gather magical herbs, specific locations, basic routes, and what equipment they needed for the adventure. Madame Nancy always offers the most reliable advice. For this reason, almost all adventure groups arriving on Partington Island seek Madame Nancy's help. Instructor Nora and Madame Nancy enjoy a close relationship, which is why she's able to stay at Madame Nancy's house. This is why Madame Nancy suggested to Roy that they seize Kauai Island, and Roy, without hesitation, led the mine guards to capture the island. Roy's trust in Madame Nancy dates back to his graduation from the Elven Academy. This time, Madame Nancy provided Roy with the routes of the Imperial merchant ships heading north, even clearly marking their locations. We only know of 13 Imperial merchant ships involved in this slave trade. There are members of the Adventurers Guild monitoring the entire route. It seems not all of them are involved, as the 4 Imperial merchant ships bound for Kauai Island are outside our reach, said Lady Nancy. Even if you don't come, I intend to send someone to Kauai Island to deliver a message to you. We need to borrow your magic airship. We must avoid the Silver Pegasus Knights. We can't launch a rescue operation along the Elven Continent's coastline. They already entered the west coast of the Mensa Plains. We have ample opportunity to rescue them before they reach Durag's Knee. The Guild has located some medium-sized sailing ships, all docked at St. Margaret's Harbor. We also gathered over 70 of the most prominent adventure groups on the Elven Continent. They're estimated to have already left St. Margaret's Harbor, and are heading for the waters west of the Mensa Plains. Lady Nancy drew a circle on the map with a red pencil. Only then did Roy realize that the Adventurers Guild in the Elven world was actually organizing a rescue operation. Then, Roy asked another stupid question. Imperial merchant ships are trafficking half-elves, so don't the Silver Pegasus Knights care? Then he remembered what Madame Nancy had just said. The Silver Moon Elf nobles were involved in this slave trade. With their assistance, the Imperial merchant ships still had a chance to circumvent the Silver Pegasus Knights' inspections. Roy knew full well that Madame Nancy had told him all this so that she could have his magic airship fleet pursue the Imperial merchant ships. The half-elves' willingness to trust these Imperial merchants was initially due to him. So, rescuing these half-elves felt a sense of responsibility. Okay, this time I send a magic airship to pursue these Imperial merchant ships. I'd like to know if there are any high-level magical beasts in the skies off the west coast of the Mensa Plains? Roy rubbed his face vigorously, trying to clear his head. Mrs. Nancy saw Roy's expression, and knew he had decided to intervene. A flicker of admiration flashed in her eyes. Many elves lack Roy's sense of responsibility. She fixed her eyes on the sea chart. The chart in her hand had been provided by the Adventurers Guild. Madame Nancy pointed to the west coast of the Elven Continent and said, the skies over this side of the Elven Continent are controlled by the Silver Pegasus Knights, so the Grey Dwarf bandits dare not sail their magic airships into the waters off the west coast of the Elven Continent. She then pointed to the western part of the Mensa Plains, where the Orcs tribe resides, and said, but the Mensa Plains occupied by the Orcs are different. The Orcs have almost no tribal camps along the coastline of the Mensa Plains. So, in this sea area, the Grey Dwarf bandits' magic airships have been able to roam freely. Your magic airship may not have experienced aerial combat yet, so be careful of the Grey Dwarf magic airship fleet. Also, over 500 kilometers northwest of Port St. Margaret, there is a narrow east-west mountain range. We call this the Silver Fin Mountains. This mountain range stretches for over 100 kilometers. Because it rises vertically from the sea, this mountain range, over 100 kilometers long, is composed entirely of cliffs. Right here on this cliff, there are many chimera nests. This is also a holy place for many adventure groups to hunt chimera. As long as your magic airship doesn't accidentally stray here, you shouldn't encounter any flying monsters that pose a threat to you. Speaking of chimera beasts, Roy thought back to his experience entering the chimera plane with Instructor Nora. He said to Mrs. Nancy, Instructor Nora took me to the chimera plane, and we even learned how to hunt them. I had no idea these flying monsters existed on the Mensa Plains. Mrs. Nancy waved her hand and said, the chimera beasts on the chimera plane are incredibly stupid. All they do is spit fire and acid rain. Any adventurer with hands can catch them. The chimera in the Silver Fin Mountains are different. After being hunted relentlessly by adventurers of all races, they become extremely cunning and even master camouflage. Avoid them unless necessary. Mrs. Nancy stared at Roy seriously, not retracting her gaze until he said, I got this. Mrs. Nancy knew that Roy possessed the most complete set of endless sea charts, so she rolled up her own set and put it in a leather barrel. After all this talk, I still don't know what your plans are for coming here from Kauai Island? Mrs. Nancy asked Roy. Roy had nothing to hide from Mrs. Nancy, and frankly said, the magic metals and magical herbs from the Partington Plain need to be shipped to the Elven continent for sale. I'm also planning to seek cooperation with the Magic Guild and hire some inscriptionists to create a batch of magic rune constructs. Mrs. Nancy knew the batch of magic rune constructs Roy was talking about would definitely be quite large. Are you planning to order some magic rune constructs to equip your mine guards? Yes. Roy agreed. Mrs. Nancy glared at Roy. They say Boss Roy is richer than Lord Alvis of the Partington Plain. When I heard that, I thought they were exaggerating. Now it seems those elves weren't exaggerating. Roy quickly waved his hand. It's not that exaggerated. I just had this idea. I'm going to talk to a few inscriptionists about it. Mrs. Nancy worried that Roy would throw all his accumulated magic crystals into the bottomless pit of magic rune construction, so she warned him, I know you have many friends in the Magic Guild, but a magic rune construction set is still too expensive. It's best to take it one step at a time. Mrs. Nancy also mentioned that not even the Silver Pegasus Knights of the 17th Silver Pegasus Legion were equipped with magic rune constructions, mainly because of their high cost. Roy quickly agreed. Upon my return to K Island, I will immediately mobilize the magic airships from the Partington Plain. It will take about a week for them to converge at K Island's dock. Then, I will fly north from K Island, skirting the waters of the Elven continent. Once I reach the waters off the west coast of the Mensa Plains, I will lead the fleet to intercept those Imperial merchant ships directly from there. Seeing Roy's designated ambush location, Mrs. Nancy nodded, approving of his choice. After agreeing on a time with Mrs. Nancy, Roy hurriedly left Partington. Back at Partington Island's dock, Roy boarded the magic airship, his mind heavy. It was afternoon, and Captain Rodhart was directing his crew to remove all the sails, preparing to repair them, and then rehook them to the crossbars. Roy frowned at Captain Rodhart, who was working on deck with a half-elf, and scolded him, Rodhart, what are you doing on deck? I need you to leave immediately. We need to reach Castletown Harbor before dawn tomorrow. Rodhart dropped the broom handle and asked Roy, Boss, we're not staying overnight. Well, there's been a little trouble here, so we're heading to Castletown immediately. Roy didn't linger on deck, but went straight into the ship's tower. He sat in the captain's cabin, lost in thought, contemplating the nautical chart on the wall. After a while, he rubbed his sore eyes, and sat down on the sofa in the lounge area, silently closing his eyes in thought. Moira spotted two magical airships preparing to leave the harbor. Because the tide had just receded, the two magic airships were still quite deep in the waterline, so Captain Rodhart prepared to activate two flotation devices to reduce the draft of the magic airships, allowing them to safely leave Partington Harbor. She had previously heard Roy say that they would stay on Partington Island for the night, and depart the next morning. She inquired with Captain Rodhart, and learned that Roy was in the captain's cabin, examining a nautical chart. She pushed open the door, and entered the cabin, seeing Roy sitting on the sofa, his eyes closed. She quickly approached him and whispered, What trouble are you in? Roy sighed and said, This time, I encountered a most troublesome situation. It could be very dangerous, but I have to do it. Can I hear it? Roy hesitated for a moment before saying to Moira, Let's go back to Castletown first. I tell you when we leave. Just then, Roy saw Archmage Grimes walk in. He touched his forehead and said, Grimus, our trip to Manasca City has to be cancelled. Please help me negotiate with the inscriptionists regarding the construction of the magic runes for the full coverage magic armor. Before that, I urgently need 20,000 giant magic crossbow bolts. You must help me gather them within the next 2 days. Archmage Grimes stood at the doorway of the captain's cabin, startled. He asked Roy, 20,000 giant magic crossbow bolts? Roy, you ordered so many giant magic crossbow bolts. Is this another interplanetary war on the Partington Plain? Roy shook his head and said, My current enemies are those Grey Dwarf bandits. Seeing Roy didn't want to talk anymore, Grand Magician Grams didn't ask any more questions, simply saying, I try to get them. He sat down next to Roy, and saw Roy walk to the window, with a somewhat irritable look. He pushed open the glass and yelled at Captain Rodhart on deck, Rodhart, what are you dawdling about? Hurry and set sail. Roy finally looked like a boss. The half-elf crew on deck immediately quickened their pace, and began to arrange the ship's ropes. Rodhart, without any excuses, straightened his back and replied, Yes, boss. Miss Narnia and Abyssinfan, who were sitting at the bow, preparing to secretly jump into the sea, witnessed Roy's irritable side in full view. Miss Absinthan nudged Miss Nania and leaned close to her ear, saying, This guy had that sly smile on his face when he left the ship, but when he came back, his expression changed. He looks at everyone like he wants to kill us. We better not provoke him. Let's not go to sea. Miss Nania looked at Roy in the captain's cabin and whispered, "Looks like we're in trouble." Miss Absinthe said worriedly, "Will our trip to the Elven continent be ruined?" Miss Nania shook her head, staring at those. The Elven crew, busy on the deck, replied, "It seems Roy is planning to continue his journey to the Elven continent." Miss Absinthe cupped her hand to her lips and said calmly, "I think if we don't help him get those iron blocks by the end of this trip, he'd definitely roast us and eat us." Miss Nania shouted, "Absinthe, don't scare me." At this moment, half-elven crew members had already run to the bow and began to remove the dust cover from the two floating devices. Other half-elven crew members climbed onto the observation deck and stared at the distant sea. The two Naga mermaids had no intention of secretly jumping into the sea for a swim. They crossed the deck and returned to the cabin. Before they could even sink into the bathtub, they felt the ship lurch violently, and then slowly began to move, already leaving the harbor. The water in the bathtub rippled violently as the boat rocked, spilling out. Miss Absinthe quickly chanted a spell, and the clear water, which had rippled out of the bathtub, seemed to be restrained by something, swirling around outside and returning to the tub. Chapter 902. In the captain's cabin, Roy stood by the wall. A massive sea chart hung on the wall beside him, covering the entire surface. The chart showed the Evernight Forest, home to the Darkmoon Elves, the Mensa Plains, home to the Orc tribe, and the entire west coast. Roy glanced at Archmage Grems and said, "The last time I came to Castletown Harbor, I promised the half-blood elves here that I would hire an Imperial merchant ship to take them to K Island." At this, a hint of regret flashed in Roy's eyes. He continued, "I entrusted this matter to the Imperial merchant Darwin." The news quickly spread among the Imperial merchants, and not only that, but also among the half-blood elves. Many half-blood elves rushed to various ports, waiting for the ship to take them to K Island. The elves sitting around suddenly realized the problem. They had all come from K Island. But the problem now is that, besides the Imperial merchant Darwin sending a batch of half-elves to K Island, only the Imperial merchant Moses has sent 4 ships of half-elves. Roy tapped his forehead irritably and said to everyone, "But he not only sent us half-elves, but also brought 100,000 Grey Dwarves. Now I know Commander Machio belongs to the Grey Dwarves' Northern Fleet." Moira and Sabrina looked at each other, their meaning understood. Right now, Imperial merchants are transporting large numbers of half-elves from various ports on the Elven continent, but these half-elves haven't been sent to K Island. Our magic airship sailed all the way from K Island and didn't see a single Imperial merchant ship along the way. Roy pointed at the sea chart, extending all the way up to the west coast of the Mensa Plains. He said, "According to reliable intelligence provided by the Elven Continent Adventurers Guild, this group of half-elves were tricked onto Imperial merchant ships through a conspiracy between some Silvermoon Elven nobles, Grey Dwarf bandits, and Imperial merchants. These Imperial merchant ships have already sailed north to Durag's Knee, then westward along the border between the Frozen Sea and the Endless Sea. Their ultimate destination may be the Grim Empire." A red circle had already appeared where his finger was. "So I plan to mobilize all magic airships to intercept these Imperial merchant ships here." Roy placed his hand on the red circle. To most elves, the coastline of the Orcish-occupied area was unfamiliar and mysterious. Grand Mage Grims couldn't help but stand up, staring at Roy and asking, "Are you saying that many half-elves were tricked onto Imperial ships by Imperial merchants and transported to Roland Continent?" Roy said angrily, "Well, I didn't expect so many Imperial merchants would dare to trade slaves in the Elven Continent. Not only that, but there are even Silvermoon merchants at various ports and docks across the Elven Continent. The Elven nobles provide them with some convenient conditions." Sabrina stared up at Roy and asked, "Didn't you say those slave ships didn't dare to use this trade route?" Roy scratched his head helplessly and replied, "After we occupied the waters of K Island, it seems those slave ships haven't dared to come this way. Not only are the slave ships afraid to come, but how many Grey Dwarf pirate ships have you seen recently? The Grey Dwarf pirates in the waters of K Island have all abandoned the island and fled. I suspect the Grey Dwarf Northern Fleet will definitely make a big move next." Grand Mage Grems rubbed his chin, finally realizing what Roy had asked him to gather the 20,000 giant magic crossbows for. From the looks of it, it looked like they were going to bury those Imperial merchants at sea. "So you want to intercept those Imperial merchant ships carrying half-elf slaves on the west coast of the Orc tribe?" Roy nodded. "Yes, and I'm planning to mobilize the Griffin Cavalry Regiment from Sun Island Bay to accompany the fleet. Come to think of it, this whole thing started with me. If I hadn't made that promise, the half-elves would never have trusted those Imperial merchants." At this point, Roy turned to look at Rigard, the half-elf captain of Magic Airship No. 4, who was standing in the corner of the captain's cabin. he said. Rigard, take magic airship number 4 and fly back to K Island overnight. If we can cross Queen Winnie Island tonight, just fly all the way to K Island and then land. If we can't cross the Queen Winnie Islands before dawn due to route constraints, we choose to land in the sea and raise the sail. At this time, try to avoid conflict with the Silver Pegasus Knights of the 17th Silver Pegasus Legion. Upon arrival at K Island, immediately head to the plateau city of Partington. Give this letter to Mullen, and have her mobilize the Griffin cavalry and magic airships. When I return to K Island, I want most of the magic airships to dock at K Island's dock. Rigard is Rosander's nephew, and one of Roy's earliest half-elf companions. Understood, boss. In the afternoon, 2 magic airships left Partington Harbor and sailed towards Castletown Harbor. When it was completely dark, magic airship number 3 began to steam ahead at full speed. Magic airship number 4, however, began to slow steadily. Eventually, the 2 ships lost sight of each other. At this point, magic airship number 4 activated all its flotation devices, quietly ascending into the darkness. After entering the wind stratum, it flew in the opposite direction. In the cabin on the left side of magic airship number 3's first floor, Absinthe leaned against the glass window, gazing out at the pitch-black night. She turned back to her best friend, who was sitting at the dressing table, and called out, "Nania, the other ship's gone. Now there's only one. What's the big deal? It's so dark outside. If the speeds of these 2 magic airships differ, or the angles of their sails differ even slightly, they might separate. Tomorrow, during the day, the 2 ships will reunite in the agreed-upon sea area," Miss Nania vowed. Miss Absinthe, finding her best friend's words quite plausible, turned her attention away. Magic airship number 3 sailed at full speed all night. When dawn broke, Nania emerged from the bathtub, her wet feet treading the floor, leaving a trail of dripping footprints. She walked to the window and drew back the curtains. The sunlight outside was glaring. Many half-elf crew members were busy on the deck. Just in front of them, a vast expanse of land appeared. "Absinthe, look over there. That must be the Elven continent," Miss Nania shouted. Absinthe quickly emerged from the bathtub, clutching her trembling chest with one hand. She leaned over to Miss Nania and looked out the window. "Is this entire line land? How big is this land? Is it as vast as the endless sea?" Miss Nania hesitated and said, "It should be smaller than the endless sea. Come on, let's go up to the roof and take a look." Miss Absinthe pulled Miss Nania towards the door. "Hey! Absinthe, wait a moment. Let's get dressed before we go out." Miss Nania and Absinthe, wearing long dresses with mermaid patterns, leaned against the rooftop railing, gazing out at Castletown Harbor in the distance. The statue of a Silvermoon female elf warrior, sword raised, appeared in their sight, and the entire city of Castletown became more three-dimensional. The vast harbor docks were already visible, almost filled with ships. "The ship has slowed down. That's the harbor docks over there. There are so many ships moored," Miss Absinthe exclaimed. It was her first time visiting the port of the Elven Kingdom, so naturally she was incredibly excited. "Miss Nania, Miss Absinthe, I see you're here. Please allow me to introduce you to Castletown Harbor. I lived here for nearly 8 years, and am very familiar with the area." Miss Tiffany ascended the stairs, and said to the 2 Naga mermaids, "This is one of the 8 deep-water ports of the Silvermoon Elven Kingdom. However, because it's closest to the royal city of Buenos Aires, it's also the most prosperous seaport in the Silvermoon Elven Kingdom. We dock at the deep-water pier over there. Do you want to stay aboard and rest for a while, or disembark and explore the city? I accompany you the entire way." Absinthe was a little puzzled. Roy had originally agreed to be their personal guide, but now only Miss Tiffany was there. "Boss Roy, aren't you coming to guide us?" Miss Tiffany explained. "Originally, Boss Roy was supposed to be your guide, taking you on a tour of this beautiful elven city, but he suddenly had something urgent to do. He'd join us once he's finished. After all, there are some tours only Boss Roy can offer." Hearing Miss Tiffany's words, Miss Absinthe could only agree. "Okay then. After we disembark, where should we go first?" "Of course, the bustling market in downtown." Miss Tiffany pointed in the direction of the market. From afar, they could see many half-elves gathered there, which filled Miss Nania and Miss Absinthe with both excitement and a bit of fear. After all, it was a completely unfamiliar place, and not even in the ocean. Magic airship number 3 docked, immediately causing quite a stir. The Silvermoon Elven guards at Castletown Harbor knew who the magic airship belonged to by looking at the floating devices on either side of the ship's side. Without even needing to examine them, they knew who it belonged to. Many half-elves at the dock were well aware that Boss Roy's ship had arrived. Many half-elves flocked to the magical airship. Moira and Sabrina changed into dresses worn by ordinary half-elves and slipped away from the airship. They were heading to the fish market at the harbor. Usually at this time, Madame Jillian would be selling fish at the market. The fish market was bustling with activity, a cacophony of sounds, and a variety of sea fish were displayed everywhere. Half-elves in Castletown performed heavy manual labor, so they bought fish at the market almost every day. The two sisters were very familiar with the fish market, and soon arrived at Miss Jillian's stall. Miss Jillian was slicing a piece of bright red tuna when she spotted a familiar figure out of the corner of her eye. She looked up and asked, "Why are you back?" She moved swiftly, her knife sharp, slicing the fish in a few strokes. Then, she placed the knife on the cutting board and looked at her eldest and youngest daughters with great joy. "We missed you, so we came back to see you." Sabrina walked behind the fish stand. She used to come here almost every day to help Jillian slice fish. Now her technique seemed a little rusty. Moira rarely came to the fish market. Most of the time, she was either home alone or at the beach with Roy. "Where's Roy?" Miss Jillian asked, looking around. "He's busy with other things," Sabrina explained. "Did he bully you?" "No," Sabrina said to Miss Jillian. Miss Jillian asked again, "How are you doing over there?" "I heard about it, but it doesn't seem entirely plausible." "Is it really as good as the rumors say?" Sabrina replied, "Some things are greatly exaggerated. It might be the work of the imperial merchants." Just then, an elf arrived to buy fish. Miss Jillian put the remaining fish into a bucket, told the customers she was not selling them that day, and, with the help of her eldest daughter, quickly dismantled the fish stall. As the three of them pushed the cart away from the bustling fish market, Miss Jillian continued to ask Sabrina, "Aren't the imperial merchants helping you?" Sabrina pursed her lips and said, "Actually, not really." By this time, Lady Jillian had realized something was amiss. She asked Sabrina, "Sabrina, what's going on?" Sabrina quickly recounted the story to Lady Jillian. She could only give a brief account of many things, but she focused on the imperial merchants colluding with the Grey Dwarf bandits to sell half-elves. "That's pretty much it." Lady Jillian muttered in horror, "These greedy, cunning imperial merchants. How dare they do such a horrible thing?" Although Lady Jillian was frightened, her complexion was truly good. Her skin glowed, as if she had suddenly aged several years. Arriving at the familiar brown street, Moira and Sabrina hadn't been home long, and the streets looked much the same. But this time, her mood was different from before. Everything she saw seemed incredibly familiar. The three of them arrived at the door, and Lady Jillian opened it. Moira noticed that many things in the yard had been changed, even a small garden with lavender and rosemary, something Miss Jillian didn't like. The sisters found it a bit strange, but didn't think much of it. Moira ran to the door with brisk steps and opened it. Unexpectedly, a row of fishing rods were hanging on the wall cabinet. She walked to her room with some confusion and opened it. The bed and wardrobe were still there, but covered in dust, clearly untouched in ages. Just then, a half-elf man emerged from Miss Jillian's room. He was dressed in pajamas, yawning, and said dazedly, "Hey, why are you back so early today?" Chapter 903. At that moment, the living room suddenly fell silent. Moira, standing at the bedroom doorway, turned to see a half-elf man in pajamas standing in the doorway opposite, speaking sleepily to Miss Jillian. He then spotted Sabrina sitting on the living room sofa. Turning around, he also saw Moira standing in the doorway to the other bedroom. He forced a guilty smile and whispered to Moira, "You're Moira, right? I often hear Jillian mention you. Did you just get back?" He turned to look at Sabrina again. But Sabrina's powerful aura made it impossible for the half-elf man to speak. He looked at Miss Jillian awkwardly. Miss Jillian pursed her lips and calmly pointed at the half-elf man. "I haven't introduced you yet. This is Aldrich, a sailor from Moyabamba. I recently entered a new relationship with him. These two are my daughters, Sabrina and Moira." Miss Jillian finished her words and headed for the kitchen. The half-elf man named Aldrich hurried back to his bedroom, changed into ordinary house clothes, and then emerged. Moira then followed Miss Jillian into the kitchen. She watched her mother calmly washing fruit, her bright black eyes filled with curiosity, but she didn't know how to approach her mother about this topic. Elle's appearance rarely changes after adulthood. Moira couldn't tell Mr. Aldrich's age, but she could tell his eyes were full of experience, and the yellow whiskers on his temples looked very manly. Sabrina sat on the sofa, silent, clearly a little annoyed by Miss Jillian's actions, but she couldn't express any opinion, as it was Miss Jillian's personal feelings. "Will you stay home? If so, I go clean the room." Miss Jillian placed a plate of fruit on the coffee table in the living room, then sat on the sofa across from Sabrina, nibbling on a crisp date. She then asked her two daughters, "No, we just want to go home and visit before returning to the ship." Sabrina decisively gave Ms. Jillian the answer she had been waiting for. Moira actually wanted to stay home for a night, even if the man was staying in their mother's room next door. But since her sister had said so, she didn't disagree. That's good. Ms. Jillian felt a little embarrassed, but relieved. She didn't want to shut her daughters out, but she also didn't want them living under the same roof with their new lover. Elves were quite taboo about that. Moira was eager to learn more about Jillian's relationship with her new boyfriend, but Jillian was reluctant to speak. Mr. Aldrich sat in the living room, chatting casually with Moira and Sabrina. He discovered Sabrina, the eldest daughter whom Jillian had described as sweet, sensible, gentle, and understanding, actually seemed cold and difficult to communicate with. Moira, the youngest daughter whom Jillian had described as withdrawn and introverted, was actually full of smiles and very friendly. It was as if Jillian had described her two daughters' personalities as completely opposite. During the conversation, Mr. Aldrich mentioned his exceptional fishing prowess. He worked as a crewman, and when out on the water, he often sat on the boat with a fishing rod and fished. He explained the distribution of fish species in the sea to Moira, who listened with rapt interest. Sabrina showed no interest at all. After a short while, she went to help in the kitchen. Ms. Jillian prepared lunch, but the atmosphere at the table was somewhat strange. Every time they found a topic, the conversation would falter, and the four of them would sit awkwardly around the table. Mr. Aldrich hurriedly finished lunch and left, claiming he had something to do that afternoon. With only the three of them left in the house, the atmosphere suddenly relaxed. "Are you happy with your current life?" Sabrina asked, looking at Ms. Jillian. "It's not bad. This is the life I want," Ms. Jillian quickly replied, putting down her teacup. Sabrina nodded without saying anything else, her fingers turning pale as she gripped the teacup. Moira leaned on Sabrina's shoulder and said to Lady Jillian, "My sister and I are on K Island, and we always worried you might feel lonely in Castletown. Now that you've found a new life, we both want to offer our heartfelt blessings. Don't just talk about me. Tell us about your life there." Lady Jillian gathered herself and looked at her two daughters. "Life on K Island isn't bad. It was once an island occupied by Grey Dwarf bandits, but now it's ours. It stretches from east to west. This is the K Island we live on now." While Sabrina was introducing the island of K, Ms. Jillian asked Sabrina, "Didn't they say there's a tree of life on K?" "There's no tree of life on the island, but there's an active volcano that's always erupting. It's not as good as the rumors say," Sabrina explained. "Those rumors about Castletown Harbor are all fabricated by imperial merchants. But we live a fulfilling life there every day." Listening to the two sisters' conversational introductions to Kay, Ms. Jillian's eyes lit up with a gentle smile. It was clear that her daughters were living a very good life. Chatting with her daughters, Ms. Jillian almost lost track of time. When Moira and Sabrina stood up to leave, a sudden wave of reluctance nearly brought Ms. Jillian to tears. At that moment, she even considered kicking Aldrich out. Moira reached the yard in a few steps. She peered through the wall at Roy's house. The lawn was even slightly mowed. Moira examined the yard carefully. Ms. Jillian, who was following behind her, said, "Oh, by the way, Belinda came back a while ago and mowed the lawn, but she only stayed a day and then left in a hurry." Before Ms. Jillian could finish her words, Moira, like a live cat, swooped over the wall and stood on Roy's gravel path. She took a casual look around the yard. As expected, only the lawn had been trimmed, the shrubs, low wall, and other tree branches were still very messy. Moira skillfully climbed up to the second-floor terrace and carefully opened the door. Feeling the house was deserted, Moira finally went inside. She had been to Belinda's studio more than once. Opening the door, she found the shelves largely empty. At first, Moira thought she'd been robbed, but the sculptures Belinda had made for Roy were still on display. She immediately realized Belinda had taken her share. Belinda was now a somewhat renowned sculptor, and her works were becoming increasingly valuable. Moira descended the stairs to the first-floor living room, opened the door from the entryway, and motioned for Sabrina, who was standing in the courtyard, to come in and sit for a moment. In the living room, Moira, like a hostess, lifted the dust sheet covering the sofa. The two sisters sat silently on the sofa. Roy's room was across the street, its door open, and the windows inside. The wind blew in and out the kitchen window. Moira leaned against Sabrina's shoulder, the two sisters snuggling together. It was like when they were little, when Ms. Jillian would go to the fish market to sell fish, and the two sisters would huddle on the living room sofa, waiting for her return. "Sister, How about we stay here tonight? Moira suggested softly. Sabrina hesitated. Here? Moira whispered, we're leaving tomorrow. Do you want to stay on the boat tonight? That's right. Moira leaned against Sabrina's shoulder. Sunlight streamed through the glass window into the living room, the light soft, the sea breeze gentle. Moira closed her eyes, as if she were about to fall asleep, and then she suddenly said, time flies. When I close my eyes, I can still remember playing together as children. Sister, you won't leave me, right? At that moment, Sabrina also closed her eyes, savoring the rare afternoon's relaxation, muttering, yes, I won't leave you. I'll be with you wherever you go. Yes, me too. At this moment, Moira held Sabrina's arm tightly in hers. The two sisters, sitting on the sofa, resembled a beautiful, warm-colored oil painting. At the Castletown harbor dock, Grimes boarded a carriage. The driver whipped his long whip, and the two horses immediately pulled forward, pulling the carriage forward. Grandmaster Grimes was heading to the Castletown Magic Guild. He would travel through a portal to the city of Wopai to help Roy collect giant magic crossbow bolts. Before leaving, Roy gave him 20 boxes of magic crystals, each containing 10,000 magic crystals. Grandmaster Grimes had long been the most accomplished demon hunter among the wizards, constantly hunting magical beasts in treacherous regions. He had amassed a considerable fortune, undoubtedly the wealthiest among his peers. But his meager sum was nothing compared to Boss Roy. Now, with the 200,000 magic crystals Boss Roy had entrusted to him, he could easily roam freely in any market in the Elven Kingdom. Great magician Grimes gazed out the car window. Roy was standing at the dock, surrounded by a group of half-elves, all eager to get information from him. Many more half-elves, having heard the news, gathered from all directions. Boss Roy, are you here to take us away this time? Some half-elves couldn't help but ask loudly. My magic airship has limited space, so I can only take a few half-elves out of Castletown. Roy squeezed forward through the crowd of elves, and soon arrived in front of an Imperial merchant ship. At this time, some Imperial crew members on the harbor dock also saw Boss Roy. They hurriedly moved the square table on the dock back to the ship. Although they couldn't let the Imperial merchant ship leave Castletown immediately, they still retreated to the merchant ship very quickly. At this time, in the captain's cabin of the Imperial merchant ship, several Imperial merchants were also anxious, like ants on a hot pan. They gathered together and spoke impatiently. Didn't they say that Boss Roy has been captured by the Grey Dwarf bandits? The Grey Dwarf messenger said that the Grey Dwarves have already captured Kauai Island and that Boss Roy has been hanged. Why would he appear in Castletown at this time? These Grey Dwarf bandits are completely unreliable. What's the point of saying all this now? The key question is, how do we get out of this? Aren't we cooperating with the Silvermoon Elf nobles in Castletown? Do you think those Silvermoon Elf nobles can be trusted in this crucial moment? The quarrel soon died down, and the captain's cabin returned to silence. The Imperial crew had likely heard the news and rushed out of the cabins. They couldn't afford to be careless. After all, they were openly deceiving half-elves in Castletown harbor. On deck, the crew began making preparations for departure. At this moment, Roy walked along the sampan and onto the deck of the Imperial merchant ship. He took in the ship's most striking feature, the massive tower at the stern. Roy stood on the deck, one hand on the mainmast, and shouted to the Imperial crew, I know you all understand Elvish. This single sentence drew the attention of all the Imperial crew members on board to Roy. Roy looked toward the ship's tower, but saw no Imperial merchants emerging from it. He continued, I heard that recently, some Imperial merchants have been operating at various ports under my banner, claiming to be sending half-elves to Kauai Island. However, these Imperial merchants are luring half-elves onto their ships, only to leave once they have a full shipload. They haven't made it to Kauai Island, but have disappeared. So, I came here to ask, do you know anything about the situation of those Imperial merchant ships? Roy spoke loudly, and a group of Imperial crew members gathered in front of him. Perhaps because he was outnumbered, the Imperial crew wasn't afraid of him. At this moment, the Imperial merchants from the ship's deck emerged. One of them smiled at Roy and said, perhaps those merchant ships got lost at sea and haven't reached Kauai Island yet. After all, anything can happen on the sea. Seeing someone finally speak up, Roy smiled and asked the Imperial merchant, your merchant ship is also waiting at the dock for half-blood elves to sign up. Once you have a full shipload of half-blood elves, you help me get them to Kauai Island, right? The Imperial merchant bowed to Roy and said humbly, you're absolutely right. Chapter 904. Roy stood on a platform next to the mainmast, smiling broadly at the Imperial merchant. That's perfect. This merchant ship has been requisitioned by me from now on. I plan to transport the half-elves stranded in Castletown harbor and Partington Island to Kauai Island. So from now on, you should make some preparations for the next 2 weeks of sailing," Roy said to the Imperial merchant. The humble-looking Imperial merchant raised his head, stared at Roy, and said, "Boss Roy, this matter. Your opinion doesn't count." The Imperial merchant pointed to the other merchants behind him and continued, "Any decision regarding this merchant ship requires the consent of all merchants on board. Therefore, it cannot sail at your request yet, and you have no right to order us to do so." Roy had already seen some mercenaries emerging from the cabin. They were wearing magic rune armor, and were a mix of Imperials, dwarves, orcs, and lizardmen. They blended together, seemingly harmonizing perfectly. These mercenaries were naturally filled with murderous intent, and all of them stared intently at Roy, their hands even resting on their weapons at their waists. As the mercenaries emerged from the cabin, the Imperial merchant straightened his back even further. Roy continued, "So, now that your crew is recruiting half-elves aboard, all of you Imperial merchants agree." The Imperial merchant nodded, then, as if realizing he shouldn't express his opinion so easily, his face hardened. Roy continued, "But if we want to send these half-elves to K Island, you Imperial merchants must be unanimous. If any merchant disagrees, you won't allow the merchant ship to leave. So, for the time being, the half-elves on this ship can't be sent to K Island immediately, correct?" The Imperial merchant, thinking of the mercenaries standing behind him, thought, "Even if you're Boss Roy, you're standing on my ship, alone, so I have no reason to be afraid of you." He looked up at Roy with a smug smile. "If that's your understanding, then there's nothing wrong with it." Roy looked at the Imperial merchants before him and said, "Does anyone know the Imperial merchant Moses?" The Imperial merchant immediately asked nervously, "What have you done to Moses?" "He brought 4 Imperial merchant ships to my island and delivered 6,000 half-elves. He also brought 100,000 Grey Dwarf bandits. My mine guards fought these bandits in the jungles of K Island. The losers became prisoners, awaiting redemption on the island by their friends and families. The victors stand before you. I want to ask you a question." Roy paused, staring into the Imperial merchant's eyes, and asked him slowly, "What have you done to Moses? You're constantly recruiting half-elves in Castletown Harbor, but you're not planning to send them to K Island. Are you planning, like Moses, to wait for the Grey Dwarf bandits to arrive from the north before heading to K Island together? Or do you just fancy staying in my shipyard for a few days, and enjoying the hard work of washing decks and cleaning the bottoms of ships?" Seeing Roy's blunt statement, the Imperial merchant raised his voice an octave and demanded sharply, "Boss Roy, what do you mean by this?" Roy narrowed his eyes, a murderous look on his face. He lowered his voice and said, "My point is clear. You dare to use my name to openly deceive the half-elves at the Castletown Harbor docks. I don't care what the Silvermoon Elf guards do to you, but I will bring you back to K Island to be convicted." The Imperial merchants on the ship heard Roy say he would take them to Kuwait Island for trial. A group of Imperial merchants quickly retreated, while the group of mercenaries stationed below the ship's tower rushed out, quickly surrounding Roy. An orc warrior, shirtless, wearing leather pants and long boots, rushed forward first. In one hand he held a Xianhua hatchet, and in the other a round shield, its edges rimmed with sharp blades like a sunflower. He took a large step forward, leaped high, and slashed the hatchet diagonally across Roy's shoulder. He was so fast that the axe blade formed a streak of white in the air. The burly orc warrior's body resembled a savage bull, his shield shielding his chest. 2 sharp fangs bared from the corners of his mouth, his face painted with black totemic patterns, like a demon. He was silent as he rushed out. He even thought it through. If Roy sidestepped to avoid the axe, he'd swing his sharp shield and smash it into Roy's face. Then, with his bull-like body, he knocked Roy to the ground. With everyone rushing forward, he could subdue the half-elf's hero. At this thought, the orc warrior's eyes instantly turned red. But just as he was contemplating Roy sidestepping to avoid the fierce blow, Roy raised his right arm. In his hand, he clearly held a chain, at the end of which was a copper-bound book of judgment. Roy grabbed the copper-bound book of prayers, and as the pages flipped open, a small silver hammer flew out from the gap between the pages. The silver hammer spun at a rapid speed, striking the orc warrior's chest in the blink of an eye. Then, the orc warrior felt a violent jolt throughout his body, his chest instantly losing all feeling. He thought he heard a cracking sound, like a ripe watermelon hitting a rock, exploding with impact, its red flesh splattering everywhere. His body now felt like a rotting watermelon. He glanced down at his chest, and sure enough, right where his heart should be, there was a fist-sized hole, its edges stained with blood. And behind him, hidden from his sight, all the flesh on his upper body had vanished, leaving only a skeleton stained with blood and shredded flesh. The orc warrior tried to retract his bladed shield, but his left hand wouldn't respond. The shield fell to his feet, and he watched the hatchet fall from his hand. It was then that the piercing pain reached his brain. The orc warrior tried to let out a heartbreaking roar, but his throat was unable to produce any sound. As the orc warrior looked up at the sky in despair, his upper body quickly shattered. His head tumbled onto the deck, its gaze fixed on Roy. At that moment, the mercenaries standing behind the orc warrior, ready to charge, were also terrified by Roy's thundering attack. While the orc warrior wasn't a second-level powerhouse, he was still at the peak of his first-level strength, and he possessed the bonus of his orcish physique. The ears of the opponent, cleaved in half by his axe, were strung together into a necklace. Who could have imagined that even such a brave orc shield warrior couldn't withstand a single blow from Boss Roy? An imperial assassin, wielding a fish-cut dagger, suddenly appeared from behind Roy. Most of his body was hidden by the mainmast, and he thrust the dagger almost against the mast. Just as the dagger was about to reach Roy's right ribs, a sharp bayonet appeared out of thin air, instantly blocking the dagger. A half-elf girl emerged from the shadows. She wore tight leather armor, her large eyes shone with a hint of cruelty, and the pupils of her eyes were filled with darkness, indicating that she had emerged from the darkness. Leah's bayonet blocked the Imperial Assassin's kidney attack from behind, but the other dagger stabbed the Imperial Assassin's forehead. The Imperial Assassin's body leaned back, bending into a strange arc. He then raised a foot and kicked Leah in the stomach with all his might. Just as his toe made contact, Leah's body seemed to shatter, dissolving into black smoke. The Imperial Assassin's kick missed. He adjusted his stance, crouching back on the ground. A cloud of black smoke appeared behind him. Leah, like an octopus, had her arms locked tightly around the Imperial Assassin's neck. The Imperial Assassin exerted force from his waist, launching himself off the deck. As he soared, his companions rushed to his aid. Just as the melee was about to begin, the sound of bowstrings plucked could be heard nearby. Swoosh! Swoosh! A cloud of arrows unleashed from the nearby magic airship, enchanted with wind control and speed. A row of half-elf archers stood alongside the magical airship. Beyond the port side, on the main mast's observation deck, and along the ship's corridors, a large number of elven archers were densely packed together, nearly 200 in number. A hail of magical arrows rained down, plastering the entire deck of the merchant ship with them. Numerous imperial sailors and merchants fell to the ground, wounded by arrows. The mercenaries from the mercenary group appeared to be in better condition, but by then, they could no longer threaten Roy and Leah. Roy, clutching the heavy book of judgment in one hand, moved swiftly toward the bow. Wherever he passed, the rain of arrows became sparse. These half-elf archers fought in a completely different style from other elven warriors. Those warriors respected life more and generally avoided inflicting fatal blows, instead striving to render their enemies defenseless before capturing them. These half-elf archers simply slaughtered as many imperial sailors and mercenaries as possible. Even several defenseless imperial merchants lay in pools of blood. The half-elf sailors Roy had brought with him from Kuwait Island were battle-hardened guards. The imperial merchant ship was in chaos, with many sailors and merchants sprawled on the ship, frantically squirming like worms, searching for cover. Roy didn't leave either. He stood on the deck, watching the mercenaries, paralyzed by the hail of arrows. Then, amidst the hail, he slowly approached the imperial merchant with whom he had just negotiated. An arrow had pierced his shoulder, and he huddled behind an oak barrel, his face pale, as he stared at Roy in the hail of arrows. Roy pulled the imperial merchant out from behind the barrel. Bending over, he patted his cheek and asked, "Well, did what I just said make sense?" The imperial merchant's mouth was covered in blood, and his robe had been torn by Roy. He stared at him in horror, a pleading expression on his face. "You always been right. I sincerely apologize for what we just said. Boss Roy, please let me go." Before Roy could say another word to the imperial merchant, he felt a fierce wind blowing from behind him. The mercenaries on the ship, braving a hail of arrows, rushed towards Roy. They had no chance of reaching him. A puff of green smoke exploded around Roy, and Leah's body condensed from the smoke. She grabbed Roy's sleeve, and the two of them disappeared from the deck of the imperial merchant ship simultaneously. The fierce battle on the ship had attracted the elven guards on the dock. Clad in brown leather armor and equipped with standard elven long swords, these elven guards scurried across the dock, whistles in their mouths. The whistle blew, beep. More elven guards rushed in from all directions of the harbor. The half-elves on the docks also gathered, and they saw countless half-elves archers unleashing a barrage of magical arrows, while the decks of the imperial merchant ship across from them were littered with dead and wounded. Seeing the elven guards on the harbor docks rushing over, Roy disembarked from the sampan and approached the Silver Moon Elf guards. Pointing at the Imperial merchant ship, he took the initiative and said, "This Imperial merchant ship, using my name, has been scamming people in Castletown Harbor. They lured half-elves aboard, and many merchant ships have disappeared." Roy spoke to the Silver Moon Elf guards. At first, the Silver Moon Elf guards wanted to stop the killing on the Imperial merchant ship, but upon hearing Roy's words, they immediately asked, "Do you have any solid evidence?" Roy stared at the Silver Moon Elf guards and angrily shouted, "Don't you know what they're using to recruit half-elves?" Several Silver Moon Elf guards were startled by Roy's words and stared at him. "They're recruiting half-elves in my name, saying they transport them back to K Island, but I haven't seen any of them in the past few months." Roy shouted angrily. Look, they're trying to escape," an elf on the deck shouted. The Imperial merchant ship docked at the pier actually began to move. At this moment, the ropes connecting it to the dock piles were cut by the Imperial crew and thrown overboard. The sails were actually raised on the ship. The merchant ship left the harbor and began to flee into the sea. Aboard the dock magic airship, a group of half-elves also turned their gazes towards Roy. Roy gestured, "Chase." Before the magic airship made any move, the half-elves on board unsheathed the giant whale-hunting crossbow covered with tarpaulin from the deck. At this moment, the magic airship also began to move. The propulsion system at the stern allowed the magic airship to move freely in and out of the harbor, and it nimbly pursued the Imperial merchant ship. Chapter 905. On the blood-stained deck of the Imperial merchant ship, dozens of Imperial sailors lay sprawled in a pool of blood. These Imperial sailors were pierced by magical arrows, some groaning, and the ground was a mess. Dozens of Imperial sailors perished at the hands of the half-blood elves. The surviving Imperial sailors hoisted the sails and desperately adjusted the course, allowing the nearly 100-meter-long merchant ship to depart Castletown Harbor. The mercenaries had initially hoped to put up a fight, but the Imperial merchants had no will. They knew that if Roy appeared in Castletown Harbor, the carefully constructed lies they had been fabricating would be instantly exposed. And once the lies were exposed, the half-blood elves, knowing the truth, would react in a way they could not. The Imperial merchants, horrified, ordered their crews to leave the harbor immediately and sail north at full speed. These Imperial merchants knew full well what they were doing on the Elven continent. Therefore, they had ample supplies on board, and the crew was stationed at key positions like the bridge and control panel around the clock, ensuring that the merchant ship could be put to sea immediately in the event of an emergency. But even with these preparations, the Imperial merchants didn't believe they could escape the elves' pursuit. The Imperial merchant ship sped away from the harbor, and before it had even fully adjusted its course, the crew had already pulled all the sails to full height. Several Imperial merchants gathered on board, one of them constantly glancing at the magical airship behind them. Seeing the half-elf crew on the deck also maneuvering the sail at lightning speed, they muttered in panic and despair, "Why hasn't the Grey Dwarf bandits killed him? How could he come to Castletown Harbor at this hour? He's coming! What should we do? He definitely not let us go. The Northern Army's Grey Dwarves are unreliable, and neither are the Silver Moon Elves. We can only wait for death on the ship." The merchants lamented the Grey Dwarf bandits' failure to detain Boss Roy, while the mercenaries wondered if they had been more decisive. If they had struck harder, Boss Roy might already be lying on the deck. At that moment, the wind suddenly began to pick up, creaking under the swollen sails. The merchants and mercenaries aboard the ship rose to their feet, ignoring the injured crew members lying on the deck. They climbed up the ship's tower, gazing at Castletown Harbor behind them, their faces lit with relief and joy. What a welcome wind! On the sea, a large ship like theirs, once up to speed, could actually travel very quickly. The only difficulty was leaving the harbor. The ship was so large that it accelerated rapidly upon leaving, forcing each Imperial merchant ship to endure a lengthy wait. The rising wind was undoubtedly the greatest aid to the Imperial merchant ships. Meanwhile, in the cabins below deck, several hundred half-elves were residing, having moved in early and patiently awaiting the ship's departure for K Island. They had moved in early simply to occupy the upper bunks. The Imperial merchants had also promised to provide the half-elves with free meals. With a place to stay and free fruit to fill their bellies, the half-elves felt at ease. However, since they couldn't fill the entire ship's cabin, the merchant ship planned to wait a few more days. The Imperial merchants had explained these circumstances clearly to the half-elves on board. They had volunteered to board the ship, and since they were in Castletown Harbor, the Imperial merchants had not restricted their freedom, so the half-elves lived a comfortable life on board. So even though a fierce battle raged on deck, the battle was so quick and so hastily concluded that before the half-elves in the cabins below could react, the merchant ship had already sailed out. Seeing the merchant ship suddenly put out to sea, the half-elves in the cabins ran out, ready to go up on deck to see what was happening. A few half-elves were the first to emerge from the stairs, pushed open the hatch, and peeked out, stunned by the bloody scene on deck. Dozens of Imperial sailors lay in a pool of blood on the deck, strewn with arrows. The half-elves took a few steps forward, and saw the Imperial crew busy adjusting the sails and hoisting the jib at the bow. They had no time to help the wounded. Seeing the half-elves running out of the cabin, the furious mercenaries drew their swords, pointed them at their chests, and shouted, "Return to your cabins!" Quickly! The half-elves, terrified, quickly stepped back. Noticing the mercenaries charging toward them, they quickly retreated back through the cabin doors. The half-elves following behind, unsure of the situation, kept asking, "What's going on out there? What happened?" The mercenaries then herded the half-elves, who were blocking the corridor, back to their respective rooms. They were unable to extract any information from the mercenaries about what had happened outside, as to why the merchant ship had sailed out without even a word of warning. Of course, some half-elves realized that things were not going well. But everyone was trapped in the cabin, and leaving at this point was impossible. Seeing the Imperial merchant ship quickly leaving the harbor, Roy stopped talking to the Silvermoon Elf guards. He quickly ran back to Magic Airship number 3. By then, the half-elves on the Magic Airship had already sheathed their storm bows, cut the ropes, and hoisted the sails. Captain Rodhart, with both hands on the steering wheel, steered the Magic Airship in pursuit of the Imperial merchant ship. Captain Rodhart saw Roy storming into the captain's cabin and said, "Boss, we catch up with them soon. Don't rush to force them to stop. Wait a little longer. Don't engage them near Castletown Harbor. Since they've taken the initiative to flee Castletown, it should save us a lot of trouble. Let them get away." Roy stood behind the glass window, his eyes fixed on the Imperial merchant ship ahead. It's a shame there's only one Imperial merchant ship anchored in Castletown Harbor, otherwise, they would have been completely wiped out this time. Captain Rodhart had originally planned to activate the magic propulsion device, but according to Boss Roy, it could have been activated later. "Boss, Captain Rodhart, why don't we just give them a magic crystal arrow? That would freeze half the ship into ice. Did you know there are nearly 600 half-elves aboard this ship?" Roy glanced at the first mate and questioned him. Roy had originally hoped that a few medium-sized sailing ships would follow from Castletown Harbor, but even after the Magic Airship adjusted its course, not a single one emerged. This made Roy sigh slightly. Apparently, the relationship between these Imperial merchants and the Silvermoon Elf nobles was even closer than he had imagined. Even with such a serious brawl on the dock, no elves came forward. No wonder Imperial merchant ships had been so successful at the various docks on the west coast of the Silvermoon Elf Kingdom for the past 3 months. No wonder more and more Imperial merchants were joining the slave trade. For them, this cost-free trade offered minimal risk. Imperial merchants always prioritized money above all else. There was no way they could resist the temptation of such enormous profits. The Magic Airship chased for 5 nautical miles, maintaining a distance of about a kilometer from the Imperial merchant ship. In fact, Roy was a little worried that the Imperial merchants would, at this moment, dispose of the 500 half-elves aboard, thus destroying the evidence. After the Magic Airship had chased for 5 nautical miles, it had completely vanished from the dock. In the distance, only the statue of the Silvermoon Elf Sword Woman could be seen on the highest peak in Castletown. Roy emerged from the cabin and stood at the bow. Captain Rodhart instructed the first mate, pass the order down. Activate the 4 flotation devices and the stern propulsion system. Prepare to accelerate the Magic Airship. "Yes, Captain." The first mate agreed and immediately rushed out of the captain's cabin. Soon, the 3-masted sailboat began to pitch and lurch. Assisted by the magical propulsion system, the Magic Airship's speed gradually increased. As it gained speed, the Magic Airship's frequency of breaking through the waves increased dramatically. Every time it collided with a wave, the bow would rise slightly, creating a huge wave. The 3-masted sailboat was 67 meters long, making it far more maneuverable than the nearly 100-meter-long Imperial merchant ships. Originally, the Magic Airship was hanging just behind, but as it began to accelerate, it was immediately felt approaching the Imperial merchant ship at a visible speed. At this point, the half-elf crew members on the ship even tore off the tarpaulin covering the giant whale-hunting crossbows on the bow. A team of half-elf crew members once again grasped their storm bows and stood near the bow. Though they didn't draw their bows, they frightened the crew of the Imperial merchant ship over 300 meters ahead. The half-elf crew members each wielded a storm bow, a masterpiece of the Silvermoon Elf Kingdom's finest craftsmen. They fired arrows imbued with 2 magics, purchased from the magic market. On the turbulent sea, the half-elves chose arrows imbued with the magical powers of wind control and guidance. The Imperial crew members dared not even show their faces on deck. Every half-elf guard was a skilled archer. Even the merchant ship's hired mercenaries were helpless against the vast numbers of half-elf archers. When the two ships, one in front of the other, were less than 50 meters apart, the half-elf crew on the magic airship unleashed another volley of arrows. After the volley, the entire deck was littered with the corpses of the Imperial sailors. Roy stood at the bow, cursing at the half-elf crew behind him. "Did you guys skip breakfast? Why does it take so long to fire a volley of arrows? Hurry up and fire the second volley. Don't let me see anything breathing on the deck of that merchant ship across the way. It's best if they don't surrender. I already expanded the prisoner of war camp in Plateau City 3 times. I don't have the energy to care for them. It's best to dump all their bodies into the sea to feed the fish." As expected, at Roy's urging, the half-elf crew increased their rate of fire. As the magic airship gradually approached the Imperial merchant ship, the half-elf crewmen guarding the side of the ship unsheathed their grappling hooks, tightly connecting the two ships. The hooks at capstans. Since the Imperial merchant ship was nearly 40 meters longer and weighed significantly more, the pull of the hooks kept the magic airship ever closer to the Imperial ship. The captain of the opposing merchant ship attempted to adjust course, forcibly breaking the grappling hooks. Unfortunately, Captain Rodhart of the magic airship had extensive navigation experience, and the two ships remained on parallel lines. A grid ladder was laid across the grappling hooks, creating a makeshift bridge. Roy, carrying the Book of Judgment, once again led the charge towards the Imperial merchant ship. Over 200 half-elf guards followed him, climbing the grid ladders. The deck of the opposing merchant ship was deserted, with few mercenaries attempting to resist. Roy led his men toward the tower, and the battle soon resumed. This time, however, the Imperial crew had no fighting spirit and collapsed at the first contact. The mercenaries, however, were remarkably tenacious, battling the half-elf guards for a considerable time. This time, the half-elf guards displayed a remarkably aggressive fighting style. Having leapt aboard the merchant ship, they engaged the mercenaries face to face, unfazed by any risk of injury. From the very beginning of the clash, the mercenaries suffered a significant loss. The half-elf guards, even at the risk of injury, were determined to stab the mercenaries. This reckless fighting style was usually reserved for dwarves and orcs, but now the half-elves were engaging in this. The battle didn't last long before the mercenaries were completely devastated. The elven guards wanted to trade wounds for wounds, but that was too easy. The two sides faced each other, stabbing each other with swords and knives, waiting to see who would fall first. The air throughout the merchant ship was thick with the scent of blood. "Stop fighting, stop fighting. We surrender, we are willing to accept the judgment of the Silvermoon Elven Inquisition." Someone in the mercenary group dropped their weapons, stood still, and raised their hands high. The other mercenaries followed suit, shouting in Elvish. The crew also took the opportunity to raise their hands and surrender. The Imperial merchants in the captain's cabin looked on, with despair, as Roy and several half-elven guards rushed in. The Imperial merchant, who had initially spoken with Roy, now stood before him again and shouted in Elvish, "We surrender. We accept the judgment of the Silvermoon Elves of Castletown. We surrender. We accept the judgment of the Silvermoon Elves of Castletown. We surrender." He kept repeating this phrase, his eyes fixed on Roy. Hearing the Imperial merchant's request, Roy strode forward and kicked him in the stomach, knocking him to the ground. The Imperial merchant's face flushed crimson, his hands clutching his stomach, his back arched like a cooked prawn. "Since you enjoy coming to my shipyard so much and are willing to enjoy the hard work of washing the decks and cleaning the bottom of the ship, I won't waste any more time talking to you. Come back to K Island with me." Roy invited the Imperial merchants in the captain's cabin. Chapter 906. After a chaotic battle, the mercenaries aboard the Imperial merchant ship were completely subdued. Faced with the half-elven guards' relentless combat tactics, the powerful mercenary group was forced to surrender. 10 priests climbed the grid rope ladder from Magic Airship number 3 and arrived aboard the Imperial merchant ship. By the rhythm of holy light, the half-elven wounds healed at a visible rate. The priests wore hooded cloaks, their faces invisible from the outside. On the deck of the Imperial merchant ship, pillars of holy light shot up into the sky. Dozens of mercenaries, bound hand and foot, bare-chested and wearing only shorts, crouched barefoot around the mast. The mercenaries' hands were bound behind their backs with oil ropes. All of them were tied together with ropes, which were then tightly wound around the main mast, about a meter in diameter. Tied to the main mast, they could neither sit fully on the deck nor stand upright, forcing them to hunch over or kneel. All their belongings were confiscated, including weapons, magic armor, magic rune constructs, and other belongings. These half-elf guards were highly experienced in handling prisoners of war. When confiscating their belongings, they even examined their mouths and hair. These lessons, learned from dealing with the Grey Dwarf prisoners, were equally applicable against these mercenaries. The injured half-elf guards received timely treatment. They sat by the side of the ship, took off the armor on the injured parts, and carried out bandages and wholly light treatment simultaneously. Many half-elf guards had smiles of victory on their faces, as if this kind of victory was already commonplace for them. Naked, buttocks sticking out, half-crouched by the mainmast, enjoying the sea breeze, the mercenary swordsman, Alman, felt a cramp in his inner thigh tendons. He tried to shift, trying to find a different position for his legs. But his face was practically pressed against the buttocks of the companion in front of him. As soon as he moved, the companion behind him let out a scream. The hemp rope bound them together. If even one person disobeyed, the others would suffer. Alman didn't dare curse the half-elf guards on the opposite side of the ship, some of whom understood Imperial English. Being a prisoner was a harsh experience. They were just mercenaries, employed by these Imperial merchants. If they failed to protect their employers, their lives might be at stake. Alman gave up the idea of changing his position. He could only focus his willpower on slowing down the cramp in his thigh. Sherman heard Hansen muttering, "What bad luck. These merchants must have lost their minds this time, ripping off half-elves on elven territory. Boss, what do we do now?" Hansen had been stung by a magical arrow in his calf. To get back into battle as quickly as possible, he cut the shaft with a dagger, leaving the barbed tip lodged in his leg. If the arrow wasn't removed quickly, and it became infected, Hansen might lose his leg. But in this situation, the half-elves wouldn't even help them with their wounds. Isn't there death penalty in the elven world? Are we going to be thrown into prison? Sherman rested his shoulder on the wooden planks at the base of the mainmast to relieve the strain on his legs. He only had a few minor injuries. If he wanted to break free, it would be possible at some cost. But even if he did, what would that entail? Sherman said calmly, "From what they just said, we're not going to the Param Island prison. They might take us to K Island." "Is that the island occupied by the Grey Dwarves?" "Not anymore." Sherman felt his mouth dry. He felt like if he talked any longer, he might die of dehydration. "Will we be executed?" Sherman patiently addressed the other members' questions. "Probably not, but I'm not sure. The Grey Dwarves don't have a good opinion of Boss Roy." "What did the Grey Dwarves say about him?" Sherman closed his eyes, recalling the comments of the Grey Dwarves he had met in Santa Maria Harbor 2 months ago. They said Boss Roy was a madman. Sometimes, to reduce the number of prisoners he took, he would deliberately torture those Grey Dwarves who had lost their will to fight, creating false opportunities for them to escape. If they tried to flee, they would be shot down by the elven archers, just like the crew on deck. The group of bound mercenaries suddenly became uneasy. Just as they tried to struggle, their companions were dragged along and cried out in pain. "What should we do then? For now, we can only wait and see." Sherman closed his eyes and said helplessly. He was now feeling a little hopeless, and even more deeply regretful. Their mercenary group should never have gotten involved in such a thing. Sherman licked his dry lips and looked at the still bulging sails overhead. The merchant ship didn't even stop, continuing its northwestward journey at full speed. A half-elf warrior in brown leather armor approached them, carrying a heavy wooden barrel. She held a wooden spoon in her hand, her eyes clear, and she looked at them without disdain or hostility. She scooped up a spoonful of clear water and fed it to each of the bound mercenaries, not forcing them to drink if they didn't want to. As the cool water trickled down Sherman's lips, he took a sip and, taking the opportunity, asked the half-elf warrior in Elvish, "Are we bound here forever? Don't try to escape, and don't provoke the guards." "We should be transferred to the cabin soon," the half-elf warrior replied. Sherman breathed a sigh of relief. He wanted to ask a few more questions, but the half-elf warrior put her finger to her lips, silencing him. Clearly, one question was all she could muster. Sherman tactfully shut his mouth. Although his muscles ached excruciatingly, he had to endure the pain. Slightly different from the mercenaries were the 7 Imperial merchants aboard, now also chained to the second mast. These Imperial merchants endured the same agony as the mercenaries, but their physical constitutions prevented them from squatting for extended periods near the pedestal. Therefore, they knelt hunched over the mast, their buttocks facing outward. They had to maintain this strange posture, like some mystical cultists worshipping a totem pole. These Imperial merchants managed to maintain a basic level of respectability, at least wearing thin linen harem pants. They had just suffered a shock, their faces pale and panicked, as they began to desperately try to escape their predicament. Roy tried to get information from them about other Imperial merchant ships trafficking half-elves, But the merchants refused to speak. They preferred to kneel at the base of the mast, silently enduring their suffering, rather than reveal any information about other Imperial merchant ships. In fact, Roy quite admired the Imperial merchants' reluctance to betray their companions. If you don't want to talk, forget it. Roy didn't have time to waste any more time with them, and stood up to leave. One Imperial merchant knelt with his head lowered and his butt raised, muffledly saying, "Please let me go. I'm willing to pay a ransom for my freedom." Roy stopped and followed the voice to the Imperial merchant, whose forehead was resting against the side of the mast. Sweat dripped down his nose onto the floor. His face was covered in sweat, his arms raised above his head, tightly bound with ropes, and hung from the mast. "Then tell me, how much can you offer for your freedom?" 10,000 gold coins, 1,000 magic crystals. The Imperial merchant couldn't raise his head, and could only speak with great frustration. "What's your name?" Roy asked. "Pete." "Tell me, how did you get these 1,000 magic crystals into my hands?" Roy asked with a chuckle. "I have a close friend in Buenos Aires, in the Silver Moon Elf Kingdom. If I write to him, he'd definitely pay for it." The Imperial merchant's voice was a little excited. "So, your ransom requires my people to take your letter to the capital to retrieve it?" Roy asked. "I'm fine. I can pay extra for the trip." The Imperial merchant compromised again. But Roy's next words were like a bucket of cold water poured over his head. "Why should I help you collect the ransom? I reject your offer. Since I captured you and seized your ship, I already made a profit. Why should I risk going to Buenos Aires to collect your ransom of 1,000 magic crystals?" At this point, Roy's voice turned cold. The Imperial merchant named Pete trembled all over, his heart filled with despair. "Yes, even the merchant ship is now someone else's, and there's a large amount of magic crystals on it, which will probably all belong to these half-elves. There's no need for them to go all the way to Buenos Aires just for 1,000 magic crystals. These half-elves are nothing but bandits." No wonder the Grey Dwarfs fell at their hands. Roy squatted beside the Imperial merchant Pete, grasped the back of his hair, and lifted his head. Then he said, "Well, since you're so desperate for freedom, I can grant your wish. Provide me with information about other Imperial merchants who are defrauding half-elves like you, and I let you go." Pete groaned in pain, but remained silent. Roy casually released Pete, wiped the sweat from his hands on Pete's pants, and stood up again. "If you don't want to, then forget it. I won't force you." With that, Roy walked away from the group of Imperial merchants. The Imperial merchants were left kneeling around the mast base, in humiliation and agony. Despite their physical torture, they didn't give up on discussing self-rescue strategies. "We need to write to our other friends, asking them to come to Kui Island with the ransom." "Who do you think we could write to that would get them to come with the ransom?" "Even if they dared to come, if Boss Roy saw them, wouldn't he arrest them all? How many merchants in the entire Elven continent can completely disassociate themselves from this? They're asking us to reveal the information of other merchants, so they can capture them all as well. Then what should we do? How long can we hold out like this? I think we could talk to Boss Roy and maybe raise the ransom. He doesn't want to talk to us now. I saw him leave. We could write to the Silvermoon Elf nobles in Castletown, asking them to contact Boss Roy and release us." "You're really fanciful. I think we could give it a try. Even if we fail, the situation won't get any worse." Several Imperial merchants were still discussing in low voices. They thought they could impress Boss Roy with a high price. On this Imperial merchant ship, the Imperial crew suffered the most. They were initially struck by several hails of arrows. Many Imperial crew members were killed by these magical arrows, while others were injured, but they received simple bandages and fled the merchant ship. Now, Boss Roy was pursuing them from behind in his magical airship. They put up a futile resistance on the deck, which cost them several lives and injured even more Imperial crew members. The injured Imperial sailors were currently lying in the lower hold, guarded by Silvermoon Elf guards. The groans of the wounded Imperial sailors in the lower hold emboldened the half-elves in the lower deck to push open the cabin door and investigate. Then, they saw the bodies of several Imperial sailors lying at the staircase at the end of the corridor, a sticky trail of blood running down the wooden stairs. The half-elves bravely emerged from the lower hold of the Imperial merchant ship, only to discover that the ship had been occupied by a group of half-elf guards. They immediately questioned the half-elf guards about what had happened aboard the Imperial merchant ship. Seeing the half-elf's timid yet incredibly curious expressions, the half-elf guards felt helpless and could only say, "These Imperial merchants are planning to sell you to Roland Continent, yet you're still so confident you can settle down here. You're truly reckless." A group of half-elves, still a bit unconvinced, asked, "Huh?" They said they were taking us to find Boss Roy, who who had discovered the origin of the elves deep in the endless sea. Once we get there, everyone will be able to live a life of ease and comfort. The half-elf guards patted their chests and declared, "We're from Boss Roy's mine guards." "How could we not know what you're talking about?" The half-elves only then realized they had been deceived and cursed the Imperial merchants. Chapter 907. The Imperial merchants, mercenaries, and crew members were imprisoned separately in the hold of the magic airship. This Imperial merchant ship would sail directly to Partington Island, where it would pick up the stranded half-elves, then sail around to K Island via the waters south of the Queen Uni Islands. Only a few experienced half-elves would be accompanying these hundreds of half-elves on this route. Before departure, Roy had even carried some supplies from the magic airship to them. After arriving at Partington Island, the merchant ship would also resupply from the island. Roy then boarded the magic airship back to Castletown Harbor. By then, Castletown Harbor had completely calmed down. However, Roy was somewhat disappointed that the port had not yet dispatched a medium-sized sailing ship to pursue the Imperial merchant ship. If Roy's magic airship hadn't docked, they probably wouldn't have come to investigate, nor would they have cared where the Imperial merchants had taken the hundreds of half-elves aboard. Castletown Harbor wasn't like this before. As the magic airship docked at the Deepwater dock, the Silvermoon Elf guards, having received the news, were already waiting at the dock. They didn't board the ship until Roy stepped out of the ship, and then the Silvermoon Elf guards surrounded him. The Silvermoon Elf guards recognized Roy, and their expressions were complicated. One of the guard captains approached Roy, one hand resting on the hilt of his sword, his smooth silver hair cascading down. His face was delicate, and his blue eyes fixed on Roy, brimming with the pride etched in the bones of the Silvermoon Elf. He stood tall and straight before Roy and addressed him directly. "Boss Roy, is this your magic airship?" "Yes." Roy stood on a sampan that extended from the magic airship. Behind him, a group of half-elf crew members stood by the side of the ship, glaring intently at the Silvermoon Elf guards on the dock. They possessed a powerful aura, not flinching even when confronted by the Silvermoon Elf guards. The Silvermoon Elf captain glanced at the half-elf crew members on the ship, then spoke calmly to Roy. "Some say you had an argument with an Imperial merchant at the dock, and then the merchant ship left. Your ship immediately pursued it, and now you're returning to port alone. I'd like to ask you about the Imperial merchant ship's current situation and where it went." He gazed out to sea, addressing Roy. Seeing many half-blood elves gathering at the harbor docks, Roy said, "That Imperial merchant ship was moving too fast. My ship couldn't catch up and had to return." He tried to pass the Silvermoon Elf guard captain. "Please wait, Boss Roy." The young Silvermoon Elf captain stopped Roy with his arm, and said politely, "Someone reported you for shooting Imperials with a bow and arrow at the docks. You need to come with me to the guardhouse for investigation." Roy was a little surprised. He hadn't even asked them to arrest those Imperial merchants yet. Now they were trying to take him back to the guardhouse. Roy paused, looked at the somewhat gloomy Silvermoon Elf captain, and said, "I can go with you to the guardhouse, but I want to know why you allowed those Imperial merchants to escape from Castletown Harbor, knowing they were suspected of trafficking half-blood elves." The captain of the Silvermoon Elf guard smiled scornfully, and replied, "Those half-elves boarded that merchant ship voluntarily. The Imperial merchants used no coercion against the half-elves aboard, so we have no right to prevent them from leaving port." His voice was soft, yet a hint of sarcasm lingered. The captain then added, "And their departure was precisely because of a fight with your ship. Boss Roy, you have violated Castletown Harbor's security regulations, and must submit to our questioning." He raised his head slightly, and behind him, a row of Silvermoon Elf guards unanimously drew their elven long swords from their waists, all pointed at Roy. "Roy, don't make things difficult for us," the captain whispered. The half-elves on board, seeing the Silvermoon Elf guards dare to draw their swords against their boss, immediately drew their storm bows and placed their magic arrows on the strings. The situation immediately became tense. Roy raised his head and waved at the half-elf crew, signaling them to put away their storm bows. "I go with you." Roy was very familiar with the Castletown Harbor guardhouse. Still in a prominent location within Castletown Harbor, this two-story wooden building had been repainted, giving it a brand new look. However, the original Silvermoon Elf guards were gone, and the current ones were all new faces. Even though they were new, they all seemed to have heard of Roy. Hearing that Boss Roy had been taken back to the guardhouse, they all found various excuses to pass by him, stealing glances at him out of the corner of their eyes, both men and women. A Silvermoon Elf guard sat across from him at the long table. A piece of parchment lay on the tabletop. He lowered his head to read the words on the parchment, pondering for a moment before looking up and saying to Roy, "Boss Roy, I heard you grew up in Castletown." Roy leaned back in a chair in the courtroom. The window didn't offer a view of the sea, but it did offer a glimpse of some buildings in the downtown area. Yes, my home is on Brown Street. The Silver Moon Elf guard lowered his voice. There are many rumors about you in Buenos Aires. Many say you rebelled against the Silver Moon Elf Kingdom with a group of half-elves. Logically, you should be living on the Partington Plain now. What made you abandon everything you had on the Partington Plain and drift across the endless sea with a group of half-elves, only to reappear in Castletown Harbor? Roy ignored his advances and snorted, I suppose it's my freedom to stay wherever I want. The Silver Moon Elf guard gave a sheepish smile and replied, well, that's indeed you're right. There was also a fight at the time, and there were casualties on the Imperial merchant ship. The Silver Moon Elf guard inquired again. Roy spread his hands and said innocently, I don't know if there were any casualties, but they already escaped. There's no evidence my crew harmed those Imperial merchants. The Silver Moon Elf guard scratched his head in confusion, unsure how to proceed. Instantly, the room fell silent. Roy tapped the table with his knuckles and asked, so, can I leave? Roy stood up from his chair. Seeing no reason to stop him, the Silver Moon Elf guard also stood up, ready to conclude the interrogation. Just then, the neighing of war horses echoed from outside the guardhouse, followed by a chaotic, hurried sound of footsteps. The door to Roy's room was open, and through it, he could just see a group of Silver Moon Elf guards scurrying in. The leader, a Silver Moon Elf noble, wore a magnificently adorned magical garment, his sword scabbard encrusted with exquisite emeralds. He entered the guardhouse and immediately spotted Roy. Then he paused. His handsome face, previously adorned with a faint smile, turned into a gleaming, cold sword upon catching sight of Roy, as if ready to pierce Roy's flesh in a split second. Roy didn't recognize this Silver Moon Elf noble, but from the insignia on his chest, he knew he was a baron. The Silver Moon Elf noble walked straight toward Roy, and a Silver Moon Elf guard behind him stepped forward to stop him. Sir, you should greet Captain Wilson first. Yes. The Silver Moon Elf noble agreed, pausing in his tracks. He withdrew his gaze from Roy, and then his figure disappeared through the door. From his resentful gaze, Roy could tell that the Silver Moon Elf noble recognized him. However, Roy was somewhat frustrated that many of the Silver Moon Elf knew him, but he didn't recognize this other person at all, especially this one who clearly had some grudge against him. Roy tried hard to figure out where he had offended this other person, but after a long time of thinking, he still had no clue. Then the Silver Moon Elf guard, who was responsible for taking Roy's notes, was told that Boss Roy couldn't leave for the time being. Roy returned to his chair, and the Silver Moon Elf guard could only sit awkwardly opposite him. Soon, the Silver Moon Elf noble, who had been standing outside the door, strode into Roy's room. The Silver Moon Elf guard, who had been taking notes, scurried out as if pardoned. The Silver Moon Elf noble, his eyes filled with deep hatred, sat across from Roy. 8 more Silver Moon Elf guards followed him into the room. Roy seemed to recognize one of them. It seemed to be Stephen, whom he had met during their time at Elven Academy. He hadn't expected him to graduate from the academy. Stephen stood by the wall, staring straight ahead, not even meeting Roy's gaze. The Silver Moon Elf noble reached out to untie his bow tie, his gloomy gaze resting on Roy's face. Boss Roy, you engaged in a brawl with Imperial merchants at the Castletown Harbor docks this time, even using bows and arrows. In the Silver Moon Elf Kingdom, non-kingdom troops are prohibited from carrying large numbers of bows and arrows. You violated the Silver Moon Elf Kingdom security laws, and you likely face a series of security investigations. Roy had anticipated this and calmly asked, why? You're leaving those Imperial merchants defrauding half-elves alone, and instead accuse me of violating public order, aren't you? The Silver Moon Elf noble, well prepared, responded immediately, we don't have solid evidence that the Imperial merchants deceived half-elves, but regarding the large number of bows and arrows hidden on your ship, you don't think we're wrongly accusing you, do you? I heard your men also shot and killed a number of Imperial sailors, forcing them to hastily leave port. I now charge you with provoking disturbances and violating the Silver Moon Elf Kingdom's security laws. He then turned his head and ordered in an unyielding tone, take Boss Roy back to the trial chamber. The 8 Silver Moon Elf guards in the room immediately stepped forward, ready to subdue Roy and escort him out. Seeing Roy show no sign of resistance, the Silver Moon Elf noble sat back in his chair, a hint of triumph on his face. 2 Silver Moon Elf guards grasped Roy's shoulders. He stood up and walked over to Roy, whispering, I've been thinking about capturing you, but I never had a good opportunity. Now you're finally in my hands. Now I let you experience the feeling of being tried in public. Then his voice returned to normal, and he said, let's go, Boss Roy. Roy didn't attempt to resist because Nearly 100 Silvermoon Elf guards stood outside the guardhouse. As the Silvermoon Elf noble spoke to Roy, the Silvermoon Elf guards outside were poised for action. Roy was escorted to a black iron carriage, entirely crafted from black iron and riveted throughout, giving it the appearance of a mobile prison. Seeing Roy being escorted to the carriage by a team of Silvermoon Elf guards, Leah hid in the shadows, not daring to emerge. Roy gestured for her to find Moira and Sabrina. Leah waited until the carriage and the Silvermoon Elf guards had cleared, then carefully retreated to a safe place and ran towards Brown Street. The iron carriage arrived at the courthouse in Upper Castletown, and Roy emerged. Looking up at the solemn and imposing building before him, he remembered Ralph's trial in this very courtroom vividly. Unexpectedly, Roy was also brought here today by a group of Silvermoon Elf guards. If the charges against Roy were proven, he would face trial. However, Roy didn't think the fact that the crew members of the magic airship carried bows and arrows would be a good way to convict him. On the contrary, he was intrigued by the identity of this Silvermoon Elf noble, and wanted to know why he was so hostile to him. Just as he was being escorted off the carriage, he heard Stephen, a classmate he had interacted with several times at the Elven Academy, suddenly shout to the Silvermoon Elf noble, "Lord Alvis, which cell are we taking Roy to?" Roy's heart skipped a beat. Alvis, that name was so familiar to him. He thought that Lord Alvis was probably still in the prison on Powram Island, collecting soap. There was no way he could escape. Then this Silvermoon Elf baron named Alvis must be his brother or child. Cell 7. I come with the deputy chief judge to try him later. The noble baron named Alvis paused, then hurried upstairs, seemingly unwilling to stop. Roy was taken to an interrogation room. This wasn't a public courtroom, but a small interrogation room. Roy was restrained in a reclining chair, his hands and feet shackled. Across from him was a row of chairs, where 2 clerks, holding parchment notebooks, sat obediently on the edge. 3 more Silvermoon Elf officials then entered the room, and sat with the 2 clerks. They held thin documents in their hands, and whispered to each other. Chapter 908. The deputy chief judge of the Castletown court entered the room, accompanied by Baron Alvis. The other Silvermoon Elf nobles, and 2 clerks rose. Everyone sat down together. The deputy chief judge was an elderly Silvermoon Elf, dressed in inquisitor's robes, looking quite dignified. The deputy chief judge gave Roy a deep look, then signaled to Baron Alvis to begin questioning. A series of questions preceded the trial. Once a trial date was set, the defendant's guilt was established. Inside the room, 8 pairs of eyes stared at Roy. Baron Alvis's eyes gleamed with confidence. He eagerly took out a parchment notebook and a pen. After arranging everything, he addressed Roy. "Boss Roy, we summoned you here because you violated the safety regulations of the Silvermoon Elf Kingdom." Seeing Roy remain silent, he continued, "First, your crew carried bows and arrows. According to Silvermoon Elf Kingdom safety regulations, ordinary elves are prohibited from using bows and arrows in large groups." Roy remained silent. He continued, "Also, your crew brawled at the dock. We understand your crew even shot and killed some Imperial sailors, forcing the Imperial merchant ship to hastily depart Castletown Harbor." Baron Alvis paused. Perhaps he was about to announce to Roy that the next step was to await the trial. Unexpectedly, Roy then spoke. "What I want to say is that those Imperial merchants, under my name, tricked half-elves onto the merchant ship. Those Imperial merchants told the half-blood elves they would send them to my island, but in reality, no merchant ship has done so. So, I came back this time to address this matter." The Silvermoon elves immediately expressed surprise, and some even glanced at Baron Alvis. Baron Alvis hadn't expected that Roy's brief defense would elicit such eagerness for explanation. Baron Alvis crossed his fingers, a suggestive smile on his face. He said to Roy, "Boss Roy, as far as I know, those Imperial merchants you mentioned, they all been driven away by you. They haven't even left Castletown Harbor before. So what evidence do you have to accuse them of deceiving the half-blood elves? They didn't send the half-blood elves on their ships to K Island. Isn't it because they haven't departed from Castletown yet? As far as I know, the half-blood elves boarded the ships voluntarily. And the first thing your magic airship did upon arriving at Castletown Harbor was attack the Imperial merchant ship. You didn't even bother to understand the reason. Such violent tactics will be judged by the Inquisition." Roy replied, "Because this isn't the first Imperial merchant ship to transport half-blood elves. Those previous Imperial merchant ships also failed to deliver half-blood elves to K Island. As early as 3 months ago, an Imperial merchant ship carrying half-blood elves left the port. Roy didn't expect these Silvermoon Elf guards to rescue the half-blood elves. Whether or not there was evidence was irrelevant. You said we should all present evidence. Fine. I agree with you. So, you claim I harmed those Imperial merchants. They're not in Castletown Harbor now. What evidence do you have to prove my crew shot and killed Imperial sailors at the dock? Was anyone injured? Or was anyone killed? Roy smiled after saying this. Baron Alva's forehead was throbbing with anger. He pointed toward the dock and shouted to Roy, "Many elves at the dock witnessed the fight. I will ask them to testify during the trial. Also, your crew brought bows and arrows into Castletown Harbor, which is a violation of our laws. You grew up in the Silvermoon Kingdom, and I believe you are familiar with the laws and regulations in this area. Do you think I am correct?" Roy lowered his head, one hand naturally slipping out of the shackles, then reached into his chest and placed a temporary pass on the table. He then thrust his hands back into the shackles before raising his head and saying, "This is the temporary pass I applied for in advance before entering the waters of the Silvermoon Elf Kingdom. It is completely legal for my ship to enter the Silvermoon Elf Kingdom with weapons, and it does not violate any so-called security laws." After saying this, Roy fixed his gaze on Baron Alves and questioned him. "It is your Silvermoon Elf City Defense Regiment that has so lax management of Castletown Harbor, allowing slave traders posing as Imperial merchants to dock. In my opinion, this is the worst problem with Castletown Harbor. A major security issue. Who allowed these slave traders to operate? Has Castletown Harbor become so corrupt? They're committing such heinous acts against half-elves, and you, the Silvermoon Elf Guards, are you doing nothing? I want to stop their actions, and you're stepping up. Are you protecting them? Every half-elf in Castletown probably knows they're using my name to deceive them. Doesn't my open questioning of this prove their guilt? Or did you condone their actions? I remember there was a Lord Alvis back in the Partington Plain. He was the largest slave trader in the history of the Silvermoon Elf Kingdom. I wonder if you know him." Roy immediately stripped Baron Alvis of his last veil, causing his face to turn red and white, and he trembled with anger. Baron Alvis hadn't expected such a blunt rebuttal. He didn't even have the slightest reverence for the Inquisition. He practically said whatever he wanted. The several Silvermoon Elf nobles sitting before Roy wore strange expressions on their faces, and then began to whisper and discuss. The Vice-Chief Judge did not remain seated. He stood up and left the room without saying a word. The other two Silvermoon Elf nobles hesitated for a moment, then stood up as well. They nodded to Baron Alvis and then walked out. Baron Alvis, flustered, followed him out, leaving only two clerks and two elven guards in the room. Roy sat leisurely in a chair, awaiting the next interrogation. Soon, Baron Alvis entered again. Followed by 4 Silvermoon Elf guards in silver armor, they reattached a pair of magical shackles to Roy and gagged him with a silk handkerchief. Baron Alvis sat back in his chair, his expression slightly exasperated, but he took a deep breath, calming his nerves slightly, and continued questioning Roy. He stared at Roy with hatred in his eyes, his lips curled slightly, and he spoke in a low voice. "Now, there are accusations that you are in league with these Imperial merchants. Okay, let me be more blunt. We suspect you may have conspired with human merchants to defraud half-elves, exploiting their trust in you to lure them onto merchant ships, and then use these Imperial vessels to sell them to the Roland continent. Therefore, you are the slave trader. Because the portal to the Partington Plain is closed, you can only continue to deceive the half-elves of the Silvermoon Elf Kingdom. We have sent a letter requesting assistance to the 17th Silver Pegasus Legion's lighthouse garrison. Troops will arrive soon to suppress your magical airship docked in the harbor. Also, the Inquisition will hold your trial in a week, and you will remain in the Inquisition's temporary detention center for the entire week. Over the next week, we will search for as much evidence as possible. Boss Roy, I wish you good luck from now on. Or hope we find nothing." 2 Silvermoon Elf guards held Roy's shoulders to prevent him from moving. Roy raised his head, staring into Baron Alvis's eyes and asking, "Is this how you concluded your interrogation?" Baron Alvis no longer concealed his simmering resentment. His eyes, like a venomous snake, pierced Roy, and he replied, "As for you, Boss Roy, we don't even need to interrogate you, we can bring you to justice." Leah crossed the bustling dock, the sea breeze chasing her. The sun shone down overhead, and Leah's breath was fading. Panting, she ran to Brown Street, relying on the information she remembered, searching for Moira and Sabrina's house. She ran across the bridge on the south side of the intersection, glancing back at the flowing Darney River. Anxious, like a deer running in the sun, she finally arrived in front of the house she remembered. It was already afternoon. Leah scrambled over the courtyard wall as easily as a cat. She had been planning to search through the windows one by one when she saw Sabrina and Moira sitting on the sofa in the living room, chatting. They had a wonderful sisterly bond, snuggling up to each other. This reminded Leah of Alice. Alice currently lived in the Templars' camp in Sun Island Bay, studying divine arts with a group of priests every day, leading a fulfilling life. Leah shook her thoughts away and slipped through the open window into the living room. Miss Moira, Boss Roy has been taken away by a group of Silvermoon Elf guards. They say they want to take him to the Inquisition. Leah burst into the living room and stood beside Moira, speaking anxiously. Moira was startled by Leah's sudden appearance, but then calmed down when she heard Leah describe Roy's plight. Did he tell you what to do next? Or who to contact? Moira asked, her eyes watering. Leah shook her head. Moira and Sabrina exchanged glances. With Roy's current abilities, the Silvermoon Elf guards at Castletown Harbor wouldn't be able to take him unless he wanted to avoid capture. After all, Roy was a rank 2 expert. I guess he wants to see how the Silvermoon Elf guards react. After all, it's Imperial merchants openly trading slaves in the harbor, Sabrina said casually. Moira frowned, biting her nails. How about I talk to Roy's friends? You're going to see Claire? Sabrina asked. Moira nodded. She touched the small pendant around her neck. Sabrina also stood up, but she had no intention of going with Moira. She said to Moira, you and Leah go find Claire. I return to the magic airship now. I wait there until tomorrow morning for news from you. If I don't hear from you by tomorrow morning, I take the magic airship directly back to K Island, mobilize the fleet from K Island, and return to Castletown. Sabrina's approach was more direct. Moira agreed and ran out with Leah. Leah followed Moira to Brown Street. Moira led her to the intersection and stopped by a large tree, standing in its shade. Leah felt a surge of anxiety. She wanted to ask Moira, why did they stop so suddenly? Weren't they going to ask Roy's friends for help? Just then, a long carriage approached from the other side of the bridge. Its length, pulled by 4 horses, looked quite impressive. Leah followed Moira aboard. Moira handed the conductor 2 coals, and then took Leah to the empty seat at the back of the carriage. The carriage continued on its way. All this was quite new to Leah, and she stared out the window, a little dazed, at the street scene moving backwards. Moira was an introvert, and rarely approached outsiders. This time, she took the initiative to seek help from Roy's friends, which was a considerable challenge for her. She had always lived in a comfortable circle. It was a small circle, and Roy protected her well. Passing through the downtown area, the streets were still filled with stalls, most of which were fruit stalls. Many windows in the residential areas were tightly shut. Castleton was humid and hot, and after the rainy season arrived, every sunny day was precious. Opening windows to air out the rooms and airing damp sheets on the balcony was a common practice for every half-elf resident of the lower town. Elves also enjoyed growing flowers and plants on their balconies, so closed windows indicated that the rooms were likely uninhabited. The carriage passed through a passage carved into the fault mountain that separated the upper and lower towns, officially entering the upper town. Various Silvermoon Elf Wine Brother buildings appeared before Leah's eyes. These statues and fountains were very different from those in Padstow. And while there were many giant trees here, there were no tree houses built in their canopies. Each tree had a wooden door carved into its trunk, with ingenious steps leading to the entrance. Leah suspected that these trees were the homes of the Silvermoon Elves. However, these giant trees were only 2 or 3 meters in diameter, making them a bit too small for the elves. The long carriage stopped at the top of the city's hilltop. It wasn't too far from the Tree of Life in the city center. Through the gaps between the trees, one could even see the Moon Temple in the distance. Chapter 909. Claire's home was located in the aristocratic district in the heart of Castletown. The woodlands here were mostly covered with 1,000-year-old indigo trees. The Silvermoon Elves had carved a gate through these trees, with an open staircase leading to it. Flanking the steps were exquisite stone carvings, and between the woodlands were shrubs and flower beds. Spots of sunlight filtered through the dense branches onto the clearings, creating hexagonal beams of light in the air. Moira walked up the steps alone, raised her hand to the doorknocker, and nervously knocked. The wooden door swung open, revealing a Silvermoon Elf attendant standing in the doorway, who gazed at young Moira with curiosity. The Silvermoon Elf attendant said calmly to Moira, "Miss Elf, may I ask for your help?" Moira looked at the Silvermoon Elf attendant, untied a necklace from her neck, and showed him the pendant. The front of the pendant depicted a valley shrouded in morning mist, from which a small elf with wings on its back flew. The back of the pendant resembled a seal, engraved with the elven name Wagner. "I'm here to visit Wagner Claire." The Silvermoon Elf attendant glanced at the pendant and said to Moira, "Please come in and sit here for a moment. I report to Master Claire." The Silvermoon Elf attendant then led Moira to a small room near the entrance. The room was small, furnished with a small wooden table and 2 chairs. The mural on the wall was a magnified version of the one on the front of the badge. Moira sat quietly in the chair, not glancing around out of curiosity. The Silvermoon Elf attendant turned and walked out. At this moment, Leah, hiding in the shadows, couldn't help but ask Moira, "Will he see us?" Moira nodded, saying with absolute certainty, "As long as he's home, he'd definitely come out to see us." Leah said nothing more. The room immediately fell silent. Not long after, Claire ran in, almost breathless. He was wearing an elegant robe, his hair a little disheveled. Seeing Moira, he asked, "Moira, why are you here? Where's Roy?" Claire's face was a little too feminine. Even without any embellishment, it surpassed the stunning beauty of most Silvermoon Elf girls. He usually applied a little makeup when going out to look more heroic. Feminine appearances were common among Silvermoon Elves. Moira stood up from her chair and said to Claire, "Claire, Roy has just been captured by the Silvermoon Elf guards of the Inquisition. I don't know who to contact, so I came to see if you have any suggestions." Claire sat across from Moira at the table and asked her across the small table, "Tell me what happened." Moira then repeated what Leah had told her. Claire frowned, listening intently, occasionally asking for details. Finally, Claire sat there for a long moment, deep in thought. He held a teacup to his nose and sniffed slowly until the steam stopped rising from the cup. After a long moment, Claire looked up, his expression a little complicated. He said to Moira, "Well, Roy isn't such an impulsive person. I know his character best. He's being so reckless this time. I guess he wants to see how the Silvermoon Elves treat half-elves, including officials, nobles, and commoners." Claire paused. "Don't worry. I get him out of the Inquisition as soon as possible," Claire added. Moira hesitated. She wanted to say thank you, but then she felt it would only create further distance between them, so she swallowed the words. Claire hesitated, then lowered her voice. "Even if I did, he'd still find a way out. This time, he simply wants to tear down the last veil between the Silvermoon Elves and the Half-Blood Elves, to show the Half-Bloods the true faces of some Silvermoon Elves." Moira was shocked, her eyes widening like purple grapes. She covered her mouth and asked, "Are you saying he did all this on purpose?" Claire whispered, "Of course, he just wants to make this a big deal, and use his experience as a warning to all the Half-Blood Elves." He held up a finger and continued, "First, he's sending a message to the Half-Blood Elves. The Imperial merchants at the port are all liars and can't be trusted. Second, he wants all the Half-Blood Elves to realize the true feelings of all the Silvermoon Elves in the kingdom, how they view Half-Blood Elves." Moira was stunned. She hadn't expected Claire to guess some of Roy's plans based on her own oral information, but she couldn't be sure how much of what Claire said actually matched Roy's thoughts. "Let's meet with Roy first and hear his thoughts," Claire said, figuring Moira might not believe him. Sure enough, Moira readily agreed, "Yes." Claire stood up, walked to the door, and said to the Silvermoon Elf butler standing guard, "Brooks, please get me a carriage. I need to leave now." The Silvermoon Elf butler standing outside immediately said, "Master, you have a very important performance tonight. You should prepare for it now and perform on time. You should leave everything else for tomorrow morning." Claire didn't even glance at the old butler. She turned and walked back to the room, saying, "Go get the carriage." The old butler stopped nagging and promised expressionlessly, "I'd do it for you right away." Moira sat in the carriage, with Leah squatting at her legs. The Silvermoon Elves' silver carriage looked luxurious, but its interior was only spacious enough for 4 elves. Claire sat opposite Moira. All the way, Claire kept asking about Roy's situation. She was delighted to hear that he and the half-elf had settled down on K Island. He also said he would definitely visit K Island if he had the chance. From his expression, he seemed unconcerned about Roy's situation. The silver carriage soon arrived at another large tree. In the upper city, each large tree represented a Silvermoon Elf manor. Claire disembarked alone and reached the tree's door. He knocked. A Silvermoon Elf attendant opened the door. Without even announcing himself, he followed the attendant inside. The door was then closed by a waiter. Soon, Claire and a Silvermoon Elf noble emerged, one after the other. The Silvermoon Elf did not board Claire's carriage, but instead boarded a silver carriage behind her. Claire then visited a second and third Silvermoon Elf noble, each of whom followed Claire in their own carriages. Then, all 4 carriages headed for the Inquisition. Claire sat in the carriage and whispered to Moira, "The first person I went to see was my teacher, Dean Bernitons. He's the dean of the music school at Castletown Elven Academy, and quite influential in Castletown. The 2 behind him are members of the Inquisition's jury. They have connections within the Inquisition. If Roy doesn't have any other ideas, I can bail him out this time." Moira nodded. This time, she understood the meaning behind Claire's words. That is, after Roy is released on bail from the court, he must find an opportunity to leave Castletown. For carriages stopped at the courthouse entrance, and Claire was the first to disembark. Moira followed silently behind Claire, looking like a maid. Dean Burneton saw Moira and felt a sense of familiarity, but couldn't place her. The other two jurors didn't even glance at Moira before walking directly into the courtroom. Claire and Dean Burneton followed them. The four of them filed into the courtroom, intending to inquire about Roy's situation. As they passed the door to interrogation room number 6, they heard an elf inside say, "For you, Boss Roy, we don't even need to question you, we can send you to the trial." Claire stopped and turned to look inside, just in time to see Roy, his hands and feet bound in shackles. He leaned back, avoiding Baron Aldous' approach. "Baron Aldous, what did you just say? As an officer of the Inquisition, you should abide by the principles of justice, mercy, and honesty. You should be fair to all prisoners. If you don't know for sure what specific laws he's violated, why are you sending him to trial?" A juror stepped forward and questioned Baron Aldous. At this moment, Claire and Moira also slipped into interrogation room 6 and saw Roy, his hands and feet tightly shackled. Claire gave Roy a questioning look, and he responded with a gesture that everything was fine. "Just because he's Boss Roy? He sent your brother, Lord Aldous, to the Buenos Aires trial court. Now, you're sending him to the Castletown trial court as well. This is clearly an act of blatant revenge. I want to protest to the presiding judge at the trial court." The jury member chattered incessantly. For a moment, Baron Aldous blushed, unsure of what to say. Roy finally realized that Baron Aldous was actually Lord Aldous' younger brother. In fact, when Leah and Claire arrived at the tribunal, they saw some half-elves standing outside. Though they didn't make a fuss, they were asking the staff inside about Roy. Now, Boss Roy had appeared at Castletown Harbor and exposed those Imperial merchants as slave traders. Under the guise of collaborating with Boss Roy, they tricked half-elves onto their ships and then transported them away from the Elven continent. The truth of the matter emerged, sending the half-elves at the harbor into an uproar. The half-elves knew best whether Boss Roy was redeeming half-elves or a slave trader. "You were clearly fighting against the slave traders, but instead of arresting them, you went after Boss Roy." This was pure revenge. The half-elves at the harbor heard that the Elven guards had taken Roy back to the station to investigate. They had hoped to find out about the Imperial merchants after Boss Roy's release. After all, it involved the half-elf slave trade. But they waited for a long time without seeing Boss Roy. Until one half-elf got some inside information from the station. Boss Roy had been sent to the Inquisition by the Silvermoon Elf guards. The half-elves at the harbor were instantly furious. A large group of half-elves gathered and rushed to the Inquisition in Castletown, inquiring about Boss Roy's situation. The Inquisition accused Boss Roy of colluding with Imperial merchants to defraud and traffic half-elves. The Inquisition's claim was that some unscrupulous Imperial merchants had colluded with Boss Roy to harm the half-elves. The half-elves laughed in anger, one after another, saying, "If you, the Silvermoon Elves, could just dispatch your forces and capture all those Imperial merchants and their ships, wouldn't a simple interrogation reveal the truth? We will now contact the 17th Silver Pegasus Legion, with whom Boss Roy had been an officer. We believe they are willing to clear Boss Roy of suspicion." For a moment, there was chaos outside the Court of Inquisition. A large number of half-elves had gathered there, and Miss Tiffany, Miss Nania, and Miss Avizenfan were surprisingly among them. The three of them had been strolling through the Magic District, when they saw the large number of half-elves gathering there, and followed them. Upon hearing that Roy had been captured by the local Silvermoon Elf guards, Miss Nania and Miss Avizenfan were shocked. I couldn't understand. They had been fine before, so how could they be arrested just like that? Miss Tiffany just happened to see Claire and several Silvermoon Elves enter the Inquisition. Moira was also among them. Miss Tiffany stood beside Miss Nania and whispered to them, "I think Boss Roy wants to use his own experience to tell us all how unreasonable these Silvermoon Elves are and how dangerous Castletown is." In interrogation room 6, Claire and Dean Burneton stood at the door, listening to the jurors' incessant questioning of Baron Aldous. The juror's face flushed, and he acted as if this matter would never end until Baron Aldous explained himself. Currently, not only inside the Inquisition, but also outside, chaos reigned. The deputy chief judge, who had already fled, reappeared in interrogation room 6. His face was almost sullen. He walked directly to Baron Aldous and said in a deep voice, "We don't have sufficient evidence right now. Aldous, please arrange for Boss Roy to be released." Already furious, Baron Aldous stared at the deputy chief judge and reluctantly agreed. Then, he personally removed Roy's handcuffs and leg shackles. Due to insufficient evidence, Boss Roy was released from the courtroom that same day. Claire, standing at the doorway, saw Roy emerge from the interrogation room, raised her arm, and slapped him. The applause was resounding, like a hard slap across Baron Aldous' face. Chapter 9-10. Miss Tiffany, Miss Nania, and Miss Absinthe, 3 Naga mermaids, huddled among a group of half-elves. Their half-elves, transformed into their half-elves, stood out in the crowd. However, the half-elves gathered outside the Inquisition were all concerned about when Boss Roy would be released. Everyone outside was buzzing with discussion. It was Boss Roy who had exposed those despicable Imperial merchants, so why had the Silvermoon Elf guards at the Inquisition, ignoring the facts, arrested Boss Roy instead? This kind of unfair treatment would never happen to a Silvermoon Elf. Some half-elves in the crowd were beginning to lose control of their rage. They loudly protested against the Inquisition, and even began to surge toward the gates. The entrance to the Inquisition was already filled with Silvermoon Elf guards wielding iris shields, forming a shield wall to counter the onslaught of the half-elves. How could this have happened? Looking at the furious half-elves around her, Miss Absinthe seemed somewhat bewildered. She tried to retreat, but the half-elves behind her kept pushing her forward. To avoid separation, the 3 mermaids locked arms. Then one half-elf shouted, "Boss Roy is out." The commotion subsided briefly, and the half-elves began to anxiously search for Roy in front of the Inquisition. Roy's features were actually quite recognizable. After all, there weren't many half-elves and Imperials in the Silvermoon Elf Kingdom, and he looked very much like an Imperial. "Look over there. Roy and his crew are out. Should we squeeze over and join him?" Miss Absinthe excitedly spoke to the elves. "Forget it. Let's retreat as far as we can, get out of here first, and then find them." Miss Tiffany elbowed a half-blood elf beside her. He was actually taking advantage of the situation in such a chaotic situation. The half-blood elf felt a nudge in the shoulder from the elbow of a beautiful half-blood elf. He didn't think much of it at first, but when he felt a slight itch in his shoulder, he realized there was a bloody wound. Blood, mixed with dark purple clots, was flowing from the wound. The half-blood elf tried to grab Miss Tiffany, but unfortunately, she had already squeezed far away. Miss Naya and Miss Absinthe stared in amazement. They had never imagined Miss Tiffany could be so barbaric. Don't be polite to those half-elves who try to take advantage of you. The more you tolerate them, the more they pester you. Give them a good beating, and they be silent. There's no shortage of such bullies everywhere. Miss Tiffany fought her way through the throng, successfully squeezing out. Then, standing by the flower bed, she explained to Naya and Absinthe. "Can Roy find us?" "Of course. Our meeting place isn't far ahead. We wait for him there." The Silvermoon Elf guards helped Claire clear a path, and Roy and Moira followed her aboard the silver carriage. Only after settling inside did Claire breathe a sigh of relief. The silver carriage slowly started, and the surrounding half-elves gathered around it, moving with it. Roy's face, however, was pressed against the window, staring out, and he waved repeatedly at the half-elves who were looking at him. They followed the silver carriage for a while before finally stopping, breathless. "Why don't you go out and tell them about the recent evil deeds committed by those Imperial merchants?" Moira leaned over, lying behind Roy, and stared out the window with him. Roy grasped Moira's cool little hand and smiled. "What else is there to say? You already know everything you need to know. There's no need for me to repeat myself." Then Roy looked at Claire, who sat across from him, and said, "Thank you for being so busy and working on my behalf." Claire put down the sheet music and asked Roy, "If I hadn't come, how would you have handled this?" Roy scratched his head. He hadn't really thought much about it. He simply felt that the Imperial merchants' brazen deception of half-elves in Castletown Harbor was a violation of elven law and a test of the Silvermoon Elf Kingdom's boundaries. He had simply intended to teach the Imperial merchants a lesson and then morally blackmail the Silvermoon Elf guards. Unfortunately, something unexpected happened during this process. The Silvermoon Elf nobles actually attacked him first. If Claire hadn't arrived just in time, Roy might have really prepared for the worst. Roy said without hesitation, "Of course, we should make this a big deal first. This kind of thing requires more half-elves to understand the inside story, so they don't get deceived later. As for me, they can't hold me captive. I can leave at any time." Roy spoke with confidence. The carriage left the courthouse, and the streets became less congested. The 3 silver carriages following behind also quietly departed. Claire asked Roy, "Where are we going next?" Just then, a carriage caught up from behind, parallel to Claire's silver carriage on the street. The old butler's face popped out of the window, and called out to Claire, "Master, you have a performance tonight. If you don't hurry, it will be too late." Claire reached out to open the window and replied, "I know. I go." Claire seemed a little impatient. Roy slapped his forehead, as if remembering something. He said to Claire, "Why don't we go see your performance tonight? You've given so many concerts in Castletown, and I never really heard any of them." Claire hadn't expected Roy to actually want to attend her concert at this moment. Naturally, he was deeply moved. He said with some joy, "Okay, let's go to the opera house now." He was about to inform the coachman when Roy stopped him. "Wait, before that, we have to go pick up 3 friends. They long admired the Silver Moon Elves concerts, and I promised them I'd take them to a real concert in Castletown." Claire realized that they referred to her women. He glanced at Moira in confusion, but didn't press for details. "You actually agreed to something like that?" Claire was a little incredulous. "Yes." Roy simply agreed, without explaining anything. Moira, standing beside him, didn't seem to mind. The carriage followed the path Roy indicated and began to accelerate. The sky gradually darkened. The lower part of Castletown was ablaze with lights, but the upper part was lit only by a few dim streetlights on either side of the street. "How's it going? Have you composed any new music lately?" Roy asked Claire. Claire said a little awkwardly, "I composed some, but they're not quite finished yet." "But, have you heard the sounds of nature lately? I feel like I haven't heard that kind of sound in ages," Roy replied. Just as Claire looked disappointed, Roy opened the window, leaned out, and gazed at the moon in the night sky. A beam of moonlight fell upon his face. Looking at the bright moon hanging in the night sky outside the window, Roy's mind suddenly popped up. He hummed the melancholy and sorrowful ballad softly, as if expressing his own farewell. After listening to Roy's humming, Claire was silent for a moment before asking, "What's the name of this sad song?" "Farewell Night." Roy said the song's title, then paused. "Claire, it might be difficult for me to return after this departure. The Silvermoon Elf nobles are deeply hostile to me. I originally wanted to establish a trade route from K Island to Castletown Harbor, but now, perhaps I was too idealistic. This trade route simply won't work. I might have to look for other trade routes." Roy's eyes revealed an unconcealable disappointment. Claire pressed, "Where do you plan to look?" "Next. I want to visit St. Margaret Harbor in the Evernight Forest." Roy thought of Xavier in the Evernight Forest. He hadn't written to him in ages. This time, however, his fleet would inevitably need to make a brief stop at Port St. Margaret before entering the western coast of the Mensa Plains, so Roy planned to visit. Claire couldn't help him with this matter. He pulled a quill from his pocket, licked the tip, and began rapidly scribbling a series of notes in his notebook. While he was writing furiously, Roy sat quietly beside him, occasionally humming a few lines. Only after Claire had successfully memorized the entire piece did he look up and ask Roy, "Is it called Farewell Night?" "Yes." Roy glanced at the sofa, and casually agreed. Nanya, a Bison fan, and Miss Tiffany arrived at the meeting point breathlessly. Before they could even sit down by the fountain, they saw a silver carriage pull up to the side of the road. Then the carriage door opened, and Roy stepped out. The silver carriage was too small, only able to accommodate 4 elves. Claire was working on a piece of music in the carriage, and needed some quiet time, so Roy left the carriage with Moira and Leah. Miss Abysinthan was the first to step forward, and asked Roy, who was walking across the street, "Roy, are you all right?" Roy looked at the 3 Nanda mermaids transformed into half-elves and asked, "Have you all heard about this?" Tiffany volunteered, "We just came from the Inquisition." Roy nodded, then said to the 3, "It's all right for now. Come on, while I'm still free in Castletown, I fulfill my promise to you and listen to a concert." With that, Roy hailed an empty carriage on the street, and the driver enthusiastically opened the door for everyone. The Castletown Opera House is located in the Magic District, diagonally across from the city library. It frequently hosts various performances. Any musician or performer of even moderate fame in Castletown will perform at this opera house. Claire is also performing at the opera house tonight. Although he hasn't produced much recently, that doesn't mean his music isn't popular. In the concert hall, Claire, dressed in a gorgeous gown, sat before the organ, his eyes closed, gathering his emotions. The Silvermoon Elves were already seated. Roy and his group sat in Claire's private box, the concert hall at their feet. Roy held onto the balcony railing with both hands, looking down at Claire standing on the stage. Claire stood up from the organ, walked to the edge of the stage, bowed to the audience in all directions, and then returned to her seat without a word. Instead of sitting at the organ, he took out his panpipes and played the Condor song. The entire concert hall seemed to transform into a high cliff, with a mountain eagle circling above it. Claire then played the Blue River of Darn, a longing that transcends time and space. Normally, Claire would play 5 consecutive pieces before stopping. But this time, He stopped after 3. The Silvermoon elves in the concert hall began to whisper among themselves. Claire came to the front of the stage and said to the Silvermoon elves in the audience, "Tonight, my best friend is leaving Castletown, and I'm feeling a little down. He wrote me a song to comfort me. He told me he never belonged to the Silvermoon elves, and now he's going to a land of true freedom. Although we're all filled with reluctance, such is life." Claire then sat back down at the organ, and a melodious, mournful melody echoed through the concert hall. The entire hall immediately fell silent. Although the piece wasn't played expertly, the sorrowful melody of farewell struck deeply in the hearts of every Silvermoon elves. The song quickly ended. The Silvermoon elves rose to their feet, and a round of applause drowned out all the noise in the hall. Everyone was surprised to discover that Claire, the musician, who hadn't composed a new piece in a long time, had actually composed another. Claire said nothing more. He stepped forward, bowed deeply to the Silvermoon elves in the concert hall, and then bowed his head as he turned and left. No matter how the Silvermoon elves called out to him, Claire didn't turn back. On Brown Street, the first thing Roy did upon returning home was to take the 16 sculptures from Belinda's studio with him. Claire, the Silvermoon elf musician, had always been by Roy's side. He possessed the most perfect Silvermoon elf features, though somewhat feminine, yet this aura perfectly suited the musician's temperament, captivating Miss Abyssinfan from the first sight. Unfortunately, Claire was completely indifferent to Miss Abyssinfan. Miss Abyssinfan approached him 3 times, but Claire offered only polite greetings. On the magical airship in Castletown Harbor, under the tranquil night, Roy stood at the bow and waved to Claire. Finally, he disappeared into the pitch-black sea. Chapter 9:11. Miss Abyssinfan climbed to the main mast's observation deck, from which she could still see the brightly lit city behind her. She yearned for the elven world, and especially after a tour of Castletown accompanied by Nania, she felt even more strongly that the elven world was the life she wanted. She had grown up in Gomez City, and was tired of the dull life on the sea. Miss Abyssinfan envied the elves, who could walk along the forest paths, breathing the fresh air freely. She envied the elves wearing beautiful skirts and walking on 2 legs, and she even hoped to have something to do with those beautiful elves. Thinking of this, Abyssinfan became even more reluctant to leave. She had wandered around Castletown all day, and hadn't spotted any thugs. The elven city's level of civilization far surpassed that of the Naga Sea people. She felt that if she lived alone in an elven city, her safety would be guaranteed. So, when she boarded the ship, Abyssinfan was somewhat hesitant. She harbored an extremely strong desire to experience the life of an elf. Unfortunately, her best friend, Nania, refused to agree with her plan. She was even prepared to convince Boss Roy to have her tied up and taken back if she insisted on staying. Yes, literally. Tie her up with ropes and soak her in the bathtub, then throw her back into the sea once they returned to the waters of Kui Island. Miss Abyssinfan protested. But Boss Roy and Nania ignored her protests. Now, under the cover of night, she could only climb the tall mainmast and seize the lookout position. Then, standing alone on the observation deck, she gazed back at the beautiful city of Castletown. Miss Abyssinfan's eyes were a little hazy. This trip to the Elven continent was shorter than she had imagined. She didn't even have time to reflect on it all before it ended so abruptly. These liars, they came with all these grandiose promises, and now they're leaving in such a hurry. How annoying, Miss Abyssinfan muttered to herself. A gust of sea breeze blew, and she leaned against the railing of the observation deck. Her slender waist, pressed against her upper body, involuntarily tilted outward, but her supple frame allowed her to control her body perfectly. Miss Abyssinfan stretched out her arms, gripping the railing tightly. She closed her eyes, catching the sea breeze, feeling the magic airship rise and fall on wave after wave. The wonderful feeling of riding the wind and waves captivated her. Let go of your unrealistic notions. Abyssinfan, in Gome, everyone thinks you're a beautiful and noble Naga princess, constantly praised and admired by the Nagas. But in the elven world, you're an alien. You won't even have a place to stay, and it'd be hard for you to integrate into their lives. Look at those half-elves, your fate is even worse than theirs. At least they're elves. Miss Nania's voice came from below the mast. She was standing on the second-level horizontal rail, looking up at Miss Abyssinfan on the observation deck. Abyssinfan opened her eyes and looked down. Seeing her friend climbing onto the second-level rail, swaying in the sea breeze, threatened at any moment to fall onto the bulging sail, she felt a pang of dismay. I know everything you're saying. I think I must be crazy, Miss Abyssinfan said self-deprecatingly. She descended the mainmast ladder, holding onto it. She reached Miss Narnia and firmly grasped her hand. Miss Narnia hugged Miss Absinthe tightly, patted her back, and said soothingly, "I think you better return to the sea and calm down. Get some sleep now. When you wake up, your dream will be over too." The two of them, one in front of the other, descended the mainmast ladder. Naga mermaids possess far superior physiques to elves and humans, and they didn't feel tired even when they returned to the deck. But neither of them felt like lingering on deck to admire the night view, so they returned to their cabin in the tower. The bathtub in the cabin filled with cool seawater. Miss Absinthe entered the cabin, removed her mermaid pattern dress, and slid into the comfortable tub. The moment she entered, her tricolored fishtail reappeared. Drenched, she emerged from the tub, wiped the seawater from her face with her hands, and adjusted herself to lie comfortably in the tub. Her restless heart suddenly calmed. Miss Absinthe smiled at Narnia, but Narnia didn't join her in relaxing in the tub. She didn't remove her mermaid pattern dress. Instead, she walked to the window, lifted a corner of the gauze curtain, pushed open the window, and sat down on the windowsill. Although she hadn't transformed into a Naga mermaid, pale golden scales appeared on her neck, shoulders, and arms. Narnia leaned against the windowsill, feeling the sea breeze. Though she constantly comforted her best friend, she couldn't comfort herself. Outside the window, on the deck, the half-elf crew adjusted the sails. From time to time, she could hear Boss Roy's voice from the tower, a voice like the whispers of a succubus, a voice she couldn't shake off. On Kauai Island, she had been captivated by Roy's appearance the first time she saw him. But back then, she had only a vague admiration for both human and elven culture. Now, Roy gave her a completely different impression. Miss Nania's image grew ever taller. He was a powerful figure radiating golden light, and for the sake of the half-elves, he was willing to antagonize the Silvermoon elf nobles. All night long, the magic airship steamed at full speed, its propulsion system aft never extinguished. Finally, before dawn, the magic airship and the Imperial merchant ship arrived at Partington Island almost simultaneously, one after the other. When the Imperial merchant ship docked at Partington Island's pier, the half-elves from their makeshift tents on the beach around the island pier rushed out. Seeing the Imperial merchant ship struggling to dock, they returned to their tents to wake their families. On the beach, more and more half-elves emerged from their tents and stood on the sand, staring intently at the merchant ship. Weren't they all waiting on Partington Island for this moment? The half-elves rushed towards the pier. The Imperial merchant ship docked at the pier had 3 dinghies for boarding and disembarking. Several half-elves disembarked from the ship and stood on the dock, repeating to the half-elves on the island, "Our ship is about to sail to Kauai Island. We can currently carry 2,000 passengers. If you wish to go to Kauai Island, please board directly. Once we have 2,000 passengers aboard, we will depart immediately for Kauai Island. Please note, Kauai Island is not the so-called birthplace of the elves, and there is no tree of life there. It is simply a volcanic island that could erupt at any time. The island is rich in resources and food, and we defeated the Grey Dwarf bandits there. For a long time to come, there will be constant war there. We will fight those Grey Dwarves to the bitter end." As the half-elf crew repeated these words, the area was already filled with half-elves. Many half-elves, upon hearing the crew's words, could hardly conceal their disappointment. But most seemed delighted. They pressed forward, raising their hands to express their willingness to board the ship directly. They were willing to live there, regardless of what kind of island it was. Instantly, the half-elves formed 3 long lines, each one stepping onto the sampan to board. "I told you, Boss Roy will come pick us up. I wanted to go to Kauai Island for a long time, but I never had the chance." The half-elves chatted as they waited in line, their spirits high. The Silvermoon elf guards on the dock didn't try to stop them, simply observing from a distance from the warehouse. Although this Imperial merchant ship was a 5-masted sailing vessel, nearly 30 meters longer than a 3-masted ship, its carrying capacity was limited. Even if it carried only basic necessities and no extra supplies, it could only carry 2,500 half-blood elves. There were at least 10,000 half-blood elves stranded on Partington Island, and there was no way they could all be taken away this time. This time, Roy didn't dare make any rash promises, lest more half-blood elves be deceived. The Imperial merchant ship anchored at Partington Island's dock for approximately 2 hours. After restocking a sufficient amount of basic necessities, it finally departed, carrying over 2,600 half-blood elves, and headed for Kauai Island. After leaving Partington Island, the Imperial merchant ship would not enter the waters of the Queen Uni Islands. Instead, it would sail outside the southern waters of the Queen Islands and reach Kauai Island in one go. Roy watched the Imperial merchant ship slowly depart the harbor from the dock. Miss Tiffany, after listening to Roy's story on board, couldn't help but ask, "There are at least 6 million half-blood elves living within the Silvermoon Elf Kingdom. What should they do now? The Silvermoon Elves clearly aren't interested in intervening in the affairs of Half-Blood Elves. Roy frowned and said, I'm worried the Silvermoon Elven nobles will deliberately conceal this news. If this news isn't disseminated effectively, more Half-Blood Elves might be deceived. Board the Imperial merchant ship and return to Roland Continent with them. After saying this, Roy blamed himself. Alas, I was too naive. I didn't expect the Grey Dwarf bandits to coerce and bribe these Imperial merchants into participating in the slave trade. Nor did I expect the Silvermoon Elf nobles to get involved, further deceiving these half-elves. Roy looked out the window with a stern face and said firmly, I will find them. A carriage carrying Roy and Miss Tiffany drove from Partington Island Pier into the mountainside town of Partington. The coachman dropped Roy off at the door of Mrs. Nance's house, nestled at the edge of the town's mountainside. Roy and Miss Tiffany emerged from the carriage and stood at the door for a moment before Mrs. Nancy opened the door and emerged. Seeing Roy, Lady Nancy asked him, Have you finished your business in Castletown? Sitting across from Lady Nancy, Roy spoke bluntly, I didn't expect the Silvermoon Elf nobles to be so hostile toward me. I had a run-in with a group of Imperial merchants at the docks and nearly ended up in the Castletown courtroom. Mrs. Nancy smiled and said to Roy, What you've done is actually shaking the foundation of the Silvermoon Elf kingdom. How could they not hate you? She then stood up and poured 2 cups of tea for Roy and Miss Tiffany. Then she sat down again and said to Roy, I received news that Imperial merchant ships have appeared on the East Coast. I guess the trend has already reached the East Coast of the Silvermoon Elf kingdom. It's said that a large number of half-elves are boarding ships at the port there every day. Roy's face changed. East Coast? Don't these guys think twice? They arrived at Kauai Island by ship from the East Coast. I guess they're going to surround the elves. A full circumnavigation of the Spirit Continent would take at least a year. How could I possibly let the Imperial merchants waste their precious shipping capacity like this? Mrs. Nancy added. But if they want to reach Roland Continent, they have to circumnavigate half of the Elven Continent, then sail west along the frozen sea north of Durag's Knee. Then, along the border between the frozen sea and the endless sea, they sail all the way to Roland Continent. This route will be at least a third longer. I find a way to rescue them, Roy said to Mrs. Nancy with a look of conviction. He had come here to get the latest news from her. He had chosen to stay in Partington Harbor because the magic airship could no longer remain in Castletown Harbor and could only wait for Grand Mage Graham's. The magic airship waited a day at Partington Island, and Grand Mage Graham's returned, exhausted. Seeing Grand Mage Grimes alight on the ship's roof, Roy called Captain Rodhart and ordered the magic airship to depart immediately for K Island. This time, the magic airship would not sail over the ocean, crossing the Queen Uni Islands. Instead, it would utilize a buoyancy device to ascend directly into the air, then hide in the wind stratum, returning to K Island at maximum speed. The patrol area of the 17th Silver Pegasus Knights did not include the high-altitude wind stratum, and this time Roy did not need to go to Queen Uni Island to obtain a temporary pass. So the magic airship became reckless and took off directly from the Partington Island dock. It took the magic airship a full day to successfully return to K Island. As the magic airship descended from the clouds, it was immediately spotted by the Griffin Riders patrolling the skies around K Island. Several Griffin Riders circled the magic airship, and only 2 Griffin Riders boarded the ship midair. They paused their inspection when they saw Roy and Sabrina emerge. Magic airship number 4 returned to Kauai Island 2 days ago. Kauai Island has received word that the magic airships are being mobilized. Currently, 12 magic airships are docked at Kauai Island's docks. The Griffin Riders are also very excited, as this is almost the first time Boss Roy has taken them on a mission outside the Partington Plain. Chapter 9:12. Under a turquoise sky, waves gently lap against the pristine white sand beach. A row of magic airships sat at the docks of Kauai Island, their sails furled. Half-elf crew members diligently cleaned the decks. Other crew members loaded supplies into the ship's cabins, the entire process proceeding smoothly and methodically. Connected to the docks was a shipyard on the beach. Some repaired magic airships lay aground on the beach. They didn't need a high tide to get out to sea. Simply activating all their buoyancy systems could send them to sea in pristine condition. These magic airships were stranded on the beach simply to apply a few more coats of paint to their hulls. The Imperial merchants and crew imprisoned on Kauai Island were now dressed in linen robes, sunshades wrapped around their heads, and carrying paint buckets, painting the hulls of these magic airships. The weather was scorching. Despite the breeze, the sun beat down sharply, scorching the body like being in a massive oven. The Imperial merchants and crew crouched beneath the ship, avoiding the direct sunlight. They saw a magic airship descend from the sky. Initially, they paid it no mind, as nearly 10 magic airships had docked at Kauai Island Pier in the past 2 days, a familiar sight. It was only when they saw the number on the bow of the magic airship that one of the Imperial crew members exclaimed, "It's magic airship number 3. Perhaps Boss Roy is on it." Another Imperial crew member echoed, "I'm sure he's on it." Numbers 3 and 4 went out together this time. Number 4 returned 3 days early. Now that number 3 is back, Boss Roy must be there too. The Imperial crew speculated, "I heard they're heading to the Elven continent this time. Will they contact our merchant ships to discuss our stay and a ransom?" Forget it. If they're talking about a ransom, how could those guys be so clueless? Another Imperial crew member muttered, pointing to the Imperial merchants under another ship. Soon, magic airship number 3, aided by its propulsion system, smoothly sailed into the crowded Kauai Island dock. Magic airship number 3 was not far from the shipyard, and the Imperial crew members, hiding under the ship and painting, had a clear view of the deck. As the Imperial merchants and crew were escorted to the deck by the half-elven guards, the Imperial crew members at the shipyard all stood up. They emerged from the ship's lower deck, standing under the scorching sun, staring at the Imperials on the distant deck. What's going on? Why are they bringing back more crew members? Oh look, there's a merchant in the back. Could it be that other Imperial merchants are also collaborating with the Duergar, and they've been discovered? I guess so. Just as the Imperials at the shipyard were speculating, the Imperial sailors and merchants emerging from their cells below were also observing Kauai Island. Their first sight was the towering volcano to the north of the island, its crater piercing the clouds. Then, the seemingly endless coastline stretched before them. These sailors were experienced sailors, and having come to the waters of the Elven continent, they naturally knew Kauai Island. In their minds, Kauai Island was still controlled by the Duergar. Now, a neat row of magic airships was moored at the Kauai Island dock. Remember, the Duergar never sail magic airships across the Mensa Strait to prevent them from being destroyed by the Silver Pegasus Knights of the Elves. The only explanation for so many magic airships on the island was that they were all half-elven. As expected, these magic airships were equipped with elven giant whaling crossbows on their bows. At the same time, the Imperial crew also spotted the shipyard on the other side. There were nearly 30 magic airships on this island of Kauai, which made the Imperial crew even more depressed. One crew member whispered to his companion, "Why would Boss Pete and the others want to provoke the half-blood elves? They have so many ships at sea, clearly quite powerful. Why would we provoke them? We're being held captive now. Do you think they let us go after paying a ransom?" The crew members stood on the deck, whispering, "Perhaps. They're not going to send us to work in the shipyard." An Imperial crew member whispered. At this moment, a team of half-blood elf guards boarded the ship via the sampan. Clad in silver armor, elven swords hung from their waists, their faces obscured by visors, they glared coldly at the Imperial crew on deck. One of the half-elven guards stepped forward and addressed them in Elvish. "I know some of you understand Elvish, so I won't waste my time with you. Don't think your inability to understand Elvish justifies your refusal to obey my orders. Now, I command you to form a single line," Walker said, standing on the deck, one hand on the hilt of his elven sword. The Imperial crew hesitated, glancing at each other, none of them following Walker's command. The half-elven guards behind Walker stepped forward and almost simultaneously pinned the crew members to the deck. The half-elven crew members watching nearby also came forward to help. They bound the Imperial crew members' hands behind their backs with oiled hemp rope, then strung them together one by one. Almost every Imperial sailor pinned to the deck received several blows in the stomach. For a moment, the entire deck erupted in groans, but Walker didn't stop his commands, shouting at the Imperial crew, "Stand up, one by one, and slowly walk off the ship. I won't repeat it a second time. You're on your own now, but later I personally throw you overboard." Hearing the half-elf guard Walker's words sounded less like a simple threat, the Imperial sailors, enduring the agonizing pain of their stomachs, struggled to get up from the deck. Now their hands were bound behind their backs, and they were all tied together with ropes. To stand, they had to cooperate. This time, perhaps frightened by the beating, they moved without hesitation. It seemed that every Imperial sailor understood Elvish. "Captain, will our treatment of them like this upset the boss?" "Don't worry, I take care of anything that happens. The boss is quite tolerant of other matters, but when it comes to trafficking half-elf slaves, it's because there's no death penalty in the elven world, otherwise these guys wouldn't even be on Kauai Island." Walker tapped the chest of the leading Imperial sailor with his scabbard and said with conviction, "What are you looking at? Hurry and get off the ship." The half-elf guard shouted again from behind. At this moment, the Imperial sailors noticed that the merchants had also been brought aboard. Several of them looked rather disheveled, with bruises on their faces, likely from being beaten during their captivity. They also looked lethargic and filthy. An Imperial merchant turned to the half-elf guards and shouted, "Where's your leader? I want to see him. I'm willing to pay a hefty ransom for my freedom." "What are you arguing about? You slavers, get off the ship." The half-elf guards didn't even give the merchants a chance to speak. They lined them up behind the crew and escorted them off the magic airship. Once the Imperials reached the dock, they were escorted directly to the shipyard by the half-elf guards. Walking onto the soft sand, they immediately spotted Imperials squatting on the bottom of the ship, painting. The two groups exchanged silent glances, and the latter immediately understood their fate. "Oh my god! Am I going to be painting here for the rest of my life? Look! We're not the only ones painting here." Some Imperial crew members muttered indignantly. After entering the waters of K Island, Miss Abizanfan and Miss Nanya sneaked off the stern and swam back to the coral reef area. Watching the magic airship approach the dock, Miss Nanya silently averted her gaze. She dove into the sea, diving directly to the bottom. "We're back already?" This elven journey was far too brief, Miss Abizanfan said to Nanya, somewhat angrily. Leaning onto the coral reef, she said to Miss Nanya, "I had planned to stay in the elven city for a few days, but we only attended a concert and are back. You should be content. After all, we went to the elven world and attended a wonderful concert. Most importantly, we returned safely. That's what we should be most thankful for," Miss Nanya said, hugging Abizanfan's smooth arm. "As you can see, Boss Roy must have run into trouble. Despite that, he kept his promise to us and brought us back safely. So," before Nanya finished, Miss Abizanfan continued, "I know. I will keep my promise and deliver the iron ingots as soon as possible. It's good to know that this is our first time working with a half-elf, so we need to establish a good reputation before we can continue our cooperation. Who knows, maybe we even be able to visit the elf world again someday," Miss Nanya whispered. Miss Abizanfan's eyes lit up when she heard Nanya mention that there would be a chance to visit the elf world in the future. "Nanya, you're right. This is our first time working together. And Master Claire and Boss Roy are good friends. Who knows, we might even visit the elf continent someday, and I might even have the chance to hear Master Claire's concert again." Miss Abizanfan, clutching her chest, spun in circles on the seabed. A cloud of bubbles emerged from her body, rising steadily to the surface. Unlike Miss Absinthan, who was preoccupied with Claire, Miss Nanya gazed across the clear water toward the island of Kuei to the north and sighed quietly. "Nanya, I'm going back to Gomez. Will you come with me? I brought you from Gomez City, and of course I get you back safely," Nanya said to her bestie. "Tiffany, take this letter, and go to Maney's Island to find Jazina and Olive. Have them, and the Siren Warriors rendezvous with me there." As Roy disembarked, he slipped a letter into Tiffany's hand as she prepared to rest. Tiffany's lower body was already submerged in the sea. She braced her hands on the wooden floor of the dock, her upper body poised above the surface. She said reluctantly, "So far? Why not send the Griffin Riders? They can fly much faster than I can swim. I'm already exhausted from going to the Elven continent with you, and now I don't feel like swimming, especially so far." Roy, regardless of Tiffany's willingness, thrust the letter into her hand and said, "Griffin Riders can't find Giazina and the others. So you're sending me?" Miss Tiffany stared at Roy with wide eyes. Roy didn't flinch, meeting her gaze directly. Finally, Miss Tiffany, unable to resist, averted her gaze and said, "Okay, I go. Go quickly and be back soon." Roy gave Miss Tiffany a warning before standing up. A large amount of supplies were piled around the docks. Almost all of them had been shipped from the Partington Plain, much of which had been loaded onto ships by the half-blood elves. At this moment, another magical airship rose from the dense forest and, using its propulsion system, slowly flew towards the K Island docks. Roy walked out of the dock, and along the way, half-blood elves kept greeting him. He arrived at the mine guard headquarters. The number of half-blood elf guards in the camp had increased significantly, and the entire camp looked very crowded. Wood saw Roy walk in and stood up to ask, "What's the current situation with those Imperial merchant ships? How many half-blood elves are on board?" The exact number is unknown, but according to the information provided by the Adventurers Guild, the first batch of Imperial merchant ships should have entered the waters under the jurisdiction of the Horde Orcs. "We need to pursue them immediately," Roy replied. "So you're going all out this time?" Woods asked Roy. "Well, the enemy we're about to face isn't the Imperial merchants and mercenaries on the merchant ships, but the Grey Dwarves of the Northern Army, so we must be fully prepared this time." Roy sat across from Woods. The half-elf guard at the door entered and reported, "Boss, Captain Jeroen is here." Please invite him in, Roy said with a casual wave. At that moment, Captain Jarowin strode into the military headquarters treehouse and hurriedly asked Roy, what happened that caused you to summon me from Sun Island Base so urgently? Roy slowly recounted the news he had received from Madame Nancy to Captain Jarowin and Woods, then said, "That's about it." Captain Jarowin frowned and said, "So you're planning to lead the fleet to the Mensa Strait?" "Well, right now, we can only pursue them there and intercept those Imperial merchant ships," Roy said. "What if some Imperial merchant ships don't take that route?" Captain Jarowin asked Roy. Roy lowered his head and took out a stack of nautical charts from his magic waist bag. He spread them out on the table one by one and examined them carefully. Chapter 913. Captain Jarowin's words plunged Roy into deep thought. He knew this was unavoidable, and it was nearly impossible to intercept all merchant ships carrying half-elves. There were many routes on the chart, and even if they entered the Mensa Strait, Imperial merchant ships could still choose multiple routes. The room grew quiet, and Woods approached Roy, carefully examining the chart on the table. Captain Jarowin, looking at the chart spread out on the table, said to Roy, "We know that the Horde Orcs have never had a true naval force." He pointed to a large area of sea on the chart and continued, "This sea area has actually always been controlled by the Grey Dwarves. Currently, the true controller here is probably the Northern Fleet, currently the Grey Dwarves' largest military force in Durag. Although they lack the courage to face the Dark Legion on Durag's knee, their treatment of the Naga Sea tribe and Imperial merchants is so brutal that the Naga Sea tribe have migrated to the deep sea, and the Empire has been utterly devastated. Merchants can only pass through the last section of the Frozen Sea by paying a transit fee. They failed to stop the Dark Legion's invasion and lost most of Durlag's knee. They have been entrenched on a few islands on the west coast of Durlag's knee, relying primarily on plundering the Naga and human merchant ships of the Endless Sea. Because we haven't occupied the waters of K Island, the Grey Dwarf's three-masted galleons can sail south from Durlag's knee and easily reach Garo Island in the Seven Realms Sea. The islands and waters surrounding this route are controlled by Grey Dwarf bandits. Actually, the Grey Dwarves in the waters of K Island are no longer part of the Northern Fleet. The Grey Dwarf bandits here are more loosely organized. Other Grey Dwarves call them Black Sting Bees. They always made a living by trafficking slaves. Their prey consists of Naga and Elves, because slaves from these two races are relatively easy to sell on the Roland continent, and women are generally preferred. The Grey Dwarves' Northern Fleet boasts 1 million Grey Dwarf warriors, but according to my estimates, while not 1 million, they have at least 300,000 to 400,000. They also possess a large number of warships, and even retain weapons provided by the Dwarven Kingdom. Also, the number of Grey Dwarves stranded on the west coast of Durag's knee currently stands at several million. So we face a mountain even steeper and more imposing than the Wall Mountains. Don't expect to defeat them all at once. They've been hiding in the area west of Durag and the Mensa Strait for years, because they feared the Silver Pegasus Legion from the Elven continent would attack their ships. That's why they're trying to seize the Queen Uni Islands. Your Mind Guards are a new force, and they're not strong enough to face the Grey Dwarves' Northern Fleet head-on. Once we enter the Mensa Strait, we inevitably encounter the Northern Fleet. We must exercise restraint then. Roy remained silent. Captain Jarowin must have obtained this information from Imperial merchants. While the Imperial merchants at the shipyard wouldn't share any useful information with him, they wouldn't hide it from Captain Jarowin. In fact, they were revealing this information to Captain Jarowin in the hope of easing the deadlock. They hoped Captain Jarowin could mediate and persuade Boss Roy to agree to a ransom in exchange for his freedom. What's the main way to win a war at sea these days? Roy asked Captain Jarowin. Captain Jarowin said matter-of-factly, "Of course, it's a large number of warships, no doubt about that." Roy shook his head, pointing to a cabinet against the wall. "I think it's about gaining air superiority, and then using magical weapons for long-range strikes, like the giant crossbows we used earlier. Shooting from high altitude will make the naval fleet a sitting duck. This time, I'm going to drive these Grey Dwarves back to Durlag, forcing them to fight the Dark Legion in Durlag's knee." Captain Jarowin hadn't anticipated that Roy wasn't just aiming to crack down on the Imperial merchants, who were defrauding half-elves across the Elven continent. He was also aiming to give the Grey Dwarf Northern Army fleet at Durlag's knee a resounding slap in the face. He initially considered trying to dissuade Roy, but then he remembered that Roy's Mind Guards, working in conjunction with the Siren Legion, had already cleared out the Dark Faceless Legion on the Partington Plain. Dealing with the Grey Dwarf Northern Fleet shouldn't be difficult. Roy continued, "As for these Imperial slave ships, without the Northern Fleet's protection, they won't be able to easily cross the Mensa Strait. Even if any manage to reach the west coast of Durag, I lead my men to recapture them." Seeing the fiery glare in Roy's eyes, Captain Jarowin felt that the Imperial merchants, forced to choose a team, might have made a wrong decision this time. The sea breeze blew the gauze curtains, revealing familiar footsteps to Wendy, who was reclining in a wicker chair. She wore only a light nightgown, barefoot, and even her underwear was empty. Her plump breasts formed a perfect silhouette, though slightly tilted outward, trembling with a lack of cleavage. Although this place was close to the sea, no elves dared to disturb her, so she could take a nap on the cool terrace. It was summer on Kauai Island, and even the sea breeze was hot. At this time, taking a shower, changing into a loose nightgown, and taking a nap in a wicker chair under a coconut tree was an absolute pleasure. Even back home, Wendy had never experienced such a pleasure. Sabrina and Miss Moira had returned from outside, but after washing up and changing into clean clothes, they hurried out. Boss Roy never showed up. She prepared lemon tea, fruit, and fresh sea fish, waiting for Roy's return so she could serve him one of his favorite dishes. Hearing familiar footsteps, Wendy jumped up from her wicker chair and saw Boss Roy, dressed in a magic rune suit, push open the door and walk into the living room. She hurried in and helped him remove his magic rune suit, hanging each piece on the wooden rack. The magic rune suit had intricate patterns inside, so even though it smelled faintly of sweat, Wendy didn't dare scrub it. Even when she wiped it gently, she was extremely careful. Every time at this moment, she felt an urge to learn magic, even if it was just the simplest magic rune array maintenance course. Give me a glass of water and something to eat. I take a shower first. You can find me some clean clothes and leave them outside the door, Roy said as he walked towards the bathroom. He placed the dirty clothes he had stored in his magic waste bag in the basket by the bathroom door. He didn't know how long they had been there, but the basket was already full. For Roy, having an elf maid like this at home was actually quite convenient. At least she could prepare some simple meals for him and do some housework. And this beautiful wood elf was so beautiful, the kind that just looking at her could brighten your mood. Wendy followed behind Roy and quickly replied, "Yes, boss." At first, she called Sabrina, Moira, and Roy master. Roy said she had been brainwashed by the slavers and insisted that she call him boss. Wendy found Roy's change of clothes in the closet and placed them on the shelf by the bathroom door. She then carried the pile of clothes Roy had brought out into the large wooden tub. Before filling it with water, she even leaned over the clothes to smell their sweat, then closed her eyes and imagined some heart-pounding scene. Then, blushing, she poured a bucket of water into the tub. The elf women all over K Island were talking about Boss Roy, and the one they envied most was Miss Moira, the adored and beloved lady. Lately, magical airships have been constantly appearing through the portal on K Island. She knew something major was about to happen on the island, but she didn't know what it was, so she could only wait quietly at home. Wendy carried the tub to the clothesline by the terrace, then hurried into the kitchen and brought the lemon tea she had prepared to the bathroom door, placing it on the wooden shelf. The wooden shelf had 5 tiers. The top tier held folded clean towels, the second tier held a change of clothes, the third tier contained lemon tea, and the bottom tier contained a fruit plate and elf cookies. She had actually intended to take these things inside, but Roy had refused before, so they were now placed on the shelf by the door. Wendy sighed softly before going out onto the terrace to wash the clothes. A group of half-elf officers were waiting on the beach outside the cabin. Wendy looked at them. A half-elf stepped out of the crowd, stopped at a distance, and politely said to Wendy, "We'd like to see the boss. I wonder if he's available right now." Wendy hesitantly peered inside the cabin, wiped her wet hands, and prepared to go in and speak to Roy. Just then, a hand pushed open the bathroom door. Roy emerged from the living room, dressed in a light linen robe. His hair was still damp, his skin slightly flushed, and he was wiping it with a dry towel. Wendy hurried over, took the towel from Roy, and stood behind him, wiping his hair. Roy casually sat on a wicker chair on the terrace, sipping his slightly sweet lemon tea. Then he waved to the group of half-elves outside the cabin, indicating they could stand under the shade of the coconut trees and talk. "What do you want to talk to me about?" The group of young half-elves standing under the coconut trees seemed a little reserved. Some of these half-elves had been brought from the Elven continent by Imperial merchant ships, while others had been rescued from Plusterton Island in the Lost Sea. Initially, they didn't know much about Roy or the half-elves on K Island. Only after they adjusted to life on K Island did they realize Boss Roy's status on the island. "Boss, I heard you're planning a campaign to fight the Grey Dwarf bandits. We'd like to join them. Would you accept us?" "Boss Roy, we went to the military, and they said the Legion has no plans to expand its forces at the moment, so we should wait a while." Roy hadn't expected them to come to him because they wanted to join the Mine Guard. He said to the young half-elves, You haven't received valuable training, so you can't go straight to the battlefield. My mine guard doesn't recruit cannon fodder. Even if you want to join, you can't go immediately. You need at least 6 months of training, followed by some simple garrison duties. If you perform well within 3 years, you can apply to join the regular mine guard. Roy leaned back in his chair, feeling the softness of his pillow. He didn't notice Wendy dodging behind him, but instead leaned forward, then, with a hint of trepidation, secretly savored the moment. Joining the training group? That's fine. The group of young half-elves said one after another. Roy nodded and said, "We'd be recruiting new soldiers on Kauai Island in a few days. Just wait for the news and sign up." "That's great." "Okay, boss Roy." The group of young half-elves left, contented. Roy rested briefly in a wicker chair on the treehouse's terrace. After waking up, he called Woods along to head for Partington Island. The boulevard on K Island was now not only paved with gravel, but also so compacted that even flatbed trucks could drive on it. Wagon loads of supplies were being transported from the forest square to the docks, and Roy walked along the roadside toward the square. It was the time between entering Partington Island from K Island, and Roy had arrived just in time. Naturally, he and Woods were the first to enter the portal. Every time he arrived at Padstow City Central Square, it was always filled with a huge amount of supplies. This time, the supplies piled up in the central square were almost all destined for the ship. Seeing Roy, some half-elf guards saluted. Roy and Woods found a carriage on the side of the road in the central square, and hurried to the military headquarters at the Tree of Life. This was also Padstow's town hall. Padstow's governor, Lysander, worked there, while the military governor, Helic, spent his days at the city's security headquarters. Lysander saw Roy and Woods push through the door and asked, "What happened?" Roy sat across from Lysander and recounted his journey to Castletown. Then, addressing the astonished Lysander, he said, "This may be the largest half-elf slave trade in history. Not only are the Grey Dwarf bandits and Imperial merchants involved, but even some Silvermoon elven nobles are implicated." Lysander stared at Roy and asked, "So you plan to rescue them?" Roy replied, "Yes. I plan to mobilize all the magic airships in Partington, form a fleet, and sail to the Mensa Strait to rescue all those half-elven people."